Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex, for the final time this week in Vegas. We are live on Radio Row at Mandalay Bay, and we are absolutely loaded. Sean Schlereth, RJ Choppy, with his mic on now, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, along with Money Bags Ruben, and we have so much crap. Mike Zimmer, defensive coordinator, Wink Martindale, Michigan, by the way. That came from Schefter this morning. Dallas Mavericks trade deadline, NFL awards right down the street from us last night. We have other coaching news. Emmitt Smith, Tank Lawrence, an NFL Hall of Fame disappointment for Darren Woodson, along with the rest of the class. Where do you want to start?
It's the annual rite of passage. It's another year where Darren Woodson has to wait. Torrey Holt has to wait, and he should not be waiting. And Darren Woodson has to wait, and he should not be waiting. And you get guys in there who don't deserve it over them. John Lynch has been in there. Just doesn't deserve it over him. The good player. Not saying that he shouldn't be in, but it's another year. It's another year.
Yeah, it's reaching. This is honestly reaching Drew Pearson offensive levels for Darren Woodson, because he should be in there. And Torrey Holt, honestly, like if I was Torrey Holt, I'd feel like I'd probably even have more of a right to be offended than even Darren Woodson, because Holt was consistently, what would we say, top 3 to 5 his entire career as a receiver? Probably higher.
I never thought of him as that.
I mean, when you look at the statistics, though, it matches up that he should.
Yeah.
He just gets dinged for the whole, you had Isaac Bruce on the other side. It was
Marshall
a whole
Faulk
system thing. But it's gotten ridiculous. But again, this is just something else, one more time, where Darren Woodson's getting screwed over. And it's disappointing. I'm hopeful. I feel like at some point they're going to correct it. I feel like he is going to get in at some point, but, I mean, you never know.
It's gut-wrenching, especially when you see him on the shows. And then, I'll never forget last year him walking into the room and just kind of, going off to his side. And, you could feel every eye in the room looking at Darren. And he's going to probably be doing media today. And walk into this room, it's gut-wrenching to, he shouldn't feel shame, but
no, he shouldn't.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they should do it earlier in the week.
It's you're everybody's sad story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they should do it earlier in the week, so he doesn't have to walk through here when everybody's here. All the celebs are here. He should do it earlier in the week.
He's worried about walking past Bobby Flay, hey, Bobby, I didn't.
Hey, listen,
get the Hall of Fame.
Bobby Flay
Newton
is a Hall of Famer. He only talks Hall of Famer.
So Steve McMichael, which is a little
Wayne
ridiculous.
Newton. Wayne Newton isn't going to waste his time with somebody who doesn't wear gold on the jacket.
Let's get to the rest of the class real quick, just so we can compare and contrast, and we'll tell you the player Pepe back home in DFW, who almost caused the dinner fight last night with Wilchuk. Dwight Freeney in. Andre Johnson.
Overrated.
Ooh. Steve McMichael, defensive/nose tackle. Julius Peppers. Patrick Willis, the who of defensive players?
Terrell Davis of defensive players.
The Terrell Davis of defensive players. TD, of course, is in. Somebody named Randy Gradishar and Devin Hester. That is your 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame class.
Yeah, I don't love the induction of Mongo. The Steve McMichael induction is I'm not a fan. I think that one is
Blazing Saddles reference though.
It's essentially the Veterans Committee coming in and wanting to do right by somebody. And I understand that feeling, but man, I think if you look at it, Steve McMichael was never. When you saw him, did you ever go oh, that's a Hall of Fame?
No, I was
player?
he's got cool hair.
And so to me, I think McMichael's a little much. Randy Gradishar, I'm glad he got in. He was,
who the hell is that?
Linebacker for the played for the Broncos for several years, 7-time Pro Bowler. And so Patrick Willis is the interesting one, because if you just take Patrick Willis's time, it is very Terrell Davis-like, where if you just take Patrick Willis's time, which was very short, 6-7 years, whatever it was, he was the best linebacker in football the whole time that he was out there. He was fantastic. And so that one's a little bit of a, okay, does how long you played really matter? Because if it does matter to you, you can't put Patrick Willis in. If it's just about what were you at your peak, then he is absolutely worthy of a Hall of Fame.
112 games in 8 seasons. 8 seasons, Choppy? How do you feel about the time?
The time is less for me. I don't. It's we've already crossed that threshold with Terrell Davis. I think the difference is Terrell Davis was the major focal point on 2 rings, and the voters have shown throughout the course of history in the NFL that matters more than anything else. I mean, 70% of all the people in the Hall of Fame have a championship. Patrick Willis doesn't, unless he won one that I don't know about with San Francisco that I don't know about. So I don't have a major issue with him from the years standpoint. It's like, how against your peers, how great were you for the time that you were there?
Kenny easily got into playing 7 years for the Seahawks. He retired at 28. He got into the Hall of Fame. So, I mean, they've done it before.
Yeah.
I don't know. There are a few of these names here that I just have problems with while Torrey Holt waits. I think Torrey Holt was a better wide receiver than Andre Johnson.
All right, I was just about to go there. From a perception standpoint in my mind, I'm just giving you, going back to rooting for them, I thought Andre Johnson was better than Torrey Holt. Or I thought of Andre Johnson standing in the league much higher than I ever did Torrey Holt amongst his peers. Now, again, when you thought these Torrey Holt numbers, they're nasty. They are good. Just from a perception standpoint, it was Calvin, Megatron, Andre Johnson. And I felt like Torrey Holt was in there with a bunch of different dudes. Definitely behind Marvin Harrison. I'm trying to remember the other ones in his era. But I thought of Andre Johnson as like a clear one. Where Torrey Holt, I'm like, he's a 2? Is he a 2? What about Julius Peppers?
Oh, Peppers should be.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay.
No, he was tremendous. My thing with Andre Johnson, never had a big catch. Ever.
I don't care.
Never had to make a big catch.
So stupid.
Never had to make a big catch in his entire life.
Look at the freaking quarterbacks he played with.
Hey, that's fine. That's not his. That's not his fault.
You're right.
But it's not Torrey Holt's fault either. Just because Torrey Holt played with a better quarterback, I would argue that on a bad team, that's even less impressive because that guy's just going to feed you all day. But he had great numbers, but Torrey Holt had the exact same numbers as Andre Johnson.
Torrey Holt averaged 1,400 receiving yards over the course of 7 straight years. Like it was 8 years.
Ooh.
He was, over an 8-year stretch, the worst showing he had was 93 receptions and 1,188 yards.
And the big fight at the table was over Devin Hester.
Yeah, I was out on this fight. This was a dumb fight to me. Neither one of those 2 fools deserves to be anywhere near the Hall of Fame.
Dante Hall or Devin Hester?
Yeah, you're a return man. Dude, you're not even good enough to be. You were the 5th wide receiver on your team.
I like it.
Make a specialist swing of the Hall of Fame. He doesn't belong in the big room.
Does a kicker belong?
Much more than a return man.
Oh, I
Does
like
a punter
it.
belong? Does Ray Guy belong?
Let's just take Vinatieri. Vinatieri belongs more than Hester or Hall or any return guy.
Yeah, I would say so.
And I agree with you.
Boy, I'll tell you though, man, you go back and look at Adams' numbers, they are not good. Like he is Justin Tucker.
See the Robert Ory of the NFL?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Justin Tucker puts him in a body bag in the GOAT debate. Just from the like Adam Vinatieri was like an 84% kicker.
But also
he
for
kicked
a
out
lot
of the league today.
For most of his era, that was near the top of the league.
Let's keep it to Hester in the argument.
Yeah, so I would not put either of them in the Hall of Fame, but I think in terms
Look
of
at Ruben.
who is
Turn around, look.
What's he doing?
Look at that.
Hey, the ocean called. They ran out of water.
They ran out of shrimp.
Yeah, this guy's what a stud.
Got all this bottled
Coming back
over
here
by our
with
hotel.
13 different bottled waters. He's,
Not anymore. I got to have a whole gallon in there, Ruben.
still-
Don't tell me how much water I need.
he just got you a cup. He just got you a cup. You should be
Yeah, he
kissing
did.
his
I
ass
know.
the whole freaking
Oh
rest
my
of the morning
gosh,
and day.
he actually made him go get
Yeah, I
one.
did.
Yeah, he went and stole it. I don't know why he thinks he can haze people all of a sudden, but he's been doing it the
Just
last
ask
2
him to.
days.
Look, I mean, Ruben's up more winning in the casino than you are, Chop. So I think that he has he has higher
Why
standing.
can't you drink the water out of the bottle versus pour 9 of them in your big thing?
Because it's about being able to track your water for the day. I need to know exactly how much water intake I'm having. And with this, you got to keep count. It's too much to do. You just throw it in there, track your water for the entire day. Ruben was doing slots. They don't count, Bobby. There's no skill in that one. You don't have to know when to hit. You don't have to know what bets to lay on craps. It's you press a button. If Grandma can do it, not impressed.
Money is money.
I wouldn't accept that money. You know what I would do? If I were you, I would go give it to a nice person that's that's destitute on the streets. That's what I would do if I were you.
Ruben's feeling himself, just putting the headset on.
Yeah, look, he just throws the headset on, hits that talk button.
Hit the mic button.
He feels comfortable
He
now.
feels real comfortable.
Here's Dante Hall, Devin Hester. Back to that. I would not put either one of them in the Hall of Fame. To me, the more dynamic returner, the guy who was I think turned nothing into touchdowns more frequently was Dante Hall. Like, I think that when you watch Dante Hall run back kicks, that was the one where it's like, oh, this is a 2-yard loss on a kick, and then it was a 90-yard touchdown. Like, that just consistently is what happened.
All right, we're loaded up. It sounds like the Mike Zimmer news is official. The Dallas Mavericks are making moves. Our last night in Vegas, the Kobe statue was unveiled, and all the guests for the Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby, last one from Radio Row. Glad you're waking up with us. Don't miss this one right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Friday. It's our last day out here in Vegas at Radio Row.
Josh Green flying high.
You know who that was? Someone the Dallas Mavericks did not have to trade during trade deadline day yesterday. Good morning, Metroplex. That was the call on TNT. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Las Vegas, brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding, A #1 Air, and the Low T Center. After yesterday's deals, the New York Knicks had 8 players available. So you better go ahead and get that W if you are the Mavericks. Even though they were pretty busy themselves, they did get the W at the Garden. 122-108. Luka was not going to have a letdown. 39, 11, and 8 was the box score that he put up. Kyrie had 16 points, Hardaway with 19. But let's talk about what they did with the deals. And we'll talk about the hiring of Mike Zimmer as your Cowboys' new defensive coordinator at 6 o'clock this morning on your home of America's team. The Dallas Mavericks make 2 moves. It started off with a big man. And the best reaction here at Radio Row was from our producer, Ruben, who I think we were... now, Ruben, you follow the Oklahoma City Thunder. Weren't we talking to you about Luka versus SGA and Shaq saying he would take Alexander? You're a big-time Thunder fan. You love the NBA?
Yeah, I do love the NBA and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the big man first as they go and get Gafford, and then they add P.J. Washington, and we're pre-recording an interview with Merrill Hodge, and Ruben's Gafford, big time pickup.
Oh, he's nice. He's nice, man. He's a good player. Y'all, because I was like, okay. And then he's like, no, you don't shrug at that. He is nice, man.
All right, tell us about him, Ruben. Let's see if you can get a little resume tape here.
Well, before the trade deadline, I was looking at players for my team, the Oklahoma City Thunder, because the main thing they need is a presence in the paint. They need someone to get boards because they were 25th in the, I believe, bottom half of the league in rebounds. And so that's a good player that I wanted. And unfortunately, he went to the Dallas Mavericks, and the Mavericks needed some rebounding. They need a presence in the paint. He's having a career year with the Washington Wizards, of course, shooting from 69%.
Nice.
And I think he's 7th in total in blocks.
His blocks. He's 2.2 blocks per game, something like that. He's damn near a double-double, like 11 points, 8 or 9 boards. Like, I mean, he gives them something inside.
Sounds like defense to me.
I mean, look, if you go looking around yesterday, there were a lot of Wizards fans who were reacting, like they were posting memes of like somebody, crying happy tears, and they're like, Daniel Gafford, when he sees Luka, will be throwing him lobs instead of Jordan Poole. And like people were just like, "Oh, good! Somebody finally can get the ball to Gafford. Gafford can actually finish some of these." So it sounded like Daniel Gafford may have even been underperforming a little bit because he had bad teammates.
And then they go and get P.J. Washington,
who I was stunned to find out was not 6'11", because that's exactly what he looked like and played like in college. And then when I think Bobby said he's like 6'7", 6'6".
Yeah,
like,
he's the
no
same.
way.
He's the same height as old Grant Williams.
Yeah, there's no way. Like this dude's like 6'8". He's dang near a 7-footer. Look, they got role players. That's what they got. They got role guys, and that's fine. That's what you have. There's a value in that. They needed a star. Like this doesn't bring them closer to a championship this year.
Disagree.
Well, because there's still a 0 on the chances of winning a championship.
I don't think. I mean, if you've got Kyrie and Luka, and Lively can stay healthy and play in the back end the way that he has and communicate on defense the way he has, and then you add role players around that, I think you can have postseason.
Okay, 1 to 10. What were they on the threat scale before and now?
They were in negative territory on the threat scale before. Now it's still lower, but I mean,
what is it?
Like a 3. I think I think you get 2 solid role players like this, and Josh Green coming on the way that he has. You've got Lively playing well, and then you've got 2 stars who can take over any game. I think that's...
You sound like Mavs Twitter.
Yeah, you sound like Pat. You're Pat Tony right now.
No, I'm not.
That's only going to get better, guys.
Mavs Twitter was hilarious.
Yeah.
I just said a 3.
We truly have something special.
Yeah, something special.
It's really
they went from a 1 to a 1.
I said none of this.
They went from pre-Dion to post-Dion. Still in last place in the Pac-12.
I said none of this.
So, man, Dion shot getting fired. So, what do the Mavs give up? Grant Williams, Seth Curry was the Homer Simpson gif of walking in the bar and out the bar.
Yeah.
This is the third time that the Mavs have traded him and a first-round pick. When you initially saw the compensation and the way you feel about the compensation now, Ralph, did it feel like too much for P.J. Washington?
It did. I mean,
Let me finish. Hang on. Who can get his own shot? Who can get his own shot, who can score. That was a good reference just because he was on the snacks before him. But P.J. Washington for Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and a first round of the Grant Williams disaster is already over.
When I saw that, I was like, wait.
Hang on, I'm not done.
When I saw that, I was like, wait, you didn't give him a first-round pick and players to get P.J.? Like, really? Like, that's what we're doing? But I guess the pick swap. There's also a pick swap thrown in there. It did seem like a little bit much. Like I didn't think there was an in demand for P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford.
P.J. Washington is who they wanted last offseason. They didn't want Grant Williams. Grant Williams is who they settled for. So it ultimately ended up getting him.
Yeah.
And especially with as bad as Grant Williams had been, I'm fine with it. Look, I don't think the Mavericks are going to be in like top 5 pick contention anytime soon, and that's what those are where the difference makers are in the NBA draft. You get the difference makers in the top 5, and outside of that, it's role players. So to me, yeah, fine. I'm fine trading a first-round pick that may be in the teens because I don't know that you're getting a better player in the teens than P.J. Washington.
I want to see what the chartwright.com text line is saying about the Mavs haul and what they gave up. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll get to the Mavs grades a little bit later on. Some of the other news around the league. Patrick Beverley goes to the Milwaukee Bucks. The New York Knicks making a big-time move. That's why they only had 8 players available. And everyone yesterday on TV was praising and raving about the Knicks.
Well, they got Bogdanovich, and that's a big move for them. Pat Beverley, though, like that, how needed was that? Him going to?
I mean, I honestly
Milwaukee?
don't know what he is anymore. I didn't realize he played versus just his podcast.
I thought he was just a podcast, but I mean, from a defensive standpoint, they needed somebody to help them on defense.
Yeah.
It's a lot for Doc Rivers to handle. Though. It's a cross to bear that he has to have that.
It really is. It's a lot.
Bear.
Yeah, and then the Knicks. I mean, they were without what? A newbie. They were without Randall and Brunson. Like all those guys were hurt. And then you throw the fact that they had made trades. It was that was a scheduled loss for the Knicks. Had to win that one.
Yes. Who else did you have? You had Gordon Hayward moving, and of course during our show, Buddy Hield gets traded as well.
Yeah, like Indiana gives up on him. He gets moved, and he's been moved now twice.
Buddy,
this is like his third team in 18 months. I think he signed there, but this is like still his third team in like 18 months for him.
And Gordon Hayward goes to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Man, I love that GM. God, I love that GM, Sam Presti. That's Ruben's favorite team. 877-881-1053 is the chartwright.com text line.
You know what Buddy Hield's name is?
Buddy.
No. Chavano Rayner Hield is his full name.
Really?
Yeah, Chavano.
Okay. I know that people don't have the capability of like separating things, so I know I'll probably get in trouble for this. But y'all see this Kobe statue?
I did. I have read about it. I have not seen it yet. I need to look at it right now.
They unveiled the Kobe statue yesterday. There was an awesome Shaq narration on Inside the NBA. Now, I was trying to figure this out before they unveiled it. And I'm going to ask you all and the fan
Eddie
text.
Jones.
What?
That looks like Eddie Jones.
What is Kobe's statue moment? What's Kobe's statue pose that y'all think of in your mind? I had a really hard time coming up with one. The only one I could maybe think of is when he got on top of the scores table and like ripped his jersey to the side. But in terms of a shot or a move or a moment on the floor, it's not nowhere near as easy as the Dirk Flamingo fade. It is not Kareem. It's not kind of Magic running the break. It's certainly not MJ. It's not Shaq dunking. There isn't one for Kobe. So this statue, Chop, how would you describe it? What's he doing?
He's just put his finger in the air, his index finger up in the air.
Yeah.
And I guess there's one, they had to stretch for one clip where Kobe had that same exact pose that he did.
It's the 81-point game.
I have never, I would never remember that pose.
Is that what I thought it was the pose? Honestly, just looking at it, I thought it was the pose of when he spoke to the crowd on his last game and he went Mamba out and he dropped the mic and he pointed. That's what I thought that was.
Well, either way, I'm disappointed. I was a Kobe guy. Loved the Lakers growing up, but it's weak. This is weak.
It is a little weak.
But give me his moment. Give me his. Because on the floor, right, the replay that's shown a ton is his alley-oop to Shaq, but that's him throwing it to Shaq.
And it's Shaq pointing and going, ooh.
Yeah, it's Shaq pointing. How crazy is that? One of the greatest all-time scorers with great moves. Well, we don't have it.
The one I think of is probably the one he's wearing. If I was thinking of like a shot of Kobe, he's wearing the jacket, holding the trophy with the championship hat on, and just kind of looking at. That's the picture I think of.
Okay, 877-881-1053, chartwright.com text line. That is how are the Mavs fans, the Tolos, in terms of these moves? Happy about it? Pepe, you getting any of the reaction, Choppy?
I mean, look, if the Mavs do it. Generally, Twitter and the fan text loves it.
Sounds like Luka really wanted PJ. You got to make your stars happy. Don't care. They gave up too much. So kind of, across the board.
Yeah, and they're apparently in on Dinwiddie. Woj said Luka was a big fan of the PJ deal and pushed for it. More of that reaction throughout the entire show. Well, we got Mike Zimmer as your new Cowboys defensive coordinator and Darren Woodson snubbed again. That's next to the 6 a.m. Club live from Vegas.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Tom Pelissero, who is Mike McCarthy's guy in the media, one of them. There's another guy and a girl. Had the report last night that the Cowboys are expected to hire Mike Zimmer as their defensive coordinator. Zimmer, 67, the third winningest head coach in Vikings history, long respected for his defensive prowess. A big hire for Dallas, where Zimmer previously coached from 1994 to 2006. Now, before I went to sleep last night, I had two people closely connected with the Cowboys reach out to me and say, hey, it's not totally done yet. It's not totally done yet, for whatever that is worth, but it seems like the Cowboys got their guy.
Yeah, here's the thing. Why would it not happen? We would all assume it would not happen due to a head coaching veto, because I think we all think the Joneses are big fans of Mike Zimmer. So the fact that essentially the head coach's reporter has come out and said it's done makes me feel like it's done. Regardless of any, hey, let's tap the brakes. I'm like, look, if Mike McCarthy's favorite reporter is out here talking about it, I think we can safely say it's done. And I got to say, I am thrilled. And I feel even better after we've been out here this week, and just about every single analyst we've talked to about, hey, who do you think they should pick? When we read off the names, almost every single one has gone Zimmer. So I think that falls in line with a lot of what we've looked at and said about the situation. But I think this is great, and I think the person who should be most thrilled for this is Micah Parsons, because I think Parsons is going to eat with Mike Zimmer.
How differently than with Dan Quinn?
I think that he's going to use Merrill Hodge, who we'll talk to later today. He talked about it yesterday, that the A-gap pressure is what he loves to bring, and Micah just kills there when he's rushing up the middle. And I think that you're going to see him used there a lot with Zimmer. And so that's going to be a little bit of a change-up. Quinn liked to move him around a lot more. I think you're going to see Zimmer using him a lot more frequently on the A-gap pressures.
He's a good coach. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Mike Zimmer. Is he a Rick with a P? Absolutely. Does he relate to the modern day player? Maybe not as much as some of the other guys.
Yeah.
But the key is, this is a short-term fix. Mike Zimmer's not going to be the coach here for 10 years in the defense.
No, because he'll be the head coach next year.
Stop it. Better not be. Oh, my God.
Oh, sorry. He'll be the head coach, 6 games into the season, 7?
Yeah. And then he'll lose a relationship with his quarterback like he did in Minnesota. This is when it's a short-term situation.
There's a high burnout factor.
Yeah, and sometimes those things really work.
So it's funny. I was talking about this with RJ Ochoa yesterday.
Wow.
That we were out here talking about the idea of Zimmer.
How are you able to talk to him in between him getting all these guests?
I know. Yeah, he was like, "Hold on, I got to talk to
Bruce Smith.
We got Biden coming to
Rock's
sit down
coming
with us.
on.
Yeah. Sorry about that. We got Taylor Swift coming to sit down. She's giving us an exclusive. But no, I was talking to RJ about it, and he was not a fan of the idea of hiring Zimmer. And I was like, Zimmer's the best coach. He's like, it's not about Zimmer the coach. That's not my problem. He's like, it's about what Zimmer represents, which is more comfort to them and just snap decision of Zimmer, that's the guy. He's like, it feels like it was not an exhaustive enough search. It's comfortable guys that they're familiar with.
Okay, well, comfort was going to be the last word I thought of when it came to Mike Zimmer. It might be comfort for the Joneses. What really matters is discomfort for the players. And I could not have, there's 2 audio clips, 2 Cowboy clips yesterday, and they could not have been more diametrically opposed for me hating one and loving one. And I want to start with the love. Darren Woodson, who got left out of the Hall of Fame yet again last night, went on the G-Bag Nation, and you had told me this, that Darren Woodson just raves and loves Mike Zimmer. This is the should-be Hall of Famer on what the Cowboys are now getting.
I can't tell you how many times this year he and I talked about football, every week. Yeah. Every week he's calling about so-and-so and this and that, and he's just so engaged in the game that, again, I'm biased by it, but, if you want someone that's going to shock the system, he's not going to be your best friend. He's just not. I mean, he and I became friends after a long time because there was a respect factor that ended up being a friendship, but he's tough, hard-nosed. Some players will not want to play for him because he's the expectations are going to be harder than they've expected in the last few years.
Sure.
But he knows the game better than anyone, and he's going to coach hard. And I think that, to me, that's the shock this team needs.
Can you think of two more different players in terms of personality than like Deion Sanders and Darren Woodson? Like they're two pretty different players. One I think represents the all about me, I'm out front, look at me kind of culture, and then you've got Darren Woodson, who is more the team guy and the lunch pail guy. I think that it's important to note that Deion Sanders and Darren Woodson both talk about Mike Zimmer the exact same way. They're two completely different people who talk about him the same way, and I think that speaks to how he's able to reach people.
And the reason why I've wanted someone like Mike Zimmer to come in here and crack skulls because of what Tank Lawrence did yesterday, as this clip blew up. DeMarcus Lawrence sitting down with First Take and answering this question from Shannon Sharp.
You mentioned how you wish your team was here. Mm-hmm. What happened and why your team isn't here?
All honesty, I think the main thing is we was burned out, man. Long season, team dominantly healthy throughout the season. The legs get tired, but also, you got to give hats off to Green Bay, man. They came out with a great game plan, rolling out towards Micah and then running away from me. I feel like, that's what they needed to, get their game started, and they jumped on us fast.
Just burn it. Look, I mean, they should have had a bye because of the schedule, right? They went to a 17th game, so they should have had a bye.
That's garbage.
They should have eliminated a team for the postseason. And they're not burnt out anymore.
They're so brain dead. They're so from Mike McCarthy talk. They're so unaware. They're so delusional. From Mike McCarthy saying we have a championship program, we just don't have the championship. It's championship culture. It's championship program.
We'll be all in.
And then Tank Lawrence. Yeah, I would just have to say.
How about Jerry's comment? All in.
All in.
That's a dumb one.
And then Burnout.
So
Wow.
Here's the thing. and I think that this is an interesting thought from the 325 because I think there could be something to this. He says, I think D-Law was holding back what he really wanted to say the way that he hesitated. I will say this.
I saw that from David Hellman and all the other torch carriers yesterday, including the fan base.
Here's what I'll say. I know DeMarcus Lawrence was not happy at the end of that game with the way a lot of his teammates played and the way that a lot of his teammates approached that game and their mentality and their mindset. And I do think there was a pause there. Now, I think that he came up with something that he probably thinks we were burned out. Like, I do think he probably thinks that, and that's not a good enough excuse. It's a bad answer. But I do think that there probably was some other stuff there that is like, do I really want to say this to Shannon Sharp on First Take right now? Is this the place where I want to say, hey, I don't know how much I loved the way Micah played in this game.
You don't have to go all into that degree. I love all these freaking homers, and there's a couple of actually it was a small minority. You foam finger wearers who are like, what? He's not going to throw his teammates under the bus. You don't have to take it to that degree, but you don't have to give that dumb of an answer. You sound so foolish. You sound so ridiculous talking about burnout. Burnout, as everyone just took it to the number of games on the schedule, and 97% of the Tolos justifiably killed him and lost their minds over it.
Why wasn't Green Bay tired? They played 17 games too. In fact, they had to fight for their playoff life over the course of the last month. Shouldn't they have been more tired, more burned out, more exhausted and fatigued?
Green Bay, I mean, skipped the first half of the season.
Yeah, 817. What's wrong with what Lawrence said? The truth? Are you mad because he should have lied or because you can't handle the truth?
If that's the truth, then that's the truth.
No, it's not the truth, though. No, if they were fatigued, then the staff needs to be fired because you're supposed to be prepared for more than 17 games every year.
Not around here. Like how does it? What
playoffs?
Yeah, this team doesn't.
Yeah, you got to
prepare for 18, 20 games.
Well,
they've never done that.
You're going to be
25 years.
You know you're going to be a playoff team. You're probably going to be playing a wild card game, maybe not getting the bye. So that was Tank Lawrence. And then you had Emmitt Smith unloading on everybody. Emmitt's going to sit down with us live at 9:15 this morning in the number 1 air hot seat. Listen to Emmitt on with CBS Sports Radio, asked why Mike McCarthy came back.
Our team just seems to be lost. I mean, I cannot put my finger on why it looks so bad.
So if that's the case, why is Dallas bringing back Mike McCarthy next year?
Because I'm not a GM. And to be honest with you, I thought that move would have been made because of how bad it looked. I think our team and organization right now give the appearance of becoming a great organization and being a great team, and they sell everybody on it every year, and selling people on it and getting the ratings around it is something that's important. But I think there are things that are much more important than all of the hype. I've never known the Cowboys organization to be a hype organization.
What?
But I think when you look at our teams, we make the playoff. We look like we're capable of going all the way, but we don't. For some odd reason, I think that's a mental block. I think it's part of preparations of players not meeting the challenge and the expectations of becoming great and establishing your dominance as an individual player or as a group of men. And I don't see that consistently from our team and our organization.
Here's what I love about this offseason so far, and I don't love a lot of it except for Mike Zimmer. Everyone is officially fed up.
Yeah.
Everyone's fed up. Us, fans, and now all the former players are lashing out. Michael Irvin, Moose with us. When we got done that Moose interview yesterday, I said, whoa, he kind of came strong. He went at the organization. Darren Woodson saying that Mike Zimmer needs to come in here and kick some people's asses. And then Emmitt Smith, preach 22. Everyone is sick of it.
I love hearing the guys from the 90s team talk about this team, because when they see them, you can see it on their face. You can ask Nate Newton, who does stuff at DallasCowboys.com. Anytime you see him talk about this team at the end of the season, how things, he's like physically disgusted, like knowing the teams that he was on and the way that they competed. He'll say it all the time. He's like, we don't have any glass eaters. We don't have any guys who will kick your ass. We don't have any like guys who are tough, who you're intimidated by. And I think that is something that, because of those guys and how hard they had to fight to keep up with San Francisco for 4 years and what they had to go through to get through the NFC every year, I think they're really turned off and disgusted by a Cowboys team that has it all in front of them and does not have this just incredibly difficult path, and they still can't get by it.
This is the one that hurts like the most. Like the Emmitt is the he is the most revered of the 90s players. You know, like Aikman is and Irvin are more in the spotlight now because of their jobs. Emmitt's not. But if you were to go ask anybody like that was a fan of that team, like who was the catalyst, who was the best player on that team, they would say Emmitt, right? Like, you know, Irvin had the emotional leadership, and Aikman was the quarterback. But you know, most people just kind of revere Emmitt more than anybody else. And for him to go out of pocket like this and speak like that, like if that doesn't get the Joneses, up, then nothing will, and it's not going to because nothing does.
Right.
And you can point right to the Mike Zimmer hire. Like they did the same thing they always do. Now, was it a good hire? Probably, but they just weren't comfortable. They only hired Mike Zimmer because they knew him. That's the only reason. Had nothing to do with anything else. We know Mike.
I'd like to share an adjusted version of a famous quote from 635 highway builder Lyndon Baines Johnson.
I don't think he built the highway.
I think he did. That's why they named it after him.
I don't think he...
I think they did. That's why they named it after him.
Tom Landry get out there on his hands and knees and put those reflectors in the middle of the highway? Is he responsible for the construction on 30? Because if he is, he can go screw himself.
He once
He should have been fired earlier.
he's going to turn from the Bass family to Lyndon Johnson. Lyndon Johnson once said, if I've lost Walter Cronkite, I've lost America. If you've lost Emmitt Smith, you've lost Cowboys fans.
Wow, what an Inside the Star here. Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station. How happy is Luka, and what's the next move for the Mavericks? We have the answers to both after NBA trade deadline day, and y'all want to get rid of the man who just finished second in the MVP voting? You really want to do that after last night? We'll talk about it after this. But
105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Have been able to hang in here. Doncic splits the double, kicks it. Green in the corner, and he's fouled, and it goes.
I was planning on just goofing off today, but so much freaking news taking place. Mavs beating the depleted New York Knicks because of the NBA trade deadline, and they made a couple of moves themselves. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on throughout our Radio Row week here in Vegas and watching, especially on YouTube and Twitch. Sean Schlereth, Ralph James, and Roberto Belt. So the Dallas Mavericks, I'm going to give you Twitter reaction to the deals that they made, getting rid of Grant Williams, not trading Josh Green, and getting P.J. Washington along with the big man, Daniel Gafford from the Washington Wizards. All things Mavs. Dallas has traded 2 players that did not touch the court and one that was becoming unplayable for a starting caliber power forward and an elite lob threat, rim protecting backup center. Mavericks, who have averaged 11 points a game, 8 boards, 2 blocks, and 1 steal in a season of franchise history, Daniel Gafford. That's it.
Boom.
And then you have P.J. Washington, who is a scorer, someone that can create his own shot. So now you look at, and by the way, Woj reported like Luka was very enthusiastic about this. Quote, I was told that Doncic was very excited about the idea of landing PJ. I think that was a little bit of a motivating factor, that he was excited about the possibility of getting him at this deadline to add him to this team in order to make a run. So now you're looking at the depth chart of Luka, Hardy, Kyrie, Hardaway, Exum, Green, Jones Jr., PJ, Maxey, Lively, Gafford, Powell. There you go.
It is a passable rotation. It genuinely is. I don't see how there's any way to I feel like if you're upset by the moves that were made yesterday, you're just like, meh. Like, I feel like there's a little bit of like, okay, well, you're going to be unhappy about anything they do short of like going and getting a Dame Lillard trade. And I'm sorry, that's not going to be the case. But when you look at how much this team has fallen apart defensively every time Derek Lively is out, then you need somebody like Daniel Gafford. Right. When you look at Grant Williams being a black hole and to go, okay, well, here, you know what? We're going to put somebody in here, P.J. Washington, who is the same type of player who we wanted all along and is actually performing this year. There's no way to spin this other than the Mavericks got better yesterday. Like, I think they did get not like leaps and bounds better, but what they are now is that you're looking at a team that, especially if Josh Green can continue to play the way he has over the last 2 weeks or so, you're looking at a team that is genuinely improved and can win a playoff series.
Look, they're better from the Gafford situation, that when Lively's off the floor, they still can maintain a big who can play defense, protect get rebounds, protect the rim. PJ is better than Grant, but it's like if Grant was a 4, he's a 5. Like, on the scale of 1 to 10. It's not like it's not so much better where it's like, oh my God, we're going to see this. Most of their player efficiency ratings are about the same for the year. They're both not great. Grant was not very good, and PJ's a little bit better than not very good.
No, PJ's a good player. He's not.
All right,
great,
well, the numbers don't say
player.
that. Yes.
Break down.
Break
down per for me.
I don't know the formula.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
so we can't just blindly lean on that.
I can't tell you. Honestly, I could not even tell you how to calculate ERA in terms of the formula and how to do it. It's very simple.
ERA?
Yeah, I don't do math, man. It's very, very simple. That doesn't mean that you don't reference it. Okay, that's just dumb.
Grant was 8 points a game, PJ 13 points a game. I know what you're saying about efficiency stuff.
The PER was 9 to 8 or 10 to 9, something like that. Which is better. It's an upgrade. Do you want me to fall into one of the categories like, if you don't get Dame or somebody of that ilk, it's a failure? It's not a failure, but they're not closer to winning a championship because they're not winning a championship this year. All right? They're not winning, and we all can agree on that. They're not going to win the championship. They're not going to get beyond, at most, the second round. All right? So if you're not going to do that, what am I excited about? I'm excited that they're a little bit better. No, man, I'm not. I'm not excited they're a little bit better. They're not close to being good enough. So what is my excitement level? If you want me to be like a Mavs blue belly, blogging the Mavs or whatever the hell their stupid websites are, with those idiot fans that don't shut up on social media and kill you if you say anything bad about one of their beloved players. I mean, miss me with all that. Are they a good team? No. They're a team that is going to fight and scratch to be at best the 6th seed. How am I supposed to get all excited about that?
Better rebounder, P.J. Washington or Grant Williams?
Oh, we're going back to this.
No, I'm saying if you go through it, he's better at everything.
Yeah, okay. Again, I did not say he wasn't better. I said he's barely an upgrade.
Okay, but let's even just say barely an upgrade in just about every category. Grant Williams has been a better three-point shooter generally. But if you talk about barely an upgrade even still, and I don't think it's barely, but if you say barely an upgrade in each category, that comes together to be a significantly better player than what Grant Williams has been this year. Grant Williams has been awful.
I agree with both of you. I agree with Bobby from the standpoint of PJ is definitely better than Grant Williams. I agree with Choppy on the grand scale of this not making you anything serious. Selfishly, I am excited might be too strong. I'm looking forward to the second half of the Mavs season now with something different. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. I want to turn on the game, and I want to see a new player, and I want to see how he fits, and two new players.
It was an untenable situation they were in before.
Yeah, I was tired of watching them.
Try something new.
I was already tired of watching them. It was like Luka historic, Kyrie when he plays, otherwise is Lively's nose broken or not. Yeah. And I want a reason to watch this. This is God's honest truth. I'm giving you the real. I want a reason to be interested and intrigued in the second half. I am now, at least until I get bored, and they're the same old Mavs. But I agree with you overall for the grand scale of things. Are they, when you say closer to a championship, that's very triggering. Are they a better team? Yes, they should be a better team if you would want to rephrase it like that. So
yeah, they're a better basketball team. They're a better basketball team that is today no closer to winning a championship, and that's okay. That wasn't their.
Well, technically, they're closer. See, it's the way you phrase it. Technically, if they're better, then you're technically closer.
Did you think this team could win?
You know what I mean? I'm being a jackass. But they moved. Did they move in the right or wrong direction? If you moved in the right direction, then you're technically a little closer.
Here's the thing:
Fair.
They've got a significantly better chance of winning a playoff series now. That is the case. And so just by that, you are absolutely closer.
That's an interesting statement. That's a statement to debate.
There are a handful of teams that are able to win the championship, and then there are the rest of them that are not.
Did you think they were capable of getting to the West Finals when they did a couple years ago? I don't think any of us
absolutely
did.
Not.
It was a fluke run.
Yes.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that when you've got two stars like that and you do build a solid rotation of role players, you do have the ability to go on those kind of fluke runs.
Look,
they had no chance of even a fluke run before yesterday.
I agree. Listen, you have to. They had to do something. What they had was not going to work. It was not going to work. It was a disaster waiting to happen. So from that standpoint, it's good. But if I'm looking at this from a fan perspective, what am I really rooting for here? They're not going to win the championship either way now, still. So, yeah, is it good that they got better? Absolutely. Are they really a threat? No, they're not. So, my excitement level is oh, man, it's not like I sit there. I cannot wait to watch the next Mavs game. I can't wait to sit there and take notes on the next Mavs game. We're not there.
Here is Nico on what PJ and Gafford bring to their new squads.
Yeah, I think if you look at PJ, the biggest thing about him is he can score. I mean, I think a couple weeks ago he might have had 40 points or something like that. He can 43. He can get high, he can shoot, he can create. So it's just versatility, but also rim protection.
Turn this off.
block shots.
Look, you've done great work this week. I don't know who sent that audio, Pepe, but let's not get it in front of a generator next time that I want from Mr. Electric.
Here's one of the things I'll look at is that when they made the Kyrie trade last year, remember what he was talking about? They were 4th in the West at the time. Like, we all thought like the Kyrie trade put them in position to make a move. They are 2 games better right now than they were at the same time last year. So I'm saying that small improvements to a team that is better than the one at the same point last year that we had said when they acquired Kyrie, this might give them a chance to push over the edge. I just think that they do have – I don't think there's really any debating that they've got a better shot right now to make at least a deeper push into the postseason than they did 2 days ago.
And it sounds like more could be coming as Shams reports that the Mavs are expected to pursue Spencer Dinwiddie in the buyout market. The Lakers were mentioned. I think he threw in Milwaukee, but he definitely said the Mavericks expected to pursue Spencer Dinwiddie for a little bit more scoring punch.
Look, he has been pretty awful. We were talking about that the other day. He's been pretty awful in Brooklyn. But look, NBA, I feel like more than any other, when you talk about the other professional leagues, I feel like NBA is such a how comfortable are you where you're at? Like how I feel like that can make such a net positive impact that if he wants to come here, I bet he'd play better here than he did in Brooklyn. So sure, add him to the rotation.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. Our guest of the week, Mark Schlereth, will be on at 7:20 as he's making his entrance here into Radio Row. But here's a guy we grew up on, NFL films, X's and O's. ESPN analyst Merrill Hodge on how to fix the Cowboys and everything else. If you're an NFL lover, we may get into a little analytics debate as well for the second time this week with Merrill Hodge next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with
one of the things that we in Dallas, I think from an analyst and a fan perspective, one of the things that gets talked about a lot with this Cowboys team is they're very finesse, and they've been very finesse for a couple of years now, offensively and defensively. Like pin your ears back and rush and play super fast and attack, and on offense, let's push the ball down the field and do things like that. And we all kind of feel like they just lack that toughness and that physicality that seems necessary to win in January and win in February. As somebody who came from Pittsburgh and played in a very physical system, is there a lack of respect for those types of teams? Do you look at them and say, like, they can't compete come January? They don't have that physicality. They don't have that toughness, and that is a necessary component if you want to win a championship.
Well, I will tell you, listen, I've worked with a lot of great coaches. Jimmy Johnson would be one of them. We worked together one year during the draft. Marty Schottenheimer, Bill Parcells, John Gruden, and then I played for Chuck Noll and Bill Cowher. So I've played for and worked with some of the greatest minds in the history of our game. If you pin them down to what is one of the most critical components to winning successfully in the National Football League, and it still exists today, is that you have to control the tempo of a game. How do you control the tempo of a game? Two ways. You stop somebody's ability to run the football. Now that neutralizes one phase of their offense, and now it makes it easier to defend. Mm-hmm. And then if we can establish a running attack rather than as a power attack, which I would favor. Okay, why are the Ravens always in it? Even though, Lamar they forced him to play quarterback in that game, and he struggled with that. But up to that point, nobody could control the tempo when you played the Ravens.
Yeah.
They controlled the tempo until Kansas City controlled the tempo. One of the best ways now, if you tour have that discussion with all those people I just talked about, I think most of them would lead to a power-type running attack to control the tempo of the game. That would be their favor in their running game. Having a perimeter type of running game doesn't mean you can't have a physical presence, because Ron Earhart, one of our offensive coordinators who won the Super Bowl when they beat the Buffalo Bills, he was offensive coordinator for Bill Parcells, was our offensive coordinator when he came to Pittsburgh. And our predominant running game was the perimeter running game, but it was a power style of perimeter running. So what I'm getting at is, if you had to select a power running attack, if I was going to establish an offense, that's the first thing that I would put in. I'd put here's what we are going to do every Sunday. And people that do that, I played with coordinators. I played with Ron Earhart, Tom Moore. Tom Moore was my first offensive coordinator who orchestrated all of Peyton Manning's career. Even in Peyton Manning's career, they had a running game, but they have a unique quarterback that they could do some different things with. Like we used to joke all the time. I go, why don't we run an offense like that when we played? We didn't have Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
That's right. And that's what good coordinators do. You go to what you do well. Now, I think what the Cowboys did do, you did create a little more efficiency from your quarterback position. Now keep in mind, that's new learning for him, and I expect him to be a lot better this year than he was last year. To add a power type phase to their running attack, I would not. Listen, that wouldn't bother me at all if I was the Dallas Cowboys, because I think that would give me a lot better chance to play the teams like you're going to play in Washington, New York, and Philly.
Merrill Hodge here on 105.3 The Fan with all this talk about the run. I'm going to venture to guess that you're not the biggest analytics guy.
You're all right. There's actually one stat, and actually this is true.
Did you know that before you booked him, RJ? I know you wouldn't have booked him if he didn't love.
I'm not anti-analytics. I'm not the anti-analytics people.
Yes,
except
you are.
for Michael Lombardi.
Yes, you are.
This is true. That there's only one statistic, only one that matters, and you can't get it until the end of the game. But it is the greatest statistic for indicating wins and losses in the National Football League, and that is turnovers. There's nothing else that trumps that statistic, none. But you don't get it till after the game. So, how much they pull the guard, how much the tackle pull. I mean, all of that stuff is. Listen, I don't get. Well, here's what I use analytics for to support what I see on tape. Tape leads
Sure.
me to everything. Tape tells me everything. And, I could tell you how many runs they go to the strong side versus the weak side, how many times the guards, are they a pin and pull team? Are they a zone reading team? Are they a man blocking team? Are they a zone blocking? I don't need a statistic. Statistics don't tell me how good they are at it anyway. They don't. They're like, people use completion percentage for accuracy. That doesn't tell you anything. It tells you they completed the ball, period.
Right.
And when I see these tight window, I go, what's a tight window? What's that? Explain a tight window to me. And if somebody's wide open and that's a completion, to me, did he run after the catch? All these other things come into play that a statistic can't tell you. How is his pocket presence? Give me a statistic that tells me about pocket presence, how he feels, how he moves, slides, manages the pocket. There's no statistic that can tell you that. Tell me the statistic that's going to give me, is the guy tough?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me the statistic that tells me the guy plays smart. I don't want to test at the stupid combine. That's the dumbest thing. If anybody wants to destroy that, just to take the C.J. Stroud garbage that you did, and whatever team said, "Oh, he's not a smart player." Okay, he didn't play dumb. I never watched him on one game. Go, man, I question that guy's ability to process stuff. One of the smartest people I saw playing football. I don't care he did bad on a test. So he's not good on tests. Irrelevant to football. So
Right.
That's just how I look at statistics. I don't ignore them, but they do not drive me to my evaluation of a team or an individual player.
Merrill, give us your X's and O's kind of story on some of our defensive coordinator names to replace Dan Quinn. Mike Zimmer, Rex Ryan, Wink Martindale.
Yeah, well, listen, all three are unique and different. Now, as soon as I hear Rex Ryan, I think of his dad, because I played against his dad when he was with Houston Oilers, and he did some of the most bizarre, crazy things. We actually in practice on a Thursday, and this one I think they had about 5 first-round draft picks for the Houston Oilers, and they were all on the defensive linemen, and they would play all 5 of them.
Wow.
And what they would do is they would line them up. They wouldn't go 5 head up. Sometimes they would do, but sometimes they'd start at one guard and they'd have 2 guys outside the tackle. Okay, so we actually in practice, and since I was our third down back too, we would literally talk about that like this. My coach would talk to me about, I just can't tell you exactly what they're going to do. You just got to adjust to it.
Yeah.
That's how we would go into his game plan. He would do some things that would be like unsound, but they would do it in such a reckless fashion, and they would do it in a way that you'd miss the guy that they didn't account for. Okay, so in our second time, that's why within the division, we started to figure him out, and we had some answers for the mysteries.
Right.
But that's when I think about Rex Ryan. There's some wildness to it. He's a lot like his dad.
Yeah.
Okay, so he has that. Now they're going to come after you, though. You better be prepared. It is not going to be, after the 50, they're going to come at you. You never know when they're going to come at, and you don't know what they're coming at you with. Who did you have in there?
Mike Zimmer.
Okay, Zimmer. Mike Zimmer. I've always loved Mike Zimmer. From he's an A-gap pressure guy, and he does so many things off of that. And I think he is one of the best in football. Period for 20, 30 years of doing that. I think he does a great job, and that's a stressful thing. And you challenge your players; they got to be really buttoned up and to be sound to adjust. We all see it the same way. Because if you're the guard and it's in the A gap, I know you're going to take that, and then I'm going to reach the other guy on the outside or whatever the rule is. I can't have you and me blocking the same guy, which that's what he does. He challenges that everybody's going to see it the same way. All we need is one guy to see it wrong, and he challenges that. So I love that aspect of him. And the third guy was
Wink.
Wink. Well, Wink has always been, all these guys demonstrate pressure. Wink has been, he's going to create all kinds of devices and phases and ways to look. What's the best one? Well, what's his name? Zimmer's been there before.
13 years, I think.
Zim,
was it 13
I think
or
he
7?
I think he went from there to Cincinnati, didn't he?
He did Cincinnati, right?
He was the coordinator for 7 years here. He coached here for 13.
Yeah. So they have a good feel for him. Then the people that you have, I don't know. I don't think Zimmer might be from my perspective, a better fit for what Dallas needs.
So do you would hire based on the personnel you have as opposed to just hiring the coach that you think?
Well, in each one of those guys, that's why I like Zim, because I think Zim might be the best to adjust. See, here's what makes a really good coach. Okay, you have a philosophy. I do A, but I come in and I look and I'm like, oh, you got B and C. But I'm going to adjust to B and C, and we're going to create a blend here. And I'm not going to say, oh, you do this because this is my system and it's one. You look at, and I think all the guys do that fairly well. I know Zim a little more in depth with how he will take his philosophy and adjust it to your personnel.
Merrill Hodge sitting down with us here, former NFL player, analyst we grew up on the home of the Cowboys. How shocked are you that Belichick is not coaching?
I am not. And I don't think that what we don't know about the Belichick is the times that he was just like, you know what, it just doesn't fit me. I don't have enough time. Now, listen, if you're going to look at here's where I think a lot of organizations make mistakes is you come in and you're rebooting every 2 years. Do you know how hard it is? I don't care what business you're running. Every time you're rebooting 2 or 3 years later, you cannot be successful because you're rebooting all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
And I just think that both sides have to look at can he run a good 5-10 year window for me? And you got to think strongly about that. And that's probably a no. Does he have a quarterback that he thinks that he can
The answer
work
to
with
that's
right away?
probably a no because of his age?
I think because of his age.
Okay.
Yeah. I just think that you have to consider that. It's like, boy, does he got 10 in him?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to give him the time to build, and that's what it's going to take.
Do you agree with the stylistic concerns of too rough and gruff for today's NFL, the personnel drafting concerns that are out there of him?
Well, when I think what Bill Parcells has done a pretty good job of overall, where a lot of teams don't, is Bill Belichick, sorry. Even Bill Parcells would do this, but Bill Belichick is when they make a mistake. This is one of the biggest mistakes that all organizations make. Let's say you draft a first rounder. Your second year, we made a mistake.
Yep.
Okay. You don't say we made a mistake and get rid of him. You're like, let's hang on to him one more year. And then, then you're in your fourth year. And I'm like, why did I do that? Because what are you telling your team? Okay, I want the best of you. You give me the best. And I'm not going to give the best back to you. I'm not going to put the best player out there. I'm using a guy that's killing us. And almost every team does that. I would say Bill Belichick, for the most part, was probably one of the best. After 2 years, get rid of him.
Have you dinged?
If he wasn't the guy,
have you dinged him as his legacy post Brady? Like it's all Tom.
No, listen, because I know the value of coaching, and I know the value of good players too, and that was a great mix for a long time. And I'm not going to upgrade one or downgrade the other. Bill Belichick, and listen, this comes from a guy who played for Chuck Noll, one of the greatest, a Mount Rushmore in the National Football League. That would hard for me to say there was somebody better. The reason I would say Bill Belichick was better than Chuck Noll. Chuck Noll resigned because he did not want to play the environment of free agency. Like I asked him, the last game at Three Rivers, we were standing there. The Washington Redskins came in to play last game, and I said, "Do you miss it?" And he turned to me and he said, "I'm not a recruiter." And that hit it. I was like, he wasn't going to play the free agency role. He wasn't going to go out. He wanted to build via the draft. Okay, the only reason I share that, Bill Belichick has won Super Bowls and won in both those environments. I can't even tell you how hard. And if you backed up and said, "Can anybody do that?" I'm like, no. Because why the environment and adjusting that has to take place, and he did it. And the way he's done it is, I think, is extraordinary, and nobody's ever done that in the history of our game. I may never do it ever again, just because of his longevity.
What do you think of McCarthy?
I've always liked him. Liked him when he was in Green Bay. Now, I don't know how he is. I like his overall, how he runs offense, how he's run a team. Listen, he's taken a team to a Super Bowl. So it isn't like he hasn't won there. I don't know what he is truly like, in the rough times. I don't know that. He seems like he's stable, though. And what I know of him, and I've met him several times, and I've talked to him, I think he has structure and stability, which you need, not when it's good, when it's bad.
Merrill Hodge here in the A#1 Air hot seat. Talk to us about what you're doing with PN Medical.
Well, it's actually Breather Fit. Now, did you know once you get to age 30, your respiratory system starts to decline if you don't do any cardio. Okay, now this would mean nothing to me because I've been doing cardio, I've been training my whole life, but I had open heart surgery. Before I could leave the hospital, I had to strengthen my respiratory system, I had to strengthen my lungs. So I'm like, oh, wait a minute, they had my attention. I'm like, what do you mean? I didn't realize your respiratory system and your heart are separate. They just work together. I didn't know you could train your respiratory system in a way to help you breathe better. So think if you don't do any cardio, by age 30, you start to slowly decline. So that means less oxygen going through your brain efficiently every day. Well, oxygen is a vital component to overall health. We may not think it like that. And the ability to breathe, and the easier that you breathe, the healthier you will be. So I was like, well, I've done open heart surgery. I've experienced it getting out of a hospital. I'm like, I'm going to put it to the test. And so this happened on accident. I go on a trip where all I did was lift and stretch. I didn't really do much cardio. I come back 10 days later, and I start my cardio back up, and I'm like, but I kept the breather with me. So I did it twice a day. It takes about 5 minutes. You can do it anywhere, sitting. It's not complicated. You don't got to go to the gym. You've got to drive. But I stayed working on that. And so when I went to start working, I could tell, looking at my heart, that it had been off for 2 weeks. You know, my heart rate was getting a little higher quicker than it normally would. But my ability to breathe was easier. And I was like, holy cow. There's so much. I mean, so you wouldn't think much of it, that your respiratory system can be trained. So let's say you're not doing anything cardiovascular-wise, anything physical-wise. It would be a great way to start, just to improve your overall breathing ability and capacity. And then hopefully that would spark you to maybe do a little more to invest in your health. And here's the worst-case scenario you get. You get a healthier, happier life out of it. So it's like this. It was a win-win, and I'd never thought of it. I'd love to learn about health and fitness and how can we improve our health and fitness, and it's a great way to start it out, and it's a few minutes a day, and the value in strengthening your respiratory system makes life better for you. So I encourage you. You actually go to breatherfit.com. That will help you with what we're talking about, and look into it and see if it's something you might want to try.
Hey, I used to love Fuddruckers. Lamar Jackson wins the MVP. No surprise there. Offensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey. Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett. Offensive Rookie of the Year, C.J. Stroud. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson. Coach of the Year, Kevin Stefanski. Comeback Player of the Year, man, Shereen Williams was on fire. I want to get her on this morning at 8 o'clock to talk about Darren Woodson Hall of Fame. Comeback Player of the Year, Joe Flacco wins it over DeMar Hamlin. So let's pick apart these awards if you have any issues, and then I'm going to ask if any Tolos want to hesitate on kicking Dak Prescott out of town after last night.
Well, real quick on the DeMar Hamlin, he had more first-place votes than Joe Flacco, almost double. He had 21 first-place votes. Flacco only had 13.
Then how the hell did Joe Flacco win?
Flacco had 26 second-place votes. DeMar only had 7. A bunch of people left DeMar off their ballot. That's what it was. They left him off their ballot. So it was a pretty close total, 151 points to 140.
I don't have a problem with it. Like, Joe Flacco had a... Look, if you want to make it symbolic or you want to make it with actual play, fine. Do whatever you want. I'm not going to fight you on either one. Joe Flacco, this was a storybook.
Yeah, I mean, DeMar Hamlin was inactive for, a portion of the season. He was inactive there. But, look, it doesn't mean that this isn't a shot at DeMar Hamlin. Like, Joe Flacco had a better year. Like, he had a great year, on the football field. But DeMar Hamlin obviously came back from the bigger injury, if you want to call it that. And my issue is not that they voted Joe Flacco. It's just there's an inconsistency with the award. Some years it's who came back from the more harsh injury.
Right.
Other years it's who played better.
Yes, because
and that's my problem. With it.
It's been very inconsistent to me. Like, I hate all right, one year it's Alex Smith because if Alex Smith just took a snap, you knew
Teddy
he was going to win it.
Like, he almost died.
Teddy Bridgewater
almost lost his leg.
Same sort of thing.
If someone doesn't have the Flacco type year, then I'll give it to Alex Smith and DeMar Hamlin. If they don't have that,
half a year though. It wasn't
What's
even,
that?
It was half a year though. It wasn't even a full year.
So who would you have given it to?
Probably Hamlin, just for consistency, the way they've done in the past. Like, I thought it was done when Burrow won it, not just because he won it over Dak, but because it's like it was essentially his rookie year. Like he got hurt his rookie year, so what was he? There wasn't really a comeback.
By the way,
a debut.
Add this to our future debates and arguments, which I think you guys reference a lot for the MVP, who it goes to. Michael Gelkin. This was the 7th straight season a quarterback for a number 1 playoff seed got the MVP. 7th straight year. So look for the 1 seed and look for the quarterback. Brady, Mahomes, Lamar, Rodgers, Mahomes, Lamar.
Yeah, and now it's 16 of the last 17. It's come from the 1 or the 2 seed as a quarterback, if you're the quarterback that wins it. So you could say it's 17 straight years now where the winner has gotten a bye in the first round.
So a couple of weeks ago, I took a lot of crap from the Tolos for saying that I have never seen an MVP candidate as disrespected as Dak Prescott. It's like no one cared or realized that he was going to finish 2nd or 3rd in the MVP.
Big Dak homer over here.
Well, guess what? Dak finished 2nd last night.
Ooh.
Dak finished 2nd in the MVP. Have we ever had someone finish 2 or 3 that the fan base wanted to kick out of town to this degree? I'll ask it again now that I have my 2nd place MVP vote behind my argument on the TrentRed.com text line at 877-881-1053. Ralph James?
I mean, I can't think of off the top of my head somebody who has been wanting to get kicked out of town. And there's been guys that
Romo, maybe? Oh, Romo never finished second.
He never finished second.
Sorry.
I don't even. I'm trying to think of
You'd think he would the way people talk about him.
Yeah.
Some. Some.
He was 50-50 hate too.
There was quite a bit. I mean, they called him a choker.
Sure.
A lot of the same things you say about Dak, they call it about Romo.
Yeah.
I read Todd Archer's article.
But
he crapped on it.
Yeah, I mean,
I did not.
Generally, if you
either way, what I'm trying to get to is
years and stuff.
What I'm trying to get to is
spoiled.
Does last night mean anything? The fact that now it's on paper, 2nd in the MVP. I'm guessing it's not going to change your mind about the quarterback position here.
I don't think many people have their mind changed. Your mind's made up generally. I mean, Derek Carr finished 3rd in the MVP. Carson Wentz finished 2nd. Jalen Hurts finished 2nd. There's a lot of guys that have finished in the top 3 of the MVP voting. That I think Chad Pennington finished 2nd. You can have that year. It's the guys that finish every year consistently in the top 3.
Okay.
That those are the ones that are game changers. But I mean, anybody who finished in the top 3 of the MVP over an extended period of time, they all had to do it one time to start with.
Yeah.
Right? So this is his one time to start with, maybe. It could be the one time, or it could be the one-off.
Emmitt Smith is going to join us at 9:15 this morning live on the home of the Cowboys. But yesterday on CBS Sports Radio, he talked about why Dak struggles in big games.
I think it's preparation. I mean, some things I can only point to one game, and this to me sums it up for me. This sums it up for me. We're playing Detroit in Dallas, and it's a heck of a game. We actually take the lead. Detroit is driving to try to come down the score and get the lead back. We pick the ball off, and it's about 3 minutes left, and I think they almost are out of timeouts. If not out of timeouts, they will be. All we have to do is just milk the clock. And we get the pick. So we go 1, 2, 3, get the first down, and all we have to do is milk the clock. Instead, guess what? We throw the ball 3 straight times. How smart is that? That is absolutely hideous. All you have to do is just run the rock or take a knee. I don't care. But then when you throw the ball the 3rd time, and the quarterback throw the ball out of bounds to stop the clock, it doesn't even take a sack. So that says to me, either he was not prepared properly or he forgot he was playing the game.
Man, I love how on fire Emmitt Smith. Well, he's pissed.
9:15 is going to be great.
These players are fed up. They're done with it. But we heard Merrill Hodge talk about he wanted to say the yips. Everyone's always scared to say the yips. I get it. He wanted to say Dak has the yips. And there you talk about Emmitt Smith with preparation in terms of big games. So that's where we stand with it.
Which, by the way, I will say that one of the things that consistently, if you hear people talk about Dak,
he prepares.
They say that that's one of the things he does really well. So I don't know how valid that criticism is.
Right. I agree with what you said. All right.
Thank you.
NFL Hall of Fame class 2024 does not have Darren Woodson. Andre Johnson, Julius Peppers, Dwight Freeney headline the class.
the Torrey Holt, Darren Woodson disrespect is kind of making a joke out of this whole thing to me. It used to be that it felt like baseball writers were kind of the pettiest ones in terms of the way that they did things of like, well, you must wait. But recently with the DeMarcus Ware, gotta wait a year, DeMarcus. Sorry, you can't go in there first ballot. Some of the stuff they've done to, Darren Woodson recently, the fact that Torrey Holt's been waiting around for 15 years or whatever the hell it is, the Pro Football Hall of Fame voting process has become a bit of a joke to me.
Well, and the process bothers me too. Like at least in baseball, like and they should all make it no longer anonymous. You should have to announce who you're voting for. With baseball, they got like 400 writers. Maybe they have too many, but at least everyone's vote counts the same. In the NFL, you've got a committee where you kind of do this under the table secret ballots thing in the room, and it's a committee that does it instead of each individual where you just tally up the votes and everything. It's very, very odd. And then you got guys presenting players using their own biases. Oh, I didn't like this, didn't like that, and then you never know if they're going to take off the field into account or not, because they always try to do that. It's just it's a wild process, and I'm with you, Bobby. The Darren Woodson disrespect. The Torrey Holt, I have no problem with Dwight Freeney going in. I have no problem with Andre Johnson being a Hall of Famer either. But forget Torrey. Where's Reggie Wayne? He has just as much of a case as Torrey Holt and Andre Johnson do.
I've told this story before, I think, on the air. I know I've told it behind the scenes, but I think I told it on the air too. That apparently about 6 years ago at Super Bowl, Mike Zimmer ran into Darren Woodson and apologized to him. And he was like, "You were too good."
Is that what you want? You want a DC who has to apologize to his players?
Soft.
I thought put him in a position to succeed, make the Hall of Fame.
He said you were too good at everything. We had to play you at linebacker. We had to play you at nickel corner. We had to play you at safety. And he's like, we took you away from just standing at safety and collecting stats.
I just went over to Mark Schlereth in the commercial break. I said, "You think Darren Woodson is a Hall of Famer? You think he's getting robbed?" And he comes at a lot. I want to set up a weekly with him.
He's so good.
I want to set up a weekly with him. The interview of the week's coming up with Schlereth at 7:20 this morning.
We'll teach him math while we do it.
He just comes at things from different angles, and he said he didn't really take it to Darren, the talent. He said that Darren was, ahead of his time in terms of playing nickel. That they weren't throwing that your safety was definitely not going to play as a corner.
Nate Newton gets angry about this because he goes,
Yes.
Darren Woodson changed the safety position.
Yeah.
He's like, the way people play safeties now is because of Darren Woodson.
Yeah, and that, you didn't have to throw all your little guys on the field and get taken advantage of because you keep your safety out there who was playing nickel. And Schlereth said in today's game, no doubt about it, the nickel spot, in his opinion, is the toughest to play. And Darren Woodson was ahead of his time in doing it, not making it into Canton again. Sean Schlereth, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt here on DFW Sports Station. All right, I'm telling y'all, we've had some good interviews this week. It's not even close. This next one is incredible. We got trash talk. We got insight. We got everything with Super Bowl champion, NFL analyst Mark Schlereth during the Expressway right after this. And this... Nothing to do with him being a truck. Has nothing to do with him being an NFL player or the rings. You are a 3 o'clock brother out here working Radio Row, one of the only 4 shows, home of the Cowboys, joined by Mark Schlereth on 105.3 The Fan. You're right next to us in the morning, man.
Yeah.
Putting in the work, putting in the grind.
Yeah, always love coming out here. Love hooking up with you guys. Love talking to NFL. And I love talking about me. I am my favorite subject. And I've got a lot of Super Bowl records. You guys probably don't know about them, so I'm going to give these to you.
Please.
One, I think I'm the only guy ever to be on 3 of the top 19 Super Bowl teams in the history of the Super Bowl. I was on the 19th ranked team, the 97 Broncos, the 10th ranked team, the 98 Broncos, and the number 1 ranked Super Bowl team in history, the 91 Washington Redskins, the only team ever to be a top 5 offense, top 5 defense, and top 5 special teams. But it doesn't end there. I'm on the all Super Bowl team. And then on top of that, my number 1 scoregami is this. I'm the only guy in Super Bowl history, the only one in Super Bowl history to win the Super Bowl on his birthday, which the birthday corresponded with the number of the Super Bowl. So I won Super Bowl 32 on my 32nd birthday, and after that, you just quit celebrating birthdays. So, yeah.
That's by far the best one.
Now,
that is by far the best one.
Now, who ranked these Super Bowl teams?
This is the
that was ESPN last week.
This is the Aaron Schatz list.
But there's a lot of people that have ranked that Redskin team as the number 1 team in Super Bowl history.
Who was it that
beat you.
who was it that snapped that undefeated run in '91? Do you remember?
Oh yeah, I do. It was in our place. It was the Cowboys.
The
Dallas Cowboys.
Alvin Harper halftime Hail Mary catch.
Yeah, I think that was the last. No, you guys won a couple Super Bowls after that, but you haven't won one in how many?
Yeah, it's been a minute. Here's a good scoregami for you. Good Broncos scoregami. We found this out. There have only been 3 scoregamis in the history of the Super Bowl. They are all Broncos losses.
Really?
All 3 of them.
Wow.
55-10 to the 49ers, 39-20 to the Giants, and then the 43-8 to the Seahawks.
Whew. Good thing I wasn't a part of any of those.
That's right.
They were ugly.
They'd have been reversed.
There's 2 really ugly ones in there. My gosh.
So we are sitting here with our annual tradition of talking about other teams. Is there a mess in Denver? How bad is it? Because we had our Sean Payton white whale offseason where we're comparing Sean Payton and Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones' dream. Let's focus on someone else's mess right now, if it's a mess in Denver.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things, I think, in Denver where you need a veteran coach. You need a guy to come in and kind of yank a knot in a few chains. And, it just, like, there's a lot of things. Like, you go in, and I call a game in Denver, and I go into the cafeteria, because you have your meeting room with the team and the coaches and everything right off the cafeteria. So you're in the cafeteria, and there are non-essential personnel eating lunch in the players' cafeteria. And that may not sound like a big deal, but it's a big deal. You can't roll in there with no shirt on and with there's secretaries in there. So Sean Payton comes in and instantly, if you're not essential, if you're not part of the coaching staff or the players, you don't get to eat in our cafeteria. You just get to come down here with all your business buddies from upstairs in the office with a couple of clients like we're zoo animals.
Right.
Stuff like that matters, right? The culture of an organization matters. The culture of an organization, to me, it's like irrigation. Culture is not static. It is live. And irrigation, when you water things, and water will always follow the path of least resistance. And culture will do that as well. So it's got to be something that's been established, and it's got to be something that's been talked about. And one of the things I said about the Broncos over the last since they won the Super Bowl, in Super Bowl 50, is that a lot of these kids think they're working hard. They think they're studying. They think they're preparing hard. They have no clue what that means. They have no clue what it means to prepare and to practice and do study at a championship level. And until you get somebody in there that really understands that and they can implement that and essentially – they can lay down the law. Like I always say, there's 2 types of fear that are imperative in an organization. There's the biblical sense of fear, which means, when they say, hey, the fear of the Lord, that's not, oh, gosh, you're going to smite me. That is awesome reverence and respect. The other is you got to have straight up fear. That dude will cut me in a heartbeat, and there's nothing I can do about it. And I can't take the back staircase up to the owner's office and complain about it.
Yeah.
And I know as a player, man, we're children. Like, so if I know my head coach has been appointed but not empowered, what do I give a crap? Like, I don't care. Like, you cannot have your head coach finding out that you traded for Trey Lance when Trey Lance shows up in your locker room.
Right.
And there's a reason you don't win. There's a reason you don't win championships.
I was just everything that you just said. I wasn't going to take it to Jerry. Everything you said is what we feel like is kind of missing in Dallas, with a looseness, with whether it's McCarthy, Dan Quinn. I don't know. We're not in the building. You've been in the building, but when they play dumb and when there's stupid penalties and we have very little attention to detail in crucial killer moments, that's what I think of. Which I could be wrong when you talk about all that stuff, which is why I wanted like a hard ass to come in there and replace McCarthy, or whether it's Mike Zimmer on the defensive side or something like that. Does that all add up to you with the Cowboys?
Yeah, and like I always said, and I said this to my kid all the time, my son, when he was going into Major League Baseball, I go, talent is wasted on talented people. I'm not a big numbers guy, I'm not a big statistics guy or analytics guy. Like, math has never blocked anybody. Math has never made a tackle. I'm not into that. But I do have one scale that I created. It's called the BOO rating, BOO. That's balls over opponent. I want my team to have bigger balls than your team. And if you have bigger balls, then there's a great chance you're going to win. I don't care about the talent. I want dudes that are professional. I want guys, just because you play a pro sport doesn't make you a professional. I want professionals. I want guys that are committed, and that to me is what wins.
Mark Schlereth join us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, so there was a situation this year with Coach Payton and Russ on the sideline.
Yeah.
What did y'all make of that? They got into it. Like, Sean laid. Was it? I think
Sean got into it.
Was it the Indy game? Was it the Indy game?
I don't know what
it was. Detroit.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Detroit kid. He got into it.
Yeah.
Like, how did that go over? Because in today's athlete, I mean, you might lose a locker room.
Yeah, I mean, that's who Sean. Like, Sean is that way.
Yeah.
And it's the way I've always been coached. And I thought Russell Wilson cried on the inside a little bit, like a karate man. And so it made me feel really good because that's the way I was coached my whole life.
Yeah.
And that's part of it. And I think that's probably where their personalities clash to a degree. And ultimately, Russ, there's a lot of things that Russ doesn't do well. And I think that is a situation where it really frustrates Sean Payton. You've got to be able to throw with anticipation. You got to be able to throw guys open. You got to be able to get through a route progression. And you can't just take sacks. You can't just bail out of a pocket that's clean because you think you're going to make a bigger play somewhere else. And it's interesting. I was talking to Bruce Arians when he was coaching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Byron Leftwich. I said, what's the most amazing thing about coaching Tom Brady? And he said, if the first read in the progression is you're running curl flat, for instance, first read in the progression is the flat route. If it's open, Tom Brady will take it 100 out of 100 times without ever getting bored. And he'll put you in second down and 6-. And you're on schedule. And now your whole playbook is open. When you have a 3-step drop and you decide to bail out of the back of the pocket when the offensive tackle is set and short, and you take a sack for 7 yards and you're second down 17, you're an idiot. You're horrible. And that stuff pisses me off just talking about it, and it pisses Sean off, and it makes the offensive line look bad. And, you are trying to play a game where you should be on schedule. I always call it 70-30 rule to me. 70% of the time we need to be on schedule. 30% of the time, crap breaks down. And you got to go make a play, that's all right. But when you go off schedule without a reason for going off schedule, that puts us behind the 8 ball. And that's a horrible position to be in. And if you look at Russ over the course of his career, I guarantee you, when you assess sacks and whose fault it was, I guarantee you 40+% of the sacks that the Seahawks and the Broncos have given up were attributed to Russell Wilson. And that's not good enough. You're giving up 45 sacks a year in your offensive line. Everybody's talking about how bad they are. My ass. Your quarterback is bad. And those are the things that happen.
You used to work for our good buddy Armin Williams.
Yeah.
Crushing it in Denver. When you talk like this, and I have a feeling I know your answer, what type of feedback do you get from the team, the players, when you keep it real like this? Good or bad? Mostly bad feedback.
I don't care.
I knew that.
And I can back it up with film, and I'm a junkie. I watch a ton of film, and you can be mad at me for it. That's your prerogative, but as I always say, the truth hurts, and so I just look at it from that standpoint as it's honest. And here's the thing about me, like a lot of guys that are studio guys will say a lot of things that are outrageous that really don't have a lot of factual backing to it.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to face anybody. I have to walk into an organization. I ripped Washington for how they were calling plays, the way they were executing their plays, the lack of run game, and the next day I walked in, or the next 3 days later I walked into that facility, and I got some side eyes from some guys, and I'm like, come get a taste.
Right.
Like, we go watch the film. You guys suck.
Yeah.
And I'm not afraid to point it out. And so, and their offensive line coach actually pulled me aside.
And this was under what?
This was just last year.
Oh, last year.
Yeah, and they pulled me aside and I said, "Hey, dude, like, it's not my job to sugarcoat it. Like, I like you, but you guys are awful right now." And it's just stuff like that. But yeah, there's an integrity to doing what I do, and I don't make it up. And I'm not trying to. Hey, the truth is sensational enough, right? I don't try to sensationalize anything. I'm just telling you, what the film tells me.
What analysts, broadcasters, X's and O's guys do you like on TV?
There's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys that I like.
Media.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys. I like Orlovsky.
There you go, Bobby.
I like Dan. But there's some things, from a quarterback's perspective that I just don't buy. So there's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys. I actually love Romo at the end of a half or at the end of a game because I think he's great. Where I'm not great. I'm not great at the clock man because I just give me a play and give me a chance to diagnose a defense, right? So that wasn't my world. And so I really tune into Romo at the end of halves, and I'll go back and just listen to his end of the half and end of the fourth quarter because he's great at that stuff. So there's a lot of guys that I pick up bits and pieces from. But ultimately, you're very myopic in your view of what you played, the position you played. I always say you kind of watch the game through a straw hole. And it's important to expand your horizons and kind of get a better global perspective of the game, something I try to do all the time. But, I respect a lot of guys. I just know this. It's not easy. Playing is not easy, and I understand that. And so I try to celebrate the game as much as I possibly can celebrate the game.
I'm curious, when we talked earlier about, toughness, physicality, penalties, all these sorts of things. Here in Dallas, right after the Cowboys lost, we were talking a lot about, Mike McCarthy, you didn't have them prepared. Mike McCarthy, you didn't do this. Mike McCarthy did.
Yeah.
What do you think when it comes to those sorts of topics? Toughness, penalties, attention to detail. What do you think falls on the players to prepare themselves for rather than just, hey, you cannot put that on the coach? Those are the types of things that players have to have that accountability with each other.
Well, they do, and you have to have that kind of connection with the guys that you play with, that it's so important to you not to let them down. Part of it's coaching. You just can't parse it out and go, okay, he gets X amount of the blame and he gets X amount of the blame. It's one of those things, you're either coaching it or allowing it to happen. And so it's got to be emphasized. It's got to be, accepted. But your players ultimately are the guys who go out on the football field and have to execute, right? And so it's your job. I mean, nobody has ever paid a ticket to go watch a coach stand around his ass off on the sideline. Nobody. It's our team. And until you get that mentality of this is our team and they come to see us play, and it's our responsibility to digest what we've been coached to do and go out and execute and do it with intelligence and toughness, not only physicality, but toughness. It takes toughness to walk away from a penalty when you want haul off and and knock a guy out. It takes toughness to go, all right, I'm going to catalog that, and I'm going to get you in the 7 seconds I can get you, and there will be retribution. In my day, there was a lot of frontier justice that went on, and you had to be smart enough to go, I'll get him back. It may be 5 plays from now, but you'll get yours. And so, that's part of the game that I think that's on the players to go out and execute that.
We're talking with Mark Schlereth here. On that same subject, sort of, everybody obviously talks about head coach and the coaching staff. What they do Monday through Saturday is so big to the actual game plan and then execution on Sunday. With execution being a big part, where do you think the head coach is most felt on game day? Is it in the game management, the clock management? Is that the stuff where we're more going to go, hey, that's something that the coach has to be on top of?
Yeah, you got to be on game management, and I think analytics have ruined game management. Because I think so many guys now have somebody in their ear saying, hey, if we get into the 4th down and 4- situation, we got to go for it here. Well, you know what? Like, all of a sudden we're in 4th down and 4-, we haven't blocked the 3 technique all game long. What makes you think you're going to block them on 4th down now?
Right.
Right, but the analytics, the analytics guys don't know. Like, I had a coaching staff tell me, the analytic guy came down and said, hey, man, we're averaging a yard 0.2 more per carry running to the left than we are to the right, so we need to sit down and get 65% of our runs to the left-hand side to go, well, Aaron Donald lines up over there, dumbass. So guess what? We're going to run away from him. Thanks. Appreciate you. Right? So you get somebody in your ear telling you, we got to do this, we got to do that. Hey, listen, Dan Campbell, and I love Dan. Dan goes for it all the time, right? So, but that's not an excuse to go, well, he went for it all the time. Let's go for it on, well, this is the NFC Championship. There's 7 minutes and 3 seconds left, and you got a 4th down and 2, 46-yard field goal, kick it, make it a 3-score game, because what does that do for you? Like, okay, let me give you a couple scenarios, what that does for you from a game management standpoint. One, all right, we kick it, now we kick off. So we kick the field goal, guess what we do? We go to a TV timeout. Okay, we come back, we kick off. You know what we do? We go back to a TV timeout. That's how TV works. So now all of a sudden, you don't actually effectively touch the ball for however long that drive was. You're sitting out. Now you got 2 TV timeouts. It's another 4 minutes. You haven't touched the ball in 9 minutes as an offense.
At the tables, absolutely.
What'd you finish up?
Last night, up another 300.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
I checked it with Dawson.
With Dawson?
Yeah, with Dawson. Now, I got lucky, okay? This was not by the way, last night they upped the table limits, minimums, to 25 was the lowest you can get on there.
Wow.
And they had this one game where you could play, you throw $5 on it. It's like one of those little special games. They're generally terrible values. But if I had, let's say I had a 4 and a 5, and the dealer flipped over a 6 on her up card, I won $30. That happened. And I just did this randomly. I only did this like 3 times. The next time I did it, I had 2 3s. She flipped over a 3. That was $100.
What?
Because you're betting, and it's a very long shot odd. But it worked out for me a couple times. So up another 300 last night. So I'm going away up a little bit more than $500.
Congratulations!
Yeah, I needed it, baby.
Are you loving being out here? Like it's in your skin, it's
without
in your
question. This place is absolutely in my veins. It's like. This is, without question, I think, the best Super Bowl. It needs to be in Vegas every year. Forget all these other cities.
This will enter the rotation. Yeah. This will be every 5 years.
Nobody cares about look, New Orleans. I hate New Orleans. It's such a terrible city. Nobody cares.
They're next.
Nobody. They're next. I'm going to try to get out of it. I don't like. Look, they're
you and Bassick.
I love seafood. I'm out on the Gulf. Okay, I don't like the Gulf.
You don't like BP oil with your shrimp?
No, that's the that's the Group B of boarding of the oceans. All right, it's the pores. It's the pore ocean. I don't do
the Group B boarding.
Yeah,
hey, I'll tell you what though, I do love that this will be back-to-back Super Bowl cities where we can just walk the streets with drinks. Though.
Yeah, it's true.
That's going to be the
Get
big
you
positive.
a hurricane. One of those great hurricane drinks next year.
And then Ruben, undercover MVP, goes back to the same slot machine and wins again last night.
He keeps cleaning up. Like he's up. Yeah. What are you up? $1,200 for the trip?
How much did you win last night? $270.
Wow.
He is just eating.
Did you get your ears pierced? Oh,
wow.
boo!
What are we gonna do today? We got time.
So Ruben went back, won $300 more, and
I may have won. I don't remember what I did last night.
Yeah, Bobby. So Bobby blacked out Payton, and he got this Australian liquor that he started chugging during our little happy hour beforehand. Brought some down for all the rest of us to drink. It was this rum, and I could already tell I was going to be annoyed for our final dinner that I tried to put together at this Italian spot, Batista's, I believe, is what the Tolos.
Yep.
Some recommended it. Landry Locker. And then Bobby went in, and I almost, Payton, I swear I'm not lying, I almost choked him out.
God, you should have done it.
I should have done it at dinner.
It was a very serious moment where he was like, shut the F up. I'm literally about to punch you. If you keep this up, I'm going to hit you.
Well, Bobby, that was twice in the same day because you made him mad, I think, at the end of the show yesterday, too, right?
Yes, I did over the Merrill Hodge interview. I made him mad there. That was
nice, Bobby.
That was more a logistics thing, and we got over that pretty quick. We were past that 10 minutes later. But this one last night, Sean was like, there was a teetering point where it was like, if Bobby ratchets this up anymore, this will be a bad night.
I know this may be hard for some to believe. I don't like being in the middle of a scene. I don't like creating the scene. I don't want to be the distraction.
Observing the scene.
I want to go and enjoy. I love going out to dinner. You know, I want to soak it. I want everyone to be together. I want a good time. But Bobby was just, laying on the horn. That's what the equivalent was. This place, I got out my phone to play Maggiano's Spotify music because this place wasn't playing any music.
No atmosphere.
It wasn't lively. There was no atmosphere. It looked cool in there. Food was fine. All you could drink wine. And it was close to the hotel. So it was fine for what we needed, but I'm not going to be – I just need to be more selfish with these reservations and go with you.
We don't need other people.
You know, I was trying to be nice. You know, get Eric and get Zach, and I thought Corey and Carter and Ruben. They all ditched. So next time, I'm not worried about their pallets or the wallets, and we're going to go and do our own thing. And I was trying to make it a group thing, and I'm for damn sure not going to think about where Bobby can eat or not.
Yeah, no, we don't care about Bobby. We don't care about Kristen and her fake gluten thing.
I don't. Kristen would be lovely to have. I'm already picking out Kristen's next husband for when she dumps and divorces Bobby. Or something happens. I'm going to find her a nice young man.
I knew. Oh yeah, and I kept getting the hand on the knee last night and just squeezing my
Kyle
thigh. It's like quiet, Kyle. Quit.
And he was taking so all you can drink wine, right? It was like the little old school glasses. Payton.
Yeah, those are. I call those big shot glasses.
Big shot glasses.
Big shot glasses. The double shots.
And Pepe, he was shooting them.
He
wouldn't sip the wine. He had to be Mr. Tough Guy. And it was just eye rolls nonstop. He had to take shots of the red wine and impress all of us.
Just say it. It's homeschool behavior.
No, I really want to go to his next therapy session to talk about this. It's my number one issue with Bobby. It's my number one thing, but I want to get to the root of it. I don't want to talk about it too much right here on the radio. I really want to try to solve it and address it because it was on full display.
I knew how gone I was when I got up. I was like, I need to get some fresh air, and I walked away for about 2 minutes, and I came back, and I was like, I couldn't find outside. Like, I can't find where, and I was like, I'm not going to just stand here looking like an idiot. I couldn't find out where the door was.
Did you black out?
No, I remember that. There's pockets where I don't remember. Like, when you referenced earlier, full transparency, when you referenced earlier, hey, there was a fight last night over Devin Hester and Dante Hall. I was like, what did I say about that? I don't remember. And so when we got off, I was like, hey, did my opinion today match what I said last night? Yeah. I kept that, right?
You're doing phenomenal this morning. Yeah. I can't believe it.
Hey, you told me you thought I'd be the last one downstairs every day this week, and I've been the first one down every day this week.
You proved me wrong. You proved me wrong on that. I just wish you would do it for
like
things
Jake Plummer scheduling.
Actually
I won again.
Matter. I wish you'd do it for things that actually matter. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line, some of the craziness from Vegas last night. All right, apparently not everyone is loving what the Dallas Mavericks did. NBA trade deadline grades. I'm seeing some C's, I'm seeing some D's, and I'm not talking about breasts, okay?
I wasn't talking about breasts either.
Good gosh.
I mean, I love breasts.
You go.
One's wet and one's dry.
Good job, Payton. Way to save it.
Way to lead into Blue Chew.
Oh, no.
Oh, baby, here you go.
Buckle up.
Oh, baby. Sarah has no idea what's in store for her when I get home. I got the kids tonight, okay? We're going to get them some noise-canceling headphones. Men, with Valentine's Day right around the corner, you want to make sure you got the goods for your girl. Make it one she will remember, and this is not just to fix your ED, okay? If you want to last longer, be better, stand more at attention, this is your chance. Chewables from Blue Chew. Same active ingredient as those other pills, like the blue pill, only in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost. Give her exactly what she's looking for. This will make you a rock star, boys and girls, an absolute rock star. You may not have ED. It may not be a problem for you. This just makes you better. Do you think they took PEDs in baseball because they couldn't hit? No, they just wanted to hit better. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. It's an online prescription service. It will fix all your bedroom problems. No doctor visit, very discreet. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. First order's free. All you pay is $5 shipping. At BlueChew.com, promo code RJ, you get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
It's time to Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now the Knicks push again. Hart into Cleveland, who gets another block. Back and forth we go. Green going on top. Oh, okay. Wow, Josh Green flying high.
That was the call on TNT last night. You all are already fist pumping for the 8 o'clock hour. Here on Sean and RJ, we are live from Radio Row in Vegas for the final show, brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding and the Low T Center on DFW Sports Station. Mavs beat the Knicks, who were depleted with 7 players after their trade yesterday that all of New York is excited about, getting Bogdanovich. Luka goes off, gets that win at the Garden. But the Dallas Mavericks, they are active as well, as they add. Yesterday, at the end of our show, they go and get a big man from D.C. and Daniel Gafford. Mavericks, who have averaged 11, 8, 2 blocks, and a steal in a season of franchise history, it's just Daniel Gafford. That from Mavs Muse. And then the bigger name is P.J. Washington, as they give up the Grant Williams experiment, a first-round pick, and Seth Curry. So the Mavs add a big, and they get P.J. Washington as well. Adrian Wojnarowski reports Luka was very enthusiastic about P.J. There are rumors out there from Shams that they're looking to add Spencer Dinwiddie as well. Mavericks are the only team in the NBA this year with 4 players with a 40-plus point game this season on their team. Kyrie, Luka, P.J., and...
Did Hardaway have one?
Good job, Ralph James Choppy.
He had 30 like a bunch of nights lately.
Yeah.
Close to it.
So how is everyone else? Well, before we get to the grades, let's add one more thing. I mean, the Grant Williams thing is already done. It's over. That quick.
Yeah, it was quick.
Holy crap.
That's a
50
sign.
games.
Huh?
50 games. That was it.
Yeah.
What's the last big name signing in DFW that fizzled out this quick?
Ooh, if we're signing not a trade, because Rondo would be the one that jumps to mind as one that just like was over like that. Lamar Odom,
Roy Williams was quick. He didn't leave quickly, but we wanted him out quick.
Did Rondo or Lamar get this money? Grant's money blew both of them away. I have to go back
Lamar,
and look at the
they
deals.
were both trades. Lamar was an off-season trade. Rondo was a mid-season one. But they were, I mean, they both turned really quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the ones that stand out to me. I'm trying to think of,
because Brandon Carr was not this bad.
No.
He played.
Rafe was, I mean, he was just, that was they didn't sign him. It
But
was
a free agent
contract.
signing, with this much money, gone half a year, finished and over with. And Tim McMahon said this on his Brian Windhorst podcast.
Oh, well.
The Mavericks were determined to part ways with Grant Williams after he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Notably, he also switched his basketball sneakers from Luka's to Jason Tatum's signature shoes. Oh. Crossed up. Crossed Luka. Watch this chop. He's going to go off on
that is Jesus. That is just the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Who cares?
I mean,
there are people who have signature shoes that don't even wear their own shoe because they don't like them. Come on.
I get how it could seem a little like...
I love Rodrigo Tolo. You can't be a nuisance and also be a scrub. You got to pick one.
You got to pick one. There is no doubt.
972 hit it in DFW. Not Mavericks, but Pac-Man Jones. That one went quick. That was 6 games, something like that. That one happened really fast. Somebody else threw out Dennis Rodman, Darren Williams, a couple of those. So, but to me, I could see that being like a low key, because part of the reason why Grant Williams came here was his relationship with Luka. So, I would think that they wouldn't be so sensitive. Like if that were to happen and that were to be an indication to Luka that, hey, something's off, to me that wouldn't, there has to be more behind that Luka interpreted that as definitely like a move or a slight. Like there would have to be something else behind it because they had a good relationship before that.
They did.
Some people said Grant Williams like the nicest Maverick they ever covered, and then you get this from Grant Williams. From Tim McMahon saying he rubbed some people the wrong way.
That's that's obviously somebody in the organization telling him that. Is there a motive behind it? Like we see this with the Cowboys a lot, right? Like are they trying to create a narrative or whatever? Like because you don't usually see where people say, "Oh man, this is one of the nicest guys," because that has been his reputation. Is that he's like a sweetheart dude. And then for this to happen, it's like, okay, something doesn't add up.
Before we get to the trade grades around the NBA, here is Mavs. Actually, should I not play this, Payton? Will this still have the generator behind it?
No, I turned the generator off on this one. So
okay,
we're
good. Here's Nico saying we got our goals accomplished.
We had 3 goals coming in here. We wanted to get bigger. We wanted to add to our depth in the front court and then also get some scoring punch out in the front court. So those were our 3 goals, and we feel like they're going to accomplish those.
They did on paper.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't think there's much you can complain about with what they did yesterday because the draft pick that you're likely talking about that they gave up.
Well, Bassick, though, was talking about, right, if you get rid of this first-round pick, you are going to be empty.
They are. Yeah, that's true.
But, I mean, you're always going to be – it's a little bit like the Choppy's talked about this before with quarterbacks, where you get into the purgatory of not being bad enough to be at the top and not being good enough to contend or whatever else. They're kind of in this purgatory state right now. So to me it is build up as best you can the supporting cast around them and lean on Kyrie and Luka being superstars. That to me is probably going to be your best way moving forward. And that's exactly what P.J. Washington and Gafford add here.
Grades around the NBA for what the Mavericks did. Who wants to start off?
I see one here. Sporting News. Remember that magazine?
Yeah.
That used to be like it was the original ESPN. The magazine was bigger, but paper top instead of like the glossy magazine cover. Incomplete is the grade.
Oh.
And the write-up is they were one of the most aggressive teams at the deadline.
What a bold opinion.
Why write anything?
Why write anything?
Yeah, they had a lot of winners and losers, but they said it was incomplete because, well, I'll read it. Gafford and Washington are both good players, but not natural fits on the roster. Gafford is almost the same player as their current center, Derek Lively. Washington isn't much of an upgrade for Grant Williams. These could end up looking good in a year, or they could reflect desperation to keep Luka happy. The same can be said for last year's swap to bring in Kyrie.
Okay.
If continue to make big swings on high upside and high downside moves, none of this works. It'll be disastrous, mortgaging both the present and the future.
Okay.
If it hits, though, maybe Luka's happier.
All right, Sporting News. Hopefully you have the same fate as Sports Illustrated and you go bye-bye. If I have 2 Derek Lively's, I'm happy. Yeah. P.J. Washington, in my opinion, is definitely going to be better than Grant Williams. So incomplete, soft-ass take.
We do not, and we'll go to...
We don't fence ride.
No, we do not. We'll go to CBS Sports now. And by the way, Bossman Spittle just texted in the name that one of the people in the fan text sent it to. The answer on the quickest turn was Sean Avery with the Stars.
Oh, yeah.
They signed him to a 4-year deal. Big free agent acquisition. He was gone in 23 games. That was that one melted down fast.
Good call.
That's a good call there. Dallas Mavericks get a D+, according to CBS Sports.
Ooh.
And with a D+, they still start off the summary with, look, the Mavericks got better. There's no doubt about that. Okay, well, then it has to be at least a C. I'm sorry, regardless of what else you say.
I mean, D+ is an upgrade from an F.
That's improvement.
Yeah, it's improvement. It's passing.
They say that, P.J. Washington is the sort of burly forward that can shoot that they were hoping to land with Grant Williams over the summer. It was clear that Williams' fit wasn't working, so the Mavs upgraded with a slightly better player. But remember, Washington only got $3 million more annually on his new contract than Williams did. Both signed last offseason. The league viewed these players as reasonably similar 8 months ago. Now the difference is a lightly protected first-round pick. That doesn't seem right. So CBS Sports is giving it just kind of a mid-grade. They say Daniel Gafford immediately becomes one of the best backup centers in the league now that he'll be a reserve in Dallas. So I don't see how you come away with that because they gave up probably the 16th pick in the draft or something in a few years. That means that, that's a D+.
Sports Illustrated, C+. I understand this move for Dallas more than I celebrate it. I understand this more than I celebrate it. Interesting writing. Washington undoubtedly has a higher ceiling as an individual than Grant Williams. Better scorer, more versatile offensively. That's great! On the other hand, even though Williams very quickly fell out of favor, he was a better fit on paper. Isn't Williams the exact kind of player Dallas needed around Luka and Kyrie? A rugged defender who could guard multiple positions, knock down open threes, and has vast playoff experience. Washington has no postseason experience, and while he has potential defensively, he is not the pest on that end of the floor Williams is. A first-round pick is a somewhat steep price to pay for someone who seems like a slightly worse fit. How could you watch the first half of the Mavericks season and still talk about Grant Williams on paper versus what we actually saw? We have the evidence. We have the tape.
That's Sports Illustrated?
CBS.
Okay, so that,
that was Sports Illustrated.
Okay, so that's Chat GPT. They can't physically watch the games. It's their AI writers, and so they're just going based on what they think a human sounds like over there at Sports Illustrated. You want the Athletic review of the trade? They don't have a review for the Gaffer trade, but they do have the Grant Williams PJ Washington swap, and it looks pretty positive. It says this past summer, the Mavericks executed a sign and trade to acquire Williams on a 4-year, $53 million deal while giving up Reggie Bullock, first-round pick. Half a season later, he has moved on. By moving him in exchange for Washington, the Mavs hope they have improved their front court to a better complement for Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. Washington isn't burly like Williams, but he's sleek and capable of being more fluid on offense. They give this grade. They say this should be an upgrade for the Mavs, but it costs them a first-round pick to correct a questionable summer move. The grade is a B.
Hey, we got one. We got
one. And while we don't have any, I haven't seen the comments yet specifically. There is a lot of people chattering on Twitter that last night apparently Barkley was really in favor of what the Mavericks did. That Barkley thought they got a lot better.
Nice. All right. Well, I don't know.
So Barkley knows better than Chat GPT and Cody Benjamin over at CBS or whoever that was.
877-881-1053 is the Chartwork.com text line. Man, I got a lot of issues with this Kobe statue. Apparently, this was one of 3 that were getting unveiled, and I knew something was up when Vanessa Bryant stood up at the podium and she said, basically, Kobe chose this pose in case any of y'all have any S to say about it. So she knew
there would be talk.
And it's just Kobe basically standing there with, like, a finger in the air. Like, number one, does it say anything about Kobe that he chose his moment?
I don't care if he chose the pose. It's still a bad pose. It's still dumb.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
but does it say anything about him that he chose his defining moment as a statue to be the 81-point game? Nothing from a championship.
Yeah,
nothing from a shot. Nothing about his style. It's like, yeah, when I did 81, that's what I want it to be. But that was what a lot of people thought about Kobe, right? People conveniently, because he passed away tragically, want to be fake and pretend like they never criticized him for being an MJ copycat, want to be selfish, Shaq run off the team. They all forget about that stuff, right?
Yeah.
But there's nothing cool about that pose to me, but I can't come up with a signature Kobe pose.
There's I see a lot of I just did a Google image search of Kobe, right? A lot of it is like and I did think of this, the classic photo of like Kobe, like he's dribbling, he's driving, he's got his left arm out going around a defender. He's got his tongue kind of trying to do the MJ thing. That to me would be much better than this. This is nothing. This is just him holding up the number 1.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
Very
terrible. Yeah.
That's the Kobe pose I think of. That's the one that I think, and I think that's a good statue.
With the leather jacket.
He's got the jacket on, and he's holding the Larry O'Brien trophy, and he's kind of just,
I'm not sure I've ever seen that.
I would.
What?
I may have, and I just never resonated with me.
I would have done him standing on the table inside of Staples, maybe like this. Because that's kind of like a, heavenly type thing with the arms out extended like that. I would have maybe done that.
Or when he joined me on Mavs post game and he left his Gatorade bottle there, it could have been just the Gatorade bottle. That would have been another good statue.
I like this one. I think this should have been the statue, him looking like he's licking the trophy.
No, it would have been you with your tongue out.
Exactly. That's why I'm in favor of it.
He could have copied Michael again. All right. It's Sean and RJ live from Radio Row here on DFW Sports Station, brought to you by #1 Air. I just got another text message. Saying that the Mike Zimmer deal is not done yet. What is going on with this? Next. After Choppy tells you.
After I tell you about soda weight loss. Look, guys, we've been talking about football a lot this week.
right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Yesterday I was ready to celebrate. It was absolutely perfect. I said I'm going to go get a cocktail. I'm going to relax on my own for a little bit at the casino bar. And I'm walking there before dinner by myself, catch up with my parents, and I see Brian Broaddus, Eric, and Zach. They tell me that Mike Zimmer has been hired. I'm like, here we go, here we go.
Why did he say that?
And I'm like, give me all the drinks. Give me $20 cocktails. Here we go. And then I eat dinner, and I'm celebrating, and we're all, well, I wasn't happy. I was with Bobby. But
that's a good time.
Then right before I go to sleep, someone I really, really trust with the Cowboys texts me and says, just so you know, the deal is not done yet.
McCarthy texts you like that?
No, he texts Tom Pelissero like that. NFL Network, the guy who broke the story. And I was like, okay, a little bit weird. And then I wake up and I'm like, what? No, this is a done deal. And then I just got another text from a different person about 15, 20 minutes ago saying, Daddy, it's still being held up a little bit. So, Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, what gives, bro?
So, I typically feel like when these sort of things happen, when you get any sort of like, oh, look, it's not done yet, don't count your chickens before they hatch, usually that's naturally skittish people who are just a little like, oh, nothing's done yet, let's not jinx this.
Paranoid people.
Yeah, a little bit of paranoid. Now, could something go sideways? I would assume so. I think Pelissero reporting on any hire with the Cowboys is about as strong as you could get. And so,
because he's the one who did the analytical offseason Mike makeover piece, right?
Yeah, it was him and Peter King. And then Jay Glazer doing his own thing behind the scenes. So those three, you can say thank you for the Mike McCarthy hire. But I think that if Pelissero's saying that's done, I would be willing to bet that's pretty much done. That seems like a pretty strong endorsement. This isn't Jake Fisher reporting this. This is Tom Pelissero, and he's got a beat on anything that the Cowboys do. And as long as Mike McCarthy isn't in that building, Tom Pelissero is going to have a pretty good beat on anything the Cowboys do.
And I was extra pumped up because Darren Woodson was on the Fan out here at Radio Row, and poor Darren Woodson not getting into the Hall of Fame again last night, but Woody getting me hype on G-Bag, talking about what the Cowboys would be getting in Zim.
I can't tell you how many times this year he and I talked about football, like every week. Yeah. Like every week he's calling about so-and-so and this and that, and he's just so engaged in the game that, you know, again, I'm biased by it, but, you know, if you want someone that's going to shock the system, he's not going to be your best friend. He's just not. I mean, he and I became friends after a long time because there was a respect factor that ended up being a friendship, but he's tough, hard-nosed. Some players will not want to play for him because, you know, the expectations are going to be harder than they've expected in the last few years.
Sure.
But he knows the game better than anyone, and he's going to coach hard. And I think that, to me, that's the shock this team needs.
Music to my ears. Why? Because of this exact clip from DeMarcus Lawrence yesterday that had Cowboy Tolos heads popping off, losing their minds after Shannon Sharp asked Tank, oh, why aren't you guys playing in this game?
You mentioned how you wish your team was here. Mm-hmm. What happened and why your team isn't here?
All honesty, I think the main thing is we was burned out, man. You know, long season, team dominantly healthy throughout the season. You know, the legs get tired, but also, you know, you got to give hats off to Green Bay, man. They came out with a great game plan, you know, rolling out towards Micah and then running away from me. I feel like, you know, that's what they needed to, you know, get their game started, and they jumped on us fast.
Burned out.
How can you expect the Rangers to win a World Series after they just played 162 games?
That's a lot.
You understand how many more games that is than what the Rays played or the Astros?
This is gonna become the Cowboys offseason version of No One's Dying.
Yeah.
We have multiple ones though, Choppy. We got Mike McCarthy. This team is so freaking delusional. It's like, do you listen to what you say? Do you listen to what you say? And it goes back to what Mark Schlereth was talking about an hour ago. Like, all these things add up and tell you the story. It explains it. From Jerry Jones bringing Mike back to saying, no, we're going all in. To Mike McCarthy saying, championship program here. We do have a championship program and setup. We just can't even get to the NFC championship. And now DeMarcus Lawrence saying, no, we're just burnt out. And let me say one more thing to the Cowboy homer and defenders, because there's like 5 or 6 of them. He's not going to, what do you want him to do? You want him to throw his team under the bus? You don't have to throw them under the bus if you are doing that in your answer. I want you to come up with a better answer, because that answer was so stupid to say. Oh, just burn out, man. I just didn't have the legs for it anymore. You can't come up with another thing to say. As people are like, Tank Lawrence doesn't feel that way. He usually calls people out more so than anyone else. Like, I'm more upset with like the intelligence of the response than I am the actual response that he may not have meant.
He may have meant it. Like, he may be right. He may be accurate. Like, that really may be it. Like, they may have been tired. And if that's the truth, and I'm fine. If it's the truth, I'm fine with it. I'd rather him say that than give some phony answer.
I'm not fine with them running out of gas. This team didn't even play second halves of the ass whippings they gave to the scrubs they beat up.
I'm not saying I'm okay with like that being the issue. I'm saying if he's telling the truth, I'm fine with him telling the truth.
If he's telling the truth, several people should have been fired this offseason. Because that's you're giving
Where's Wojcik?
You're giving your team a competitive disadvantage over 31 others. Look, I mean, because in all honesty, it's not like this.
I thought Mike tracked all the GPSs.
Yeah,
I thought we had the Garmin out.
Yeah. Isn't this a football team that we keep talking about how finesse they are? Like, it's not like some team that, like, boy, we played all these bruising battles. We got into these trench wars every week, and it takes a toll on you, and you get tired. And, if anything, I think you could say whatever fatigue may have set in was mental fatigue, because that's the biggest thing. Maybe. I feel like there's a lack of mental toughness at times with some players on this team, and that's an issue.
So this is part of the reason I was like, bring in Belichick, although this week talking to some people has, like, made me back off of that a little bit. Bring in Belichick, Mike Zimmer, crack the heads. Emmitt Smith yesterday on CBS Sports Radio said, Jerry Jones ain't working with Bill Belichick.
Jerry can't work with Belichick. Come on, man. Quit fooling yourselves. Jerry couldn't even work with Jimmy at the time. I mean, but I say that being very facetious. Jerry can work with almost anybody. He can, but I just cannot see Belichick coming in and being the coach that the Cowboys need.
Okay, so there's Emmitt on that. He'll sit down with us live at 9:15 this morning. Man, what a response from The Rock. We talked about this.
Oh, gosh.
This kind of blew up on the TruckRack.com text line as you were recapping this drama with The Rock and Cody Rhodes and all the booger eaters.
Yep. So, a little brief backstory.
Yesterday, Kevin Hagan, by the way, sitting here at our additional broadcast table, and he did his one-on-one with Tony Khan and everything. There was
Conor McGregor.
Yeah, Conor McGregor lookalike was walking around here. I guess he was some wrestler. But this thing has blown up.
Yeah, so very brief backstory. Cody Rhodes wins the Royal Rumble. He's supposed to get the title shot against Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. But there was talk that there may have been an injury involved, but that went kind of away.
The Rock fatigued, like
maybe
DeMarcus
was.
Lawrence.
Who knows? The Rock, now the Rock is going to have this shot against Roman Reigns at WrestleMania, and a lot of people got upset that they ripped it away. They robbed Cody Rhodes of his chance, and now the Rock's getting booed. Even at events the Rock's not at. He wasn't at Raw this week. He got booed. Rocky sucks. Rocky sucks. He got booed at a house show. All right. Well, he was here yesterday.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm sitting here and I'm in the gym and I see up on the TV The Rock on with Pat McAfee. I was like, I texted you guys like, oh my God, The Rock's on Radio Row. I said RR because I'm cool like that in the text. I didn't say Radio Row. It's just too many letters. All right. You know how much time I saved by not typing out those extra 7 letters?
Yes.
Tons of time.
Yes.
All the time in the world. But he's here at Radio Row and he had a message, a brief but ferocious message.
I loved it.
For the Cody Rhodes fan base.
I love Cody. I love his passionate fans. Then there's the other passionate fans of Cody.
Yep.
And they're called the what's that? Oh, Cody Crybabies. Yeah, that's what they're called.
Okay, all right. Okay, got it. I didn't know the name that was coming.
It was the Cody Crybabies, and these are grown-ass men. And Cody gotta finish his story. He has to finish his story right now. It's like, wait a second, hold on. Hey, Dad, you want to go outside and play catch with me? Not now. Cody's gotta finish, and I'm upset. The wife comes in. Hey, honey, do you want to go have sex? Not now. Cody's gotta finish his story. At the end of the day. Look, you got the Cody Crybabies, and you have the Cody fans, and then you have Cody himself, and there's a clear distinction between the three. But The Rock says this, those Cody Crybabies, the ones for every 10 tweets, they're shoving a chicken McNugget in their mouth. For every 20 tweets, they're shoving 2 McNuggets up. What? The Rock says this, all you got to do is sit back, know your role, shut your mouth, and enjoy the ride that The Rock is going to take your candy asses on. So hashtag that. Hashtag shut your ashes up. Hashtag Cody Crybabies. Yes, man. Okay.
I mean,
that was amazing.
Tremendous.
That was so good.
I love what he's saying. The know your role, shut your mouth, candy asses didn't have the same punch. He didn't. I will say that. Hearing that clip, reading it is different than hearing it. It's like, oh, it didn't have the same Rock punch. It's different. He's got to have that fire inside him. He's got to have the Rock fire, and I don't know that I felt it there.
That right there is like, he went right back into character. I agree, a little out of practice. All right, and when he came in to Raw a couple of weeks back, out of nowhere, this is before anybody had any idea, and that huge pop, and he got in there and he got into a little bit of a tiff, a little fight, right? Well, you could see he was visibly out of breath. He's in great shape, but he's not in wrestling shape.
Right.
That just goes to show you can have any kind of build you want, but there's a different shape for each sport, each activity.
Yeah.
And he was just moving different. He's too big, right? He's moving a little bit different. So I don't know what kind of wrestler he's going to be at WrestleMania, but you can't hate him. You can't find. Is he too nice? Is he a little fake sometimes, like an A-Rod element? Yeah, sure. But, dude, he went right back into character.
I loved it. I thought he was going to be apologetic and worried, and then I was, boom! He went right at him.
You thought we were going to get the John Cena Mandarin apology?
Yeah.
Yeah, the best heel ever. The best.
Who?
The Rock.
The best heel.
The best. I mean, nobody played the part better.
All right, we're talking about the Cowboys being soft, lacking toughness, and that's why we wanted to sit down with our next guest. RJ wanted to do it to relive his party days from college, but he's an all-time badass, and I would love for the Cowboys to get some of this at running back. Jamal Lewis, Super Bowl champ, Ravens 30 for 30 documentary, and he's opening up about a subject guys don't want to talk about. Jamal Lewis in the A #1 Air hot seat next.
Speaking of A #1 Air.
Sitting down with us now on the home of the Cowboys in the #1 air hot seat. I grew up in this state where this guy played. You went to college in the state where this guy played. Jamal Lewis on 105.3 The Fan. What's up, Howard? You looking fresh out here?
Hey, man, I'm good. I had to wear my white, my white button down, Lululemon, make me look slim. You know what I'm saying?
That's Lulu?
Yeah.
Oh, is that why you wanted him?
No, I
didn't. Balls and Lulu?
That's right, Tennessee and Lulu, right? You don't look nearly as intimidating with the glasses on, though.
Oh, yeah, this is a new thing. You know what I'm saying? This is a new thing. Keep the light down a little bit.
When I look at you and think of your game, we're suffering in DFW, lack of physicality, lack of running game. You keeping up with the Cowboys, the running in today's NFL? What are your thoughts on it? And are you happy, money aside, that you played when you played with the importance on the position?
Oh yeah, when I played, you had featured running backs. Now you have running back by committee, but a lot of that is due to just what's going on in the league, and they're throwing the ball around. So you need guys that can get out there and line up in the slot or run routes and do this, that, and the other. I was saying, why pass it to a guy when you can just run it and hand it to him, But at the same time, it's just the dynamics are different. You don't have the same running backs that you used to have. That's why you got to have a running back by committee with 2 or 3 because the durability is not there or whatever, which drives the price down as well on a guy. So it's different. I look at these guys, that's playing now, and they're just not the same.
Yeah, it's like back 15, 20 years ago, every team had a power running back.
Right.
And now you have Marion Barber or you, and now there's maybe 3 or 4 in the whole league, right? And that's like, is that about it?
Yeah, that's it. And I think it's mainly just due to, what these guys want and what the teams want now. Offensive coordinator don't want a 6'1", 230-pound running back. They rather have the smaller guy that they can line up and get a mismatch on a linebacker and have him run a choice route or something like that to keep the ball moving down the field versus just handing it off. So it's just different.
So one of the things we've been debating over the last couple days, Tony Pollard, our running back here in Dallas, made some news when yesterday he found out that a week after Dan Quinn got his head coaching job in Washington, he just found out the defensive coordinator had left. I'm curious, you in Baltimore, you had a very prominent defensive coordinator, Marvin Lewis, when you were there. Had he gotten a job, would you have known sooner than a week that he had left the building, right?
Well, I think I probably would, but I can see how you can miss that. You know what I mean? Because it is a defensive side of the ball, or whatever. So you really don't keep up with them like that, but you're still on the team. They didn't know what the hell's going on, with your guys.
Jamal, how many guys that play don't actually love football or really follow it a ton?
I'm one of those guys.
Really?
I never watched football when I grew up. I never just, I just played the game. That was it. So
you watch more now?
If it's on, if I watch, I'm watching the running backs. I'm watching the systems, the offensive systems. What are they doing now? What's changing? Whatever. That's the only reason I watch. But I'm not just a big fan of just watching the game.
When you watch, because everything trickles down from college or trickles up from college, and they run 3.35s in college. Are we going to see that eventually in the NFL?
Yeah, eventually you got to, because that's where it all comes from. That's why you got, nowadays, you got these guys on the sidelines putting in the plays in college or whatever. Eventually, you're going to end up seeing that, in the pros even more, because you have to cater to what you're getting and what you're recruiting and what you're drafting. And if you're drafting, these guys and this is how they're used to it, then eventually these offensive coordinators, defense coordinators, or whatever coaches, they're going to be brought up too, and you got to teach these guys the same way, you know.
You know, we talk about the running back position and how it's been a little bit devalued. Who are the guys, though, at the position, since you say that's one that you still follow pretty closely, who are the guys in the league right now that you look at and say, like, oh that's a guy who you know, is elite. That's a guy who I think could have played in any era?
Well, I don't know any guys like that I would say, but, you know, Montgomery, he plays well, but he still fit the you know, what this era brings as a running back, but he can run it, you know, and he can get downhill, and he runs north and south. Jameer, that, you know, and Bijan, the young guys. This is a group of young guys that are real good, and I think that are going to go a good ways in this league.
Former NFL running back Jamal Lewis, you were in that 30 for 30, right?
Yeah.
What was that like, rewatching it and filming it?
It was honestly interesting because there's a lot of stuff you forgot, you know, and that's what was good about it, watching some of the old film and some of the old tapes and stuff like that they was bringing up, some of the questions that they were asking, you know, behind the scenes. It was like, you know, they had to really remind you, you know, of what happened. And I'm like, yeah, thanks. But it was a lot of, you know, things that you forgot about, you know, and bringing those guys together, and, you know, rest in peace, Saragusa, whatever. But it was a good time.
I want to know, like, because I think of you just as a badass, you know, with the way that you ran.
Tennessee.
Go Vols.
No, Baltimore.
Right.
Go Vols,
that's right.
Baltimore made him a badass. We dodged bullets out there, Baltimore. Who's on your Jamal Lewis, like, all-time badass team? The guys you played against are just hard, tough sons of guns that you played with.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, of course, the Ray Lewis. I can a bunch of guys on my team in Baltimore.
Yeah.
But you know, just even Al Wilson I played with in college. Yes, like, he was just dominating, you know. But guys I played against, the Warren Sapps, the linebacker just went to the Hall of Fame, Zach Thomas.
Yeah.
You know, these guys that we played against, you get your damn head knocked off, you know, running through there high, and a lot of this bad positioning and bad football some of these guys play now, technique-wise. You get your head torn off, you know, back then, you know.
Do you think the league has done enough in changing the rules, like, to protect the players' head injuries and such?
Oh yeah, they've done a lot. They've done a lot. It's just enforcing it and driving it, you know, to the youth level, so it can kind of roll up. But you know, there are some things they need to really hone in on as far as guys actually getting hurt and reporting it and things of that nature. But they're getting better. I think the league is safer. Football, period, is safer than it's ever been.
Would you rather play on grass or turf?
Grass.
Can you tell that next day? You can tell a difference.
Oh yeah, big time.
Because the league keeps telling us, Jerry Jones on our show all the time, and Roger Goodell, all the stats show the injuries, but like 92% of players that came out yesterday said no. We want to play on the natural surface.
Yeah.
It's better for us, no doubt.
It is. It is. It's just natural. It gives the way it needs to give, other than manufactured turf and how that goes or whatever. But you got to think about it. It's an economics thing, right? It's how much does it cost to, you know, go in and redo 100 yards of just in between the hashes, right? You know, mid-season. So, and the upkeep, you know, and everything in that is just, you know, but at the same time, you lose a damn, you know, much as these guys get paid now, you lose $100 million guy, then, you know, you would have rather had grass, right? But it does, the turf has caused a lot of the injuries, a lot of the concussions as well, not just, you know, orthopedic injuries, but concussions also.
So just from a general, like, forget the knee, just a soreness the next day, is it like the knees that you feel it the most in on turf? Is it back?
Your lower back.
Lower back?
Lower back, hamstrings. Just stand around, man. Go out there and stand on grass for 4 hours. Or I'm talking about just standing. I ain't talking about running. Stand on turf for 4 hours and tell me how you feel. Just standing, you know.
When you come out here, you have a group of old players or guys you catch up with or try to make an appointment, or are you in and out?
I'm in and out. Well, coming out here, I come to Vegas a lot, you know, anyway. But now, you know, it's probably a lot going on, a lot of people. But seeing a lot of familiar faces and a lot of coaches and even media guys here that you've talked to over the years and that you've built bonds with and former players as well that you played against and everything else. I like coming out here being in this environment.
Jamal Lewis here on the Fan. So give us a tour. It's our last night here. We're from Texas. Where do we need to go? What do we need to do? Where should we hit as a Vegas vet?
Oh man! Oh wow! So
it can be PG or non-PG.
Yeah, I like to go to the casinos. MGM is a good one. The Wynn, Bellagio, of course. I go to those places a lot. The high roller, high stakes areas. Privé, the bar there. At Bellagio, I hang out there. But the clubs, of course, you got the excesses and all that type of stuff. But I do that, but I don't do that as much as I used to anymore, right?
Dice,
listening to the music. Now I was dice, but roulette, that's my thing.
All right, tell us what you're doing, Jamal. Of course, mind, body optimization, it's becoming more and more of a topic over the years. Guys like yourself are more willing to talk about it. So take us through it and what you're here to share.
So I think mindbodyo.com, basically just bringing mental health to the masses, bringing the awareness, and bringing everything up under one roof as well. So from a therapist standpoint to having a psychiatrist as well, that's the combination that you need in order to diagnose, mental illness or put together that protocol that you need. But to kind of shorten that time frame and shorten that, because, finishing playing ball or whatever, having concussions, having to deal with depression and these different things, being able to go talk to somebody and let these things off or whatever, being able to do this under one roof, it just eliminates a lot of the time spent. And a lot of guys, that's what you're doing. You're having to go here, then 3 weeks later you got to go there, then 3 weeks later you got to go here. But this is bringing everything together and just letting guys know that it's okay not to be okay, right? So talk to one another. You're feeling a certain kind of way. It's not going to make you a weak man to, cry or to have an issue that you're dealing with, whether it's your relationship, whether it's life, whether it's your job or whatever. Just getting that off, it just helps big time. And it's also, if you read there, men are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than women. Like that's just crazy, And the reason why is because, we have a responsibility, and especially as an athlete, you take care of everybody. You got your family, you got your team, you got, your friends, and everybody that you have to, and you got to be that. So you can't really show that emotion. You can't show that weakness or whatever, but hey, look, it's all right, and you can do that. And I think that's what we're trying to, spread the awareness about. And mindbodyo.com is where you can find any more information or get involved in it. And it's actually starting out in the Texas area.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jamal Lewis, all-time badass running back here on the home of the Cowboys in the #1 air hot seat. You ever make it back to Knoxville a lot?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the place to be. Yes, have you ever been to a game in Knoxville?
No.
If you go to a game in Knoxville, you won't care about any other game at any other stadium. I don't care if it's pro or if it's college.
He's right. He's right.
Now, did you go at the same time? The same hot spots back in the day?
We got there the same year, 97, right? 97, you were 97, yeah.
The Strip. We hung out on the Strip, right?
We did. Charlie Peppers was, let's see, Charlie Peppers. That's not there anymore. That's not there anymore.
Yeah,
so none of the places are there anymore.
The old Charlie's was right
Charlie's,
there.
Yep.
Yeah,
none of those places are there anymore, man.
Nah, you got to go to Old City. You got to go down to the Old City now. They've moved everything around. So.
Hey, man, we love having you on every year. Thank you for sitting down with us, and enjoy the rest of the week.
Absolutely. You guys do the same.
Jamal Lewis here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't know if you guys are actually aware of this, but there is a game on Sunday.
No.
Let's actually pick it, and RJ's going to tell you how to bet all of it. Plus, someone is already pranking the San Francisco team hotel. What member of the fan staff could it have been? Who is winning the Super Bowl? The RJ Choppy Degenerate is here to help you make money off of it as well in Vegas. Final hour of the week is next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Diamonds Direct. It's Valentine's Day next week, boys and girls. It's not on a Tuesday, Payton. Are you ready to make it one to remember, though?
It's a hump
day. Yes, it is. If you're lucky, if you're not in the doghouse like I am, show your love with exquisite fashion jewelry from Diamonds Direct, and you save an extra 20% now through Valentine's Day. All fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct on sale. It's a big deal. Very big. Diamonds Direct.
So you can do the flowers and candy. That's all good, but take it to the next level.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the week. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We're brought to you by the Low T Center, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and A #1 Air. Sean Schlereth, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got MVP. Ruben hit his wall. Oh, he hit the wall.
Yeah, he did.
And didn't even go out last night.
No.
Stayed in. Didn't go out to the final team dinner. And he is still hurting for certain today. And they have him flying out at freaking 8 o'clock tonight.
Poor guy.
Look, if anybody should be hitting a wall, it's me, and I'm not. You've been winning money. You've been having a good old time. You've been getting sleep. You should not be hitting a wall.
Choppy should be hitting a wall. Choppy or Ruben have been the MVPs so far, going the hardest. RJ, goes and gets dressed and changed to go here at Radio Row and then go right to the book. For some reason, he packed already this morning. I'm assuming that means you're just going to go gambling right after this, get one last shoe in. I don't know, but you've been going strong.
I appreciate that. I don't sleep. I don't sleep anymore. I've given it up.
Yeah. Great for your health.
My doctor told me to give up alcohol.
Yeah.
I'm choosing sleep. I give up sleep instead.
Okay.
I'm Tiger Blood, man. I'm Charlie Sheen.
Emmitt Smith is going to be sitting down, we think spitting fire like he did yesterday, the all-time leading rusher sitting down with us at 9:15 this morning. But there is an actual game to be played. So let's get the picks in. As Adam Schefter said, that someone pulled the fire alarm at the San Francisco 49ers team hotel. So they have not appreciated the practice field so far, and they're not appreciating someone disrupting their sleep.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're talking about you're pulling fire alarms, you're making it difficult for guys to sleep, so they're not getting any sleep. They're not practicing on a great surface. It's essentially going to be 53 RJ Choppies out there preparing for this football game, which does not seem to – I wonder if that's going to cause line movement, Chop. It might.
Let's have RJ Choppy actually prepare you. The most bet sporting event that there is. The numbers only are going to go up even more this year. A Super Bowl version of the RJ Choppy Degenerates.
All right, let's do this for you. I got 4 selections.
I don't feel good about our Italian dinner place Battista's last night leading into this.
No?
Degenerate. Well, you said Battista's.
Yeah.
Are you sure that's Italian?
I was like, Batista? That's not Italian to me. Plus, you listen to a guy whose last name is Locker on Italian food, okay? You can't do that, okay?
Yeah,
you gotta have some kind of a vowel.
And Chiafalo almost ordered another steak at this place.
Yeah.
He almost did.
I didn't care for our waitress at this place.
Well, she did not care for you.
Did she not?
No one did.
Okay.
We all hated your guts.
So I got 2 or 3 prop bets to throw in here for you. And then I've got a couple of game picks.
Do what you want. Do what you want.
Let's do the game picks first. We're going to do a teaser here on this one, all right? So the teaser is, again, what the tease is that you can move the line in any direction that you want. If you bet on, say, Kansas City, who is an underdog, and you tease it, now they're a 2.5-point underdog. That means you get them at plus 8.5. All right?
Yep.
So they have to lose the game by 8 or less, or win the game, and you cash in.
How much does that affect your winnings, though, potentially?
It will affect it a
significantly.
Little bit. Well, because you got to couple it with more than one situation. So what I would do here is you have to couple it with at least another one. So what I would do is you're going to take that, you're going to tease that to 8.5, and then you're going to tease the over. So the over is 47.5 right now. That brings it down to 41.5. Kansas City plus 8.5. Game total 41.5. I think everybody agrees those two things are going to happen. This is going to be within 8 points, and the over is they're going to score more than 42 points in this game.
Probably, but crazier things have happened than the idea that San Francisco could come out here and play like dominant ball. Like I don't think that's the most ridiculous thing.
But we've seen enough of Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't lose. He doesn't lose games like this, and if he does, then tip your cap to him. A couple of other things. One, Christian McCaffrey over 40 receiving yards. That's even money. You bet 10, you win 10. You bet 100, you win 100. All right? That's even money. Over 40 receiving yards. He needs to break one off. That's it. Brandon Ayuk.
Ayuk is on fire. Like their hotel, apparently.
Yeah, you can get him
Don't joke about that. Don't joke about that. San Francisco will think that you want to see Backdraft 2 being filmed. No one knows that movie.
I do. Good movie.
Underrated.
Very good movie.
Very good movie.
If you think he is going to get 70 receiving yards or more, even money. I think it's a pretty decent bet. He's going to get 70 receiving yards. If you want to lower it, you could get down to 60, and you got to play a little bit. So it's minus 150, so you bet 150 to 100. Still good numbers. And this is my favorite one. Patrick Mahomes over 4.5 carries.
Carries.
Any scramble is a carry.
Okay.
All right? Any scramble.
Doesn't have to be like a design run.
No. Any scramble is a carry. So, and the reason I like this one so much is because I think the Chiefs are going to win. Kneel downs count as rushing attempts.
Oh.
3 kneel down. If I think the Chiefs are going to win, 3 kneel downs is 3 runs, which means you need, throughout the course of the 60 minutes, him to run twice.
Okay.
That's it.
Unless the other team has the ball and the game ends with them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Now, that again, that's very possible.
Yeah.
But he also might kneel it down prior to that. So,
Right.
you
Oh, I
factor
think that
Over-
sounds like a lock.
Over 4.5 it is, not 4.5.
Huh?
I'm saying it's a 4.5. So
4.5,
he
so you gotta have 5. Has to be have
Okay, because he ran 5 or more times in 8 games this year, so it was like directly half.
And then, when you factor in, like, I don't know how many of those were kneel downs in those games. Check the book and make sure that they don't have a separate category for kneel downs. Most don't. Most count kneel downs because kneel downs do count as negative yardage. So it is a rush attempt. So make sure they count that. But those are the bets I would throw down this week.
There it is. At RJ Chop, you got any fun game prop bets that you liked or that jumped out to you? No Tay-Tay?
We could do some prop bets if we want to.
I did love the guy we were walking by yesterday recording a betting video who he's like, all right, I'm here with your prop bets. First one, the coin toss. Now, I don't have a great feel about this one. Which, yeah, why would you? It is a coin toss.
What?
Yeah, he was dead serious. It was no bet.
All right, so here you want some Taylor Swift ones?
Yeah, let's get him out of the way.
Will she be shown holding a hot dog 12-1?
No.
No, she's way too proper for that.
Will Travis Kelce propose to her at the game? 6-1 on this one you can get.
6-1, that's it? That's crazy.
Will Donald Trump mention her on Truth Social the day of the game? That's 2-1.
Does he hate her?
No, but he's a marketer, so he's going to mention her.
Over under 5.5 times she is shown on camera. The over minus 140. The under is even. How much time will be left of the game clock when she is first shown after kickoff? The number is 7 minutes.
Okay, so they've timed out the flight from Japan from her show? I thought we were talking about halftime. I thought we were talking
When
about
she would get
halftime.
here?
Yeah.
Ooh, I thought.
They've clearly done the math on it.
The embassy says that she'll be here on time.
They're going to clear airspace like
Yeah.
they did for Biden. They're going to have just people circling the Mojave Desert.
But they're also saying they also made it very clear after. Yeah, they said after kickoff. So if they show her before kickoff, it doesn't count.
Okay.
All right. Will Taylor Swift be shown during the halftime show? No is the favorite at
She's gonna
minus
be on
300.
stage, right?
Oh, she could be dancing and applauding and clapping.
Listen, I can tell you she will not be on stage. Will she appear in a commercial 5-1? And then will they announce a pregnancy at Super Bowl 58? And the answer is only 8.5 to 1.
Oh.
They think it's possible.
Bobby, who's going to win? You are our expert playoff predictor.
I have not had a great feel about this one. I'm going 49ers 24-21.
I'm going to go Chiefs because of the Mahomes factor. Let's sit down with the, and you already said you thought the Chiefs were going to win.
Yep, I think they will.
Let's bring in the all-time leading rusher who was spitting cowboy fire yesterday. Whale alert, the great Emmitt Smith in the #1 air hot seat is next. But, oh, man, I'm putting together my Hurtado.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Sitting down right now on the fan cam in the #1 air hot seat is the all-time leading rusher. This is the best smelling group out here. He comes bearing gifts. He used to bring some more gifts, but he is the great number 22, Emmitt Smith.
You said I'm sitting in the hot seat?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel hot.
Well, you were hot yesterday.
Yeah, you were.
You went viral, and we've been playing it multiple times here on the show.
I went viral yesterday?
Yes, you did.
Hey, man.
Look, I want to give you props because what I said earlier in the show is it feels like you all as former players, we certainly as fans, we're just fed up. We're fed up of all this stuff. And it feels like you, Mike, Moose was on with us being like really blunt. Darren Woodson saying Mike Zimmer needs to come here. It feels like you guys as the former legends, current legends, former players are just sick of what's been happening with the Cowboys. I felt that in your interview clips yesterday. Is that fair?
That is very fair. Very fair. I mean, when you love an organization, I know I can only speak for myself. I've always been a Cowboy fan ever since I was a kid. And to be able to play for that organization and give that organization your blood, sweat, and tears for 13 years, and you know what's required to become a champion, and you see some of the product that's been put out there over the last 20-some years, you have to ask yourself 3 levels of questions. One, what does it look like from an ownership standpoint? What does it look like from a leadership standpoint, meaning head coaching? And then what does it look like from the player's perspective? And even in the player's perspective, you got 3 levels there. You got guys that are self-motivated, guys that you don't have to worry about, but you may have to just guide them every now and then. Then you have guys in the middle. And Jimmy used to talk about it all the time. And right now, when you look at all 3 levels, they're not lining up. They are not lining up together. And that can be the biggest issue.
You were surprised they brought Mike back?
Zimmer?
No, were you surprised they brought McCarthy back? We can talk about Zimmer, too.
Yes, I was surprised. And the reason why I was surprised is because the things that was talked about last year, things that were discussed last year.
Yeah.
And then when you let Kellen go and Mike is running the offense as the coordinator and everything else, and there's supposed to be some level of commitment to the level of running a rock. And I didn't see that. And then when you start looking at some of the things that transpired late in the season, from a head coaching standpoint, some of the decisions that was made by the coordinator himself, it didn't line up. And so and the way we got bounced out of the playoff, oh my gosh, it was such an embarrassing moment.
I know. I didn't want to be here this week.
Yeah,
people walk by laughing at us.
I hate even talking about it because the more I talk about it, the more anger I get.
Yeah,
I'm serious. I can't drink enough of this stuff to get.
So, did you? Because we've always you'll hear fans say we want to. We want it more than the players. That they don't want it more. They take it harder than the players do.
Well, I'm not.
Do you feel like that's the case then?
Well, I think players do take it hard too. I think the players themselves were embarrassed by San Fran, and I think they got embarrassed at the end.
Yeah.
By Green Bay, and there were signs of what I would call fight. When we came back and we went to Philadelphia, we fought Philadelphia. They ended up losing it, but there was some fight there. You saw the fight. And then you get to the end and you see Detroit rise up. And you see what happened and transpired at the end of the Detroit game, which really, really gave me a clear indication that something is way off. Because whether or not your coach called plays and it's 3 pass plays in a row and all you got to do is just run the clock down to under a minute and you don't, and then you have a quarterback that throws the ball out of bounds versus taking a sack because they're out of timeouts.
Yeah.
The thing that it's like people talk about game managers. It's game situations. It's not managing. It's game situation and understanding game situations. And that right there, I almost Ooh, boy.
Were you there?
If you could have saw my
Oh, that was the Jimmy night.
Man, it was the Jimmy night.
Yeah.
And I hate to see things like a great Jimmy night get ruined by some bad decision making.
Yeah.
And whether it's on a coach or the players. I mean, things like that just should not happen.
Emmitt Smith here on the Fan. Do you have these conversations with Jerry? He obviously comes on our station.
Bro, let me ask you this. Whenever have you ever heard of a billionaire taking advice from a millionaire?
But a football champion, Jerry tries to talk about taking advice from people. A football champion to a billionaire non-football player.
Magnate.
I don't know. This is what I want to get to. People say, oh, as long as Jerry's in control, they'll never win. It's about the business and the culture's not right. What do you say back to all that?
Well,
he wants to win.
Yeah. He wants to win like the team's supposed to want to win.
Yeah.
But somehow or another, like I said, there's 3 levels to this thing. There's a tremendous disconnect. And if people ask me all the time, what's the difference between our team and the last 20 years of Cowboys? Let's just look at it from that perspective. One, when Jerry bought the team, it was at its lowest point. It was at its lowest point, and the only way you can go lower than that is not to win a game at all.
That's it, a game.
And so 1-15 was at its lowest point.
Yeah.
And then obviously the rebuilding and everything takes a little time, but it happened quicker. And so we had nowhere to go but up.
Mm-hmm.
And so once you go up, the only place you can go now is down.
Yeah.
And so we've been down for such a long time. I mean, you can call it like this, a yo-yo. The inconsistency and the prism which I look at the Cowboys and the lens which I look at the Cowboys and every player that comes in and every coach that comes to the Cowboys organization, I look at it through the lens of, okay, we've seen greatness. We know what 3 out of 4 looks like.
Yeah.
We know what those teams are supposed to be built like. When you come to the Cowboys, I shouldn't have to tell you what you're coming into. You should know automatically. Forget the star. That's automatically coming. America's team is already there waiting on you. You got to be ready for America's team and what you got to go through to earn the right to be that champion for America's team. We already did it. Y'all ain't did it yet. You want what we got, but you got to go through what we went through to get it. And that's 2 different things. They can talk about working hard. They don't even practice like we used to.
Yeah.
So how can you work as hard? You got to be extra focused. You got to do the little things.
Yeah.
And the little things is not just being a superstar, whether you're on offense or defense. Because I saw Dion and I saw Charles Haley. Charles Haley was working with Tony Tolbert, Tony Casillas, the whole D-line. Chad, he was working with them, teaching them certain kind of – Russell Mel, he was working with them after practice, working with them. Big of a superstar player that Charles Haley was. Deion Sanders was the same way with all of the DBs. He made everybody better. It wasn't just about him. Irvin was the same way with the wide receivers. Jay did the same thing with the tight ends. And our offensive linemen, they all worked together in harmony. And when it came down to the backfield, that was already on lock. And it was already on lock.
Yeah, Moose led the way.
Yeah, and linebacker core was the same way. We gelled together. We played dominoes together. We played cards together. And so we did so much, we got in trouble together.
Yeah.
Everything was together.
Yeah, right.
Everything was together. And so we loved one another. I'm not sure how the chemistry is with this team. I think today's football is completely different. It's a lot of individuals. It's about people doing their own thing and building their own brand. We built brands within the success of the team.
Yeah.
We didn't take it outside of that.
Yeah.
And I think that part is missing. Now, these guys are dealing with things like social media and everything else, things that we didn't have to deal with, which is fine. But you got to know when to put that stuff aside. Everything is not about bringing everybody into your world. Your world needs to be about the 53 that you have. But when you march out of that field, we going out here to knock somebody's head off. I don't care who it is, and we're going to play at a level of intensity that's required. I see, and I'm disappointed now because Dan Quinn is gone now. Or is he going to take Al Harris with him? And Al Harris, hell of a coach. Hell of a coach.
Yeah.
I done lost one phone. I ain't trying to lose two.
You mentioned there the importance of cohesion and you guys working together and having that sort of thing. I know Nate Newton has said a lot recently that he's like, there's not enough mean on this current football team. He's like, we had James Washington was mean. He's like, even down to Kevin Gogan was mean. And he's like, Michael Irvin was mean. He's like, these guys aren't mean. He's like, you can talk about them being tough football players, whatever else. He's like, we need bullies here.
You know what tough look like? Tough look like what San Francisco did to us. And you saw what being bullied looked like? They bullied us. You saw what, when you get bullied, how people feel?
Yeah.
That was a clear reflection of us not coming back. And so all you got to do is just challenge this team at that level. So if you're not built like that from the head down, you're not going to play to that level. You can try to. We did it when we went to Philadelphia. We tried to play at that level, but yet you got to play at that level all the time. You just can't turn it on when you want to and think that it's just going to rise up.
It's got to be tough, too, in this era, though. Like, there's so much turnover now. I mean, these guys are free with the salary cap. I mean, you're getting 30 or 40 new guys. Not quite that much, but each year it's got to be tough to build that camaraderie, too.
It can be. It can be because you're bringing in other players, too, that needs to adapt your culture.
Yeah, they're mercenaries a lot of times.
Hey, the military do it all the time. They infuse somebody in the mix, and you know what? You fall in line. When you're coming into the organization, unless you're Deion Sanders and going to shut down one side of the field, you got to acquiesce to that organization. And in some cases, Deion said this yesterday. We was on with Rich Eisen, Mike and I, and Deion was on before us. He talked about coming into that locker room and how that locker room was completely different. And Charles Haley talks about it too, how we were different. And it's all because we all had the same vision and the same mission. Michael knew what my mission and my goals were. He knew I wanted to win the Super Bowl. He laughed at me when I told him I wanted to become an all-time leading rusher. But he knew how serious I was about that. James Washington saw my goal list. And I try to hide it because I'm 21 years old and I'm talking to James Washington. He comes in, see my goal list on my Western. I try to hide it amongst other bills. He look at it, reads it, sets it down, and walked out of my apartment. And then he said, I saw how you started to work. Michael taught me how to work. So you don't have to come into a team and not seek wisdom from the team itself.
Yeah.
You don't have to be isolated. Now, like I said, we got a bunch of individuals that has to come together as one body.
Yeah.
Offense, defense, and special team. And the staff have to do the same thing. You don't always, you know the game. You know game situations. Mike McCarthy knows game situations. So what was in his head when he said, okay, we're going to throw the ball 3 straight times?
Yeah.
And 2 incompletions. If anything, I would have said to Dak, we throwing this ball? Don't throw this ball out of bounds. Take a sack. Yeah. Take a sack. Yeah. Somebody should have said that. And if Dak didn't already have it in his own head, well, Dak, he should have been saying, well, damn, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Who's challenging who? What are you questioning? There were times when they called a pass play, and Troy would change it to a run play because he knew it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And at times we get in a fog, including coaches, in terms of what we're calling, and we forget the situation. And so I just see it.
The fan text is going crazy. They're saying preach. So you're about to go viral again. DFW, Emmitt Smith, and I do want to talk a lot about tequila, and I'm not just saying that because of how long you've been doing this with us, but the big Dak discussion seems to, he finished second in MVP last night. Right. The whole thing, Emmitt, seems to boil down to, amongst fans and media, is he going to crumble in the playoffs? Does he have a mental block? Does he have the yips? great regular season type numbers. What do you do with extending him and all that stuff? Where do you stand now when it comes to Dak?
You're not going to get anyone better, period. Not without developing them.
Yeah.
And as we talked about, the league, there's so much turnover right now. Who are you going to get to develop? You don't have time to develop someone. He's already your guy, and he's shown you that he can get it done. It's about preparation and that mental toughness that has to be developed throughout the whole entire team. And that you got to build those calluses, man. The calluses to the point where
show them your feet, Chop.
Full of calluses.
Drop some of that on it.
Get the alcohol burn
All wasted on that.
No, I mean to me, it is it's not that we don't have the talent. We've had the most talented teams for a long time.
Yeah.
It, to me, is the mentality and the focus of the whole entire organization. And I don't want to make no excuses for nobody. And including the organization shouldn't even be making excuses for themselves.
Yeah.
You have established a level of greatness. What have taken you away from that?
Yeah.
What are we're so good now at picking, and you got great guys that's bringing in the right talent. But how do you develop that talent and make that talent, help that talent come together?
Last football thing, we have to get your reaction to the news last night. The Metroplex devastated again for Darren Woodson.
Yes.
Not going into the Hall of Fame. Your reaction to that?
I'm extremely disappointed, too, because when you talk about our football team, we had so many great players and players that are worthy of being in the Hall of Fame. When you talk about Eric Williams, for example, who went up against Reggie White and practically learned how to shut him down.
Yeah.
I mean, deserve least consideration. Darren Woodson himself in our Ring of Honor and have done what he did for the years that he played, deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. We, and that whole team and that era, deserve to have more players than Troy, Michael, myself, Charles Haley, Larry Allen, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. You got the all-time leading rusher in the Hall of Fame, and you got one lineman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one lineman didn't do it all by himself. What about the other side? There's so much. And then you talking about
They're still putting 70 Steelers in.
Every day.
Insane.
Every day. Every day. It's insane.
Let's. I want to talk about this tequila. You've been doing this with us for years.
Yeah.
And you were kind of there in the beginning, and now everyone has a brand, and now tequila's taken over kind of as the number one liquor. Let's talk about the growth of it and where you are with it now with Herradura.
I've been with Herradura for 13 years now. We started in 2010 back in Dallas at Super Bowl 45. They had the billboards and everything all around the city as I was advertising and representing Herradura. I've seen the category itself, the tequila category, expand exponentially over the last 13 years. And but I've been with this brand for that long, and the brand has been good to me, and I've been good to the brand, I hope. Haven't brought any shame to it anyway, but maybe after today's conversation,
you just sold a lot of bottles.
People might think I've been drinking too much of this stuff. But it's just been a great partnership. The hacienda itself, the way that they distill everything, the way that they take care of the tequila. The agave is 100% blue agave. They got 22,000 acres of agave fields down there. And so this right here brand, it may not be the most marketed brand, but this brand right here is top notch.
How's Emmitt Smith sipping his or drinking his tequila?
I'm sipping mine on ice with obviously añejo or double barrel repo, and I'm gonna put in the orange wedge in it. If it's a double barrel repo, then I may throw a little Grand Marnier on top of it.
Oh,
yeah. I'm pimping like that.
Well, you used to be pimping, bringing us a bottle each. What happened? What's going on?
I need y'all to share this. Hey,
Schlereth was our top guest of the week. You just took it over.
Yeah.
They're great.
Right.
Smith spitting the truth
Y'all be
on
good,
the
man.
home of the Cowboys.
Later.
105.3 The Fan. Thank you, 22. In the #1 air hot seat. We crosstalk. Mike Bassick leads it with KMC next on The Fan.
Let's get.
Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
It's the Mike Bassett
Just take
Super Bowl
Sean's-
crosstalk.
You squat down.
Mr. Thousand-Ear Ruben is working really hard to replace some batteries that just went out
He's
on
biting
the
them.
mobile microphone. So yesterday, you guys left to go take your morning naps.
No
and
nap.
while you did that, Nico Harrison was wide awake. All right, so since Sean doesn't have headsets, Choppy, I know you are really invested in this NBA season.
Yeah,
every season.
big time, man.
Do you like the trades that the Mavericks made, starting with Gafford?
Well, I mean,
you probably watched him in college.
No, probably not. Probably not. I might have. I have no idea.
Who's to say?
Okay.
You probably bet on his games and didn't realize
I
it.
probably did.
I can see that.
I definitely watched Arkansas games, so I'm sure I saw him in college. That is one that is. It's like, okay, that's not bad because now it gives them an opportunity to have a big man when Lively's off the floor. So yeah, thumbs up on that one.
All right, Bobby, what do you think of the Mavs trades? I'll just tell you, as I've slept on it, I like it a little bit more, and here's why, as I give you kind of my opinion. Both these guys are 25 years old. They're not making $25, $35 million. If this isn't the right fit, if you play 30 games and it doesn't look great, I put on some Tim Collins.
You did. I smell that. It smells very good. I was like, who is that? Who smells good?
So I look at it and go, if it doesn't work out, the Mavericks have room to move these guys for maybe pieces that fit better. I do think there's the possibility of these pieces fitting great, but there's also the possibility of it just not working out great either.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility of it. I don't see any way that this team, though, is going to be worse than they were 3 days ago. Like I think they definitely improved. That to me is an objective factor. And look, now, the fact that this team has been so bad defensively whenever Derek Lively's not out there, like I think it's okay. Now you've got somebody with some size in Gafford, somebody who can contest shots, somebody who can get rebounds, and I think that P.J. Washington's clearly an upgrade over what Grant Williams was getting you. So I don't see any way that this is a negative for them right now. I think they have a much better shot at winning a playoff series today than they did yesterday.
Sean, I do think I give Nico Harrison the credit on this because when Luka Doncic was 19, 20 years old, the Mavs made a lot of moves like, we better do it now. And I'm thinking, he's only 19 or 20. Why aren't you getting younger players to go with him to build something?
Yeah.
So my opinion, Sean, and you can work off of this, is I do give Nico a lot of credit here because this is a very different way things have gone over the last 2 years versus what was happening the first 3 years of Luka Doncic.
And I think one of them intentionally leaked that to Woj of we did it. Luka, we wanted this. We did this to make Luka happy, right? To placate, make sure it's known you're the man, you're in charge. Look, I'm not like Bobby thinking that they're a 3 on the 1 to 10 championship contender scale, but selfishly, I'm happy to have a reason to watch the second half of the Mavs season and be intrigued. That's my number one thing.
With you.
Because I was tired of it. You know, I swapped baseball for basketball. I'm like, okay, like, Mike, all the stuff you're saying about effort and people saying you just turn on an NBA game and just jacking up threes and RJ being more interested in the college game than the pros. I now have a reason. They're not going to win the championship. I don't think they're going to be a threat. But I have a reason to see how these pieces fit. Watch P.J. Washington, watch the big man, and I have intrigue and interest for the second half of the Mavs until I get bored.
How long before you get bored?
Depends on how good they are.
Yeah, I think that's a huge factor. But Jason Kidd's like patience.
What are you doing
What's
on the
going on?
camera, RJ?
What? What's going on?
I'm just like I have like that weird OCD thing, and I didn't like the way that thing was stuck on the.
Well, you're messing with it, and it's near your private part, so it looks like you're messing with your private part.
If I have a pink one, then maybe I have a problem.
Mike, Bobby said something earlier. I want to see if you agree. He says, okay, they might not win the title. They're probably not going to win the title, but this gives them a real chance of a first-round playoff win.
I do think it gives them a better chance. I think the tough thing is right now there's 4 teams that are locked in the top 4 spots. You're probably not going to have a better record than them. Those teams all have, I believe, 16 losses today. and the Mavericks have, if I have this right, 24 losses, maybe 23 losses.
Yeah, it's 24.
You're probably not going to catch them. So you're going to have to play in the first round. You're going to have to play Denver, which I think is a 5 or 6 game series at best that Denver takes.
Yeah.
Minnesota, I will say this. I'm not convinced about Minnesota. Here's the deal. Cat is soft.
Yeah.
I understand how great of a season he's having and the record they're having. Rudy Gobert, over the last 3 years, has shown you that he can't play in the playoffs. For some reason, with Utah, they have to rip him out of the rotation going, crap, Rudy Gobert's killing us. And then Anthony Edwards, I do believe, is a superstar in the making. He's not getting crushed yet because he hasn't failed in the playoffs yet. True. That's what happens to NBA players is we love them, and then they make the playoffs, and then we start really critiquing their game if they're winning or losing. So I do think Minnesota's better than Dallas. I would pick Minnesota in 7, but I'm not convinced about that team because I think Karl Anthony Towns is soft. I think Rudy Gobert struggles. And then I look at Oklahoma City. They're a young team. They're better than the Mavericks, but they are a young team.
Added Hayward.
Yes, I don't think that's much. To be honest, I think his career's over. And
Sounds
then
about White.
I think he's Chandler.
Oh,
I think he's the new Chandler Parsons. Who you see this ability, you see this talent, but he's never healthy enough to give you that ability and that talent.
Chandler's better looking.
The other team, which you are 0-2 against in the playoffs, is the Clippers. Now, the one thing about the Clippers is, will Harden turn into playoff Harden and playoff P?
And they fall asleep in a game, too.
And then, can Kawhi Leonard stay healthy for 7 games in a playoff series? That is always a major question. They're better than the Dallas Mavericks. I would pick right now the Clippers in 7, but all it takes is Kawhi's knee to bug them, James Harden to turn into playoff James Harden, and then you're like, wow, this is awesome. He's turning into Dak Prescott in the playoffs. This is great.
And we're going to add Dinwiddie, possibly.
But I would pick all 4 of those teams to beat the Mavs in a series, but I think they would have a shot now to beat them. The thing is you got to get, Kevin, we talked about this yesterday, somehow you got to get more out of PJ Washington than Charlotte was able to get out of him.
And that's a tough call because I feel like a couple of other teams have faltered hoping for that same thing. But if you can get him to improve 4-5% from 3, that's a whole new ball game here.
Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday. Just to be a consistent player, when PJ Washington takes the court, you're saying, hey, I know he's going to give us somewhere between 13 and 18 points. If you give us 27 one night and 5 the next night, it's really tough to coach those guys.
Well, and the other thing is, if you get 13 to 18 points, I'm good with that, but is it going to be on 8 shots or 17 shots? That's something we need to watch out for as well.
And then the other thing, too, is, Chop, I don't know if you were watching last night. By the way, I went downstairs at 4 p.m. The game's at 4:30 here, Vegas time. Because when I saw the injury report that Brunson's out, I went downstairs to bet it, and the line went from 3.5 to 7. Woo! And so
I'm surprised they kept it on the board.
And so when it went to 7, I was just like, that's too many points.
With 8 Knicks playing?
I don't know about this. NBA basketball's tough. You don't know if your team's going to show up or not. Third game in 4 nights, and I'm like, I don't know if they're going to show up or not. I was going to bet them at 3.5, going, I will take the Mavs at 3.5 with this many injuries on the Knicks.
So it was at 7.
It was at 3.5 most of the day. When I went down at 4 p.m. when Brunson was officially out, I went downstairs and the board said it's Mavs by 7.
It's surprising he's only worth 3.5 points.
Yeah.
So is Luka's nose not as bad as broken as Lively's?
It's broken. The mask doesn't fit.
There are levels of breaks.
That's an
interesting
point. That's an interesting.
It's not a custom mask because they've been on the road.
Is it a custom vid?
I don't know what that means.
Good Lord.
I do.
Yeah, you do.
Here's the other deal. I'm not going to talk to RJ anymore, Sean. He's not taking this seriously.
You weren't even talking.
Exactly.
Hey. Spencer Dinwiddie's coming back. Does that make the trade even better that we just lost Spencer Dinwiddie for one season? Now you just traded Dorian Finney-Smith and a first-round pick because it looks like Dinwiddie's coming back.
And Jason Kidd did say, when you add 1, 2, maybe 3 players, in that part of the conversation, that could be the 3rd player they add.
Wasn't it Dinwiddie whose numbers I was looking up the other day, and he's been awful
since he was in Dallas?
22%.
He's awful everywhere in his career except for Dallas. If you look at his stats for his career, You're just like, this is weird. He's only good with the Dallas Mavericks. Everywhere else, he is a inefficient scorer.
Buy low, baby. Buy low.
Gary Trent.
Well, he's league minimum.
Right. Buy low.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I think that he might look at it, go, for some reason, I succeed in Dallas. I stink everywhere else.
16
and
to 12
boy,
points.
The other thing, too, he wore out his welcome in Brooklyn when he went. Like, they were like, we are so happy to get rid of this person. Washington was so happy to get rid of that person, but we never heard, at least in Dallas, that Dinwiddie was an issue in Dallas's, locker room. So, Corey, I know I'm running out of time here on my crosstalk, and I want to make sure that you get in the big Friday before the big game, before baseball season starts on Monday.
That's right, baby.
Jacksonville Jaguars co-owner
Jaguars
Tony Khan joins us at 10:20. We also have.
I'll let you know if we get Trevor Lawrence.
Michael Irvin at 11:40. Warren Sapp was moved to today at 12:20.
If T-Lock comes over here, I'll miss my flight. I'll have him sign my arm, and then I'll go to that tattoo parlor shop in our hotel and go get Trevor Lawrence autograph.
Nothing you could do would be more awkward than what he did to Sam Hartman yesterday.
Oh.
Yelling out here, Radio Row.
Who's Sam Hartman?
He's
quarterback at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably the best looking.
the handsome
incredibly
man.
attractive.
So
This
handsome.
guy, I
He's like a
mean,
soap opera star.
One time I saw him with full beard throwing in the snow, and I was like, what's even happening right
Dan
now?
Orlovsky's
This isn't fair
a
to the rest of
good-looking
the
guy.
media.
What did he do, though?
Shut up,
Mike.
What?
Oh, he took a picture with Choppy.
Oh.
He got the picture.
That's
Got
a
the
handsome
picture.
man.
I said, dude, you're my man crush.
Hey,
Yeah.
Why do you
Oh,
like
my
him so
God.
much?
Because of that.
Why do I like him?
Because
Look
of
at
that.
him.
Face, man.
Look at that
Look at
hair.
that.
Jawline.
You just like him because of his looks?
He looks like the Marlboro Man.
Look
I
at
mean, the
that.
guy, he just
Well,
exudes
looks
rugged
like-
masculinity.
He looks like Brawny, not Bounty.
Oh, that means our time's up.
Oh.
You guys are headed back to Dallas.
Thank
Yeah.
Hey, you
Get
guys
me
did
outta
a
here.
great job this week.
Knuckleballs.
Knuckleballs. Hey, great job putting everything together, Sean.
Thanks,
You're a good
Mikey.
teammate.
Love you, brother.
Choppy, good conversation you had Wednesday at the buffet.
Yeah, it was.
Holy
All right.
crap. What did you guys talk about?
Coming up,
Their plates, the food.
Yeah,
they were
the
eating.
plates.
Mike and KC and the Masterpiece
Yeah!
on 105.3 The Fan.
Love you guys.
Bye.
We have you covered. Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I just realized I forgot to open my Zoom already, so I will work on that. We are live. We're live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. That is a very fair. Okay,
So
we're gonna get to that, Mike. I've got numbers that I think will decide the Super Bowl, or fun facts to know that could help you along the way. But first,
I love that you have numbers. Can I ask a question, though, about numbers?
The score is going to be the most important one.
Here's the thing.
I would tend to agree with
Mike
that.
brought something to our plate this morning on our limo drive over. Because, yes, we've been traveling via limo every morning.
Yeah.
He said you can't read numbers. And
my God.
Now I'm like,
this is going to be a usual Friday show.
Thrown for the biggest loop, Mike, because I was like, this is blowing my mind.
Yeah.
What is it called? If you read words,
I'm going to say look at.
You look at numbers?
Right? You look at numbers because, like Dexter Manley, former Washington, at the time Redskins.
Yes.
Like Noah, he couldn't read.
Yeah, but he might be able to see numbers and go, oh, that's the number one.
Yeah.
Like if you gave Dexter Manley a scouting report and it had words which have letters in them, like if it said, you are doing this to number 42, but they didn't put 42, the number 4 and the number 2. They spelt it out. He's like, I have no clue what this is. But if you just have numbers there, he's like, oh, I got number 42.
Mm-hmm. Or
so people that can't read
4,680.
can understand numbers.
Yeah. So that
makes sense to me.
And as Nick once said on New Girl, I'm not sure I can even read. I think I've just memorized a bunch of words. And so maybe that's really what the situation is.
My problem is I sound out words, and then you guys make fun of me because I'm like, this is what it's spelt out as.
Like your middle name.
Like Chol.
Okay.
But that's Chloe. That makes no sense.
I honestly didn't know what word you were saying there.
CHLOE. That spells Chol. Like, so if I sound
How do you think Chloe is spelled?
Wait, isn't it
CHLOE.
Yeah.
With a little
CHLOE.
with a little comma to the top.
And you think that's Chol?
All right, how do you pronounce CH?
Cha.
How do you say like LOE? That's going to be a hard O.
Wouldn't it be Chlo?
Cholo.
Well, hold on.
Chol.
You just said
no, it's not Chol.
How do you pronounce CA's name? Triss Arnold? No, you never say
That's
Triss
true.
Arnold. So
that's true. That's a memorization of somebody telling me, don't sound it out. That is the word Chris.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to thank Low T Center and Best Buy Windows and Siding for really putting their resources to the best use by having us out here to have this conversation.
Second most important thing right now.
Yeah, I want to say it's going to get better, but now we transition into should I drink it?
This is my favorite time of Radio Row when nobody's here.
Why is that?
It's just calm. It's nice. Calm. You can hear each other well.
The internet works better.
Emmitt sat down this morning with Sean and RJ. Emmitt Smith, former running back for the Cowboys.
I know who Emmitt
three-time Super Bowl champion.
I have like 100 of his rookie cards. They're worth like $200 total.
And he had a water. I sat down where he sat down after, and I set my water down. So I have Emmitt Smith and my water, and they're both about the same, and I don't know which one's mine.
This one has a little less.
Yeah, and I don't know which, but I don't understand.
Are you a gulper or a sipper?
Well, this morning I was sipping a little bit, so I don't know.
This one's a little off balance. It's not. It's like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and that one is like
straight up and down. Yeah.
How does
like
that help him figure out which is which?
Did you get?
This is mine.
Did you get one that struggles to sit up straight?
Some of them have been a little deformed.
What can they do for that?
Yeah, their butts are
struggles.
Blue Chew? I don't know. Oh, Men's Clinic.
There you go, Mike.
Yeah,
So
that
should I
testosterone, it gets you going.
Should I drink Emmitt Smith's water is the question I have.
And I think you should
Potentially
drink
Emmitt Smith.
both and decide which tastes better. You might become a better running back.
What if Emmitt's water tastes better?
Yeah, it's gotta.
And you guys said I can't
What
run.
if
I couldn't
all of
run
a
for
sudden
5 yards.
What if all of a sudden you don't fall down today? Like you're just like, I drink Emmitt's water.
It's already happened.
And
I
then
already
you
fell
only
earlier.
drink a
I
little
tripped
so
over
you
the
keep
chair.
it.
You haven't drank Emmitt's water yet. Emmett had great balance.
Yeah, and you have to keep it like a natural resource, and you just drink a little at a time.
All right, let's
Every
get
time you
serious,
get close
guys.
to somebody, you squat down like you squat, and then people can't take you out. And
All
then
right.
you just burst through the hole.
For the 806, Mike got into that good Vegas weed, huh? Mind blown.
Here's what I did. I just
He
ate
talks
one
like this
donut.
all the time.
I'm eating another donut.
All right. Do you guys want to go through the Super Bowl numbers?
Yes.
You'll love this first one.
This is
Mike.
Super Bowl 58.
That is true. 0. The Chiefs do not have a single wide receiver or running back with an offensive Pro Bowl selection.
Wow, that's impressive.
McCole Hardman made it once as a on special teams, but they have no one offensively. Obviously,
How frequent is that? Like, how often does
That's
that
probably
happen?
why they're not burnt out, because they're not.
Oh, we'll get to that at 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
today.
we will talk about that. But
In
yeah,
the
they have
C-block.
no wide receiver or running back that has ever gotten to a Pro Bowl. Now, check this out. Compare it to the 49ers.
Oh, that's a lot.
The 49ers are the first team in the history of the NFL to have a running back, 2 wide receivers, and a tight end, all finished with at least 1,000 yards from scrimmage.
Oh, okay, I thought you were going to say with the Pro Bowl thing, because doesn't Juszczyk make them all the time too? Because you have to take a fullback.
That's true.
So he like has, I don't know, 3. I'm going to guess Pro Bowl appearances already.
Christian McCaffrey, 2,000 plus. Ayuk, 1,300 plus. Debo, 1,100 plus. George Kittle, 1,000 plus. So if you're talking about outside the quarterbacks, the skill position players, it is staggering the difference.
Yeah,
I'm leaning towards San Francisco winning this game. If you make me pick, I didn't bet on it here in Vegas. I don't have a good feel for this one. I do think it's going to be a close game. I can see it going either way, but like to this,
yeah,
they're just better. But there is the quarterback situation.
It's the number 1 scoring offense versus the best quarterback of this generation. It's the weirdest combination of those two.
You know what's interesting? If you go to the next one, if you go to total offense and defense, 49ers second in total offense, Chiefs second in total defense.
Ooh.
And so, like when we talked about a couple weeks ago, is this has been a far better defensive effort from the Chiefs than they've ever gotten, while probably not the best offensive effort compared to some of their other teams because of the personnel.
I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I just wonder because
What?
Hold on, you just Mike. I'm sorry.
No, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. He just said a word that's like it. The Cowboys have to learn this, right?
Yeah.
You just said because of the personnel. They knew because of the personnel this year, we're going to be a different team. We have to adapt to that. But
What
we
a
can still,
novel concept.
We can still figure it out. Quarterback, we just need you to play smart football. We need you to not be reckless. We need you to play smart, and we're going to be able to win games because of our personnel, because of the way that we're built this year.
Well, and that's where I like listening to Kevin's stuff. I agree with everything. I'm just wondering, did other teams at times go in against Kansas City a little bit different because they felt like, well, Kansas City's not going to put up a ton of points like they used to?
Yep.
Now, when did that mindset change?
I
Because
don't know.
obviously last year they scored better than this year. So I don't know, because I do think there's an intimidation factor facing Patrick Mahomes now. I don't know if San Francisco is going to have it, but I do think watching Baltimore and even a little bit of Buffalo, they had this intimidation factor of this team has owned the AFC.
I think there is, because I will tell you this. Even when they're an underdog, so this is the 3rd straight game Patrick Mahomes has been an underdog. You know how many times that's happened in his career? Never. But he's 3-0 as an underdog in playoff games.
I saw today on ESPN, I believe he's 9-3 winning the game as an underdog in his career. There's been 12 games where they've been considered
so
the
low,
underdog,
too.
and he's 9-3 in those.
How many coaches do you think have ever been in 5 or more Super Bowls? Like, they've been the head coach.
I'm going to guess 5 off the top of my head. Tom Landry.
Yep.
Obviously, Bill Belichick.
Yep.
Parcells? No. Oh, then maybe I'm too high on 5.
I'm sorry. Go if you want to ask that again. I wanted to look up something on Mahomes that we were just discussing.
How many head coaches
Andy
have
Reid
been in
now.
5? That is correct. You're missing one more.
Not Chuck Noll. No, he went 4-0, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
It's
a very,
Lombardi,
very
but he
well
was too early. They were NFL championships.
That is correct. Don Shula is correct.
All right, so Mike asked the question of when did that happen with the offense. I wanted to look at his yards per attempt. 8-3, let's go 2019 forward. 8-3, 8-1, 7-4, 8-1, 7. So this year was the biggest dip because more teams were, Mike, saying, we're going to keep you from going deep on us. And he said, I'll take everything underneath then. That's the way I'll approach this season. I just wanted to add that in. That's the element, Mike. This last year they tried it. And then this year, because of the talent level, he had to play underneath a lot more.
Okay. Now, with the 49ers win, this is a niche stat, but I thought it was really interesting. Trent Williams will become the third offensive lineman ever to have 10 Pro Bowl selections at least and a Super Bowl title. Larry Allen is one of them. Jonathan Ogden is the other. So, that's some pretty elite class that you're talking about right there.
Yeah, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh, for sure.
And going to be needed in this game. That is going to be interesting. In this game, it's starting to sound like, I don't know, who's going to get protected better?
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes or...
Hold on. Okay.
Sorry.
No. I'm glad that you said that. I'll skip the next one. Let's go to 13.8. This is going to be a huge part when you talk about quarterback protection. Brock Purdy, the number of pressures converted to sacks is only 13.8%. That's fifth best in the NFL.
Wow, that's good.
So you're going to look, and we talked about this probably on the other side with Kansas City as well.
Yeah, we did.
You are going to get pressures on Purdy. You are going to get pressures on Mahomes. How much does that impact how the play goes and how many can get finished?
Mm-hmm.
Because a pressure doesn't automatically mean it's going to be a negative play. We've seen that a ton in this playoffs.
And I think you said Mahomes was even higher than Purdy on that.
Yes.
Because both of them have really good awareness and escapability whenever it's time.
I know that they had a spy on Lamar Jackson 100% of every snap. Did they have spies on Josh Allen? Maybe every once in a while.
Not to that effect, though.
I'm just wondering, the last two games they've played what you'd consider. I'm not saying Brock Purdy's not athletic. We saw him make some really good runs in the NFC Championship game. But I'm just thinking to myself, they've played against guys that are super fast, super athletic, and now out of the three guys, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy's the least athletic, still a guy that can hurt you with his legs and extend plays. I'm just wondering how different of a defense have they played against Buffalo, against Baltimore, and now against San Francisco. The game plan going into it, how different
the percentage was lower against Josh Allen. They used a lot of different looks on Josh Allen. As opposed to as much as they used on Lamar Jackson.
And look, there are a lot of different things you can boil this game down to. For me, this is the number right here. Pressure conversions to sacks and what happens in those pressure situations. Whichever team does better, that's the team that's going to win.
As you're giving all this, and we've talked about it all week, and we'll talk more about it as the show's just beginning, do you have a good feel for this game?
I don't think so, because I got 49ers 27-24, but obviously we're in a range where I'm not like, oh, they got it. It's cake. It's over.
Last week I was like, this is going to be a 35-32 game. I had really high numbers, and the more I go through this, the more I'm like, man, this might be lower scoring. And maybe it's the higher scoring because I think of the way the Detroit game started and ended.
Sure.
And I don't think they're going to be that either team is going to give up as much as early.
Look, Chiefs defense, 13.7 points allowed per game in the playoffs. And clearly, I realized with the frozen field against Miami, but then you went against Buffalo, then you went against Baltimore. They've had some high-powered offenses that they've been able to slow down. All right, a few more numbers for you. Christian McCaffrey, here's the magic number, 85 yards rushing. In his career with the 49ers, when he gets 85 yards, they're 16-1. So that's the key. I know people.
Good?
Yes.
That's like the first half of passing in a playoff game for Dak.
Oh my God.
16-1?
No, 85 yards. That's what he was getting
yards
at.
and
It's
one
about what he does
interception.
at halftime of a playoff game.
So I get people focus on his all-purpose yards, and I understand that. But when he's effective running the ball for them, they are almost
It allows them to be more
unbeatable.
balanced.
Absolutely.
It allows Ayuk to get more open. It allows Kittle to get more open. It allows a lot more whenever they say we got to start focusing on stopping this dude right now.
Now, I already told you that Andy Reid is the 5th coach to ever make it to 5 Super Bowls.
I had the number right.
You did.
I just didn't know the guys.
Knuckleballs, bro.
How many coaches have won at least 3 Super Bowls?
All right. Let's go to Bill Belichick first.
Correct.
Knuckleballs.
Nice.
Chuck Noll.
Chuck
Correct.
Noll. Nice.
Knuckleballs.
That's it, man. No other coaches have ever won a
Barry
Super Bowl.
Switzer.
Okay.
Chan Gailey.
No, what? Okay, you know he didn't win any Super Bowl.
Let's see here. I'm really
There are
trying to
2
think
more.
about this one. They're older coaches. I don't think there
Tom
are any
Shula?
other like current
It's
coaches.
72.
He only won 2.
Okay, he's a bum.
That was, I don't know if that was my
Coaches
take.
that have won 3 Super Bowls.
Tom Landry only won 2.
Yeah,
he was a
only had
bum
his
too.
2, and Jimmy Johnson.
Shut your mouth.
Jimmy Johnson won 3, but it only
That is
it only
not
counts
counted
for
on
2,
this.
so that kind of stinks. for
You
him.
definitely know these coaches. They're older, but you definitely know them. The whole point of this, by the way,
Vince
is
Lombardi.
He
Andy
only won
Reid
2.
would be the 5th coach to do this. So it would be Andy Reid if they win. Bill Belichick, Chuck Noll. Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Bill Walsh.
Walshy.
And Joe Gibbs.
Steve's
is
dad.
the other
That always
one.
drives me nuts that Joe Gibbs has that.
I mean, he's
a
pretty
good
damn
coach.
No,
fine
I
coach.
get it. I understand it, but
He
I know him more
loved
for
going
interstate
fast.
batteries, you know?
Yes, because he got into racing and
Mhm.
stuff. I understand that reference. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Even though he had a really slow running back.
Yeah.
Right
All of his
here
running backs were
on
hey,
105.3.
give that ball to
He had
Riggins.
Daryl Green.
The
Daryl
Fan.
Green was fast.
He was fast.
You can't have this conversation off air. Coming up next,
Turn our mics off.
Jacksonville Jaguars co-owner and the man who runs all things AEW. It's Tony Khan.
Next year's
Plus,
Super Bowl champ.
maybe we'll talk a little Mavs. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
I think, and also we have to. They just won the belts. I mean, and moments after that, during the celebration with Sting and his family, his family in the ring, and the Young Bucks ruined it. And it was, one of the greatest moments in wrestling, followed by just a terrible, terrible thing. But it'll be something to keep an eye on. But really, what a great moment last night for Sting and Darby Allin to win the World Tag Team Championship. I thought last night was one of the best AEW shows ever. It was one of my favorite wrestling shows. And
Swerve and Hangman to kick it off. Yeah.
There was so much. And the Blackpool Combat Club versus the CMLL Stars. And we're bringing that here to Las Vegas this weekend. Really excited to do AEW Collision here. We've been on such a great run of shows. Of course, last night's Dynamite was one of our best, and Collision has been on the best run we've ever had recently. And we're bringing great international stars. I mentioned those CMLL stars wrestling Jon Moxley and Claudio here in Vegas this weekend, and last night on Dynamite wrestling them and Bryan Danielson, who's heading to Japan this weekend.
Who it just can't miss any match he has with Danielson. Can't miss.
He's
can't
the man.
Miss. Well, regardless of what the configuration looks like, how cool has it been to be here for the end of Sting's career and know, hey, we got the event. It's his last match.
I'm so proud of what we've done for Sting and AEW. I think this has been such a great send-off for one of the greatest legends ever in wrestling, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, and now one half of the AEW World Tag Team Champions. Right. Sting and Darby Allin have had this incredible undefeated run, and what they've done in AEW, it's been amazing, and I can't wait for their match at Revolution, which will be Sting's final encounter.
And Sting's a Dallas guy. So obviously we love him back here in the Metroplex.
Absolutely.
I was curious. I don't know what kind of insight you can give me on this, but I know how business focused you are with the Warner, Fox, ESPN sports streaming service. How, if at all, will that impact you guys?
It's something to keep an eye on. We've got a great thing going on TBS and TNT, and now the streaming side of it, I haven't sold my streaming rights. So it's an option that we have, and it's going to be a very exciting year for media rights and wrestling, and AEW is coming up in a contract year, so it's really exciting.
Very exciting for you, especially with those media rights coming up.
Well, it's something I made a big investment in AEW with my family years ago, and it's clearly paid off. We built an empire in wrestling. We've got the best roster in the sport, and to have AEW wrestling represented here in Las Vegas, of course, doing Collision on Saturday, having the great stars of AEW, the international champions, sitting over there in the next booth.
Yeah, we talked to him.
He's going to be defending the title against one of the greatest wrestlers in the world this weekend, and his partner. They've had they've teamed up and won in AEW before, and now that's the first time they've ever wrestled one-on-one. And that match is Saturday on TNT, or you can catch it live here in Vegas. I'm really excited. I think we built the greatest roster in wrestling, and we have the best relationships in wrestling to be able to work with New Japan Pro Wrestling, CMLL, these great companies. And we have so many great markets where we've built a great tradition. And, of course, Texas is one of our best places.
Garland, and obviously y'all just did Final Battle up at Arlington.
Yeah, absolutely. Garland and Arlington, just that Dallas Metroplex, I love it. And I love bringing the Von Erichs back to Dallas. That was pretty cool.
I like Marshall and Ross are friends of mine. I actually live in Garland. So when y'all have shows 10 minutes from my house, I'm a big fan. Big fan of that.
And we're coming to Cedar Park around Austin this week, too. So that's a very manageable drive. It'll be a really fun Wednesday night show. And AEW's on one of our best runs ever right now.
Do you feel like... Go ahead.
I was about to say it's always the road to revolution, it feels like, right?
Exactly. And do you feel like the wrestling community in general has been ahead of the curve on streaming? Like, obviously, you're dipped into NFL, too, and when there's a Peacock-only playoff game, people kind of lost their minds about it. And it feels like wrestling has been ahead of the curve, whether it's with y'all with Ring of Honor, and there's other organizations, WWE, TNA. They have streaming service.
New Japan World.
Exactly.
Sure.
It feels like wrestling has been ahead of this curve.
Ring of Honor, like you said, we have a great streaming service. And Ring of Honor, they'd been operating a streaming service when I purchased the company a couple
Honor
years
Club,
ago.
Yeah.
We built it up, and now it's at the all-time high, higher than even when they put the MSG show on it.
Really?
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons I got Honor Club to begin with, so that is amazing.
We built it up. We've grown the subscriber base, which is amazing because we actually killed it completely, shut it down, and started from scratch. And built it back up with what the great wrestling we're doing. We have some great things. Some of the best wrestlers and stories are there in Ring of Honor, and it's a great complement to what we do in AEW.
How much easier does that make transitioning if you do for streaming? Because y'all have been ahead of the game in streaming? Because for some of these old media companies, legacy, whatever you want to call them, they've struggled in the streaming game.
Absolutely. It's something that the NFL has built a great business platform this year, like you mentioned, with our streaming games. I think the work on Thursday Night Football, it's become a consistent hit.
With Amazon, yeah.
Absolutely. Amazon's done a great job with it, and Peacock did a great job with NFL playoffs, and I think streaming NFL, it's definitely a huge component of what we do, and in the wrestling business, it's a huge component. And like I said, I've never sold my streaming rights, so it's something to keep an eye on for us in a big contract year.
Now, while AEW's been rocking and rolling, I know some pain for the Jags. One of my co-hosts loves Trevor Lawrence. What do you think went wrong this season, and what do you want to see from Trevor Lawrence going forward as he evolves as a QB?
Well, I love Trevor Lawrence. I think he's a great quarterback, and he's a great leader for the Jaguars, and I think we have to help support him, and I think from the top to bottom, it's a team sport, and when we win as a team, everyone's got to contribute, and I think we can make a lot of changes, and Trevor is great, and I think we have to do as much as we can as an organization to build around him, and I think we will. And we got off to a great start this year, and I'm very excited about the rest of the organization coming together around Trevor Lawrence, and I believe he will lead us to another winning season. We've had back-to-back winning seasons for the first time in a long time. It was a great start we got off to, and I think we can all do things better down the stretch to make sure that we win the games down the stretch we need to put ourselves in the playoffs, which I think we all felt like we were very close and we should have probably done this year. And next year I think we'll be in a better position. Of course, we were very happy with the results 2 seasons ago, and I think we can, do that and more. I think there's so much room to grow. We have a really young roster, a lot of good young players, including a great young quarterback with Trevor Lawrence.
I'm going to try and see if I can figure out in the future a co-interview with you and Trevor Lawrence, because my co-host said if we had Trevor Lawrence on the show, he might pass out. So if there's ever an opportunity to get that out, I desperately want to see that happen.
I would love to see that too. And Trevor's the nicest guy of all time, so I'm sure he'd be a great guest for you. Anytime I've seen Trevor in an interview situation, he always knocks people's socks off. He's a great guy.
And then I just wanted to shout you out real quick, not that you asked for it or need it, but last year at the Super Bowl, we talked in person. I told you about my possibilities, our Peace-a-thon charity. You gave me y'all's people's info. You're like, talk to these people. I did. Y'all provided floor seats for an event. We got raised quite a bit of money off of that, and I just really want to tell you I appreciate that y'all getting it done.
Really appreciate it. It was the least we could do, Kevin. Thank you, and anytime. Seriously, I'm always happy to help out, especially for a good cause, and I love pro wrestling, and I love helping out whenever I can, and that was the least I could do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Collision Saturday here in Vegas, March 3rd, Greensboro, Revolution, Big Business, March 13th, Boston. I didn't even have to look at my notes to tell you all of that.
Yeah, that was amazing.
All right. Orange Cassidy might have me as my hype man. In case you need somebody else, I'm here. Tony Khan, thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it.
There you go.
Great to see you.
By the way, you heard reference to the Orange Cassidy interview. You can find that on 1053thefan.com. You can check out, stop that, on the YouTube and everything like that. Go check out that interview. That's going to be internet exclusive right there. But you heard, he goes, Trevor Lawrence is a great interview, and he goes, I would also like to see that happen. So we're working on it, Mike. We're working on it.
T-Law. Hey,
you got a picture with him, dude.
Next year. I didn't do this. I should have bet on Jacksonville to win the Super Bowl next year.
You know what?
If they're in the NFC, they'd have a better chance.
Once we get gambling legalized in Texas, because we're doing it next year. That's what our approach is. Kevin, 2024, not next year, this year.
It's not going to happen.
2024, that's what we're pushing for. We're going to go talk to all the people.
Legalized gambling in
Texas.
this calendar year?
When do you, 2026 would be the earliest, right? If in real world, real life, it's already 2024. It's not legal. It's not going to be legal this year. 2026 would probably be the earliest Texas would get legalized gambling if it happens.
I could see that. So you think maybe past at the end of 25?
When's the next congressional
I mean, it'll happen in November.
I just don't think it'll be on the. I don't think it'll be on a state vote in
you
October.
Gotta move for that to happen.
All right,
but I wanted to, if we could, can you go ahead and fire off cut number 1? Because I wanted to dip back in just a little bit to all the Mavs stuff we were talking about yesterday.
Now the Knicks push again. Hard into Cleveland, who gets another block. Back and forth we go. Green going up top. Oh, okay. Wow, Josh Green flying high.
Now,
that was sick.
To go along with that, it is fascinating the way the Mavs have had, I know the Milwaukee game didn't work out, but numerous games where they've had a very comfortable lead that has gotten to an uncomfortable point before ending the game at a spot where it looks like they dominated the entire way. And they controlled this game the entire way.
I thought Stan Van Gundy made a good point as they went on their first run early in the fourth quarter. He said Jason Kidd just made a major coaching decision that helped out. He called a timeout and put Luka back in the game. And he said, he was pretty much like, a lot of people don't want Luka to play 40 minutes. You won't win as many games if he doesn't play 40 minutes. So I get the question that people ask about whoever it is, Kevin Durant or Luka or people like that. Now, Durant's obviously getting closer to 40. Luka's not that. But when you push a guy to 40 minutes a night, it is very tough when you get to the end of the season how much they have left. But I don't think the Mavs are going to be in a decent situation unless he does play 40 minutes a night. Now, I don't know if these trades will make a major impact immediately, but maybe that's the hope, is that PJ Washington can alleviate some of the when Luka goes to the bench, you almost die as a team, and then you have to go, well, you got your 2 minutes. Get back in the game. Hurry up.
Well, let's go to the man himself now. While we broke the PJ Washington and the Gafford trades on our show yesterday, this is Nico Harrison, cut number 7, talking specifically about what that tandem of players will bring to the Mavs.
Yeah, I think if you look at PJ, I think the biggest thing about him is he can score. I mean, I think a couple weeks ago he might have had 40 points or something like that. He can 43. He can get high, he can shoot, he can create. So it's just versatility, but also rim protection. He can block shots and he's big. He can play 4 and 5. So I think that's the thing that he's going to bring to us. When you look at Gafford, big time rim protection, adding depth to our front court. I can just imagine him and Luka in kind of pick and roll and what that's going to do.
That's cool. I'll tell you what I'm confused with. I just watching PJ Washington, I see no center in him at all.
Man, they keep pushing that. The 4 I could see.
Ball
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they've always had that approach, and Jason Kidd definitely knows how to use it. So it is a very small ball center style.
Like Greg Buckner. Like, I get why they did that. Like, Don Nelson tried Greg Buckner at 6'4" at center to try to pull Shaq away from the basket, this and that. I know that was a long time ago. Basketball has definitely changed from 20 years ago, but I just look at PJ Washington. I really like him. I'm glad they got him. I think there's a lot of potential. You know who I thought about in baseball terms for PJ Washington? What I just said last week about John Gray is John Gray needs to take the step up. John Gray has a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. He has a wipeout slider. He has all of these things that would suggest to you, 3rd overall pick in the draft out of Oklahoma, that he could win 15 games. He would be an all-star. He would be a guy that you look at and go, maybe not a Cy Young winner, but, one of those years, maybe finish 3rd or 5th in Cy Young voting in those years. And that's how I see PJ Washington. It's all there.
Wow.
It's all there to be like a 20-point scorer, to be a 7 or 8 rebound guy.
But you've seen teams die on that projection.
Yeah.
And
so that's the thing. Like, they're projecting he can play center.
Yeah.
I'm like, at what point have they watched PJ Washington play basketball? Not that I'm watching 50 Charlotte games a year, but when I watch him play the Mavericks or when I watch highlights of PJ Washington, I see 0 center in him, but they do see a small ball center.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. And coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
This rumor says the Rangers are getting a lefty on Thursday. Next.
When your marriage has ended and divorce is inevitable, you need
Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. Thanks to the good people at the Low T Center, at Best Buy Windows and Siding. And you just heard Tony Khan on the #1 Air Hot Seat. And now you still get your baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so this Baseball Nuggets is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eat, drinks, and scenic views. Twin Peaks, probably a great place to watch that big game on Sunday afternoon.
I could see that.
All right, so here it is. Again, I feel like we're repeating ourselves for about the 7th time during this offseason, but it is a new report. The free agent market has been moving slowly this offseason, says Mark Feinsand of MLB.com and John Paul Morosi. We may have some action soon, particularly with one starting pitcher. Feinsand writes that the free agent...
Are you reading it like that because we've gone over this? Okay.
But I have to give it is a new report. I'm not reading old stuff. This says right here, MLB.com, February 8th. I know today is the 9th, but here it is, the new report that Montgomery is likely to sign by next Thursday. By, obviously, yesterday was Thursday. So next week, when pitchers and catchers report, can you believe this, that pitchers and catchers next week will be
Wednesday,
in Surprise, Arizona,
When are we
reporting
going
the 26th.
2.5 weeks.
Wow,
Something
man,
like
we're
that.
almost there, guys.
All right.
We are.
So it says, when each club's pitchers and catchers have reported to spring training, both feel that the most likely destination for the left-handed pitcher is back in Texas.
Let's go.
Where he helped the Rangers win their first World Series. So I asked this question. We, in a way, we know more than MLB.com in this situation.
Yeah.
We cover the Rangers right here locally. So I understand they have great connections with agents, with general managers that we don't have. I don't have connections with 30 general managers or 150 agents or whatever. But we
have a connection with the best.
We hear that it's not likely that Montgomery returns to the Texas Rangers. The national media is saying it's likely, and here's why I think they're saying it's likely. This goes back to January 11th, and you're looking at the Red Sox, the Giants, and the Yankees as being viable options for Jordan Montgomery. That was January 11th, a month ago. I guarantee you what's happening with the national media, they've contacted the Red Sox, they've contacted the Yankees, they've contacted the Giants, and they've talked to the agent, they've talked to the teams, and there's no movement. There is no rumor that he's going to those teams. So the most likely thing is he's going to go back to Texas. Now, I asked this question. If we know that Texas doesn't want to do a super long-term contract at a big number, before the playoffs started, so he hasn't pitched a playoff game. He hasn't helped you win a World Series. He hasn't helped you win a divisional round, anything like that, or a wild card round against Tampa Bay. He was supposedly going to be somewhere around 4 years and around 18 to 20 million per.
Okay.
Maybe the playoffs didn't help him out at all in the marketplace.
It's looking like you're right. That's just wild to me.
So I'm wondering if I throw this out that next Thursday Montgomery signs with the Rangers. Guess what the contract? I'm just throwing. I have no clue. Guess what the contract you would say is that if Montgomery, Scott Boras, and the Texas Rangers come to an agreement next week when pitchers and catchers report?
1 year, $27 million.
3 for $65.
I understand that. I just don't think the Rangers want him that long.
It's hard to argue with that.
That's where I raised my hand and asked the question: is it the marketplace, or is there something about Jordan Montgomery? Because I guess you can say the market because the rest of Major League Baseball is not doing anything either. I just wonder if there is something about Jordan Montgomery that people are like, we're out on that specifically. But I guess since Blake Snell's situation is still out there, that makes it look more like the market.
Well, and they both have the same agent.
That's a factor too.
I mean, at what point then do you get to... Like, I realize somebody will sign these people, but at what point do you get to and you're like, hey, sorry, Blake, sorry, Jordan, these pie-in-the-sky dreams aren't happening?
If you didn't have pitchers that had to get ready to start, to be a starting pitcher, you wouldn't start spring training till March 3rd or March 4th. That would be when everybody really showed up. You'd be like, look, if you give relief pitchers and you give position players 3 weeks, they will most likely be ready for a season. It's the starting pitchers who need 6 weeks. They have to build up their arm to close to 100 pitches and around 5 to 6 innings to start the year. And that takes about 6 weeks to do.
Yeah.
And so if you don't sign Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery, you're relying on, and it can happen, guys have really good off seasons where they're working on their arm and making sure they're ready for spring training. But if you don't sign Jordan Montgomery, let's just say the Texas Rangers, you sign him on March 5th. Is he going to be ready for the second game of the year if Evaldi, or the third game of the year if you wanted to go Evaldi, Gray, Montgomery? Like in
a limited capacity.
Yeah. At what point do you worry?
Yeah.
We don't want you to come to spring training. You do your physical on March 4th. You show up on March 5th. I'm not going to say, well, hey, our starters are now built up to 4 innings and 60 pitches on March 10th. We need you at 4 innings and 60 pitches. They're going to say, no, you're going to throw 2 innings and 30 pitches. And then 3 or 4 days later, you're going to throw 3 innings and about 45 to max 50 pitches. Then the next time, 4 innings, 60 pitches. Well, now the season's starting. So It's okay. You just have Jordan Montgomery on more of a 4 or 5 inning start to start the year. But I'm just thinking for these starting pitchers, Snell and Montgomery, I would say, man, if we're going to give them the money, if we really want to compete, let's do it now instead of waiting. The market, if I was Jordan Montgomery, and maybe this is me and not him, I would be a little bit nervous right now that it's Friday and spring training starts next week, and I don't know where I'm going.
And that's the thing that bothers me about it is that wouldn't be built in as, hey, you get a discount because you're not getting real starts the first 3 or 4 times. You're like, well, that's just the deal. You shouldn't have waited so long.
Do you think that this report is going to come true? Do you think next week the Rangers have Jordan Montgomery in their rotation?
I do. Even when Evan Grant said, I don't think it's going to happen because he's just about as plugged in as it gets for the Rangers, I still thought there was a shot. I understand there are drawbacks that have prevented the Rangers from being more aggressive at this, but I think it's come down where they're like, well, we probably should.
So I'm wondering this too, and I don't know if Jordan Montgomery would want a contract like this. The Rangers are up against it, right? They've already gone over one small threshold that they don't want to go over the next one because they do want to give themselves flexibility at the trade deadline to add money to the team, from what I understand. If that happens, great. That means you're in it and you're trying to add to a team that they think can compete and win another World Series championship. Or last year they didn't even win the division, a team that can win the division. I wonder if you structure a contract like this. All we can do is give you $15 million this year. But then the next year we're going to give you $22 million, and the next year to kind of make your number work, we give you $27 million. So you're like, we feel like we have, I don't know this, we have a little bit more freedom with guys coming off the books, whether it's Max Scherzer, whether it's John Gray. I'm not saying you're not going to re-sign those guys, but maybe you look at your financials and go, would you want to backload this thing? Because I don't think there's any front loading the Rangers want to do at this point with where they're at salary-wise.
Yeah, and then hope at some point you have lots of develop something coming along.
Yeah.
That you can
That's the thing.
Do something
at
with.
At some
so that
point, we've talked about that, right?
Yeah.
You have to, whether it's Jack Leiter, whether it's Owen White, whether it's somebody we're not really thinking about. I know Rocker's still a year away from pitching again. These guys have to develop, and you have to have $1 million pitchers in your rotation. You can't do this. You can,
especially if
but you have to take a
rostered.
big financially. You're going to have to pay taxes. My last baseball nugget, and then we'll get out of here and get back to football talk here at the Super Bowl. Thanks to our sponsors.
Low T Center, Best Buy Windows and Siding.
God, I'm the smartest guy here. Okay, so thank you for remembering. I'm not that smart. I didn't even remember.
And then we got Mike Golick Sr. coming up on the number 1 air hot seat.
Vladimir Guerrero, in his second year of arbitration, gets almost $20 million. Last year, he got $14.5 million. So I was thinking about the inflation of that number when it comes to Wyatt Langford or Evan Carter.
That is an interesting thing that I might have to redo some of my math there.
Yeah, so maybe you're looking at, as inflation goes, you're going to look at more like $17 million, $22 million, $30 million in those 3 years if you don't want to sign a big, longer-term contract to Langford or Carter.
Obviously, that changes the way I look at that, for sure. Also, did you see the Adolis additional information on the deal.
Nope. Yeah.
Is so we said 2 for 14 yesterday. That is the minimum. There are escalators and incentives in the contract that would put it up to 2 years. I think $20.4 million. So
I like that.
Yeah,
he only has to hit 75 home runs a year.
If it was over 2 years, I'd be like, I could definitely see that happening.
That's good for him, man. That's great. It's something to strive for.
I just think that's such a cheap contract, and great for the Rangers. Is that if you're paying him $7 million, a dude who's going to hit 30 home runs and 100 RBIs?
Yeah.
Like those guys, Teoscar Hernandez cost $23 million for the Dodgers. He's better than Teoscar Hernandez in all ways. But.
Agreed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with one of the sports radio icons, Mike Golick Sr. Next right here on The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL handed out their season awards Thursday, and Comeback Player of the Year went to Joe Flacco. Flacco was a nice story, but the only thing he came back from was a forgettable stint with the Jets and his couch. Meanwhile, Bills safety Damar Hamlin went into cardiac arrest on the field in Cincinnati and nearly died. Hamlin's comeback to the NFL was nothing short of a miracle. Flacco's comeback was great, but does not compare.
live at Radio Row, hoping to talk with Mike Golick Sr. in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, we were gifted something amazing earlier this week.
I love gifts.
It's the Westgate Superbook Super Bowl bet sheet.
Let's do it.
It is 18 pages long, front and back, and kind of like Rachel's letter. It's amazing, but I also have alternate point spreads. You're welcome.
I'm so proud. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
man. Thank you.
Also, I have alternate point spreads for the game. And
Okay.
I want to see if any of these catch your ear and see how much money you can make them on. All right, who do you think's going to win?
I would, if I had to bet, I would bet San Francisco.
Okay.
If Mahomes has the ball last, I'm betting Chiefs.
Okay, so but both of y'all are envisioning a close game.
Mm-hmm.
You might not love these alternate point spreads because you really got to get bold in these. Like, for example, if you think the Chiefs will win by more than 3.5, 2-1 on your money.
Okay.
If you think the Chiefs will win by more than 7.5, 3.5-1 on your money.
2-1 means I have to bet $50 to win $100.
Correct.
Okay.
$100 in profit.
Okay. I would be okay. That one actually I could do. I could feel comfortable with that.
And just by comparison, you have to go San Francisco by minus 7.5 to almost get that
Gotcha.
same number.
Yeah.
And so I think that's an intriguing bet right there. Like, if you believe the Chiefs are going to win, 3.5 points you give away to the 49ers. 2-1 on your money. So that was one that, like, really stuck out to me straight away. However, for the blowout crowd, if you think the 49ers can win this game by more than 21.5 points, 11-1 on your money. If you think the Chiefs can win this game by more than 21.5 points, 14-1 on your money.
No, thank you.
Okay.
It's just, that's a big number, man. That's
There's
a
a
very
reason
big
they
number.
give you that odds.
Yes.
I mean, they know that, you know, as they say, I stayed in District 3 while we were here. You guys stayed in District 2. The Hunger Games.
Yes.
The odds
are ever in my favor.
Yeah, but they're in the book's favor there.
Is it 3 fingers?
I don't know,
or just
man.
2?
I
think it's
know.
one
I didn't
finger.
read the books.
It's not one finger. All right, Mike, you've been talking about this for the last couple weeks. You see the potential for a low-scoring game.
I do. When you talk about how good Kansas City's defense is, you talk about San Francisco usually, not all the time, but usually methodically moves the ball down the field. They kind of beat you up. You can see both of these teams, if they score, they could be going on 5+ minute drives, like more like a 7-minute drive.
Yeah.
Even if you score a touchdown and you eat up half a quarter, that's tough to get to like a big number. That being said, we knew that last year both teams had pretty good defenses. They didn't have great defenses, and that game got way up scoring-wise. So, but if I had to bet over-under, I would lean under.
What would you set the over-under at? Like, I know
47.
Okay, you're going to have to go a lot lower to make money. But if you think this is going to be like a very low-scoring game, so under of 35.5, more than 4-1 on your money. So if you think like this is a 17-14 game, or this is a 20-14 game.
When you talk about all these little numbers, I wonder what the over-under is after 3 quarters, because I could see where the fourth quarter there was like 17 points scored total in the fourth quarter, but I could also see the game going into the fourth quarter, something like 13-10 going into the fourth quarter, and then 17 points are scored or something like that.
Okay, let's say you think it's a straight-up shootout, though. This is another interesting one to me. Let's say you think it's going to be, 42-35 or something like that. If you want to go over 63.5, 6-1 on your money. So everybody gets caught up in the prop bets, and we can go through that in just a second.
That's a really
but
fun
if
number.
if you think this is going to be a shootout, 6-1 on your money.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yes.
When
you
it
don't have to raise your hand.
When it comes to, it's part of the. You know what I'm saying?
Are so dumb.
Kevin, when it comes to hedging, how would I hedge? Because I like that.
I think
that's
you put
fun.
a tattoo on your
No,
butt.
I'm not putting a tattoo. When it comes, that's Austin Hedges. When it comes, I like that bet. It's fun. But if I want to bet another lower one, how would I balance that out to where I still win?
The tough thing is usually, not always, but usually in hedging your bet, you already have an invested stake.
Okay.
So in that case, You probably
I can't put 2 bets down that'll kind of.
You can, but I can't give you a guaranteed system that it'll make profit. Now, if
What I want to do there, Kevin, is I would want to win big on that one, and then whatever other one balances out, there where I get my money back at least.
And usually the case for that is when you have are you trying to cash your Kansas City Super Bowl ticket that you've had all year? That's usually where you would hedge by betting on the 49ers to a certain degree. So if you're just looking to hedge in this, it's tough when you go into the game with no vested interest.
Gotcha.
That is
All right.
significantly
Trying to
more
make-
difficult.
I see where you're heading.
Which Las Vegas landmark do you believe will be shown first?
The Eiffel Tower.
That's fourth on the list. 4-1 on your money.
The Sphere.
The Sphere.
That's it.
The Sphere
That's
is
it.
the favorite.
Yeah, I know how TV producers work, bro. Actually, they might have a little mini pack on the Sphere, so maybe it would be something that's just more classic.
That's an
What's the
interesting
most
name.
classic
It feels
drink?
like we're leaving out a letter or adding in a letter.
What?
Because you think it's like SPEAR or something like that?
Say what is it called?
Sphere?
Yeah, that sounds like a little bit of a made up word. It is a real word.
All
I'm not
words
saying you're
are
saying
made
it.
up.
You're saying it
Every
correctly.
word is made up.
But when
made
you
up.
say that word, I'm like, are you leaving out a letter or are you adding one in?
That's a great question.
What do you think is the most iconic? It's the Tropicana, right? Or
Well,
the
something
Flamingo?
I think you should consider.
The Lady of Liberty.
No, they're not going to show. Well,
is that up to scale? The
no.
one that's here?
Are you asking if the Vegas Statue of Liberty is the same size as the actual Statue of Liberty?
Yeah,
No,
how
it
close?
is
They'll
not.
show the stadium.
Okay.
What
Yeah,
is
does
the
that?
stadium
Oh
called?
man, that's a good. Does that count?
Allegiant.
Yes.
You've seen it like 80 times this
I
week.
don't remember.
The Roomba.
You know, I still call Jacobs Field. It's not Jacobs Field anymore.
It's Guardian. It's Progressive Stadium.
It's Guardians Galaxy.
Showgirls being the first thing they showed, not the movie.
You've
concept.
been a bad boy.
The first thing they show at halftime.
The first landmark they show in the game, 12-1. If you want to take a chance on
What
Showgirls.
if I would have paid money? Showgirl. I know you're saying showgirls. All the girls that just wear pasties over there. If I would have been like, I will pay, and I get pictures of you just standing next to a girl just having pasties on, and then he sent him to Jess like, Vegas is great.
Oh my God! Why? Jess is such a nice lady.
What
Why
about-
would I do that?
What if I would have done that to Sue? Like, I would have been in trouble.
Yes, I would have been in
She's
on
like,
that.
what are you doing here?
Does the Las Vegas sign
They're not that
like
far
that you
apart.
see as you come into Las Vegas? Is that
That's 2-1. That's the
Okay.
second. That's the second bet.
Yeah.
All right. Which will be higher, Mike? No, I'm telling you, he's
high on
totally
life, bro.
sober.
He's high
yeah.
on life.
Yeah, man, this is great.
This has given me great insight into when you looked at the coral at Derek Holland's house for an hour. That you didn't need to be high. You're just like, it's just neat.
This is Mike, bro.
Which will be higher? Total first half points in this Super Bowl or total points by Jimmy Butler against the Celtics?
Oh my gosh, I hate these things.
Oh, well, I'm glad
Like I
we're
would
doing
never,
this.
I just would never bet on these things.
I would.
You know?
I love this. I'm gonna go Jimmy Butler. I think he's out for blood in this one.
Okay.
What is the bet again? Whose points? San Francisco's points versus Jimmy Butler's points.
Yeah.
Total.
When Jimmy Butler plays against San Francisco.
Total first half points in the football game.
I hate you guys.
Is this one? Can we call it the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay.
This is not an advertisement. You can call it the
just
Super
for
Bowl.
safety.
All
say
right.
the
So
big game.
Super Bowl points versus Jimmy Butler points.
Total first half Super Bowl points
Did Kevin say advertisement?
versus Jimmy Butler.
It's advertisement, bro.
I hate you guys.
All right. I'll bet on the Super Bowl.
Oh man, big game.
Oh, I almost Warren sapped it right there. All right.
What's that mean?
Which one would you bet on? The Super Bowl or Jimmy Butler?
I just
Shut
said
up.
Jimmy Butler.
Shut up. Shut up.
You made this one. Is
I
Jimmy
did-
Butler going to dress as a girl in that game?
I don't know if you're allowed to say that either.
A person?
Emo.
I would hope that this one couldn't fail. Heads or tails? Which one are you guys picking?
Heads.
877-881-1053,
Tails never fails,
truckwreck.com.
dude. Tails never fails.
Is there a thing for heads? Heads always. Tails never fails. Heads never. I don't know what rhymes with
Heads
heads.
never dread.
That doesn't make any sense for flipping a coin. It makes a lot of sense if you're trying to rhyme.
You don't dread when you flip it.
No,
I don't know
no,
why.
no
I don't
dread.
know-
It's
I don't-
heads.
I don't know why I got sucked into this conversation. I hate myself. for that.
Tails, dude. Tails has won. It looks like Tails has won the most. Look at this. Look at all the tails on this. Yeah, I think tails.
They
is the
must
best way
weight
to
the
go.
coin for tails.
Yeah, in the last 5 years, Kevin, 3-2 tails.
That is not like a commanding advantage.
Okay,
though.
since 2014.
And wouldn't you think heads would win that to even it out?
Since 2014, heads has only won 3 times. So that's commanding lead right there, right? Oh man, heads won from 2009 to 2013. That is insane.
All right.
There's an easy way to solve this.
Just throw a coin.
It's heads.
There it is.
It's heads. Heads it is.
Hold on. Does that mean you're picking heads, or does that mean you should pick tails
It's a
because it'll
coin
even
flip.
out? All right. How many
That's not the way it
rushing?
works. It's 50% every time.
How many rushing yards do you think
That's not
Deebo
true.
Samuel will have in the Super Bowl?
Rushing yards?
Yeah.
24 might be too high.
Okay. Here's the bet.
36.
Which will be higher? Deebo Samuel's total rushing yards in the Super Bowl or the total number of DUIs issued by the Las Vegas Police Department that day?
DUI.
I think.
that night after the game.
No, I still think it's going to be
people
Deebo.
don't drive
yeah,
here.
people don't drive here, bro. Everybody's getting taxis. Everybody's getting Ubers. Everybody's getting limos like us. So I think that I'm going to go with Deebo's rushing yards.
Okay.
That's my bet.
I like it.
Let's go to Vegas and do this.
We are here, but we're out of time. We can't go bet. We're out of time. Like, we have to go to the airport after the show.
What will be the first song? I can do this.
Okay, what'll be the first song?
What will be the first song?
Usher?
Usher.
Let It Burn.
Usher sings.
No, it'll be Yeah.
Party in the USA.
No, not that Yeah.
Dang it.
Not that Yeah.
Alec, you already know how close I am to swearing.
Purple Rain.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Yeah.
Purple Rain?
Why would that be? Why would he do that?
Because they have a Prince show here.
Yeah.
Beat it.
Yeah is fourth on the list.
Really?
My Way
Okay.
is the leader, however. OMG
I was just about to say.
was 8-1. It has shifted down to 1.5-1. I feel like people
How
know.
does OMG go? Let Kevin do it.
So hold on.
I don't know.
So what you're saying, Kevin, you're saying that in Las Vegas, where the performance is going to be, the lines shifted from 8-1 to 1.5-1 so quickly.
Yep.
Because nobody could have possibly been in there for that bet.
Oh.
There's no way, dude.
I don't even know what OMG song is.
I'm sure Alec can pull it up and play it for you if you want.
All right, Mike, this one's just for you. Will Usher expose a nipple on stage?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, didn't the dude Zach Levine or
he took his whole shirt off.
Adam Levine? Didn't he do it?
Didn't
because I think my wife was slobbering when that happened with her sister.
Are you
God,
serious?
they thought that was sex machine number one.
No,
stepped onto the stage.
No, we're on air right
This is
now.
fascinating. I think Mike
Well,
has
I was like, I don't think I can do this. I don't think when Britney 20 years ago went on stage, I was like, oh man, look at the drool coming out of my mouth. I don't think my wife though and her sister are like, oh, Adam Levine. Oh man, look at those tats.
He's got a really good point on this, though. She's not doing that if it's just her and Mike watching. But once there's another woman, they become crazy. They're just like, oh my gosh, and they can't stop talking about hot guys. That's when you get two women in a room together, that starts to happen.
Really big
but if it's
generalizations
just
happening.
if it's just me and Adrian and the kids, she's not saying anything
I was
about
like, the
that.
next time we do something, she's not going to see me.
Yeah, she's gonna see Adam and his tats. He had a lot of tattoos.
Pretend you're Adam. I don't want to pretend I'm Adam.
Oh my God, dude. What has happened?
Who would you want to be pretending?
I don't know. Just to go
He wants to be Trevor Lawrence. He's like, hey,
I have to go
pretend
get
I'm Trevor Lawrence.
I wear a wig, a long wig.
I just intercepted your pass.
Oh my God.
Would I have to go get a Sharpie and make tats all over me like Adam?
There's still a lot of people here. This has to be the worst show on Radio Row right now. It has to be. Any show. I'll take that over this one right now.
Who do you think Jess would slobber over if they were doing the halftime show?
Michael B. Jordan.
Greg Ostertag.
Oh, yeah, maybe that too.
I can make that happen.
No, thanks, Mike.
He's refereeing high school.
And I don't think you can make that happen either.
Why not?
I can't make her drool, but I can get Greg.
We're the KNC Matt. See, Gronk would love this show. I know we didn't just pull him over.
He'd be like,
this would have been his favorite segment of all time. Coming up next, I guess, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where Lamar Jackson enters elite company, kinda, or whatever else Mike feels like talking about next, right here on The Fan. Best Buy Windows and Siding for helping make this happen. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Yeah, here we go. That's what I say, because we're the Cowboys home station, and we lose all the time. Dak says that in the playoffs.
I have no idea who you're talking
I'm talking to El Paso.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, almost unanimous, 49 of the 50 votes. The other one went to first-place votes.
Josh Allen.
Josh
I
Allen.
read the article, sorry.
Dak Prescott did finish second in the MVP voting.
We have the second-best quarterback in the NFL.
Yes.
Isn't that great? Next year.
Regular season.
There's
no doubt about his regular season. He's pretty good.
As long as you play average and bad teams, he'll rack up 330 yards and 4 touchdowns a game. It's just unfortunate that there's usually 10 to 12 teams that are as good or better than the Cowboys, and then he just farts on those games.
In the history of the NFL, how many players have won multiple MVPs?
7. Peyton Manning has 5. Brett Favre has a lot. Aaron Rodgers has multiple.
Hold on.
8.
Okay.
There might be more because now
6.
Patrick Mahomes.
It's 11.
11.
Yeah.
All right,
Lamar
how many
Jackson,
can you name?
Mahomes.
Lamar Jackson.
Correct.
Aaron Rodgers.
Correct.
That's the last 6 MVPs.
Correct.
Brett Favre.
Correct.
Did Joe Montana win multiple ones?
Correct.
Barry Sanders?
Incorrect.
Bart
quit.
Starr.
Incorrect.
When did they start
That was
giving?
Super
When did they
Bowl
start
MVP.
doing MVPs? Was it? Are you talking about like Super Bowl
in the-
era?
No, it was in the
Jim Brown.
60s. Jim Brown is correct.
Johnny Unitas.
Correct.
How many more do we need?
I think
Walter Payton never get an MVP?
2 more.
Well, there's a kicker who.
Oh,
won
you
it
need 3 more.
in '83.
How many more of these are quarterbacks versus other positions?
2.
So 2 more quarterbacks.
Oh, Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. Did we say Tom Brady?
No,
already?
I don't think we did.
Correct.
Nice.
I don't think Terry Bradshaw didn't put up awesome stats.
Nope.
No.
And they're both quarterbacks that are left. 2 quarterbacks that are left.
One quarterback,
Two
one positional
quarterbacks
player.
left.
Barry? Did he ever get an MVP?
Barry's not a
quarterbacks
quarterback.
Okay.
Steve Young.
Correct.
Wow.
John Elway.
Incorrect.
Dan Marino.
Did you guys already say Kurt Warner?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't say him.
Johnny Unitas.
I did say Johnny Unitas.
Okay,
He said
then,
Johnny Unitas.
then
yeah.
it was Kurt Warner.
No, I never said Kurt Warner, Kevin, if I'm going to be honest.
So, Peyton, Aaron Rodgers, Johnny Unitas, Brett Favre, Jim Brown, Tom Brady, Steve Young, Kurt Warner, Joe Montana, Patrick Mahomes. They all also have at least 1 championship. Now, I realize Jim Brown's was before the Super Bowl era, but the point is they all have at least 1 championship. Lamar Jackson is on this list of 11, but he is now the only player on this list without a championship.
He's got Mahomes in his way.
If the trend stays the same, it will be Aaron Rodgers next year. Because think about this, from 2018 to 2023, it went Mahomes, Jackson, Rodgers. Then they went opposite. Rodgers, Mahomes, Jackson. So that means Aaron Rodgers needs to win the next one if it stays the same for the last 6 years.
I don't see Kevin, I don't know if Lamar will have another MVP season.
I think what's tough now is they don't want to vote for him.
Yeah, because he didn't win.
In fact, that's going to be to me. It's going to be impossible for Dak next year because I think everybody regrets voting him as high as they did.
The thing is, he could get a championship. Because Mahomes is there, it's going to be too difficult for him to accomplish that task along the way. I think that Baltimore might have to change some of their approach. They build good teams. They're good football teams. They're in that conversation. But to go championship level, he's going to need a little more help there.
And so the interesting thing about this is Lamar Jackson is now also the youngest player ever to win multiple MVPs, slightly beating out Mahomes.
I don't think he had changed his name yet, but Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is the only other player in sports history to be the college player of the year / Heisman Trophy winner and win 2 MVPs by the age 27. No other athlete besides Lamar Jackson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar have accomplished that feat.
And you want to say there's plenty of time, right? But time runs out real fast.
I mean, there is theoretically plenty of time, but this felt like the time. Like, this felt like the Super Bowl they needed to be at.
Lamar?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think that going forward, I think if you're a voter, he can't win it next year. He'd have to just do 1,500 yards rushing with 5,000 yards because people are just going to look at it and go, he already has 2. And
he has to win a Super Bowl to get back into the conversation.
Yeah, and it's like he didn't prove in the playoffs that he's the guy.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
Do you think it's reversed for Dak, that he has to win one to ever really truly be to get over the top and win it?
He has to win a
championship or more be better in the playoffs for a few years.
Yeah, I think that as well. Because, I mean, he was second and they flamed out in the playoffs.
We're here. Everybody feels the same way. I'm not talking about media, but yes, media. The former players that we've interviewed, they all feel the same way about Dak. His story is written. I know Dak says he has the pen, and there is more to his story. He's going to get about a 5-year, $300 million extension here in the next month.
The story.
He's got to finish the story. But everybody feels like his story is written and over with. Everybody knows who he is. He's a above-average quarterback who will lose against above-average teams. And especially in the playoffs.
And that's why I really he could have a phenomenal regular season. And I feel like voters will still be like, And so I think a championship would change that so that he could get it. But that's a tough thing to accomplish.
To me, if I was voting, which I don't.
I know it's a regular season thing.
Yeah.
Cowboys would have to have the best record in football. So they'd have to have the 1 seed and 1-1, as in even better than all the AFC teams. And he would have to lead the league in passing and touchdowns for me to vote for him for MVP.
Okay, interesting. Now, everything didn't go chalk yesterday. There was a few upsets at the NFL awards. This one was interesting. Did you see the Kevin Stefanski, how he won Coach of the Year?
By 1 point.
That was actually a tie. So him and D'Amico Ryans, who would have been my selection, they tied for the most points. However, the tiebreaker went to Stefanski, who had more first-place votes.
Was it one more first-place vote?
So it's crazy because of the point system. They had exactly the same. But, yeah, so Stefanski wins Coach of the Year. D'Amico Ryans finishes second.
D'Amico Ryans. I know you might be bringing up C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson all in the same conversation. Yep. And that's where you kind of look at that, and it's just like dumb. Like, Stefanski, good job winning with Joe Flacco and everything, especially all the chaos you had to deal with. But I'm kind of with a lot of people on D'Amico Ryans and that young group, just as much of a hill to climb.
Now, I want to talk about,
especially since they thumped them in the playoffs too,
those Rookie of the Year votes. C.J. Stroud won, not surprising for offense. On defense,
but Puka did have a great year.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, I knew that CJ would win because of his position, but there was a viable offensive candidate to compete.
And in most years, he would be a hell of a selection. A little bit of an upset as Will Anderson wins Defensive Rookie of the Year over Carter. Not you, Carter. Check this out. At the beginning of the year, somebody placed a $5 5-leg parlay on NFL award winners. They picked Lamar Jackson to win MVP. At the time, 15-1. C.J. Stroud to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, 7-1. Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year, 7-1. Christian McCaffrey, Offensive Player of the Year, 18-1.
And he stopped betting, and he won a lot of money.
And he also made his selection for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Jalen Carter.
This would have cashed out at $681,000. His selection was the betting favorite, Jalen Carter.
Poor guy.
Now, he did sell.
What happens when you gamble?
That's true.
You lose sometimes.
Well, tell me if you think this is still a win.
I lost like $60 here.
Oh, you were up the other day.
Yeah.
It happened real fast to him.
Craps.
Wager Wire bought 20% of his ticket for $25,000.
Yes. Dope.
So do you view that as a win,
That's
or are you like, I was this
How much
close?
did you buy the ticket for?
$5.
That's a win.
But
Huge
but
victory.
you talk about this with the Tom Brady card all
That's
the
a
time.
loss.
You made a lot of money. He was this close to getting 80% of $680,000.
I bought a card for $100 after Brady won his first Super Bowl. Sold it for $2,000 in 2014. It got up to it's below $100,000 now, but in the skyrocketing market when he won the Super Bowl for Tampa Bay, that was a six-figure card.
But Kevin, you say he was this close to winning $1 billion.
$544,000.
But he was also that close to not having anything, losing $5.
True.
Which is even worse. So winning 25 or earning $25,000 off that bet, really, really good, man.
CeeDee Lamb finished third for Offensive Player of the Year behind McCaffrey won. Then it was Tyreek Hill. Then CeeDee Lamb, Lamar Jackson, and Dak Prescott. Micah Parsons third for Defensive Player of the Year. That's the lowest he's finished. Obviously, he finished second the last 2 years.
If I had to give you a betting odd in Westgate, not for next year, but for career, it's only 3 years into his career. If you now had to have a bet and it was an even odds, Micah Parsons wins a Defensive Player of the Year award in his career or doesn't win Defensive Player of the Year award in his career?
I say wins.
Yeah, I would probably lean towards wins one. He still has the ability. Some of these guys will have down years when he has an up year. So yeah, I think he's a. Now that being said, there's always a new crop coming in, to take over. But a lot of the guys that are kind of been taking it from him have been in the league for a few years and had their chances, and they didn't quite get it yet those years either.
By the way, Joe Flacco won Comeback Player of the Year over DeMar Hamlin, despite DeMar Hamlin having 8 more first-place votes.
Wow.
So I thought that was interesting.
Couldn't a Baker of Mayfield, couldn't he have had one Comeback Player of the Year for being very bad at football one year and then being good?
I believe he was third, followed by Matthew Stafford and Tua.
There you go.
So there you go, indeed. Rashee Rice, he's okay. He was listed as not participating yesterday in practice or limited. He got his foot stepped on. Andy Reid said he's all right. They were just going to take a day just to be cautious.
Oh, in practice?
Yeah. Wednesday in practice, he got his foot stepped on. So he didn't practice yesterday, but Andy Reid's like, no, don't worry.
Everything's saying that this is San Francisco's Super Bowl.
Are you changing your own mind?
No, I'm still gonna stick with San Francisco 27-20.
Okay.
That'll be my bet. Except I'm not betting.
Did you see what Woody Johnson said about, well, it felt like it was about Zach Wilson.
Mm-mm.
He said,
great quarterback. We're just not going to play him next year.
He talked about having depth behind Aaron Rodgers because he said, we need a backup quarterback. We didn't have one last year.
I have a lot of Zach Wilson cards. Do you believe in him?
Well, I mean, they got Aaron Rodgers for a reason, right?
Yes.
And so they went into the season, they were like, look, Aaron Rodgers is going to play all the games, like Pippen. Whoops. You know, that's just the way that it's going to be. And unfortunately, it turned out that way. They didn't think that Zach Wilson was going to have to play at all. So they went into that season thinking Aaron Rodgers is going to be our quarterback. He traditionally makes most of the year. He's a healthy quarterback for the most part. We're going to be just fine. And this is going to be a great opportunity for Zach Wilson to learn and grow under him and see how a real pro does it. So I understand that. I don't think that's a shot at Zach Wilson, although Zach Wilson was not a formidable backup. So that is a shot in the same way.
Did you know that there are 3 people who have been to every Super Bowl ever? And they're all back at this Super Bowl.
How old are they? 78?
One's God.
I mean, well, that is not a person.
He's seen all of them.
I don't know how old they are, but they've got to be.
You'd say 20 years old would be like when they went to the first one?
They got to be pushing 80, yeah, at least.
Because I can't imagine you went to it at 10 years old and at 11 and 12 and 13 you kept going back. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you're in a rich family and somehow your family has a stake in the NFL, but I would just assume these are guys that were right around 20 years old when the first Super Bowl happened.
I'm going to look that
Rooney?
up. No, they're just people.
Oh, just regular people?
Yeah, because the groundskeeper who had done the first 57, he said he's not, or been involved, he said he's not going to be there.
The one that painted chefs on the...
No, that was a commercial. And then Norma Hunt, the wife of Lamar Hunt, had been to all of them, but she passed away last summer. All right, let's go from that to, did you see the news about Zay Flowers being investigated now for domestic assault?
Yes.
Yeah, always terrible. Can't escape that.
Yeah, it happens. We see it too much, and we see it a lot with just the violent sports guys. We see it a lot with even other stuff that's not violent sports guys.
In society, we see it a lot. Yeah,
like because we even talk about it. Baseball, that's not a violent sport. Whenever people talk about it with football players, that's the first topic that comes up.
Baseball players
is that those
too.
guys? Yeah, we see this all the time. That it is a combination of how you're raised, environment, where you are in life. There's a lot of things that fall into that.
I think what's tough is we get to live in a different world than 99.9% of humans. We get to swear and cuss at our bosses. We get to throw punches at our employees. Like, we get to do, like, all of those things is fine. Like, if I didn't like what you said and we fought, that's normal on a baseball team or on a football team. If I didn't like what Tim Collins had to say and I got in his face and started cussing at him, that's normal. The person refereeing the game or calling the game, umping the game, we can obviously not spit in their face, but we can call them a whole bunch of horrible names. Like, you can completely and totally lose it with your bosses, with your employees you're working with the people that are the reffing of the sport you're doing, and then like, don't do any of that in real life. And I think sometimes, I have no clue if Zay Flowers is innocent or guilty. I'm just using him as an example. Is like sometimes we forget the line that we are now not in our environment, that we're in that environment for most of the day.
Now, we got Michael Irvin coming up in just a few minutes, so I want to talk more about this with him. But Hall of Fame class, as we feared yesterday, no Darren Woodson. Interestingly, it was Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, who clearly, as we talked about during the show yesterday, seems to be the most polarizing selection.
I wasn't crazy about Dwight Freeney in his career. I never thought I was watching a Hall of Famer. I knew he was very good. Don't get me wrong. I just never thought I was watching a Hall of Famer. But he is.
I did,
so
but he was in Indianapolis, and it was always boring, and he was always overcovered by Peyton Manning up there. But I see what you're saying, but I always thought he was really good.
Andre Johnson, Julius Peppers,
for sure,
Patrick Willis, who I think people forget because he had such a short career. What a freaking monster he was. And then one of the selections for the senior committee was Steve Mongo McMichael, and we talked about his ALS and everything like that, but still really cool that he made the cut.
We got about 3 to 5 minutes behind with Irvin, so we got some time to work some stuff out. But we got a lot of work to do there, man. We can rock some stuff.
Okay, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we can do some more prop bets if you like. Plus, then we will talk with Dallas Cowboy icon Michael Irvin right here on 105 through the Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Hoping to have Michael Irvin hop on in just a minute. But in the meantime, I have more prop bets for you. Which will be higher? Taylor Swift live shots or Travis Kelce catches in the game?
You said Fred Warner's going to blanket that guy.
Oh, really?
Are you saying, oh, really, to the thing that you
Fred
said?
Warner is
No, I didn't say he's going to. I said that they're going to throw a lot of different stuff at him. They're going to throw out a lot of different looks at him. Fred Warner's too good of an athlete to not put on him occasionally. But this is one of those things where you kind of just throw about 9 different looks his way throughout the game. I say Taylor Swift shots. It's just too difficult to not, when he makes a play, go up to it. When you talk about music, go up to it. When you talk about Usher, how does she react to it? It's too easy for the directors to do it.
Travis Kelce.
Okay, Travis Kelce is the favorite. So 1.5 to 1 on your money if you want to bet on that.
Yeah.
Where will Travis Kelce propose to Taylor Swift?
Where?
That's right.
This is a Super Bowl prop.
That's right.
So you're saying like on a vacation somewhere? Like
Vacation is the heavy favorite.
Where?
However, if you think it will be on the field, 4 to 1. If you think it'll be on the podium, 5 to 1.
Are they
if
that
you think
in
it'll be
love?
in the end zone, 6 to 1.
They're close, but you're still in very early stages of this.
They don't see each other a lot, do they?
Well, I mean, when he has his off season, we'll see if he's on tour with her a lot. Kevin, Garland, Texas. Where's that? What are the odds on that one?
You know what? I would take that one.
Yeah, Garland, Texas.
I bet they're playing at that place where they have the AEW shows.
No, they're going to do it at the A-frame.
That's where Taylor Swift will probably do it.
They're going to do it at the A-frame.
Doesn't Taylor have a concert at the Curtis Colwell Center here coming up?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
They're going to do it at the on the border.
That would be so
Garland,
crazy.
Off of Northwest Highway.
Now, I know you don't like these kind of prop bets, Mike, but this one's really good.
Do you think Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, if they got married, is the most popular marriage between an athlete and somebody like famous like that? Is it Marilyn Monroe and Joe DiMaggio?
Ooh, yeah, I could see that.
That has to be the most popular celebrity marrying an athlete in the history
I'm going to have to think about that, but that was a humongous one.
Yeah.
That's a good one right there. Which do you think will be more? Oh, number of fumbles in the game or total hole-in-ones at the Waste Management Phoenix Open?
Number of that really short hole
Fumbles
over there
versus hole-in-ones.
Fumbles.
Yeah, it's more likely. Holes in one are very difficult.
I played a
so
lot
I'll
of
say
golf.
fumbles.
I'm not good at it, but holes in ones are really hard.
All right. Right now, we bring to you on the number 1 air hot seat. It is the man who won 3 Super Bowls, Dallas Cowboys icon. It is Michael Irvin. How are you, sir?
What's up, guys?
You
How's
don't get
everybody?
your suits from Joseph A. Banks, man. That's a good-looking suit.
That is nice.
No. This don't come in from Joseph A. Blanken. I don't even know why we giving him any love. You know what I'm saying? But no, they don't fit quite right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of mine are, you know what I'm saying?
Custom.
Yeah. That means the name is on the chest, not nowhere in the collar. When we used to go on the planes, that's how we checked collar or chest. See, which collar or chest? Collar. Small, medium, and large.
Off the rack.
Chest.
Yeah.
It'll say exclusively made for the playmaker.
There you go.
That's the
There you
difference.
go.
Collar or chest. So you go on which side?
I know we got a lot of stuff to get to, but we have to start with one negative thing. It's another year.
Yeah.
No Darren Woodson in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
What the hell is the
Who do we
voters'
punch?
problem?
Well, first of all, you can probably put some of it on just us being who we are. America's team, you know, the Dallas Cowboys, all of that, and everybody knows there's a little bit of a bias there when you're talking about the guys that they can hold off as long as they could before they let in. Darren Woodson, all-time leading tackler for the Dallas Cowboys. So how can you have others in, but not the guy that did it better than all others in that area. You know what I mean? And it's not like he's coming in saying, well, I tackled a lot of people but didn't win any Super Bowls. He got some rings with them things. You see what I'm saying? He got some rings with him. So, yeah, we're going to get him in. He's got to get in. But it's all about when we go, we talk about the guys that should be there. And we're talking around the guys that are voting. Like, dude, this guy should be in. And sometimes it take a little longer than get him there. Look how long it took Drew Pearson. But this I say to thee. Don't listen to anybody. When you get to that podium, Joy will be waiting. I didn't get that first year. I got there the third year. Joy was still at the podium waiting for me. So when they get there, to be there. When Woodson get there. But we did get 2 hurricanes in yesterday.
That is true.
Let me drop that in now. I want y'all to know I'm on a win-win. I'm hurt for Woody, but, boy, I got 2 hurricanes in there.
Yeah, Andre Johnson was always like, people were like, well, he's kind of on this. And I was like, no, man.
Right.
He was when it changed.
Dude.
This era changed.
Right. He was part of the transition. In transition, not only just on the field, even in the metamorphosing, in the developing of wide receivers. He came in, a little after me. We had the big receiver and the fast receiver. And then I went back to University of Miami and somebody said, they building them now. I said, who? They said them and pointed to Andre Johnson. They said, there's no more big receiver on one side and the fast receiver on the other. They're building them. He's the big and fast receiver. And that's when I said, oh my God, this thing is changing. And yeah, he was ahead of his time too. Andre Johnson was a bad boy, so he deserves that. And Devin Hester was the greatest returner in the history of the game. So yeah, those 2 hurricanes got in.
So, Michael, we had Emmitt on earlier with the guys in the morning, and obviously he's making headlines here because he's frustrated, mad at what happened to the Cowboys in the playoffs, and he's airing out how he feels about that team. I know you get to do that every day for a living. How are you feeling about right now, about a month later, on this Dallas Cowboys team?
What do you mean? I still feel the same pain that I felt when that abomination hit the field in that playoff game. Why should I feel anything less? Everything around me reminds me of the damn pain. Why should am I supposed to heal in the midst of this? Every time I see this. My driver this morning that picked me up had on a Cowboys hat.
Oh.
We cried on the way to the studio together. I still ain't healed. So during it, man, after this is over, when you start healing. We had a great shot at being here. Seriously, this was the year. CeeDee Lamb had taken off. We had an opportunity. We're putting up 40 points at home. Yep. That thing falls in a way that you got the game at home, and you let the youngest team come in and take you out. That was a hard loss. Hard bounce back.
What do you think about DeMarcus Lawrence saying we just got burned out? It's a long season. The legs got tired. That's going to happen every year, then, right?
But every year. And what the hell do you mean y'all got burned out? I don't even know what that means. I really don't even know what that means. That you got to say you're right here. I always joke with people, but Jimmy used to tell us that all the time. When we turned that corner and we got into the playoffs, he was like, listen, you got 4 weeks. 5 weeks, wherever it was, to have what we all started after the get. And he used to say this, he said, I don't give a damn. We should all be able to hang from a tree by our to get this right here. You see what I mean? By our, don't you know what
That's
I'm
how much
saying?
you got to want it.
Right.
That's how much you got to want it.
Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you're talking about hanging from a tree, and if somebody just, don't do that. Don't go that. You know what I'm saying? But that's that. He was serious with it, and that's what. How are you even talking about tired? Tired at this place is a mindset. It's not a physical place because everybody is tired and hurt. So being physical is your mindset, and that goes back to your will. They tie in together, your mindset and your will.
So I go back to when I was a kid, I went to the Cowboys games for free because your first 3 years in the NFL, there were 20,000 empty seats at Texas Stadium almost every game. 88, 89, and 90. They weren't selling out. We would have to go to special places to watch home games if I didn't go because it wasn't on national TV. So you guys had to win. The Cowboys weren't the Cowboys in 88, 89. They were a nobody. It was Washington. It was New York on national television, not you guys. You guys had to work your butts off to become winners, to become relevant. I just wonder with this group of guys, they're the most popular players in the NFL. They're covered the most. You guys actually had to win to get people in the building to watch you.
And this is my concern all the time. All the time. It's, do you have it because we're giving it to you, or do you have this great gift, a great blessing, because you've earned it and deserved it and want to make it right? I did a video after that game, and I said, I only want guys to understand. I don't own the Dallas Cowboys. It's not mine, but my time playing was my time carrying the ball. Jerry always says it's about ownership, but it's the reality. It's the reality. It's like what Drew told me about number 88 when he gave it to me. If I did nothing with it, then it becomes nothing, you know. But now you take it and go do something and do better. Do your job. Drew, put a championship on the table. Put your damn championship on the table while you have it. They built it. In order to sustain it, you got to carry your part. And when you get the ball, your job is to put a championship on the table. You're saying it, and I concur, that they get all of the things that we worked so hard for, they get, because social media has made everybody individual star. You know, Jimmy used to say, you want to be a star, that's fine. You want to make money, that's fine. You want to meet girls, that's fine. But as long as we focus on winning, everybody can get all that stuff. But if we focus on that individual stuff, we never get what we need. And they get all of this stuff without focusing on winning. So it's hard sometimes to just say, damn it, focus on winning. And then really the stuff you think you got ain't going to be nothing to the stuff you will get. I need them to understand that.
We talked with Tony Pollard yesterday as well, and I just asked him about CeeDee Lamb and watching CeeDee Lamb practice. He said every week that CeeDee Lamb had a big game, you knew he was going to by Saturday because of his work during the week. You knew it was about to be big. How proud of you are of what he accomplished and where his future is heading.
And to that, I shall conclude with that. And that's a great next question, because we talk about carrying the load as a team. This year, CD broke records and go deeper. You know, we talk about it on our group text. I said, man, we're so happy and so proud of you. It is not him breaking my record. I don't see it this way. That's why when everybody says, would you retire your jersey for what? Why end it sitting his ass up there in the rafters? Let's keep this thing going. What I text the CD all year is, man, a Dez, a Drew, when we all texted this, man, this is great, man. We talk about taking the number to new heights. You're not breaking my record. You're raising the level of the 88 club. We are as a group. And every time we hand it to the next man, we say, take our ceiling and make it your floor. Go do better things with it. We need CD to get some Super Bowls right now. That's what we need. Bring that to the 88 club. We want him to give us some Super Bowls, and we sold him this also, a Super Bowl MVP. 88 club never got one of them. I let us down in that area. I should have got that one in Arizona.
Next level.
All the way. I should have got that one.
One of the big bits of news the last couple of days.
That vexes me. I made y'all laugh this time. But that really does vex me, man. God.
Well, Larry Brown got more open than you in those games.
I let that. If I wouldn't have gotten that pass interference call, and I don't know how he saw it. That one on Cornell Lake, him that had given me the touchdown. There were one pass across the middle. All I needed was those two plays. I could have easily gotten it because I'd had a touchdown to play across the middle. I think about that all the time, man. So I need CD to go and heal that pain by bringing that 88 into that area, an MVP and a Super Bowl.
I know we need to talk about stunt. I want to get to that in just 1 second, but I also want to know, what are your thoughts about Mike Zimmer? Obviously, he was around for some of your tenure there. He's back with the Cowboys as their defensive coordinator now.
I like it. I really do, because there's a mentality, and that's what we were just talking about. There's a will, that which we were just talking about. And what we're saying is Zim can help understand this. Zim understands it because he was around before, and he can help deliver it to what your responsibilities are. All year last year we talked about complimentary football, right? Right. But we really never really played complimentary football. Let me tell you what I mean by that. You have a top 5 offense. Okay. You have a top 5 offense last few years. Now let's just play steady defense. Let's stop the run and make them matriculate the ball down the field. But we don't. We try to get to the quarterback. We try to pick six everybody, so we play high risk, high reward. So now we're putting our defense in tough spots with a high-powered offense and a defense that's high risk, high reward. Everybody else we had in there wanted to blitz the wing market. I like a Zim. Let's bring me a solid defense to go with a top 5 offense, and we can win some games. And that's complimentary football right there.
Talk with Michael Irvin right here on 105.3 The Fan, KRLD-FM. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. I was really curious, if you guys don't mind, what are your thoughts about Micah Parsons then when you talk about that high risk, high reward? Because there started to be some rumblings about, does he bring the heat every single day? Does he bring the heat in practice?
You guys, let us not do this. Let us not do this. As this thing goes on, we stay on players like this. Michael Parsons is a bad man. We are not watching Michael Parsons go against one dude every play. As you go deeper and deeper into the season or deeper and deeper in the playoffs, they're going to put some bad men around them, and they're going to put 2 guys around, 3 guys around. We need other guys to step their ass up and make some plays. I don't want to hear about Michael Parsons needs to be double teamed and triple teamed. No, somebody else got to make some plays around here. That's the reality. Michael Parsons does great. This man's a 3-time All-Pro. And we're trying to squeeze more blood out of him. He's giving us something. Some of these other jokers got to step up and make some plays. That's the problem. And I'm serious with that. At least up front, step up and let's make some plays. Let's stop this run.
The thing I worry about, being a former pitcher, and I know you're a way better football player than I was, is now the mental part of the game. Is I think about the Buffalo Bills when Emmitt ran the ball in y'all's 3rd championship. That demoralized Buffalo, and it brought back all the bad thoughts in their head. And so now that they've lost to San Francisco twice, they've got blown out by Green Bay. When they make the playoffs next year, because I think that's a playoff team the Cowboys have,
right?
All of those mental things are going to be in their head of every time we get to this situation, we play our worst football.
Right. And now, since you brought back the same coach who stepped up there and said, we weren't ready. So now I ain't got juice. I don't get extra juice on this side. You got to try to find me some extra juice on the other side. What do I mean by extra juice on the other side? You go get me one that has and maybe one that hasn't, so I can have that hunger. Let me give you go find me a Derrick Henry who hasn't won a Super Bowl championship, who has that hunger and wants to bring it around the guys and say, man, I want to do it. I want to be, and show you what it takes. And then go get me an old guy that maybe has done it, did to give me something. I don't know if you could probably wear Mike Evans or somebody like that, a big guy that can give me a area code receiver. So when Dak's feeling shaky, throw it up to the big dude. Stop trying to make these perfect throws. Baker Mayfield has revived his career with a guy like Mike Evans, what I call an area code receiver. Because when he gets shaken, there you go, big fella. He caught 13 of those for Baker Mayfield last year.
Now we got the playmaker right here on 105.3 The Fan. New endeavor, Stunt, first major social media platform for sports content and real-time fan engagement.
Right.
Like, what does that mean to you?
But, okay, now listen, for social media, we've already talked about how it has blown people up and everything and how everybody get crazy about it, and I love going on talking sports just because I love talking sports. The reality is when you get on talking sports, they want to talk about everything else. Damn it, man. I got to relive everything else all the time. I got to hear about the president. I ain't talking about Biden. I'm talking about my White House.
Yeah.
That's what I got to start hearing about all of this. No, I just want to talk sports. That's what I get over on Stunt. You know what I mean? We're just talking sports. And a lot of things sound true, even in sports. We all get it. You have an opinion about sports, and then they want to put you on this side of the political world or that side of the political world. Wait a minute. I'm talking about the team. You talking about red, blue, conservative. Get out of here with all of that. I just want to talk sports and all the things that go on around sports. That's where we get that done.
The website, thestunt.com, or you can download the app. It's Stunt, S-T-U-N-T, with a fire emoji for the U if you want to go check it out. Michael Irvin, thank you very, very much. Good,
Thank
sir.
you, guys, man. It's always great to chop it up with you guys, man.
Yes, sir.
And I always listen when I'm home.
Thank you. Go!
When I'm home.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ranking the all-time Super Bowl QB matchups. Which were the best and which was the absolute worst? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
or that, and they don't care about what what marriage kind of means to other people.
I'm not speaking about Cam Newton's love life. That guy loves being seen. When he came in here with his goofball hat on, he wanted to make sure everybody saw Cam Newton, the average quarterback who won an MVP. And
wow,
I think Cam Newton, like when he's like, I can't believe I'm making headlines. You can't believe it. That's all you want to do.
Yeah.
You're trying to be seen by the most people possible. When you walk into this room, if you just dressed somewhat normal or whatever, he's trying to, it's fine. He wants to be the show. He wants to be the number one attraction. But just admit it. You are, is vain the right word?
Yeah.
I think there's
narcissistic.
A little
He's so vain, he probably doesn't even know that you're talking about him.
Michael Irvin, you know it's Michael Irvin though when he walks by.
Right.
You pointed it out. That suit right there.
It's a beautiful
that is
suit too. Like, I
amazing.
can't pull that off, but it's a good suit.
And there are some people that's just your eye will get drawn to whether or not they have an entire crowd following them or whatever it is. You'll just kind of catch them and go, oh, that's that person right there has something going on. I think it does take a certain level of that, Mike, to be at that height, get that publicity, and do all those things throughout your career.
But I love that guy right over there. He's just wearing a nice olive.
Is that Emmitt?
Olive pants, a nice just blazer, a nice shirt. Like he's
Got a
not
little gray
trying.
in the
He's not
beard.
trying to have the whole world follow him.
Yeah.
Cam is trying to have the whole world follow him, and he's like, I can't believe you're saying that about me. Like everything you're doing is so that you get as much attention as possible. Just admit it, dude.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. What a fascinating edition of Mike Likes It that was. Coming up next.
So much about my Mavs talk, you know what I'm saying?
You want to talk some Mavs?
Too late.
Oh.
Ranking
C block's
We gotta
coming up
go.
soon. Don't worry about it.
the all-time Super Bowl QB matchups, this time for real. We'll do it next. Plus, talk to Warren Sapp right here on The Fan. Back matchup ever.
See, this is interesting because one of my most hated Super Bowl quarterback matchups, the Super Bowl was boring too, was Tom Brady and Jake Delhomme. I hated, I just thought that was a super boring Super Bowl. But at this point, Kevin, if you're going to re-rank that year, don't you have Tom Brady a little higher because of his success?
Probably.
Even though that was
that
was a boring Super Bowl.
What about, who did Kerry Collins lose to? Was that Trent Dilfer? The Giants.
Yeah.
The Giants played.
Yeah, it was. That is
Trent
correct.
Dilfer and Kerry Collins to me was the worst quarterback Super Bowl matchup of my lifetime.
There are 55 on this list because there's only been a handful of repeat quarterback matchups. So that,
even though this is a repeat, it was Jimmy Garoppolo in the last
yes,
one.
so not the same. So that one's only 51 out of 55. They have 4
that are worse.
Worse than that. One of these I massively disagree.
The Raiders. Who's the Raiders quarterback? In the Brad Johnson.
Rich Gannon.
Rich Gannon and Brad Johnson's not very good. I think Rich Gannon might have won the MVP that year. So
that is number 45 on the list.
Wow.
Some of these I very much disagree with. Like, for example, number 47 is Steve Young against Stan Humphries. If you have a Hall of Famer on there, I feel like that should be higher up on the list.
Yeah, but that year,
Jim
everybody
McMahon
knew.
and Tony Eason way up there?
Oh, Jim McMahon and Tony Eason, the worst starting quarterback matchup in the history of the Super Bowl. Here's the weird part. Next worst, Peyton Manning against Rex Grossman.
Oh, well, that's not fair.
Rex Grossman brought down the Peyton Manning.
A top 5 quarterback in the history of football?
When he was at his apex.
To your point, if that's the case, then Delhomme, I know he was a little bit better than Rex Grossman. Then Delhomme and Tom Brady should be up there too.
It might be in the mid 40s or the low 40s somewhere, based on the fact that he hasn't said it yet. So where do you see that one yet, Kevin? Have you found it?
I do not.
Oh,
so
it might be in the 30s,
higher than
dude.
you think.
The names-
37.
There you go.
The names weren't bad, but whatever the score was it 1-0 when it was
Jared Goff and Tom Brady?
Yeah.
It was like a 7-1 game. It was a baseball score.
No, those are definitely higher. The bottom 5 on the list: Jim McMahon versus Tony Eason.
Wow.
Peyton Manning versus Rex Grossman.
Haters.
Joe Theismann against David Woodley.
Yes.
I have no clue who he is.
He was the quarterback for the Dolphins at the time. You already mentioned earlier this week you don't know who this other person is. Terry Bradshaw versus Vince Ferragamo.
Come on. How do you not know Terry Bradshaw?
I think he does the commercials when you're like, hey, do you need to make money? I got a Monday night special. I already know the winner. No, you don't. The game hasn't been played yet.
Forget about
And he's sitting there eating a meatball.
Yeah. I got the points. I know what's happening. I'm Vince Ferragamo.
And then the 5th worst is...
Don't forget to get your 2-for-1 pizza special.
Trent Dilfer and Kerry Collins.
By the way, that was just Tony Danza that I was doing. I was just doing a Tony Danza impression.
Who's the boss?
Hey, Samantha.
Somebody's flying in the outfield. They caught the fly ball for me.
Now that's
It must be
Angels in the
Jonathan.
outfit. That's a totally different thing.
Tony Danza was the pitcher.
Yes, yeah. Remember the angel would come. Anyway.
All right. Can you guys
And then they went Back to the Future in that movie.
Oh, my God. What?
Wasn't that crazy guy?
Doc? Christopher Lloyd?
Is Christopher
Lock
Lloyd
it in, Mike. Lock
Angels
it in
the
real quick.
outfield?
Just for a few minutes.
All right, sorry.
Okay.
This is
John
important.
Elway,
The
Joe
best one ever?
Montana. It should have been the best. it turned out to be a 55-10 drubbing.
Yeah, but I don't think they focus on it
Two
like
of the
that.
greatest
I mean,
quarterbacks.
Breeze and Manning faced off against each other.
That's a really good one. That should be
one.
top 10 for sure.
Mahomes and Brady recently.
Absolutely. Marino.
He played against Montana.
So that's got to be in the mix.
That might be up there too.
Aikman Kelly, actually, I think
you have
should be a really
Staubach
good
and
one.
Bradshaw.
Staubach and Bradshaw.
I mean, are we getting top? Are these all top 10s?
Yeah, are we even close
I was just going to see if y'all were going to settle on one. You've got some really excellent selections in there.
You want to try and settle on number one?
Let's see if you can get number one.
Do you want to go Mahomes and Brady?
Brady, because that's, like two of the potentially future greatest of all times.
Yeah, that's a preposterous answer. I'm going to go ahead and play cut number 3. This is what should have been number 1, but is unfairly rated as number 2. Maybe not.
Yep, you're not doing that. You're going to have to say it.
Okay, well,
say it with your mouth.
Perhaps Alec does not agree with that. Joe Montana versus Dan Marino is second on the list.
Oh, that's second. Okay, you think that should be number 1?
I do. Tom Brady against Patrick Mahomes, number 1 on the list.
Well, Tom Brady's considered the best.
I just think he was not that version of Tom Brady. He was Tom Brady in decline.
So you're saying we have to take the version of what they were then?
That's what.
Not what their career
the
was.
Tom Brady to home thing. I still think at that point it was bad, but I get caught up in this conversation too much in my own brain. Y'all talk about Dan Marino, and the dude didn't win one. But the conversation of him and Elway, it always seems like Elway is behind him, and I don't know why. Elway won. Now he wins. He finally has a running game to go along with it. Dan Marino never had the running game to go along with it. Why does Elway not get the same credit as Dan Marino? Because he wasn't all on him the same way it was with Marino?
It was all on him the first 3 he went to.
Yeah.
And that's why they got blown out, because he carried teams that maybe shouldn't have been Super Bowl bound into the Super Bowl, and then they'd get hammered by San Francisco and Washington and New York. Do I have that right?
Dallas?
Yes.
But yeah.
Not Dallas.
My thing is, I saw Elway win late in his career.
Yeah.
And I probably didn't see enough of good Elway young
because
in his
of
career
Terrell Owens
and being young too.
Or excuse me, Terrell Davis. Not Terrell.
But I also was very young whenever he was very, very good with Denver early on. So I was always kind of curious, and I'd love to have the discussion with somebody that was kind of right in that vein, so I could know why Elway doesn't compare.
Here's one of the reasons.
They're very close. I think it's kind of when I talked about George Brett and Mike Schmidt.
Okay.
A lot of people say Mike Schmidt, but then my dad's like, guess what? If George Brett hit in Philadelphia, he would have had 500 home runs. He hit in the worst park to hit for home runs in the history of baseball for Kansas City. So
I think it just comes down to what you talk about, individual versus team success, because team success, obviously, advantage John Elway. Individual success, huge advantage to Dan Marino, whether it's first team All-Pro. How many times did they lead the league in passing? John Elway, once. Dan Marino, 5 times. How many times did they lead the league in touchdown passes? Dan Marino, 3 times. John Elway, 0 times. So, Dan Marino put up the most ridiculous stats, and so some people will value that and say, they were contemporaries and he was better.
Okay.
But other people will be like, yeah, was he though? Because he didn't win, and John Elway did win, and then other people come back and they're like, yeah, he won when TD was there.
Yeah, and I know we're discussing that conversation of Super Bowl battles between each other. I do wonder how many of these great quarterback pairings get lost in just in the playoffs in general, and I don't know what their record against each other was in that time. Sorry to kind of derail that. It's just, I've always been fascinated with that.
Did Manning Breeze make the top 5?
Manning Breeze is not in the top 5. It's number 6.
Okay. I mean, it seemed like it had to be way up there. Those
I figured it was top 10 for sure.
The best. I mean, what about Staubach and
Staubach Bradshaw.
Staubach Bradshaw is number 5. So the top 5 go like this. We told you Brady and Mahomes. Second, Montana and Marino. Montana and Elway. Elway and Brett Favre comes in at number 4.
That's a really good combo right there.
And it does kind of feel like that's a forgotten, I guess, sort of Super Bowl. Maybe it's more forgotten.
That was a big upset.
Yes. Maybe it's forgotten
Was
by
that the
me.
helicopter game? Was that when
Yes.
he did the
And
helicopter?
that wasn't the next one?
No, that was
okay.
against Green Bay.
Okay.
Because it was such a, like, they're leaving it all out. Can you
Oh,
believe
yeah,
it?
because that was the last one.
Doing it for Elway,
Yeah. Bradshaw and Staubach is 5. Drew Brees, Peyton Manning 6. I'm going to tell you the rest of the top 10. Tell me if you have a beef with any of these. Aaron Rodgers and Ben Roethlisberger.
Okay.
Number 7. Tom Brady, Kurt Warner. Number 8.
Really good combo.
This one's tough. Bart Starr and Len Dawson from
Man,
Super Bowl 1.
Dude, there's
They're both
no
Hall
doubt
of
in my
Famers.
mind that whenever I saw those two were going to be paired up against each other in that
You were-
Super Bowl,
you were
I was like,
pumped.
we got to get popcorn and everything
Lynn's
else.
not even in real football. He's in that AF thing.
That is true. And then Troy Aikman against Jim Kelly is number 10
Yes!
on the list. Do you think
Yes.
that is appropriate?
Yeah.
Do you think that's too low?
Perfect. I think it's perfect, man. Like, dead serious
Two
because
Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Yeah, and Troy Aikman was, again, you talk of Dan Marino. He wasn't putting up Dan Marino numbers, but he was leading a great team. And Jim Kelly was leading a great team, too, that just was the unfortunate loser in a lot of those situations. So I think that's a perfect layout right there, although I do love Troy Aikman so much.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
I
yeah.
adore Troy Aikman.
And I believe the
Not
only
as much as Joe Buck, but I still adore Troy Aikman.
I believe the only other multiple quarterback matchup was Tom Brady and Eli Manning.
Okay.
So my question for y'all is, where do you think this one fits in right now, Purdy versus Mahomes? Where do you think it'll eventually fit in?
You know, what's funny is if Purdy wins this, it will go up.
I
Mahomes,
agree- I agree
Mahomes
with
already
that.
established
I
himself as
agree
a
with
Hall
that.
of Famer, one of the greatest ever.
I mean, hell, he's on the other side of number 1.
Yeah.
So,
You're kind of pitting it as a boxing match round 1, right? Where if that happens, rematch is exactly what we can't wait for now, is when Mahomes and this dude match up again. I don't know. I feel like 22.
Here's the deal, and
I'm
I
gonna have
don't
to go see.
I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Don't look
Okay.
it up. Let me tell you. Jim Plunkett versus Joe Theismann is 21, and Phil Simms versus John Elway is 22. Do you view this as
Yes.
Phil Simms-ish versus John Elway?
Because Elway was that good. Mahomes, I mean, obviously greater, but yeah, I feel that way. I do.
Yes, but I think there's a better case. I know Kansas City's going for back-to-back. I think if San Francisco wins this one, they go back-to-back. They're still going to have $1 million quarterback next year. Like, San Francisco is set up. They're the favorites this year, not by much. It's a pretty much pick-em game. But who's in the way of San Francisco next year? Detroit? I get Detroit.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Green Bay? Not Dallas. We already seen.
Yeah.
They can't play. As soon as it's a do-or-die game, they run out of time. They're just fatigued. They're burnt out on the season. They had to
Still
play
can't
17
believe that.
games.
Yeah.
All the other teams had to play only 12 games. Cowboys had to play 17.
Yep. That's why we retired.
So the Cowboys are not a Super Bowl contender. And when I look over at Kansas City, we've gone over this before, but if San Francisco wins this one and Brock Purdy gets more confidence and they believe in him even more, and he's still on $1 million contract where they get $50 extra million to spend on their team, they're going to win it again.
This is one of with Mahomes, it's like anything outside of what Andy Reid did is Mahomes, right?
Yeah.
If Andy Reid calls this play, Mahomes understands that there's a lot that I can do, but he also understands, hey, I can bend this just a little bit. It's going to be a little different than Andy wanted it, but it's going to work. And Brock Purdy is a little bit less like that. And I think one of the things that you heard coming out of the Detroit game from all those guys offensively was all that our coach told us was believe in the system. Believe in the system. If he wins and beats Patrick Mahomes by just believing in the system, then that's where his belief that whatever Shanahan is calling, very similar to Troy Aikman. I believe this play's about to work. And I don't have to go do anything big and special to do it. I'm going to look great because I executed what the dude told me to do. I don't even have to tweak it that much. So that's another thing when you talk about the confidence level at the next place.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up right now on the number 1 air hot seat.
Tim Collins.
Not Tim Collins. Super Bowl champion, NFL Hall of Famer, and perhaps a bit of a potty mouth. It's Warren Sapp. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we are live on Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas, and we bring to you the Hall of Famer himself, Warren Sapp. How are you, sir?
Did you say Seth?
No, he said Sapp. He said Sapp.
Okay, just checking.
No.
Warren Sapp.
Not Warren Seth. What a terrible start to this interview.
We're not going to rewind that.
No.
Oh, man.
Don't worry. As long as you didn't put the N in it, some of them give me a snap.
Oh, okay.
No. Don't worry. I've been called worse.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too, for sure.
I think it's a big guy thing.
Yeah, I could see that. Now, how cool is it? Because I saw you stopping earlier. We've had a couple of Hall of Famers on already. How cool is it to just stop and see another Hall of Famer and just be like, hey, let's just chat about how awesome we are?
No, we just hug and have a good time because we do that in August. We get a full stroking in August.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And, here we here to appreciate, our greatest week and our greatest game with our two best teams.
Yeah.
That's what we're here about. And we're here to, have good fun with the media and, make comments and say silly stuff and get thrown around and advertise and do the things that we're doing that's off the field and different things that we do. But we don't. We get a full stroking in August.
and also like the secret dinner that y'all have. You can tell me about that, right? There's got to be
luncheon, the Radnitsky luncheon.
No, I'm sure y'all have secret dinners.
No,
he thinks there's this other thing.
It's the Radnitsky. I think they call it Radnitsky Deacon Jones luncheon or something like that.
Look at him. He's covering it up. I can see. He's covering it up.
No, I could have missed it.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just joking.
I'm
Warren.
serious, though. No, we got one this weekend.
Oh.
We do have one this weekend.
This is live coverage. Warren Sapp realizing he missed an important luncheon right there.
It could happen.
The Hall of Fame.
Oh,
though.
no.
It's all right.
We might have a problem. All right, you're talking about the best two teams. He needs to check his phone real quick. We might have
No, I'm sitting there. When is the luncheon?
Okay.
We'll
get you an update. You talk about the best two teams. You're celebrating the game. We're from Dallas. It's been hard to celebrate this week for a really long time. Do you have any suggestions, any adjustments we can make?
Reality?
Oh, my God.
Most of us live in reality.
No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. For maybe you do because I haven't heard you, but let's just go down this road. Was it the offense or the defense that night?
Against Green Bay?
What was the last game you saw?
Both of them.
Oh, both.
Both of them.
I would accept that.
Offense started very slow. Defense.
I kind of lean to the offense.
Oh, of course you lean to the offense. And what, he had 4 touchdowns?
Yes.
No. Just asking.
And 2 of them off of turnovers that our offense gave
y'all
up.
all in Dallas want to tell me early in the year this is going to be a doomsday
7.0 at this point. Yeah, we
like y'all recreate things. Like I was just talking to a Dallas fan. He was like, "What about that great defense?" I was like, "Whoa, what made them great?" He's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "We too easily want to throw this word great around."
Yeah.
And the last time I checked to be great, you had to finish something that made you great, right? And he was like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "But here we are today. It's still over, and you're still talking about great."
Didn't finish about Miami. Didn't finish with Detroit. Didn't finish with Green Bay. Yeah.
No. I mean, Dan Quinn was out of blitzes. Because I watched Jordan Love. Hey, come in here, block this. You come in motion, the play clock's winding down. He snaps that thing, get it, sits in the pocket, everybody blocked up. Gilmore get beat. I say, it's over.
Yeah.
I said, oh, my God. If Gilmore, what? You can't get the blitz home, and then your best cover corner is being beat for 6?
You're in a lot of trouble.
Cancel it.
Yeah.
Cancel it.
Do you have recommendations for our next defensive coordinator then? Because obviously Quinn moving on to the Commanders.
I'd say they was talking, Ryan and some of the same old recycles.
You're not a fan of recycles? I think we all going to have our opinions on those too.
I think we're all sick of it, aren't we?
Yes.
Because what gives Dan Quinn what he just did now to be a head coach? What am I missing? In the same division. What you going to call the same? Lord Jesus. Ain't this the guy that lost the 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl? Okay, all right. And Julio Jones catches the ball on 25-yard line. He don't know that Bill Belichick finna blitz the hell out of him and call timeouts and try to get the ball back?
Now, one of the coaches in this Super Bowl is also partially responsible for that 28-3 loss in Shanahan.
Yeah. Shanahan was offensive coordinator that year.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really? Shanahan was the coach down in 2022 when the Chiefs beat him the last time too, right? And they was driving with a 20-10 lead, and Garoppolo threw a pick.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I was sitting right there. I turned to my old lady. I say, "Big Mo just swung." She's like, "What?" I'm like, "It's one of these things in a football game when it's late, when you have run out of all your little, nuanced plays, and you just got to get to your nitty-gritty. That's why I tell people all the time in the playoffs, your play calling gets shrunk down. I mean, to this, what are you going to do? Do we have a running back where you turn hand this thing to 8 times in a row and get us out of here? If you don't, you're dead. That's why the Dolphins were dead in the cold. They had nobody hand the ball. You remember they handed the Monster 3 times and he went out the sideline?
Yeah.
He went out the I'm out of here.
I'm out.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
You're out.
How much?
And Big Mo swings, and she done pulled out her pole, and she's swinging around, and they having a party over there. There's nothing that can stop it.
While that's happening, do you think it's Shanahan's going through his head, 20-10, 28-3? Like, are those mental things going through his head?
No, because most offensive coordinators are so focused on the next call because you're playing a chess match with the D coordinator on the other side. But the thing that they did wrong when he called a timeout, they didn't go, okay, he called timeout, why?
Yeah.
Why? And then Matt Ryan comes over, I want to run my favorite play. Listen, son, you just run the plays we call here. Shut up. There's a lot more going to this because as football players, we always think, because I've been around Kurt Warner, I've been around Marsh Falk, I've worked with Michael Irvin. Every time they all think, just give me the ball. Just put it in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, me, my teammates, what's the down and distance? What's the situation? You know what I'm saying? It's more that goes into this. But when you're dealing with these monsters like that think, here it is, give me my favorite play. And I fought Marty Morris for this too. I said, yo, what the hell you doing? I say, we done taught you clock management the whole time. You know better than this. Run that ball 3 times in a row, make Bill Belichick call his timeout, kick the field goal, you're up 11, and the game is over.
Agreed.
During the offseason, Micah was like, hey, he loved Dexter Lawrence. He's like, I love Dexter Lawrence. I would love the Cowboys to sign that guy in front of me.
Guy up front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whenever they was talking about Michael Parsons, I'm like, they don't see 90 in this just killing things? He's a monster. But how old is he?
I'm sorry, Dexter Lawrence?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 26, 27.
Oh, young guy, 90s young like that?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely sign him.
Well, and they didn't get a chance. New York said we're keeping him. But
smart.
For Micah, Cowboys go get Mozzie Smith, and they're still. Like, how important is this dude that's in front of your linebackers? That was your job, was to kill in front of him.
When you see Derek Brooks, ask him how was life without me. How was life without me? You know what I'm saying? It's just, ask Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis will tell you what it is. God bless his soul. The big goose and Sam Adams in front of him. He got to roam free. Oh, give me a home where my linebacker roam. I'll be 37 in a minute.
That happens fast, too.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
What kind of timeline do we need to give Mozzie then? Like, that was our first-round pick. He disappointed this year, but you always hear 3 years, defensive lineman.
Because when you first get in this thing from college, you don't realize that it's an offensive-driven league, and they will allow the offensive lineman to hold you.
Yeah, they do.
I remember I was in a game. It was against the Atlanta Falcons my rookie year, like 4 or 5 games there, and I was rushing, and I told him, hey, man, just watch this, dog. This holding. He's like, I got you, Warren. I turned my look. He said, grow up.
Oh, my God.
I never asked a ref another time about a penalty. Ever. In 12 years, I grow up.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And did
grow
you?
up.
And did you?
Oh, fast.
Yeah, very quickly.
Fast. 51 quarterbacks, 102.5 sacks. Hey, that's me.
Man, look at you. You're like a walking, talking football card. I love
That's
it.
just me.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's life.
Yeah.
That's my life. It doesn't go on a football card. It goes, I left skiing around 31 stadiums for that. So, yeah.
Now, I wanted to switch topic conversation just a little bit. I know The Rock never, left wrestling. He's always, in his heart, kind of been around. What do you think about him getting back into the game, getting on the board of directors, being all fancy and everything?
UFL?
Well, that too. But
what happened? I'm sorry.
Are you talking wrestling still?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's getting back into wrestling, too. They're having a press conference today in Vegas.
Stop. When your dad is Rocky Johnson, the flying drop kick.
Yes.
And your uncles are the flying snooker brothers off the top ring rope.
It's your life.
We was in Miami, and we was like, Dewey, football don't work out for you. You're going to be in wrestling. You damn right. He's like, okay. I mean, it was just, in his blood. I mean, in an entertainer he is. And that's what you need in wrestling. They want to be entertained.
Yeah.
And I like it.
If you get a chance, T-Mobile Arena, bounce on down. They're doing the presser today.
No way.
Yeah.
He's got a lunch and he's got to go.
Oh, yeah.
to.
Well, yeah, did you find out? Did you?
I'm taking care of you.
Tomorrow.
No, okay, yeah, so you got plenty of time.
I thought I was good. I thought, you know what, my schedule today.
Hey, I did have another question though. Like, I was fascinated with Deion's approach at Colorado. Can you give me some insight on the way that the way he goes about business up there?
Straightforward.
Okay. And with those guys, he gets the respect.
We Florida boys, and when you're a Florida boy, it's pretty, straight in front of you what we talk about. We're gonna ask you about work. We're gonna ask you to commit to the work, and when you don't commit to the work, we're gonna hold you accountable to it.
Yes.
Because that's where we were raised. We were raised on old school principles. That you were working at 13 years old at $3.35 an hour to try to go buy them $100 shoes to go back to school because mama wasn't buying them.
Yeah.
So when you come from dirt and you come from nothing and you've gotten to this point, we know something about this path. And we want to see if we can help you with this knowledge on your way because we were only making $5-6 million a year. We talking about 20 or 30.
Mm-hmm.
We talking about generational wealth right now. We talking about taking care of grandkids. You know what I'm saying? We talking about generations of Sanders, Sabbs, Smiths, or whatever we're talking about. So,
what percentage of players still feel that way, though? Because you see, I didn't get my playing time in college. I'm transferring. What percentage of players?
I think you have it a little skewed on just one point. I think it's the sale, the wholesale. You know, we're going to do this with you, we're going to do that with you. But you don't know what this 18-year-old kid is about to react to these 1,000 18-year-old girls that just left their mama house on a college campus.
Yeah.
You don't know. You know what I'm saying? So that's why the guidance and guiding them along. You know what I'm saying? When that young man's there, he don't start day one and want to get in day one and want to transfer day two. It's a year process. Did you go and say? Did you go check on him?
Yeah.
Did you go see about him? Did you make sure his mom?
Do you think most places probably don't do that?
I don't know, but I can see places to where it can get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're concentrating on a win and a championship, and that kid might not equal into that this year, and he's never been in this position. So you want to make sure he's good. Hey, young fella, I know you ain't never been on this level, whatever, but we're going to get to this, and we're gonna get you through this, and then we're gonna see if you're ready to go.
Same question for pro football then. Is it because
No.
Because then it becomes, is my option getting picked up? Am I doing this? Okay.
No. I'm going to give it to you this in the NFL. You know what the coach says when he puts a player on the field in the NFL? I trust you with my wife's expense account and my children's tuition. They fire coaches in the National Football League. They fire coaches because there's a general manager and a whole scouting department that said that guy can play. So they got to save their job by making him play. If you can't coach him, we'll find somebody else who can.
Yeah.
That's why I want to be in college.
Dude, I loved you as a player. I really appreciate you hanging out.
No, anytime.
This is a
you know
blast,
what?
man.
And this is what I always tell people. I'm a regular guy like y'all. I'm watching the same thing on my TV. Why am I trying to create something? Create some aura? No, 11 on 11. Let's do it. Let's see what you see. Come on, let's play.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hall of Famer who hasn't missed the luncheon, Warren Sapp. Thank you.
I'm going to find out.
Love it.
Thank you very much, good sir. What a great way to end an interview with all of the swear words. I believe the count we had was up to 6. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much to Warren Sapp for jumping on the #1 air hot seat. Thank you to the Low T Center for getting this whole thing going. And Best Buy Window and Siding for helping us out in Las Vegas as well. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Propositions, and I'm not talking about prop bets. Cotton Eye Joe, and they were Burnout. Really? Next to The Fan.
105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Lamar Jackson is in rarefied air after winning NFL MVP last night in Vegas. He's now the youngest two-time winner in league history at 27 years old. And when you add in the Heisman he won at 19, Lamar puts his name alongside Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the only athletes to win a College Player of the Year award as a teenager and then multiple pro MVPs before turning 28. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File for free with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Dallas-Fort Worth area attorneys. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis. CordellCordell.com.
Paid for by Cordell & Cordell.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how's business?
Babe, it's never been better. We're still celebrating finishing 2023 as the #1 Chevrolet dealership in the world.
Can I say I wasn't surprised? This is a world-class dealership in every way.
That's our goal every day. Provide more value for a service that can't be beat.
I hear you have some big savings available all month long. What can customers expect?
President's Day savings are only once a year. That makes now the best time to upgrade your business fleet or commercial vehicles.
What type of fleet and commercial vehicles are on sale?
Well, babe, we have the largest selection of Silverados in America, box trucks, medium-duty trucks, cargo vans, and so much more.
And you can customize these?
We can outfit all of them to your business needs with President's Day savings.
Don't miss your chance. Upgrade today before President's Day offers are history. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial, driving business since 1978. Together, let's drive.
Based on 2023 new Chevrolet deliveries.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Donate your car today at junkforjoy.org. You'll get a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
Colos, it's a new year. Low T Center can make it a great one. If you've been feeling tired and grumpy, noticed lack of motivation and drive, you may have low T. Low testosterone levels can cause weight gain, loss of muscle mass, and so much more. I recommend the Low T Center. That's where I get my levels tested. They make it quick and easy to get your levels checked, and it's only $25. And with their on-site lab, you'll get results back in about 25 minutes. Go to lowtcenter.com now to book your appointment online. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Oh, this cold.
Honey?
Honey?
Honey, you need DayQuil Severe Honey.
DayQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste, because life doesn't stop for a cold.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
No, I'm getting a cold.
Honey.
Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Attention football fans, it's your boy Nate Newton at J. Alexander Law. It's that time of year again, and your safety and the safety of others is our top priority. This is football season. Make the right call. Don't drink and drive. Plan ahead, a designated driver, or use of other transportations. Let's keep the game exciting. Remember, at J. Alexander Law, we believe responsible choices make real champions. J. Alexander Law, 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED.
Carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Donate
your old vehicle to carsforkids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids. Free towing from carsforkids.org, plus a $50 gift card.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Colbert Garage Door in Proud Colo. Call us today for your free garage door repair estimate. 469-909-0956 or visit colbertgaragedoor.com.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
You heard the big voice, man. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I'll be very honest. I thought it was our duty to drink all the waters that DJ brought over here today, but I just realized he brought up something. That's for G-Bag, too, probably. Like, I thought that I had to drink all this water today.
You get free waters for covering the Super Bowl here.
Are you kidding me? This is awesome.
Hell yeah.
This is awesome, man.
Sometimes Pepsi and Cheetos.
All right, so...
And wings. The wing place is open now.
When I say propositions...
See you later.
What I'm referring to regarding propositions is we already
did that.
We are in the city of sin, Kevin.
Oh.
And there are a lot of people on the streets in Las Vegas that will... proposition you.
Oh,
now I don't know if any of what we're going to get to in a few minutes is whether any of us were propositioned this week, and we will discuss that momentarily, Mike. All right, so we will get to that momentarily. But first, I want to get to the audio from DeMarcus Lawrence. I believe he was on First Take, and we kind of discussed this a little bit, but I wanted everybody to hear what DeMarcus Lawrence said about them by the time they got to the end of the season.
All honesty, I think the main thing is who's burned out, man. Long season, team dominantly healthy throughout the season. The legs get tired, but also, you got to give hats off to Green Bay, man. They came out with a great game plan, rolling out towards Micah and then running away from me. I feel like, that's what they needed to, get their game started, and they jumped on us fast.
I just want to make it very clear. I'm fine with the second part of the answer. It's the first part of the answer. That's an embarrassing answer.
There's two parts of that answer, too, like two completely different parts. Because the back part of it, when he talks about running at Micah, running away from me, running away from Micah, running at me, that wearing them out. Arizona did it. Multiple teams this year used that exact. The Buffalo Bills perfected it in that game with James Cook, where he just destroyed the Cowboys because they said, watch how we're going to do these things. One of the big factors is if you have two beefy guys in the middle, they're not going to be able to do that. Those guys can push the middle of that offensive line around enough to where if you try running on the edges, you're going to get caught by the guys in the middle. That's something I wanted to address. That's one of the factors, one of the reasons I've been begging for the Cowboys to take the defensive tackle part seriously. Take your nose guard seriously. Take that seriously. Put somebody good there, because then Micah can do better things. The guys on the outside can do better things. They didn't have it there this year.
He was burnt out.
And now we'll get in.
There were too many games this year that they had to play. They played more games than the other teams.
This is what I don't understand, because when we hear from a lot of people in the organization, they talk about how much Mike McCarthy pays attention to these guys.
Yeah, we don't even practice much.
Yes.
The Cowboys don't even practice much.
He takes care of them in such a good. The players like him because he takes care of their bodies he watches their GPS all the time to make sure that their bodies are fine. How in the F Are they burnt out by the end of the season? What I wanted more of, what are you burnt out by? What were you burnt out from? You just tired of football at the end of the year and playoff time? It's time to go do something special?
Winning doesn't matter to this organization / these players. They did their job. They made the playoffs. That's the goal of this organization. And then they force them. It sounds like they forced the Cowboys to play a playoff game, and the players really don't want to. If we lose, we don't have to play anymore, right? And they're like, if you lose, it's do or die, so you don't get to play anymore. And that's great. I'm burnt out.
Honestly, Mike, I hate it when you say stuff like that. I've told you that agitates me in the past. But when you hear an answer like that, I just kind of have to throw my hands up, and I'm like, well, I don't know how to defend it then. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
When the answer was, we just got tired. It's a long season where you play literally the exact same as everybody else.
And he even said we were healthy.
Yeah.
We were healthy. We were dominantly healthy this year.
As if that's one of the reasons they got more tired because injuries didn't give you a natural break. I don't know what to say. I hate that answer.
This is I'm just going to ask this to people listening, because most everybody listening is a Cowboys fan. How can you be a fan of this team? I'm not anymore, because that's your leader. That's your number one leader on defense. This is the guy that's teaching all of these guys how to be, how to act, what to say. That's your leader. That's the guy teaching Trayvon Diggs. That's the guy teaching Micah Parsons. That's the guy teaching whether you like Mozzie Smith or not. He's the one who just told you, it's all right, we were burnt out, man. They got an extra check too. Good for them. Yeah. They got an extra check for making the playoffs, because in the playoffs you don't make, your salary anymore. You get an extra check. Obviously, the two teams in the Super Bowl get a much bigger check than losing in the wild card round. But they're like, dude, this is great. They gave us an extra $60,000 this year, or whatever it was, to play in this game.
It's hard to argue against that today.
And that's one of the other things too, is I was listening to Emmitt this morning with Sean and RJ and Bobby, and you heard Emmitt say, Michael knew I wanted a Super Bowl. Michael knew I wanted these things. He was the heart and soul of the team. So Emmitt Smith is the guy that he's doing that work. But Michael Irvin was the guy that was out there going, I'm not letting you let up today. Not Emmitt, but I'm not letting you over there let up today. I'm not letting you let up today. And then you just hear, who does he give the credit to? He gives all the credit to Jimmy Johnson when he's saying, this Jimmy would tell us now. Now he's giving us that fire-up speech. And you always hear these coaches are like, they don't need me to talk to them. I guess they do. They do need to hear from their head coach that it means more when you get to this next stage, because they found a way to be burnt out.
This is disgusting, what DeMarcus Lawrence said. His career is almost over. In a way, if it was a guy in their second or third year, you'd have a veteran guy say, hey, that might have been our best chance. Dan Campbell, after losing in the NFC Championship game, said, guys, it's going to be tougher to get to this point that we got to, so maybe this was our best chance. DeMarcus Lawrence is 10 years in the NFL, got my full pension, making $20 a year, got nothing to say, man. We were just tired of playing football.
If you're burnt out this past year, I can't bring you back next year, because you're going to get burnt out again. That's the only thing I can think is,
unless you sit them out 5 games.
But see, and I think we're focusing on the wrong thing here. He didn't say I was burnt out. He said we were burnt out. So if that's the case, I think it goes far beyond him. Now, I will say, I saw one or two people say, hey, maybe he just misspoke. If that's the case and he comes back out and says, that's not what I meant, great. If not, he's talking about a lot of players on this team.
And, I'll add this, Kevin. There are a few things that I do take into consideration. Dan Quinn could have been burnt out. Dan Quinn had options in front of him. Dan Quinn looked like he ran out of plays. Dead serious. Watch the Green Bay thing. He looked like he ran out of did Warren Sapp say that yesterday or today with us? Warren Sapp, I do think he said he ran out of plays. He ran out of ways to bring it all together, because he was looking at the end of his season and he's going, I don't have the players to do what I want.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if Dan Quinn was just if he didn't have the pedal down the way he should have in that. Now he's gone. Again, he's gone. There's nothing that I can do to change that. But I can't have, like Mike just said, I can't have the leader on my defense saying I'm burnt out. Micah just walks away from everything. A dude that's like, he's saying, I'm so passionate about it, just walks away from it like, man, I'm just done with this whole season.
Look, and Mike, I hear what you're saying. I do. And I see plenty of other people that agree with you. I don't know why. I don't think I can stop watching and rooting for my hometown team. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish, because I really like Lamar Jackson, I wish I could start being like, hey, let's re-examine that Beckham season. Let's talk about Mark Andrews. Like, I just can't see caring about another team to this level.
Well, I think this is tough because obviously Mike Zimmer's the new defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. And we're going to get all distracted. Like, can he do this? Can he do that? It doesn't matter. These guys don't care to win a championship. Like, they just admitted the leader of the team, the guy who's most tenured, I guess maybe Tyron Smith might be more the guy who's most tenured on the team, the guy who's been here the longest, the guy who's the Cowboys spokesperson in that locker room. I get Dak's more important. I get that. I get CeeDee Lamb's more important. The person who's speaking for the team in those meetings is DeMarcus Lawrence, and he could give two craps about winning. And he doesn't care.
And nobody in that room could convince everybody to dig deeper. Like, that's where I'm like, nobody in there was like, you know what, guys, it's time to rally. It's time.
They had to do Monday night football games. They had to do Sunday night football games. They have to do the or the Thursday afternoon Thanksgiving. They had to play on Christmas Eve this year. They were burnt out, man. Like, all the other teams didn't have to do those things. So they were excited. When you work for all of this time to become a legend in this sport, DeMarcus Lawrence is going to be completely and totally forgotten in the sport, by the way. He doesn't get that or understand that right now. Ask the guys who go around here that are Hall of Famers. How many times do we see a Hall of Fame jacket and we're like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
DeMarcus Lawrence ain't making the Hall of Fame. He won't be remembered now. He did make a lot of money playing the sport and has 2 or 3 years left of his career. But he doesn't get it because it's the Cowboys way. It's a disgusting way to be, but it is this way in this organization. If you now, this was listening to words, but if you stop listening to Jerry and just watch his actions, if you then hear some of these things that your team leader is saying, winning is not a priority in this organization. It's money, fame, and the other thing.
Now, back to Vegas, Kevin. Last night.
What an interesting transition from the other thing.
Yeah, the other thing.
Last night, Alec, go ahead and get that music queued up. Last night I was asleep. And I fell asleep a little early last night. I bowed out of the dinner and said, guys, y'all go have fun. I need to just get some rest.
Do you know I didn't go to the dinner?
Huh?
Do you know I didn't go to that dinner?
I mean, you said you were out in the text, Kevin.
Yeah, but the reason is, on their website, it says $15 per person to split the check.
Oh, yeah, and 18% gratuity. There was a lot of chaos on that, too. But I said I'm out on this. And around 2 a.m., I hear this music playing.
Cotton Eye Joe, I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from?
Turn it up, Alec.
Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
And I'm like, where the F is this coming from?
Hold on, you wanted to know where did it come from?
Yes.
And then if it got turned off, would you want to know where did it go? Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
And I'm laying in bed, and it's above me.
They're ready for the 7th inning stretch of a Ranger game.
I don't know how many people were in this room, but for 1 straight hour, this song played. And they were stomp dancing.
What floor were you on?
I'm on 9. So they're on 10.
On 12.
They were stomp dancing around the room. And at one point, they were sliding their I guess everybody had to go to the bathroom at the same time because they were sliding their. I could hear it. And this song is blaring. Boom, boom. And I'm just going, oh, my God. And it's Vegas. If I call the front desk, are they going to care? Are they going to go up there and tell them to be quiet? And I was like, somehow I got to figure out how to sleep through this. Now, fortunately, I had gotten some rest. I'd been, rested to then. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, when you hear Cotton Eye Joe, I was like, man, I'm in a Rangers game right now. It's a 7th inning stretch,
Except
baby.
we just play old school Cotton Eye Joe. We don't do new school Cotton Eye Joe.
So that was that moment.
Awesome.
Now,
oh my gosh! For an hour, though.
Yes, for 1 hour they went.
Did you Cotton Eye Joe?
I did not, Mike. I was like, no. I put pillows around my ears, and then I was like, I'll put my earbuds in. Didn't matter. The stomp dancing was going nuts last night. Now this morning, though, when I got up and I started walking out, I see a man walking down a hallway. And he's got a woman next to him with a very, very short dress on.
Oh.
She is kind of
Pretty woman?
strolling. She's kind of keeping him standing at this moment as they're walking to the room. And at one point, he looks over and he goes, "Baby, I don't understand a word you're saying. Let's just get to the effing room."
Oh
and
my
she
God.
goes, but no insurance? And she didn't speak English. But
No
she said no insurance.
insurance?
And I was like, I have no clue what that means. But he was
It was a
just
job
like,
interview.
"Let's-"
Job interview.
Oh, obviously. She was worried about benefits.
Job
So that
interview.
was going on. My opinion. I didn't take any pictures or anything like that. My opinion, they had finished up the night and he'd found himself an escort for his bedroom. Now, y'all's thoughts.
Oh.
You all have seen a lot of the stuff that goes on, the seedy underbelly
Yeah.
of Las Vegas. Kevin,
I pulled Kevin away.
you had an opportunity to walk the strip.
I did.
You had an opportunity to get handed lots of little pamphlets
I did.
that say, come see our show at this place tonight. Kevin, were you or were you not propositioned?
I was propositioned. There were two gals in tiny skirts who were topless with pasties on walking down the street. And I had earbuds in. Like, this is how nerdy I am. I was walking the strip and listening to a wrestling podcast. But, like, but she stopped me and she was like, rubbed her arm on my arm and go, "What about you, big boy? Want to make a run?" And I was like, "No, thank you." And I just kept walking. I thought, like, having my headphones in would allow me to just keep navigating around people.
What
but
if she was asking if you just wanted to go for a run? Like, she's like,
Yeah.
obviously this guy's got
maybe
his
she was like,
earbuds
you know
in."
what? I
then
haven't gotten my
definitely
2-mile
no.
jog yet.
Yeah, then definitely no.
Because she was going to outrun you. Is that what it was in her heels?
I mean, I feel like there'd be some things working against her
Does it hurt?
support-wise.
I have no clue. Yeah, if girls don't have a bra
Oh,
on
yeah.
and they go running, do their boobs hurt afterwards?
Depends on how big your boobs are, but yeah.
Valid
Okay.
question, Mike. Now, Kevin, I do
Maybe
want
She
to
would have
know.
been asking that.
Maybe the pasties hold them up. I
Kevin,
don't know.
how did that make you feel?
Compliment's a compliment.
Compliment is a compliment. Definitely a compliment. Now, Mike,
Yeah.
you too ventured around the seedy underbelly of Las Vegas
Yeah.
throughout this week as you were gambling.
They were selling
Dozens of
sex,
dollars
yeah.
away.
I lost like $60.
Did you?
Overall.
That's not like, I get you, but that's not that
I'm a
bad.
loser.
Kevin or Mike, were you
That's the second time.
propositioned in Las Vegas this week?
Yes, I was. And did I say yes?
No chance.
We'll never know.
There is no way.
Now, you told me the story this morning, and I want you to say it the same way you
So
told
there was a lady in, let's say, black leather lingerie with a whip, like with tassels.
Oh, my goodness.
And she slapped her whip, and she looked at me and said, "Hey, bad boy." And I looked right back at her and shook my head, and I said, "No."
He did not want to be Adam Levine.
She goes, "Hey, bad boy," like trying to get my attention, cracking a whip, and I looked right back at her, stared her in her eye, shook my head, and said no.
That
and I will
being
tell
said-
you, at that point, because I'm assuming she's like in her 20s, and I'm in my 40s, she looked at me at that moment, and she was like, I don't know if she has a dad or not, but
oh my God,
I looked at her. She might not what she's doing for a living, and I looked back. She looked at me and was like, "Oh, that was just like a dad looking at me in total disappointment in my life choices."
That being said, how did it make you feel to be propositioned?
And also the guy who looks like
Is a compliment?
Luka
Is a
is right
compliment
next
a
to you.
compliment?
I decided I didn't feel as a compliment, and I didn't know why I was a bad boy. I was like, I'm wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, and I'm like, I'm not dressed as a bad boy. I don't do bad boy things, but you're calling me a bad boy. I don't play for the Detroit Pistons in the 80s. It's like, hey, bad boy, and I'm like, I'm not bad. I mean, I tick off my wife sometimes, and she thinks I'm bad at times. But I don't know if I'm a bad boy, and I don't know what she wanted me to do. Like, if I say, yeah, I'm a bad boy, I want to be a bad boy. I don't want to be a bad boy. I don't want to be Adam Levine. I don't want to be a bad boy. I'm not a bad boy. You're a bad girl. You shouldn't be having your butt hang out like this.
But
on
here's
the
the thing. It's a good thing you didn't tell her you're a bad girl, because then it would have been problems for you.
Yeah,
it would have been
would've
on.
But I tell you what, I think for a few seconds I made her think about her life choices as I looked right into her eyes and said no.
And she said,
and she was like, you know what? I should probably go to college.
And there it is, Kevin. I'm so happy that
Man.
Masterpiece of the Week is coming up now.
We're
Good
the
luck,
KNC
Alex.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit more about the Super Bowl. Who will you watch with? What are you most looking forward to? Who are you rooting for? And then we will get into Masterpiece of the Week. It's going to be an action-packed segment, as if that one wasn't. Next, live on Radio Row in Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Check the motion man. Purdy scans. There's Ayuk in the middle to the end zone. Touchdown. And there it is. They go up top. And Brandon Ayuk.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Thank you very much to the Low T Center for making this trip happen. Also, thank you to Best Buy Windows and Siding. Now, we got a lot of feedback from our last segment. I want to hit these two. They might be my favorite. For the 321, maybe Mike misinterpreted. What if she called him a bat boy because he was in baseball? That is a quality question. And then from the 469, guys, that segment was so good that my friend called me from his job asking me, Dog, are you listening to this crazy ass? And we both said it was the best segment ever. So thank you very much. And we're going to try to top that maybe. We're going to get to Masterpiece of the Week in just a few minutes. But real quick, I was reading something. It was essentially ESPN put out a Super Bowl survey about how people take in the Super Bowl. What percentage of Americans will watch at least some part of the game on Sunday?
41%, Dirk Nowitzki.
68%.
Ooh, close. 74%.
Wow.
Said they plan to watch at least part of the game.
Do you think, like, what's that?
Wow.
The what's up? Is something big?
According to the Twitterverse, Hot and Dirty is heading to be the Seattle Seahawks defensive coordinator. That is our defensive lines coach. They plan to hire as their defensive coordinator. Our dude from England, Dirty, played in the NFL before embarking on a coaching career now at 44. Dirty is heading to the Seattle Seahawks to be their defensive
sure Zimmer
coordinator.
has a lot of people he can bring in.
I mean, Zimmer actually that's not a bad. I'm sorry, Kevin, kind of derail all this. This is pretty big breaking news here for the Cowboys because they got to add somebody now because
Dirty's gone. Your mic's not on.
Yeah, you hit a button. There's a red button to hit.
But yeah, so there's Dirty heading off to Seattle as their DC.
Yeah, I mean, I had heard that he was seriously in consideration for that Cowboys gig. Maybe if they weren't able to work for the Zimmer stuff, but he is well respected and he has quickly been climbing up the ranks. So not a shock, but that's a bummer.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Doesn't matter. Dak's still the quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, it really doesn't. To me, this is all the things that Jerry's like, look over here, look at all these things, look at the coaches. Hey, Nimrod, like get a better head coach and quarterback, and maybe you have a chance.
You need better players too. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence yesterday really set me off.
Why? It's a long season. They had to play so many more games
so does
than
everybody else in the entire national.
Yeah,
we used to play the exact same amount of games. Like, what the hell are we doing? And it's the playoffs. If you can't get a second wind for the postseason, which is why you go through all the crap in the regular season, Mike, you were in pro sports. Dude, that should not be difficult. I don't care how tired you are.
I remember, I'm not DeMarcus Lawrence. He's 100 times better than I ever was. I remember being 29 years old in the major leagues and fighting to get back there because in 05 and 06, I was in AAA the whole time. And I remember my arm killing me. And I was like, screw it. I want to pitch because I don't know if I'm going to get more opportunities to pitch in the major leagues.
Yes.
This dude has played 10 years in the NFL. His career is almost completely over. And the dude could have cared less to advance in the playoffs. He's like, I don't care. None of my teammates before me ever advanced here in Dallas. It doesn't matter.
It's terrible. And you look at him as the leader of that defense, too. I mean, and I've said it before.
Well, then that explains some things about other players on the defense.
And it ain't Micah, I'll tell you that. Micah Parsons certainly isn't viewed as a leader in that locker room right now. And DeMarcus Lawrence was kind of your guy. He's breaking down everybody going into the locker room and pregame. He's the one that's motivated. And you watch the tape, he's showing up, snap in, snap out. But that was, gosh, I hated hearing that yesterday from DeMarcus Lawrence.
How do you guys prefer to watch the Super Bowl? Do you like family? Is it friends? Is it by yourself? What is your preferred method to watch the Super Bowl?
I think my fondest have probably been with family.
Yeah.
Because then it's also somewhat by myself. Like, they get it. They're not talking the whole time. We're kind of just able to really enjoy and remember the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I've gotten older in life, it's definitely more family, like a Super Bowl party. But I find myself not being able to focus as much because there's a lot of talking. Maybe there's some alcohol involved. And all of a sudden, it's like, holy crap, what just happened on this drive? I haven't been paying attention and locked in.
Yeah, when I watch my buddies, I'm by halftime, I'm moving on.
Yeah.
But when I'm watching with my family, and I do now, that is what we do. All 5 of us get together. We have prop bets. We do the whole sheet and everything. We get together. There's a pot for everybody to try and win, and it's a lot of fun for the kids. Love it, man. So that's a lot more fun for me now because I'm getting to see their experience in it, and that's probably what my parents were experiencing whenever I was little because we all did the same thing. We were always together, tight group.
The one thing I don't love about the Super Bowl is I want to go back and watch certain plays like a few times, and usually you can just make that up in a regular football game going through the commercials. But in the Super Bowl, I feel like you're almost obligated to watch the commercials now for a giveaway segment on Monday. But, yeah.
Which one's more overrated? Brian asked us this on Krusty's Corner last week. Is it the commercials or is it the halftime show? Because I think it's the halftime show. I don't think it ever really lives up to the hype.
Yeah. I felt like there was a stretch where commercials kind of lagged. Like, you were just like, meh. On some of them.
Some of them they released way before, and so their
Yeah.
big commercial, you've already seen it. You're like, oh, I enjoyed that commercial a couple of weeks ago, and then you're like, oh, that was their Super Bowl commercial.
And the other thing about the halftime show, it's 2 different worlds. Some people are trying to nail the in-stadium experience. The Black Eyed Peas tried to nail both of them. Like, they tried to get both the visuals for TV and for inside. And we heard, like, at home, it looked bad. But on everybody else said in stadium, it was really good. So it's always weird because you're trying to get both accomplished, and they just haven't made it translate that same way.
I do like watching at home. My wife could care less about football. Probably watch 10 minutes of football. Sorry. And then my daughter doesn't care at all. She's not at home anymore.
Your boys do, though,
My
right?
14-year-old doesn't like football at all.
Really?
Yeah, he's basketball, baseball.
Okay.
And then my 15-year-old is interested. He'll definitely watch. But I just would rather do it at home. Just there's too much distraction. I tell my wife if we are going somewhere, we're leaving at halftime. That's my rule is if we want to go to a friend's house and there's going to be 20 people there, fine, first half. But second half, I want to be home and watch the second half at home.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Zach Wolchuk with us, and now it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Hey,
Alec.
Long time no speak.
There's a lot to live up to because your last Masterpiece of the Week was freaking legendary.
That was one of maybe 4 or 5 times that I've cried laughing at work. And yeah, it's going to be hard to top. And Mike, I wish you would have done the Bad Boys stuff like maybe 4 minutes before because I just now was able to pull that segment. So I don't have that on hand. But it's going to be great next week.
For G-Bag of the Day because that was brilliant.
Yeah, that's going to be incredible. I did have Mike talking about this earlier, and the more I listen to it, the more I hate it.
Are you a gulper or a sipper?
Water. We were talking about water, right? Like I had my water and Emmitt Smith's water, and I didn't know which one was which. That was the beginning of the show.
There's one that had less water in it, so I thought if you're a gulper, maybe you're the less water guy.
What if it ends up being like Mike, and now all of a sudden you can be a professional running
Yes!
back? Damn it.
Well, I've had a couple of stumbles, and so like I had one this morning, and Kevin was like, if you drink his, he has great balance. You wouldn't be falling.
Yes, he does.
So he's amazing.
Resiliency. Heart, toughness, grit.
I'm a sipper.
Greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Doesn't get worn down by the playoffs.
Definitely didn't
Kevin
get tired.
is a gulper. I don't know how you drink water, but Kevin, when he sees the water, he tries to squeeze it all out of the bottle like it won't come out unless you squeeze it.
It gets into never mind.
Finish that thought.
There you
and
go.
he squeezes it, and he's sucking at the same time,
because the water comes out quicker.
Like it's one of those Gatorade squeeze bottles.
Yeah.
It's already got a hole.
It's
hole
got
in the top.
Yeah.
Man, we're off to it. Rough start.
It's like the squirters they've got on the
The size of the
NFL side.
hole's not going to change, I don't think.
Thanks, Mike. That'll be used next week.
Well, it's hard plastic up there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, even greater. This is a great way to start Masterpiece of the Week, where we relive some of the best and dumbest things said on this very show 10 to 2.
I'm sorry, Alec. I have to. He said it's hard plastic. That's why they call it the H spot.
Oh, there you go.
Come on, bro.
Well done.
It's a family show.
Is it?
Y'all kept talking about holes, and to peel the curtain back, sometimes I name these things like one word, and I don't remember what it is, and I just have this one written as Corey Holes, so let's play it.
You throw it in the hole, and you got one large hole, a couple small ones that you throw it into. Yeah, that's the thing over there. Kevin, look over there.
Big 100-point hole.
Is there a big hole and 2 little holes?
Pre-baby, and
there's actually.
Don't say that.
And then there's the 200 hole,
that
which
what I
is
have to
smaller, and
look
the
forward to?
300 hole is the smallest.
Yeah, so that's what it is. But I do say holes a lot on this show.
You won.
What? I did win. I beat you that
You did,
day.
1,800 to 1,700, and I never even tried it again.
Yeah,
I never saw if I could get a better
they'll let us
score.
now.
There's some monster of a human being over there. I'm assuming he's an offensive lineman or a defensive
wearing a
tackle.
Sox hat.
So he's
Sox
going to
are
try
nice.
the holes.
Well,
Back
Mike,
to you, Alec.
I was able to isolate this from a few minutes ago just to give you a preview for next Friday.
But I don't know if I'm a bad boy.
Oh, there's so much more to that one, but that was
Zach,
really
you missed
good.
it. But a lady propositioned me by cracking her whip and saying, "Hey, bad boy."
Okay, in like a Catwoman suit? Was it,
It was
leather,
black
leather?
leather,
Yeah, she tried to
thongish.
proposition Eric and I as well the first night we were out
Yeah.
here. It's like, hey, boys, you ready to party?
If
And
Eric
I
wasn't there, though.
I guess you
walking.
guys didn't look like
No.
a bad boy.
No, I
I looked
can't
like
do
a
that,
bad
man.
boy.
If you weren't there, though.
Then
Eric.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't think he would have either. But
Okay, all
gosh,
right.
it was tempting.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, except for when Kevin Hageland is on the radio.
I want you to extend it as long as possible.
Kevin.
I don't see what the problem is with that.
Wow.
Whether you're talking about yourself or an experience, both seem logical. I stand by that.
Not
I'm
all
not embarrassed.
experiences need to be extended, though.
That's
right?
true.
Mike with a very broad statement.
Donuts and coffee.
Coffee is very tasty.
They're not just for cops.
Wait, what? Hold on. What was that last part that you said? They're not just for cops?
Yeah. Donuts Yeah, and coffee.
Coffee is very tasty.
They're not just for cops.
I also like Corey flying in there with the clutch. Coffee is very
Donuts are tasty as well. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I
but
throw
donuts
both
and
of those.
coffee together is very tasty. You get a little bit of the kind of bitterness of your coffee with the sweetness of a donut. It's a great combination that we seem to just apply to like cops like donuts and coffee. Well, so does everybody else. I
Everyone
think.
loves that.
You know, coffee is an acquired taste. Donuts is an acquired taste. You give a donut to Noah,
loves donuts.
Noah's going to town on a donut. You give him a cup of coffee, he's going to be like, what the crap did you just put in front of me?
Knock that crap over
Yeah.
and be like, no.
And you still can't read. Mike, was
not
this?
a bad
Cannot.
Mike, was this tasty?
I told Bobby Flay I like his meatloaf.
Mike.
Yeah, he said with balsamic vinaigrette. I went over there. I wanted to meet Bobby Flay.
That's what he called it.
And I was telling him that my favorite thing to cook of his is his meatloaf.
Oh.
And it has onions and peppers and zucchini in it, so the kids even get vegetables in it without even knowing.
Wow.
And then there's a balsamic glaze on top of it. He knew what I was talking about.
You said meat instead of meatloaf. You told him I love your meat. That's what you said.
Yeah, and his
Okay.
wife was right there. I know who his wife is. Just
She
'cause I
high
watched.
five you?
Yeah, she smiled.
I didn't know he was married.
Yeah.
I thought he was dating Jada De Laurentiis for a while.
He's married to Mrs. Flay.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly, well, I won't say all the things that I know from somebody who knows.
Okay.
that.
We'll talk about that off air.
Oh, no.
Wow. I like to
That's all I gotta
think.
say.
I like to think that this is what Corey would say if he was my wingman.
His physical size should mean nothing to you at all. Yeah. It's all about the effort, the desire, the work that he's going to put in.
I was just picturing Alec next to you while you said
telling
that.
Physical size.
Yeah, this guy right here, hero. All right, he's going to go hero ball on you. Get ready for this one. Yeah, man. Alec, yes, I promise.
Wait till he takes his shirt off.
Yeah. This is what Mike would say if he was my wingman.
99% of men want his body.
Yes.
Yeah. Get him, little red.
Which body was that? I'm trying to remember.
I don't even remember.
A player.
Is Adonis
Adonis
Garcia?
Garcia.
That's what it was.
Because somebody called him Adonis, and I was like, dude, everybody
Adonis.
wants.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to look like that.
We do have a celebrity entrance here. Kellen Winslow Sr. was on with you guys yesterday, and this is just I don't even know how to set this up. This is just good.
Just because you shower together, they think you should stay in touch.
To me,
he was amazing.
I'm voting
Story of
for
my
the Hall
life.
of Famer.
That's incredible.
I don't know how many more we have to go, but to me, that one was the winner. Because when he said that, because I've talked about how many men I've showered with. It's countless.
Yeah. Not like in a regular.
And so is Kellen Winslow.
Not in a regular one-headed shower. Like this, you're not.
You're in a big room of like 6 to 10 shower heads.
Yeah.
And you're just washing
Are there
yourself,
more
getting
than
ready
6
for the
to
rest
10
of the
people
night.
in there?
Pass the soap.
Do people double up shower heads?
For fun? No.
No.
Was that a question or
you were on the
or a
road with your
statement?
roommate, and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to turn the shower
Hey,
on."
you're
just
so.
like, I guess I got.
Hey, you're soaked up. Scoot over.
This is so dumb.
Hey,
I don't know.
The water's too hot. I'm turning it down.
Oh, she always
Is
has
it,
it so.
women love the water like at 140 degrees.
scalding.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is your deal?
Yeah, I don't.
How is this not burning your skin off right now?
I'm glad I have a little area to sit in now and wait.
Anyways,
Oh, how nice.
no, we don't share.
Wait.
We don't share shower
I
heads.
was curious.
We can complain
Can I
about
come
how
in
many
now?
shower heads there are in there, like a YMCA. But
Yeah.
I mean, we don't shower together on the same head.
Last one
good.
real quick. Corey, is this what you do while you wait?
Hold on, you're saying don't dismantle a 9-year-old kid?
What?
Oh my God! Hold on.
That was,
Yes, I am saying that.
Oh my
Don't
God!
dismantle a 9-year-old.
You know
kid.
what? I'm. That's a.
I
can't
remember what that's
Who was
from.
the kid? Who was the kid? What
It was
that?
the kid that Deadspin's getting sued over because they put up that dumbass article with so
Yes.
many factual inaccuracies.
Yes, I appreciate you bringing that to light, Kevin. I am voting for the Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
He was one of my favorite interviews this week. He played along with all the bits. He was great. Kellen Winslow Sr.
I am voting for Corey defiantly saying don't dismantle a 9-year-old because that feels like good advice.
Yeah, I think that is good advice. I'm going with Mike in the shower.
oh, a new vote. I'm going with Kellen Winslow Sr. because I don't know if the Hall of Famers ever won the KNC Masterpiece of the week, of the day, of the week.
Of the year.
It's been like 4 years, Mike.
More than that, I think.
4.5.
It feels like a lifetime.
Masterpiece of the week. I think that we've never had a Hall of Famer win Masterpiece of the week.
Yeah, let's
I'm
make
not
it a
Hall of
gentleman's
Famer.
sweep. Why not?
Just because you shower together, they think you should stay in touch.
Man,
He's
that
glorious.
feels like a good line to drop here.
Can you
and there.
imagine when I got called up on the Rangers? I'm showering with Michael Young and say, since we've showered together, can I have your number?
Can I
While you're
have
in the
your
shower
number?
with him?
Well, after we get out of the shower.
after-
We're shower buddies.
Because otherwise it'd be weird.
Oh, when
Yeah,
your
it'd be
towels
weird
on,
in
yeah.
the shower. Hey, can I have your number?
Oh,
I don't know if I'm
God.
a bad boy.
Oh, my God.
Afterwards. I'd have a lot of numbers.
That's Masterpiece
You
of
would
the
have a
week.
lot of numbers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live on Radio Row in Vegas. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the rest of the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime and
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Second down, 8 for the Chiefs at the Dolphin 12. Mahomes throws right side. Caught Rice at the 5, angling right. Touchdown! Kansas City!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Thank you once again to the Low T Center, Best Buy Windows and Siding for making this trip happen. And always thank you to D&M Leasing for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome. It's just so great to be heading for a football, Sunday and a football Friday show for us.
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
It really makes me wish, though, that all sports would do just a Super Bowl. Like, we don't need 7 for the NBA Finals. Let's just build to a crescendo after the conference finals for 2 weeks, and then, boom, right there.
Let's have a one-game winner.
Have you ever heard
take
what
all.
Scott Boras wants for the World Series, which might be too much? He wants the first 2 games to be a Super Bowl deal. So you're guaranteed it's at a neutral site every year. The first 2 games are a neutral site World Series, and then home field kicks in for games 3 through 7.
Yeah, NFL's definitely onto something here. I don't know if the other sports can borrow it, but I'd love to see it.
I would as well. Now, speaking of watching the game, what's your food setup looking like? Like, what's your go-to? Do you host a party usually, or do you host people? And what do you like to have set up for the food?
I'm probably going to be too burnt out to have a Super Bowl
Legs
party.
are too tired.
It's just been too long of a football season, and I'm burnt out, man.
Pretty gassed, man. Pretty fatigued.
Hey, I feel like every time I cook, it's like I'm cooking for the Super Bowl.
Okay. Always beating Sean
I'm probably doing queso, to be honest. I'm probably just going to have queso and some taco meat and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the quesos, the dips are hugely important on Super Bowl Sunday.
100%.
Obviously, the headliner's oftentimes going to be the chicken wings, unless you're doing are you doing a brisket or something, ribs, I think.
I could be talked into it.
I like a Super Bowl rib, I really do, but it's all about the dips. So if you got to have a variety, the buffalo chicken dips, the quesos of the world, I think that's all important. No community dips, okay? Everybody's got their own dip bowl. You do what you want with it.
Is this the time of year when I said it was the Spanish artichoke?
Yes, you did.
And we were like, what are you talking about? And
How do we feel about chili? I'm kind of thinking of Super Bowl chili.
I love
Super Bowl chili.
Love chili, dude.
Love chili.
It sounds nice and hearty. After talking with Andrew Zimmer yesterday, I felt like I needed to get something nice and warm.
That actually brings up something, because my wife's company had a soup competition at work yesterday, and the winner was chili. And chili is not soup.
That is not
so I'm pretty disappointed in the way that worked.
It is soupy in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So when you do that noodle chili, Skyline chili, it is soupy. And that's why I think
the water in the noodles.
Yeah, most Texans don't like it because it's a soupy chili.
Yeah, let's throw on 25 pounds of cheese and hope for the best.
Hey, you put cheese on it.
Yeah.
It couldn't hurt.
Tim Collins is over here nodding his head like in enjoyment of that garbage.
Woo! Now, they did a survey, and they've got favorite foods for the Super Bowl for every single state. For Texas, it was pizza. And
we order a lot of pizza.
Yeah. Do you think pizza is just a staple of, maybe it's not the main thing, but
That's a give up.
Yeah, it's very easy
we'll
to
have
do,
pizza
right?
there,
It's a
too.
give up. Yep.
You call
It's
up
not
a place
a
and
give
get
up.
10 pizzas, and you're good to go.
Yeah, but how early do you have to put that call in? Is that a Saturday pre-order situation?
I ran into that problem once before with wings when we were just ordering them, and we tried to order them on game day, and they're like, sorry.
That's where I call them fast food pizzas, delivery pizza places, the apps that they have now, you can pre-order your pizza right now to be ready at 4 p.m., let's say.
Yeah, you need that. Yeah.
And so, but I bet if you at 4 p.m. try to put in an order, they're going to say, you got a 45-minute to an hour 15 wait until we can get this pizza off the oven.
Yeah, that time certainty is very important. You don't want that sitting around.
Yes.
You don't want it. You don't want it to get stale on you. But I feel like it is a great go-to, especially if you don't want to cook or you're not good at it.
Yeah.
What about the nacho? Are nachos a big
yeah.
player for y'all's Super Bowl?
It was a big disappointment. Yesterday, Eric and I were going to go try out Guy Fieri's trash can nachos.
Oh, yeah.
And the lady at the front literally told us not to get them. She's like, they get soggy. You're better off maybe ordering everything individually and kind of building your own nachos.
She's like, I don't know who's back there.
It depends on the chef.
She's like, yeah, whoever's making it makes a huge difference.
Guy's
I'm like,
not here.
okay.
I was very upset. We were looking forward to this, so we said, called an audible. Said, we're not doing this.
You
We went
didn't
to
say,
Gordon
"Screw it, we're gonna
Ramsay's
do it
fish
anyway"?
and chips. No, we didn't.
I had the fish and chips last night and got a side of shrimp just to try it. It was very good.
Very good. The chips, not so much, but the fish itself was delicious.
The fish was awesome.
The fish was great.
The batter, it was
Fluffy,
rich.
flaky.
Tartar sauce. What did you dip?
Tartar.
The
tartar.
Tartar
man.
is a good tartar.
Did
sauce.
you go vinegar on there? Malt vinegar? It was
No,
really good.
I sprinkled the lemon juice.
Who's y'all's prediction for Sunday?
Chiefs.
49ers for me.
Me too.
Chiefs. Idiot.
Chiefs.
Yeah, I think I'm not betting. Like, we can bet on this game here. I'm not betting on this game. I do not feel comfortable about this game.
It's too close, man.
What did you say, Gavin?
Chiefs.
Chiefs because of Mahomes. This is a tough thing. Do you bet the quarterback or do you bet the team?
Well, I think the Chiefs have a great defense too, but yes, I bet the quarterback because he's just got such a history of it at this point. Like Trey Wingo was giving us his playoff record. It's 15-3.
Yeah.
14-3.
14-3. Yeah.
He's been the underdog 12 times in his life in Vegas. He's 9-3 as the underdog.
And in the playoffs,
winning the
he's
game,
3-0.
not covering the spread, just winning the game.
In playoffs, he's 3-0 as an underdog. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. I hope you guys have a great trip on back to DF Dub. We have a combination at 3:15. You're looking at Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. Same time.
Woo! Well, I want to say thanks to the guy who looks like
Will they be burnt out during the conversation?
We'll have to ask him.
Oh, man. That is a great question. But thank you very much to all the great guests this week. We had Jim McMahon, Aaron Taylor, Rod Woodson, Steve Largent, Warren Sapp, Kellen Winslow Sr., Tony Pollard, Tony Khan, Michael Irvin. It was an excellent week, and thank you guys all for rocking with us. We'll be back in the Metroplex on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Vegas.
Good night, Vegas.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too. This is
On 105.3 The Fan, our Radio Row coverage continues. Brought to you by
Low-T Center
and Best Buy Windows and Siding General at your service. There's Brian Bross, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Woolchuck and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. DJ, the DJ Pridemore, remote engineer. Here he's been doing a hell of a job. And Tim Collins is producing Radio Row for us as well. And
very mid.
Fair to Midland.
Very mid.
He's very mid. I think we got Aiden Hutchinson over here about to do some footballing with the Wings and the Bounties.
Yeah, dude, that's one that I really want to get involved in. I would like to spin those Bounty paper towels into those target holes and see if I can come out of here victorious, feeling like a Super Bowl champion myself, having dominated the single greatest competition that Radio Row has to offer.
It is.
My money's on you, Chief. You're a football man. Okay, speaking of football men, I was at dinner last night with my man Walt. We were chilling over here, having the best mashed potatoes of my life. Ooh. And he said, "Oh, Mike Zimmer just got the job." Why does that make you happy, Wolchuk?
I'm excited about Zim. At 4 o'clock, we'll do a little bit of a deep dive on some of the things that he does well with his defensive scheme. But he's a guy where pressure is king, and he is very good at disguising his coverages. He's not necessarily going to be blitzing all the time, but he does an excellent job of crowding the line of scrimmage, overloading each side of the offensive line, and then confusing quarterbacks to where you think maybe a nickel safety is coming on a blitz. He's going to peel back. Instead, it's a linebacker coming pressuring the A-gap. So he's a guy that I think is when it comes to some of the defenses, like a Steve Spagnuolo you're going to see this weekend against Kyle Shanahan, he is one of these defensive minds that it seems like schematically matches up well with some of these modern motion offenses that have been giving the Cowboys and Dan Quinn's defenses trouble.
Brian, it's a fellow Krusty and buddy. I know you got to love it.
Yeah, it's not done.
It's not done?
Not done. No.
What's going on?
They're still in negotiating talks right now about the contract. So last night, I know that Tom Pelissari, he has a great relationship with Mike. I was hearing that there's still negotiating going on right now for the contract.
So do you think Pelissari got ahead of this thing?
I think he might be. I might be first in to win kind of a thing, but it might be on our show today that we break some news
make
about
it official.
Make it official. But there is some. There's some things that they're going to have to say with the old dot the I, cross the T bit.
Yeah.
We're working on that right now.
Yeah, I wonder if Pelissari is in the know on what the issue is. Is it years? Is it money?
He's probably shaking in his boots right now. When a guy like Pelissari puts his neck out there for a situation, all of a sudden he gets burned by it. Like he's supposed to have some level of credibility.
We'll see. This thing will likely get done. The problem is it's not done. That's the thing we're dealing with right now.
Sounds like Pelissari was trying to get first to the news.
Yeah, and he's friends. He's friends with Mike, so he's trying to get in there on it. But yeah, we'll see. The Cowboys are working in that direction.
Well, we know a couple of things. Any coach is going to try to get as big a bag as possible, and Jerry Jones is going to try to, really gyp anybody he can.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. That's the angles that you need to look at.
There is no limit to the amount of Scrooge McDuck that can be interjected into that man. Yeah. It's a game to him. I think it's the biggest game that he plays is trying to negotiate all these deals and win them. I think that's winning these negotiations and is what kind of gives him satisfaction. And it's really weird. You can't take it with you. Your kids have more than enough. Why are we being weird about this? You always say, I'll write the biggest check. Why don't you want to take care of your employees? Why don't you want to take care of your own daughter? These are questions I have for this man at this age. Why he would want to leave such a, at times, cruel, when you look at how the NFL have treated their cheerleaders, especially in his organization. But why would you want to leave a legacy where you're not taking care of people?
Yeah, that's the. This is the.
You have all the means in the world.
Well, this is the business.
People with much less are much more generous.
This is the business that we deal with.
It's that billionaire DNA. I don't know anything about it. Can't relate to it.
If this was Will McClay and there were 4 or 5 teams going after him right now, you're damn right they step up and do what they have to do to get things done. But, this is something that Mike is. Mike wants the gig. but let's make it a fair deal.
I like what you're saying there, though, Gavin, but now this wasn't a Paul thing. I didn't see David Moore because we were wondering Mike McCarthy and Mike Zimmer.
Yeah.
That relationship, was that going to be more of a Jones hire, or was McCarthy kind of in on Mike Zimmer as well? David Moore in the Morning News said that McCarthy actually reached out to Zim later in the same day Dan Quinn left to go to Washington to see if he would be interested in becoming the Cowboys' next defensive coordinator. So, I don't know. Are we buying that? Are we not buying that?
Oh, there
see a lot of respect in that division over the years.
There's a lot of reporting going on right now. It kind of needs to be.
Well, I mean,
checked.
David Moore has a story in the Morning News about how Jerry finished this deal while working the red carpet last night.
Yeah.
How sure are you that it's going to get done? Finalized. It's got to be a 98% right now.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's going to come down to are the Cowboys going to come a little more with some of the with the finances and
the
stuff.
cash money.
Yeah. I think Zim would like to do it, but you get into a situation where all of a sudden you do it for a year, low money, and you get blown out again.
Well,
who wants that?
I like what Zim stands for defensively. I had an opportunity to read a great article today in Blogging the Boys from David Howman, kind of breaking down his trends. It got me pretty educated about what he stands for, and I think it's exactly what the Cowboys need. Lots of pressure, and probably better linebackers. That's something that I think Mike Zimmer is going to insist on. So I think it gives you a good chance of being maybe even a better defense next year if you have Mike Zimmer. He's been the king of these. What are they called? What's it called? The kind of pressure, the simulated pressure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Brian. I'm slow to the pickup here.
No,
I know a scout like you. You've been watching this stuff on film for 20 years or so. But
no, I was trying to think of what words you were going for because I was thinking, okay, he's going to say something simulated.
The simulated pressure is something that's been hot in the NFL for the last 2 years. He's been the king of it for 2 decades.
Yeah.
So that's the key is are you going to bring pressure, and are you going to show me an ability that you're going to integrate the modern trends? And I think you have a pretty good chance of those things happening with Zim.
Yeah, I do as well. And from a coverage standpoint, are we talking about kind of a press man in your face, bump and run kind of deal? The aggressive, I think the overall aggressive nature in which he plays, all the simulated pressure things that you were just discussing there, Dawson, I think is huge. And hopefully he continues to evolve that. And then, be able to, implement all of the opposite of pre-snap motion for an offense. Defensively, it's disguising guys moving around, and then at the snap, it looks all different. Changing the picture, so hopefully that's heavily involved. I think a lot of the defenses these days are teams that are able to blitz and blitz well. So all of that is good. And I think he's certainly the right emotional hire. I think this defense needs a guy that's going to Red Foreman you.
Yeah.
He's ready to put his foot in your rear end a little bit.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Toby Keith week, that's exactly what this country needs
that's
right
right
now.
about that.
Well, they have to figure out now, too, because the Dallas just lost Aiden Durdee to Seattle as the defensive coordinator. So now.
Did Palasari write that?
No, this is coming.
I think that was Pelissero.
Oh, okay.
So this is coming from another source, but
why are you watchdogging him like that, Wolchuk?
I don't know.
The thing, it's getting late in the day here, right? So the thing is, though, to me, now you say if you do get Zimmer in here, is your defensive line coach here? Sharif Floyd, who's on staff here, played for Mike Zimmer at Minnesota. Andre Patterson is the defensive line coach with the defensive line coach with the Giants. Is he available? So Mike's going to have to navigate some hires here, with some guys, and hopefully he'll get the right guys for the combination when the job becomes official.
If you have feedback, the truckwreck.com fan text is open here at 877-881-1053. Please leave the name and city you're texting from so we can make you famous right here in the G-Bag Nation. Pretty cool to see CeeDee Lamb get the NFL Moment of the Year last night at the NFL Honors. Most dominant wide receiver season we've seen in a while from a Cowboy. Franchise record for catches and yards. Racked up 8 100-yard games in the regular season, 4 consecutive, as well as 7 games with 11 catches or more. And he won it for, what was that, a 95-yard touchdown against the Lions?
Yeah, 92 is the play where Dak's able to avoid Baker, the blitzing linebacker. It looked like he was about to just get blasted for maybe a safety, fights out of that, and then just slings it 50 yards down the field to a wide-open CeeDee Lamb who trotted in for a touchdown. Incredible play.
Best thing that Mike did, I think, this year was getting CeeDee involved.
Yeah, target your good players. The more, the merrier. That's always been a concept that works.
We haven't seen Dak or a coach be able to do that.
No.
It's been like, oh, hey, there's Amari Cooper with another 3-catch game. How many times that happened?
Yeah.
And how frustrating it was that we couldn't get the ball to the best player. Seems like that should be line one. And like Jason Garrett and probably Kellen Moore, were more interested in letting the defense dictate where they wanted you to go with the ball. So they'd go away from the pressure constantly instead of finding unique ways to make their superstar more available to catch passes.
And by and large, they were absolutely good at getting CeeDee Lamb involved. But even for them, it took them, CeeDee Lamb having to light a fire under him a couple of times. They're like, hey, what are we doing here? San Francisco stands out. He disappears for a while in the Miami game. There were a couple moments throughout the season where CeeDee's like, hey, don't forget me here. What are we doing?
Yeah. I mean, he's your best player on offense.
By a mile.
Least skill player, by a mile. Yeah, you got to get him the dang ball, and hopefully they get somebody in the backfield that can help him carry the load. 122-18 Mavs over New York. We are trending up, fellas. I was told, when we got Kyrie Irving, eventually things would get weird. 1 year in, still have not seen a single sign of that. We now have a quality in the front court. Like, I don't know the last time we've seen the combination of what you have now in Lively and Gafford. I think P.J. Washington is going to add an element. So I'm optimistic. I'm excited. And I'll get excited about basketball unnecessarily. Sometimes I buy into the hype too much, guys, but I think this is real. We're going to take a step forward here over the next couple of weeks. And we don't know how good this team can be. Look, Luka and Kyrie are healthy. 3-game winning streak. You're like, oh, well, who have they beaten? The Knicks were banged up and they traded guys and whatever. Well, it's like, yeah, they would lose to bad teams.
Right.
When they only have Luka or Kyrie, lose to anybody on any given night. Now they're whacking teams and taking care of business. And I think this is about to get really, really fun if those guys can stay healthy.
And you've got the potential of adding Spencer Dinwiddie as well. It's
and Exum's coming back.
And Exum coming back. And Dinwiddie was behind the bench last night in New York at the game. I think they are going to add Spencer Dinwiddie again. And hopefully that's another depth piece. They added rim protection, depth. They got bigger. They added length. I mean, look, some of these guys might not be household names, especially a Daniel Gafford, but they're going to find out exactly who he is in the next coming weeks when all of a sudden, oh my gosh, we've got an extra big. We don't just have to rely on Derek Lively. I think Nico Harrison did an excellent job yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's a much more well-rounded situation. I still don't think it's title contending, but it is definitely, if you have health, if you have health with your main dudes, I think this is a team that could potentially win a playoff series for sure.
Okay, Ohio State's going to hire Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, Chip, I guess, does not. He wanted out of UCLA. I mean, we heard the rumors of him getting some looks in the NFL. Washington was one with Dan Quinn. They went with Cliff Kingsbury. A couple other teams were interested, and now it was Bill O'Brien who was going. He's getting the head coaching job at Boston College.
Okay.
So with the Boston College head coach Fraley going to the Packers to be their defensive coordinator, now Bill O'Butchin is going to go be the head coach at Boston College.
Well, I missed that one.
And so, yeah, it just happened. So Chip Kelly is going over to be the Ohio State offensive coordinator with Ryan Day.
Mets GM Billy Epler, suspended through the World Series by Rob Manfred, concluded he directed the team to fabricate injuries to create open roster spots. So go ahead and cheat and take a World Series, but don't you dare create roster spots by faking injuries in pro sports because you want to make your team more competitive.
Worst commissioner in sports history, potentially.
I mean, heck, I have no problem with this suspension. I mean, it's wrong. It's a violation of the rules, but it's just picky and choosy.
It is.
Oh, we don't want to punish you because that would be bad for the game.
Well, sometimes,
even though you committed the worst atrocity on the game in a century.
Sometimes there's overreactions to situations.
Yeah.
I think they overreacted. That's what happens when, the whole thing. Remember we went through that with Ezekiel Elliott and all that, and then the massive, these massive suspensions, and then all of a sudden, it's one game and 2 games for something far worse than maybe what even Ezekiel Elliott did. So, yeah, it's these corrections back and forth. The way they do it is it's mind-boggling in a lot of ways.
It is mind-boggling indeed, and we're here on a Friday with you, G-Bag Nationals. We only have a 4-hour cruise today because we got to get to the airport. So the Get Right's going to step in with Reggie and company at 6 o'clock this evening, and we salute them and thank them very much for letting us get out of town. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. A proper round tripper. little short round the bases, Wolchuk. What do you have?
We've got a former Ranger that's retiring and some spring training storylines. That's next.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Sean Schlereth here for my Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, the professional problem solvers that can repair any electrical issues and satisfy any electrical need. From ceiling fan installation and electrical outlet replacement to power surge protection and electrical panel replacement, they also specialize in smart home and EV charger installation. Scheduled appointment times and upfront competitive pricing. Don't settle for anything but the best.
We're Mr. Electric. We have the power to make things better.
healthy starters on the 40-man roster after making assumptions that maybe Cody Bradford will be the number 5 starter. You've, of course, got John Gray, Dane Dunning, Nathan Eovaldi, and Andrew Heaney. It's going to be pivotal for John Gray, as we've talked about, the consistency for him, but they've got to make sure they stay healthy. Like Evaldi's the guy last year that dealt with, we know, some injuries. John Gray's a guy that's kind of been in and out of the rotation as well, or else you're going to be relying on some of your guys like an Owen White, a Jack Leiter, maybe a Jake Latz, whoever it might be, some of these arms in your minor league system, you are going to have to call on them because you don't have a lot of other options while you wait on some of your depth in your starting rotation to get healthy.
Yeah. Hopefully you find a diamond in a rough situation, man.
And they did it last year with Cody Bradford.
Yeah, a guy sticks, and you see some good signs from him. I think they're going to have enough in the way of offense to combat this, I think, most of the way.
Can I ask a question here?
Please.
I want to hear Dawson's plan for how he's about to get a picture with this guy.
Are you still going to...
Oh, dude.
I think he's going to drop the headset and go. I do.
I don't know. I don't think I really have a plan.
Have to go on the move, bro.
You know, the last thought I had was as he walks by, I'll just salute him. You know,
okay.
I thought that might be appropriate.
Maybe a headbutt.
The French salute is the British like this, but he's French.
What about a attaboy tush slap?
Oh yeah,
dude, the
Butt
way
slap.
Yeah. The way that he tore that guy up right there was on par with how the former players T.J. Hushmanzada and the other gentlemen were unappreciative. Okay,
Yeah.
They hate being rushed here in this setting, right?
Yeah.
They really want a cool, laid back, hello, sir, nice to meet you, professional type of deal, not fans rushing. And I feel I got fan energy in me right now.
That's exactly what happened earlier.
I know.
You stood up, and I'm thinking Dawson has got a plan that he's going to get.
You could go full Zidane and just headbutt him if you want, right in the chest, World Cup style.
I could. I was thinking. I Googled his nicknames. One is El Doctor, which is pretty cool. He doctors the ball up pretty good. The other one was TT. But that seems like too personal.
That's very personal.
ATT.
I was kind of hoping that he had his soccer shorts on, and Eric would sneak up behind and pull the shorts down and push him over.
Oh, just do the whole pants and push.
And then all of a sudden, then Dawson's on the ground getting a picture with him.
We tried to get the Emmitt Smith picture earlier.
That's not a flop.
Emmitt was leaving so fast after his hit with Gojo.
Yeah.
My gosh, we were chasing after him, but then I was like, no, I can't do this.
He was clearly leaving Radio Row. That was his final interview. He had mentally checked out at that point. I did, and I feel bad. This should have been Walchuk's knuckles that have the remnants of Emmitt Smith's knuckles on his hand, but it's mine.
Oh, you caught it?
I got a good fist bump. I got an Emmitt fist bump.
He did.
But he was moving so swiftly fast. He had his whole team around him. I couldn't stop and say, hey, my 33-year-old best friend here has a fat head of you
32.
on his ceiling above his bed, and he really wants to take a picture with you. It's not weird. Trust me, it's only slightly sensual.
All right, sitting down with us now is one of the best pass rushers for the Cowboys of the 2000s, Greg Ellis, with us here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you? It's great to see you.
Man, I am doing great. It's good to see you guys as well. You know what I mean? Cowboys country, Cowboys world.
Let's go.
We're going to keep pushing until we can get this Super Bowl thing over the hump.
Yes, sir.
It didn't happen in my time while I was playing. That's a shame. But I'm not going to give up on them.
No, I don't think many people are, although frustration might be at an all-time high, Greg. I've never seen this many legends come out as vocally as they have against what's going down.
Yeah, I think it was so shocking because, 2007, I think it was, we had 13-3 season.
Mm-hmm.
We lose against New York Giants in the playoffs. But it was a competitive situation. But when this year, when the Cowboys lose in the playoffs, we expect for them to win that game against Green Bay. But when they lose, it didn't seem very competitive, right?
Yeah.
You see tight ends running down the field wide open.
Mm-hmm.
They running the ball right up the middle on us. So it just wasn't a competitive situation, which that's why I think you have, Emmitt and so many guys coming out vocalizing that.
Do you think something needs to change with the leadership of the organization?
Well, what they felt needed to change did change. They, brought Zim back in as the defensive coordinator, which I per se think that was a good decision, if you ask me.
Okay.
He comes with a lot of structure and a lot of doing things the right way and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to complement the offense a whole lot, in my opinion.
Okay, now there has been news maybe over the last 15 minutes that our man Brian Broaddus was part of breaking. It's not done yet.
Okay.
Just to pass that along to you, but we're all hoping
here we
it does because
we're hopeful. Fingers crossed you're right.
Jerry, working with Jerry, though. You know how what Jerry's trying to do right now in this negotiating.
Shake him down.
He's trying to shake him down a little bit.
Yes.
By the way, I had to draft Trey Thomas at Philadelphia to handle
To deal with
this.
Greg Dallas?
Yeah, we had once Dallas picked Greg ahead of us in Philadelphia. Immediately we look at our board. We're like, well, God, we got to take Trey Thomas.
No doubt. But Greg, more into Mike Zimmer. Hopefully this does get done.
Yeah.
But what can you tell Cowboy fans about his defensive philosophy and what he can bring to the table as he returns? He's had tremendous success.
It's about Zim and I are really on the same page about a lot of stuff. We are not healthy life people because both of us are workaholics.
Mm-hmm.
But I respect him because I'm right there with him. You know what I mean? Burning the midnight oil, standing there watching film, doing things the right way. That's what Zim, I know this is what this man is about, right? And so he's not going to leave a stone unturned. Playoff comes, big games come. It's not going to lack any preparation that he did from week one to hopefully, preparing for a Super Bowl. That's what I know for a fact about Zim. He's on every little. He is the coach. What I'm saying right now, I'm talking about, and I love and respect every single coach that I was ever blessed to play under, and I'm going back to middle school because all of them poured into me and helped me become who I am. I can't think of another coach, though, that covers the details better than Zim.
Wow. See, because what we're hoping for is that he's a guy that, even though he's old, that experience works for him because the NFL, the coaches need to be more adaptable than ever. How is he adapting to whatever new wrinkles are being thrown out by the offensive schemes in the NFL?
Well, that's just it. Paying attention to the detail and figuring out, we were still in Dallas. Might go around, and Zim still was there as the coordinator. And what's the name? Everybody calls him the old ball coach from Florida.
Steve
Spurrier. Steve Spurrier, right? And it's preseason, and I'm talking to Zim one-on-one. I'm like, man, Zim, what we gonna do? Because Steve doing that preseason, he was lightening it up, man. He was putting up a whole bunch of points, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so, Zim just was real calm about it, but he took to studying. Right, and figured out, okay, we needed this, and this, and they didn't put up a lot of points against us, if you would.
Yeah.
So he's a proven entity, in my opinion, that, he's going to figure out whatever offense you got going on, he's going to figure it out. And even if you try to get him with a new wrinkle, like at halftime adjustments, he's real key to say, okay, this is what they're doing, we have to adjust to it. And he forces his coaches to make sure, hey, man, just don't be out here. Pay attention to every little bitty thing, you know what I mean? So we can see, did they hit it in the B gap? Did they hit it in the C gap? Did the end do what he's supposed to do? Did the LB feel what he's supposed to feel? And so my time in coaching, my short time in coaching, still, coaching them. Well, I just resigned, but still looking to want to coach. I pulled a lot of my stuff from Zim, and it served me very well.
Yeah, I was going to ask, since you have such a great relationship with them, would you throw your hat in the ring, get in there, and show these pass rushers a thing or two?
Yeah, I think that's a possibility. That's a possibility.
Just lost our defensive line coach, Aiden Dirty. He's going to be the Seahawks DC, so there's no. Just saying, Greg.
So y'all taking this a different way now.
It's Greg Ellis here with you in the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah, Greg, Zim's a guy, he's not for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You played for some coaches. I mean, I believe at North Carolina you played with Mac Brown. Right. Very, very calm, very kind of, maybe. Yeah. But Zim's kind of a guy that, he lets you know.
Yeah.
If you're not getting it done, he lets you know. That you're from a different era. How do players, you think, in this era handle what Mike Zimmer potentially, or is Mike Zimmer maybe mellowed out a little bit?
I don't want to use the word mellow out.
Yeah.
So whatever is what synonym that you can think of to still mean mellow out, that's what he has done, in my opinion. But I think he's still, hard and about the business of football and doing things the right way. Mm-hmm. But I think his approach to addressing guys has, just some adjustments. I'll say it that way. Because you're right, times change, people change. And so the era that we're living in now, it's a different way you have to approach the young men, if you would. Yeah. But still, you got to get your point across. And we still are not in the day where guys don't want to be good. Right. They wouldn't play this guy. Okay, how much money they make, and they can say it's about the money. But I'm like, when you was in the 7th grade playing football, you didn't get paid.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But you still did all that hard stuff to help you become a better football player. So somewhere in there, you love football and you want to do good and win football games. So I think Zim, guys will respect once they see where he's coming from and understand, hey, man, you may not like me, and I'm talking about if I'm Zim, you may not like me, but if you trust me, and that's more important in football, trust me even more than you like me, trust me, and as Jason used to say, then trust the process if you would, and I think we'll all be happy at the end of the day.
Is Zimmer sort of the most, like, foot in your rear end coach you ever played for?
Foot in your rear end? Yeah, because he ain't going to let you – I mean, the steps and, you know, all that stuff, he's on that yeah, he's about that life, as the young kids say. He's about that life, right? And so, yeah, he's really going to every little thing, man. But he understands. He used to tell me, in a football game, Greg, as we say, you got to let it eat. So let it go, right? You know, you're going to make some mistakes. Don't be like a robot out there.
Right.
But he's a coach that really emphasizes perfect practice, right? So if you don't get it right, and he and I fit together on that because I'm that guy, right? I want to get it right, be perfect, but I had to learn, and he was part of the coaching staff that taught me, you know, you get in the game, though, you just got to let it eat. You know,
he taught 98 to eat or refined your techniques on the way to 84 career sacks, the career high 12.5 in 2007, an exceptional Cowboys career. Greg, what can Micah do to be even better and maybe approach D. Ware level?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't put too much on a guy, and teams have to be careful about that, in my opinion, right? He's a great pass rusher, and we all know that, right? But when it just works crazy sometimes. Sometimes when you put so much on an individual and you tell them, okay, we're going to line you up over here, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, you're going to line you up over there. It's like, you know what, man? In my opinion, my experience, it's like I know he's real good, but don't take it away from him by separating him so much from the team.
Okay.
Right? You can't just, to me, you can't, it's, Michael Jordan is a basketball player and an athlete that you can do what I'm saying not to do. I've seen Michael Jordan do that, right? He's been the guy, and everybody know he was the guy, and, you know, he got 3 people hanging on him, but he's still going to take the shot. There aren't too many guys out there who need to be treated that way, including Greg Ellis, right? But when you start trying to treat everybody that way, it takes a very, very different athlete to be able to handle that because your preparation tends to go down sometimes subconsciously, in my opinion, right?
Okay.
So I just say, man, you got to make sure you're using him, allow him to play towards his strengths. I hear when they say, okay, he's going to play a defensive end. Well, the thing you have to factor into that equation is playing on the defensive line is different than standing up rushing the quarterback. I did both of them. As a defensive lineman, my years of playing defensive lineman, I can't play a whole game, right? But me, when they move me to outside linebacker, I'm sitting there like, wow, I should have been doing this forever, right? You can play the whole game, you know what I mean? And so when you're trying to do all that stuff with a guy, it's just like a heavyweight boxing match, right? We all want to see the big, uppercuts and knockout, but the blows that's really killing the opponent are those unsexy body blows.
Right.
And nobody looks, oh, man, he just punched him in his ribs. Nobody talks about that. But those blows are making a huge difference. And so that's why I say you got to be careful where you put him at so you're not breaking him down too much, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Yeah, man, you painted that picture great.
Greg, DeMarcus Lawrence was on First Take yesterday.
Okay.
They asked him about the loss to Green Bay, and he said that the team basically was too tired. They were gassed. They were fatigued going into that game. I wonder your thought and reaction to that because, I mean, just even as a fan, I haven't gone through the grueling in and out but it's the playoffs.
He's saying they were fatigued from the season?
Yes.
He said every game is like playing a Super Bowl, and that wears on you when you're with the Cowboys.
Well,
Hall of Fame level excuse making. Hall of Fame level excuse making.
Right?
Yeah, well, you can't say that. You can't say that because every game in football, NFL football, for every team, is like a Super Bowl because every game is so important. It's not basketball, it's not baseball. You got a very limited amount of games that you're going to play. and all of them have playoff implications on them until you're eliminated from the playoffs, and you guys know that. So you got to suck that one up, big dog. I mean, what do you can't get any sympathy from anybody off of that one. It's like, well, so does Kansas City, so does San Francisco. Every game is like a Super Bowl for them. So was, New England, especially when they was winning every Super Bowl that came out. But every time people played them, hey, they were the team to beat. But they still, they stepped up and answered the call. You know what I mean?
Fantastic stuff, Greg. Yeah. Are you having a good week here?
I am. Man, this environment is amazing. I think this is going to be one of the Super Bowls for the books. And I'm talking about off the field stuff right now. It's been amazing. So hopefully the game is a very competitive game, and it can live up to the hype and all that stuff. But this week and all the stuff around here, Vegas has done an amazing job.
They have.
NFL, everybody involved, media, you guys, everybody, man. Y'all have all come together and done a great job with everying.
You have anything to promote or tell the people
Well,
about?
You know what? You always got to have something to promote.
Always.
Yeah. I recently started a nonprofit, man. Started to pay attention to mental health, right? And several guys, I've been blessed to play with, man, dealt with it. I deal with it to a certain extent, but some people are worse, than others, if you would. And so we did a film. Matter of fact, we screened it last night, It's called My Dear. And so did that, then started the nonprofit as well. We have the app. Go encourage people to go download the app. It's called Getting, so Getting, my help, HELP, Getting My Help. It's free for people to download. We have different videos of, we got 2 or 3 retired players up there and then some other people up there sharing their personal experience with mental health. And then we got a resource category that, you can click on to find different resources and some information about mental health as well. And so just, so many guys, man, I played with, and some of them while I was playing, and some of them when we retired, it's like life just derailed for them, man. And some of them end up taking their own lives and stuff like that. Junior Seau is a guy that really stands out. Now, I didn't personally never met Junior Seau, but he seemed like a guy that had the world in the palm of his hands. It's like, you're Mr. NFL.
Yeah.
And when football is over, you can grab one of these microphones and make some more money doing that. Or if you wanted to coach, you're a heck of a player. So, but, we all know what happened, right?
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to help bring awareness to that, man. And I wanted to reach out to the NFL as well. Yeah, you can look it up if you want to. I want to reach out to the NFL and see if they can help us because we're launching a 98-city walkathon. Want to go in 98 cities and have mental wellness walks. I think it'd be very fitting if we can do it at least in the 32 teams area. I mean, they don't got to bring out all their guys, but whatever they want to do to send that message out to their communities, their local communities in their cities, that, the Dallas Cowboys, we are involved in helping with and bringing awareness to mental health. You know what I mean? However fashion they want to do it, I welcome them to be involved with that. So that's what I'm doing.
Right on, man. Thank you for that attention to that.
Yes.
That's great, taking care of the former players and anybody else. GettingMyHelp.com.
Yep.
Thank you, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Terrific information, and always good to see you.
Thank you, guys.
There he goes, Greg Ellis,
Thanks,
Cowboys legend here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're back. We'll get you a little Krusty's Corner and then that G-Bag of the day here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we are back home in DFW with a Super Bowl champ, and we need the review of the halftime show and the best and worst commercials. It's a Monday morning on The Fan. Guys, if you've noticed a
old show was a victim of a little thing called cancel culture, and I vowed to take a long break and really reflect. But I'm here to announce I'm back, better than ever.
The improvised Chris Chapman do-over is an Odyssey and Paper Kite production starring Ike Barinholtz as Chris Chapman. Listen on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to run it back. 105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah. Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else, people? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We're live on Radio Row. Thanks to Greg Ellis for jumping in that #1 air hot seat. And that was a fantastic conversation with him, his insights on what it was like playing for Mike Zimmer. It sounds like all the attention to detail and all maybe the tenacity that people feel like the Cowboys defense was missing from the coaching staff. And it's not done yet, though. Here's Brian Broaddus, king of the Crusties, with Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And thanks again to Greg Ellis. I was making kind of light of we drafted in Philadelphia to block a guy like, yeah, you had to.
Yeah.
He was that kind of a player. And the fact he played in that 3-4, the 4-3, outstanding player, and he's doing a lot of great things. This isn't done, and we're starting to see, we're hearing that. And Tom Pelissero, I know he jumped on that early last night. I got some calls like during the last night, then during the day, people were talking about, hey, this thing isn't done yet. Michael Gelkin just on Twitter X said the contract between the Cowboys and Mike Zimmer and their pick for defensive coordinator is not finalized yet. 3 people close to the situation said no change from there from Thursday evening. Process ongoing. I anticipate him getting it done.
Yeah,
I do. I just think now it's going to be about Mike stepping up and saying, okay, you're going to have me here as potentially as just a 1-year guy. I don't want you to, please work with me fairly here. I mean, they have a great relationship, the Joneses and Zimmer and all that. So this is something that I believe is going to work out. I don't think it's going to fall apart. It would be interesting, though, that with Aiden Durdee now going to Seattle, was he the guy that would have been the fallback candidate here? Now if Zimmer says, I'm not interested in doing that. Well, then who is the next in line? I kind of felt like that maybe even if you were looking for a linebacker coach too, you get Zimmer, you bring in Ron Rivera too as well. Just let Ron Rivera be a position coach type of guy coaching linebackers.
Yeah.
And now you got, now you're kind of working that
I think that would have been a great fit, especially if they had have gone with Aiden Durdee.
Yeah.
Because now you have an established guy that has called a defense that can kind of help that transition for a first-time defensive play caller in Durdee. And then you have Ron Rivera, who is a fantastic linebacker coach.
Right.
Well, right now I still do expect the deal to get done. I'm not that nervous about it. I think maybe number one, they wanted to get the big announcement out last night before we go into the weekend NFL honors.
There you go.
And there's some buttoning up. And I think sides get nervous when the deal's not done and somebody's saying it's done. It's like, oh, no, I'm not agreeing to the number you've said.
Right.
What are we doing with this official announcement yet?
Right.
I need to make sure I'm compensated first. And, so I think this announcement probably came from the team. They're confident that or this leak came from the team. They're confident that a deal is going to get done, and all go into the weekend fully expecting Mike Zimmer to eventually be officially named the Cowboys defensive coordinator. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I feel like the Cowboys, and listening to the guys like Darren Woodson talk yesterday, and then the Greg Ellis's, and my personal experience being with Mike, keep him out of the draft room, but let him call defenses all day. Mike could be a little stubborn about things.
Well, he seems exactly the right fit for all the things we've been talking about, Brian, with accountability, attention to detail. That is everything that Woody and Greg Ellis just said when it comes to Mike Zimmer. The things that we looked at that defense and were wondering and lacking, and especially in that Green Bay game, Zimmer can come in and hopefully fix.
Yeah, and full-size linebackers. The linebackers that I think he's going to insist on.
Everywhere he's been, he has had quality linebackers.
Yeah, I think if you want to to free up Micah Parsons, then, linebackers, good play behind him could be absolutely, massive for propelling him to the future. I took that to heart what Greg Ellis said about don't just make it about him for a lot of reasons. You got to make sure you're setting him up to be in a position to succeed with the other parts of the defense. And then the mental component that he mentioned was very interesting as well. You start treating a guy like he's special, and sometimes subconsciously the work ethic can come down. So
we've heard maybe some whispers of that.
Yes. Okay. Now, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live on Radio Row. We missed the G-Bag of the day at 2:30. We'll come back and do that. Woolchuck's going to hit you with all the big headlines and the NFL news of the day coming up at about 3:10. And we're back right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you, though, because if you're out and about on the Dallas highways like I am frequently, DFW highways frequently, you know what it can be like out there when with him. We got the NFL news of the day coming up in about 8 minutes. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. And back to the Pimp Cup we go. 75 fits here. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Yeah, peace on. A-Town down. Feels weird to have G-Bag of the day right here.
It does, yeah. That'd be historic.
Hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing? All right. How you boys doing down there in Vegas, huh?
Terrific. You know,
you itching to get back, or is like you kind of wish it lasted another day or two?
Less than usual. I'll say that. I could go for the Super Bowl every year in Vegas, I think.
Yeah, I think like one night knowing we don't have the show tomorrow would have been fun, but I'm ready to get back.
How's DFW? Weather good?
Yeah, it's cool, man. We chilling out here in the Dove. Appreciate you asking and everything. Oh, do what? Oh,
do we have rain this weekend?
Look like it wants to rain today. Ooh, so it might be raining in parts of the DFW. Don't give me the line, but yeah, it looks it looks like it wants to do that. All right.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I see the forecast now.
Thank you, man. All right. Let's see. Our winner right here, Rockwall stand up. Very own Jackson Smith and Jigba was asked about the Bears' new OC, and here's what he had to say. It wasn't a ringing endorsement.
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
Yeah.
We're not live.
We're not
I'm
live.
playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person.
Good luck to y'all. He's a great person.
Ouch. I would rather be a great coach than a great person in that context, I think.
That is just a ringing endorsement from JSN.
He was left a little bit speechless the same way Greg Ellis was when we told him about DeMarcus Lawrence's fatigue excuse.
That was exactly the response that I wanted from Greg when I asked that question. Just disbelief. That's how I felt.
Let's go to the NBA on TNT, where Ernie Johnson takes a very unnecessary shot at Bol Bol. You guys know who Bol Bol is?
Yeah.
Bol Bol.
Yeah.
Can you tell the audience a little bit about Bol Bol? Was
he like 7'6" center?
Yeah, Manute Bol's son.
Played at Oregon.
Manute Bol, of course, came over, and he was like your first super tall international dude that would occasionally shoot threes. He was a fan favorite.
Look at that.
His son's that way, too.
Oh, you throwing up the Dawson, he's going to dunk it, dog.
His son sits on the bench. The crowd yells for him. They yell his name, and the coach turns and sends him in. It's one of those deals.
It's awesome.
It's like a Moby.
Yeah.
Well, Ernie Johnson took a very unnecessary shot at Bol Bol last night.
The door opened and Bol says, "I'm coming in."
You thought it quit disrespecting Victor Wembanyama.
Disrespecting him, saying Bobo was the first. Yeah,
wait, you think Bobo good as Wembanyama?
Yep, I do. He exploded for 6 tonight on the 5 shoot. 149 to 1.
Well, hold on.
Oh, he exploded for 6 tonight. Pause. Come on, man. Come on.
That might be a career high for him.
It might be.
Ernie, that's petty. Ernie's so petty. How about this one? Did you guys know that Damon Stoudemire was the head coach of Georgia Tech's basketball team?
I did, yeah.
I did not.
Been keeping up with him quite a bit.
I did not either. It's amazing. It's a classic player right there when it comes back to my day.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Yes.
Mighty Mouse.
Yes.
Rookie of the year?
Yes. Well, his Georgia Tech basketball squad, they got mollywopped.
Oh.
Yeah, they got hooded out, as we used to say. Yeah, you don't want her dog. She's hooded out. They got hooded out by Wake Forest. The score was 80-51 when it was all over with. And this is Damon Stoudemire right at the post.
All right, everyone. Coach, if you would, just start us off with a quick statement, and we'll go right to questions.
Got that ass whooped. Questions. Nothing really to say, man.
You got that ass whooped.
Got that ass whooped.
Okay, funny story. I'm pretty nervous to tell right now, but so the first parody song I did in radio was after Damon Stoudemire had attempted to take 3 pounds of marijuana through an airport metal detector wrapped in aluminum foil. Okay?
You thought that would work?
This was like so he had a huge turnaround about 8 years into his career where he put the weed down and got real serious, and then he went on to be a great coach at University of Portland. Now he's down there at Georgia Tech. But at the time, I made up this song to 50 Cent, "You Can Find Me in the Club," called "You Can Find Me Smoking Bud" from Damon Stoudemire. Do you want to hear the chorus?
Yes.
It was, you can find me smoking bud, baggie full of drugs, Mighty Mouse, I got that bong if you want to take a tug. At least it's not X, I'm just into smoking bud. So give me a nug, we'll roll it up and puff.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fire, dude. It blew up in
Man,
Portland.
you spit that off right off the top of the brain.
Yeah.
We need to bring
No
the
biggie.
Gavin Dawson parody songs might need to be making a little bit of
Yes.
a comeback here.
It was fun. Bit radio was fun back in the 2000s.
Man, move over,
It's awesome.
RJ Choppy. We got Gavin Dawson.
LLJ Cool J.
That's right.
Yeah, I call Gavin Dawson Barry Off-White.
I'll take it. I'll wear it with pride.
Yeah. This was not one, but I thought it was pretty cool. Some high school basketball broadcasters. They got the chance to call a buzzer beater up there in Maine.
Okay.
Their squad was down by 1, and they took over. And these guys are pretty excited.
To Bonnie Eagle Scots. And he's done it! 1.3 to go! Baseball pass! Davies! Has one, has a chance! That's good! Oh, doctor! Are you kidding me? Will Davies! They're gonna count it!
They're gonna count it!
They're gonna count it!
Man, these guys know what to do now, don't they?
Got it.
They want to get on G-Bag of the Day.
Yeah,
Have
they know
yourself a
what to do.
party. All right, what do you say? You want to vote?
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Alrighty, is it our current champion one time at Rockwall, Texas, with some thoughts on his former OC there, Shane Waldron, heading to Chicago, Jackson Smith, and Jigba? Is it Ernie Johnson on Bowl? Damon Stoudemire got that ass whoop? Questions? Or is it the high school basketball team play-by-play? I'm going to vote for the Mighty Mouse myself there. How about you, Chief?
Give me the champ.
Lucius?
Yes, sir, the champ is here. Rockwall, stand up. Be accounted
Chuck?
tonight.
I'm going to go with got that ass whooped.
Brian?
Got that ass whipped.
By a score of 3-2, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It is Damon Stoudemire out of the University of Arizona and Wilson High School. He was then drafted by the Toronto Raptors, Rookie of the Year, traded for Kenny Anderson back to his hometown Trailblazers, where he helped take them with Arvydas Sabonis, Rasheed Wallace, Brian Grant, Stacey Ogman, and a bunch of other cats to the Western Conference Finals, where they nearly came back from 3-1 down to the Lakers. And we're up 16 points late in the third quarter till Brian Shaw banked in a half-court shot to make it a 13-point deficit. The Trailblazers then opened the fourth quarter, missing 13 consecutive field goals, putting Shaq and Kobe through to the finals, where they won their first of 3 consecutive championships.
I didn't stay
Here
with you, huh?
Is Zach Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Thank you, General. We have some coaching news. It appears the Chargers are targeting former 49ers All-Pro linebacker Navarro Bowman to be their new linebackers coach. That would reunite him and Jim Harbaugh. Of course, Harbaugh was his coach in San Francisco when they went to consecutive AFC championship trips. We also have UCLA's Chip Kelly. He's leaving UCLA, where he was the head coach. He's going over to Ohio State to be their offensive coordinator. That is because Bill O'Brien, or Bill O'Butchin as we call him, is leaving Ohio State as their offensive coordinator to go be the head coach at Boston College. So some musical chairs over here. And now it is official that Wink Martindale is also going to be hired at Michigan, which we expected as their defensive coordinator, replacing Minter, who left to go be the defensive coordinator with Jim Harbaugh there and the Chargers. So now you're all caught up with your head coaching cycle.
Boston College might have saved Ohio State.
I think they upgraded big time.
You know, with Chip Kelly coming in,
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
Bill
you're right.
O'Brien, Alabama, New England. I mean, Alabama probably a little bit better run. The New England run really bad when he was, you know, when he kind of got that opportunity again. Him going to Ohio State, that might not have played very well.
Yeah, they're in a weird spot right now, aren't they?
I think Chip Kelly. I always liked Chip Kelly. I'm a fan of what they do, or you know, when you watch.
He
him
was not
play,
very nice to his players in the NFL.
He never was.
Yeah.
He's not a nice guy.
He might have
but
kinda
he's
lost it
very
as a head
smart.
coach, but he is.
very smart, and he's got some ideas of how to move the football. You watch the UCLA tape; they'll run the football. But Boston College might have saved Ohio State and Ryan Day here some bad offensive football. in the
I
Big
was
Ten.
surprised with the Bill O'Butchin hire there at Ohio State. I think they upgraded. I'm with you. Lamar Jackson won MVP last night at the NFL Honors. He was one vote short of a unanimous MVP selection. Dak Prescott was indeed your runner-up. You also had Christian McCaffrey getting Offensive Player of the Year, but Christian McCaffrey is not happy. Neither is Nick Bosa, because apparently there was a 6 a.m. fire alarm that was set off at their hotel George Kittle ran a poll with who was most annoyed by this early wake-up call. The answer was a tie between Christian McCaffrey and Nick Bosa, both of whom are notorious for their devotion to their routine. Kittle said it had to be them. You don't want to wake up the sleeping bear. But Christian was not happy either. Christian McCaffrey saying, I think there's no way it's random. It's part of it. It's just more wood thrown on the fire. Bosa said, I'm sure somebody did it. It's kind of reminded me of Philly when they had the construction going on outside. It was early in the morning, and they were like demolishing a bridge right outside of our hotel. We haven't had the best of luck, but no excuses. So you're dealing with a poor practice field, and now we're getting fire alarms set off at the team hotel for San Francisco.
Congratulations to the Niners, man. They got enough excuses now to where when they lose, it won't be quite as bad.
No,
now they can point the finger at a couple of things.
We were tired.
Maybe they're tired. But the fire alarm deal, have you ever been rudely awakened up by a apartment complex fire alarm?
Oh, it's terrible.
It is as disorienting and annoying and loud and frustrating as anything.
It's the worst.
And I saw Kittle just decided he was just going to camp out in his bathroom
for 17 minutes.
As if it wasn't going to still be loud in there. Like the fire alarm still works in there. So
yes, he was in the bathroom for 17 minutes just locked in there. Unbelievable.
We were at training camp in San Antonio, and Michael Irvin was staying in our hotel, and it happened. He came down. He was shirtless, though.
I
he
thought
had
you were
his
going to say
shorts
full on naked.
And everybody was
like a towel wrapped around
He
him.
was just in shorts and no shirt,
Yeah,
standing
there's
out there
legendary-
like, what the hell's going on? Yeah,
Michael Irvin at the Lifetime Fitness in Plano. Legendary stories.
Yeah.
You go into a sauna with him in there.
Well, I do believe
He got a show.
He's the all-time confident locker room walk around.
He does not
and the
care.
nude guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, he looks like he could still play, so I don't blame him.
We should have asked Woody that the other day. Like Michael Irvin, does anybody compare to Michael Irvin in terms of just being the most comfortable in the locker room, naked, sort of walking around? We're not worried about hiding anything.
Nobody's
there. He
more
just air
comfortable.
dries. I believe the playmaker was an air dryer,
was
just
an air
cruising
dryer.
through the locker room, waiting for the water to sort of evaporate off his body. I love though that the gamesmanship has already started happening.
Yes.
And I expected, if this is a Chiefs fan, like salute to them, because I didn't think they had it in them. I thought they were trying to be a little bit more respectful. Like the Niners fans, they're loud, they're brash, they're driving up and down the Vegas Strip with their huge flags out their windows, they're yelling, they're hollering, they're honking their horns super loud. They're a little bit more rabid and wild. And I thought the Niners would be doing this sort of thing, this sort of hijinks to the Niners, not the other way around.
Fair play to him. Now we have Woody Johnson, Jets owner, was on the red carpet last night at the Honors. He was putting the pressure on Robert Saleh, saying the concentration has to be on offense. We've got good special teams. The defense is fine. It's offense, offense, offense. And then he took a nice shot at Zach Wilson, saying you need a backup quarterback, and we didn't have one last year. So pretty incredible there, Woody Johnson, just being brutally honest, as we've got Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cook sitting down with us right here, the Archer himself.
Let's
and
go.
Gilly.
Let's go, yes.
What up, my dude? Good to see you.
Man? Good to see y'all.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. It's great to see you again. Of course, we had a long conversation with Brandon last year on the tennis courts, and it's a special opportunity here on a football Friday going into the Super Bowl to talk with the two newest Cowboys, two new Cowboy stars from last year. How are you guys doing?
I'm good. Always good to see y'all. Always love hanging out with y'all.
Right on. Now, did you fly yourself down here?
No. That wouldn't have been too long of a flight, but the clouds getting out of Oregon right now, I wouldn't mess with it. Yeah.
Well, going into the offseason, assuming that you're back, Stephon, one of the conversations around the Cowboys is, do you guys feel like you have enough to take that next step?
I think we have enough, but I think we gotta, if I'm back, have to make some moves, obviously, to fix the things we wasn't well at last year. Obviously, you always want to get better, and you got to leave that up to the the GMs and the coaches and the people in the front office to make those decisions.
You're such an attention to detail guy. When I watched you play all your whole career, and I'm watching tape, and you're scrambling on the back of the end zone, running into people and picks and stuff like that. Where was the communication? And we saw it a little bit in Green Bay in that game, and you're like thinking, they don't bust unless it's a communication or something happens.
Yeah.
Am I seeing it the right way, or is it more than that?
I think Green Bay had a great scheme for what we normally do, and like they established the run pretty well. And once you can run the ball, it's tough to stop an offense. And guys try to get out of position to stop the run, and I think they just play more physical than what we did that game, and that's why they won the game.
Some of the reactions have been explosive. I think it's like a historic level of frustration from some of the players and the fans and the media. How are you guys doing with it? Is it okay? Is it frustrating for you guys?
It's no question frustrating, especially when you really sit there and you feel like you have all the pieces, and you feel like, all right, this is our year, right? Yeah. You get to the first round and you get knocked out first round. It's going to sting for a while, but on the flip side of that, it's like, okay, is it going to fuel you? How are you going to respond to that? And that's the mindset we got to have this offseason. Become more disciplined, work harder, and at the end of the day, tune out all that noise, because we ain't really done nothing yet.
Brandon, you guys, well, both of you are pros in the scouting world. Those guys are pros.
Yeah.
And it took. On radio, we're arguing in the first 5 weeks of the season. Get him going. Get him going. Was there any frustration because you didn't show it? No, you didn't show it at all. I mean, you could have maybe stepped up and said something, but you didn't. And they finally got it going. How was the early part of the season? Was it frustrating?
It was definitely tough because what I know I provide for this offense, provide for my team. Because at the end of the day, I just want to win, right? And I wouldn't feel that way if I feel like I couldn't do it at a high level. But it was frustrating inside, but also at the same time, I know if you display that frustration, now you start to mess with the dynamic of the team, and it's just not worth it. Trust the process, trust coach, and then when your number is called, make sure you do something with it. So now they know. So when this offseason comes, when we scheming, you game planning, make sure 3 is involved in that a lot.
Okay. Both of you guys have been in very high-profile situations, playing, for the championship. What's the difference in being with the Cowboys? Like Tank said yesterday on First Take, it kind of feels like we're playing for the Super Bowl every week with the amount of pressure.
I don't think that. I just think, me coming from the places that I came from and even just winning the Super Bowl, just tuning out all the noise and just at the end of the day, you got to go in between the white lines no matter what nobody say and win the football game and play at a high level. They're going to talk about you, but I feel like that's a good thing. Because I've been places where, they don't talk about you. So it's a good thing for me because, like I said, I take full advantage of that opportunity.
As veterans, do you look at the roster being, capable or mentally tough enough or whatever it takes to focus like that?
I think, obviously we can get better. I think like me and B Cooks always try to get those young guys to, really focus more because that's any team. Young guys come in and they want to find a way how to get better, how to play 10 years in the league. So we try to do that as much as we can, and guys learn. They get better throughout the season, and that's what it takes.
How different are offenses now compared? I mean, you've been in the league for so long. These new age offenses, does it feel like a different sport?
I hate it. I hate going against the offense. I mean, him talk all the time, just like, man, why can't nobody just line up and just beat me? They just run around all day.
That's real tough.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's definitely tougher now. Guys not really running as many routes no more. But guys, these coaches getting so smart, they scheming you up and being able to take advantage of speed guys.
Well, that's what I was saying. Now I see you running through trash. It's like watching Steph Curry play. You watch Golden State play. He's running his guys through all this, and then by the end of the day, it's like hands on hips. Man, stop running. Stop moving me around.
But on the other side of it, Brandon, how fun is it to play in these offenses where you're motioning all over the place? Does it feel like it's more and more creative?
No, I think it's awesome. It's definitely more creative, right? It's just really dressing it up a little bit. You get into those route concepts, but you able to make the defense think, right? And anytime they can think that split second, that may just be enough to be able to get in that open window. So it's definitely fun. And for me, as a guy that's fast, and utilizing my speed to be able to get on a guy a lot faster, because now I'm not starting from stationary. I'm starting from a running start.
So how much more difficult is it to install and learn, and everybody's being on the same page here, and then especially when you take that game plan on the road?
Great question. I mean, you would think it's tough, but I mean, we do such a great job with our cadence. It's just the feel thing, right? And but the road is probably the biggest challenge. But man, when we on the road, it's like a home game.
Yeah, all the time. Cowboy fans out there.
You know, so shout out Cowboys fans for that.
Yeah.
Keep it going so we can keep all these motions going too.
It's Brent Cooks and Stephon Gilmore with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I wonder if you guys can try and help us figure out the offense specifically. It seemed like things clicked after that San Francisco game.
Yeah.
What went into those changes? And I know you guys do that cross the hall stuff during the bye week, which sounds badass. Did that have anything to do with it? I mean, what exactly went into? You guys were a completely different offense after the bye.
Yeah, I think obviously you scout what you're not doing well during the bye, and you try to figure out ways like, you know, I don't know, on defense, how can we be better at this position, whether it's stopping the run, third down, whatever it is. And you just kind of key in, coaches change up calls and stuff like that to help players be better. So I just think, and like you said, we did the cross the hall thing where it helped out a lot, just seeing it from an offense perspective, and that helps out a lot.
And I mean, utilizing your best players. Like, I'll be the first one to always say, like, before that San Fran game, like, man, let's get CD the ball. Let's get it. Let us get him going early, right? Because then now people gonna start keying on him, and then I'm 1-on-1. All right, now let me utilize Cooks, getting 1-on-1. All right, then Ferg going to do his thing, and the MG, and then it becomes a cycle. But when you get your best player the ball, it opens up everything else. And that's what we started doing, getting CD the ball early on and often, and then everybody else was able to eat off that.
Gavin alluded earlier to Tank's comments yesterday. One of the things that he said was he felt maybe you guys were a little tired, a little fatigued going into that Packers game. Right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're saying that.
Everybody tired in the playoffs.
When the playoffs going, I mean,
like,
man,
whatever it takes. You got San Francisco tired right now, and Kansas City.
It's a long year, but it's a lot sweeter when you're hosting that.
Right.
Exactly.
I don't know what that was about.
You guys have gone through the Super Bowl experience as players, though. How is that leading up to the game? I mean, what's the time right now? What did you think? Like, when you got to Saturday, you're like, holy jeez. I mean, now we're actually going to do this, huh?
Man, you so locked in. Yeah, you can't sleep, but the good thing is most of the time you're smart. You away from all the distractions. And that's when you try to treat it as a normal week as much as you can. Obviously, you got a lot of media throughout the week. But you kind of keep reminding yourself, focus on the task at hand, right?
Yeah.
I do want to ask you guys about these flowers, but you both played for Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Are you surprised Bill didn't get a job in this cycle?
I'm so surprised just because, I was with him for 5 years, and he's one of the smartest coaches I ever been around, the smartest coach, especially defensively. I wouldn't be the player I am today without, him teaching me, him changing schemes, him telling me how to play a certain receiver. And, I'm very surprised, but I just think he's just too real sometimes. And sometimes
new era.
Yeah, they can't take it.
The players today can't take that? Is that a problem for the new guys?
They can't take it.
I mean, it's going to be tough. The more and more this NIL stuff is going on, and which, I love for the guys. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, but it's going to be tough because, when I grew up, man, you don't talk back.
Well, you're
right?
a Stockton, California guy.
You talk back. You know what I mean? So that's what it's all about, blue-collar workers. And it's going to be tough, I feel like, for all these coaches to kind of navigate that water because at the end of the day, that's what our country was built on, is blue-collar workers.
Yeah.
And you work, you do a job, do what you're told to do, and do it the best that you can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Stephon, what's your approach to free agency? Would you prefer to be back with the Cowboys?
For sure. I want to be back, and because I for sure think we have the pieces to beat it, get to where we want to be, and I want to be part of that. And so March is when free agency starts. So
he got to come back with his bro.
Hopefully we can get something done.
Let's go.
He can't
Let's make it happen.
I need him back.
Yeah, I want to run it back with B. Cooks, all these guys, great players on the team. Have opportunity to play with Bland another year, and Trey coming back off ACL.
Yes.
So
nice job with that.
Three of you, man. That would be
Bland's
filthy.
even dressing like you. Watching practice, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. It's two of the same guys out there moving around.
And I know you guys have a message that's going to resonate with a lot of our listeners here with He Gets Us.
Yeah, for sure. He Gets Us is a great organization where, just being good to people, having great faith, and believing, trying to walk in faith each day. And no matter, what color you are, just where you come from, just treating each other the same and being a blessing each day for one another.
No, absolutely. Just spreading love no matter what your walk in life is. You may not believe, you may believe, but it's the story of Jesus, right? I mean, he sat with the tax collectors. He sat with the people that wasn't necessarily have all their stuff together, and that's what it's all about. I think people get so afraid and forget about that. Like, man, he loved every single walk of life, no matter where you came from, what you were doing in life. And that's what it's all about, what he gets us. That's what they're doing a great job, is reminding people, like, no one's perfect. We all got problems. So let's love one another, and especially in our world today. Yeah.
Right on. Brandon Cook, Stephon Gilmore. A beautiful message.
Thank you, man.
Have a great weekend.
Appreciate it. Always good seeing y'all. See y'all in camp.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can't wait. See you too, Stephon, if they do it right. Appreciate you, buddy. There he goes. To the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, and we're back with more sports content here on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.
you enroll plus taxes and fees. Additional restrictions apply. See website for data management practices and full terms.
Total wellness optimization. Guys, we are busy. We're all busy, and Men's T Clinic knows that. Why run all over town? Optimizing your testosterone can optimize your mood, drive, mental clarity, sexual wellness. If you have achy joints, hair loss, want an IV drip, need muscle mass therapy, Men's T Clinic can help you. We talk about depth in a lineup. Well, Men's T Clinic has an awesome lineup of treatment plans. In fact, they have a full-service menu at mensteclinic.com. Stop by one of their 5 DFW locations. Men's T Clinic, let's get back to being you.
Remember, when you're ready to sell or trade in your next car, go to givemethevin.com, because one thing's for certain, I love to buy cars.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Hope you're having a good one. DJ, I got that weird sound in my headphones again. I don't know, it's some extra static. Thanks to Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore for joining us here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. This segment of the nation is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. There we go. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. They were on the #1 air hot seat, and it was a great conversation. I think that's the kind of professionalism and leadership the team could use a little bit more of. And just hope, I think that Stephon Gilmore can come to terms with this team and give themselves a chance to make that secondary a strength as well. But a lot of challenges for this front office. Our lead story, something that Brian Broaddus was helping break as we started the show today, the Mike Zimmer contract not done. Reported last night that it was, but Broaddus opened up in the first segment saying, guys, this isn't done. A few minutes later, Michael Gelkin's tweet from the Morning News confirming the same thing. So maybe just negotiations will go into the weekend on that. It's fun talking to Cooks and Gilmore, wasn't it? And we're coming for that weekly interview with Cooks.
Yes,
We'll get that.
I think he's very down. I mean, he was like, "Hey, I'll see you guys at camp." He's awesome. We love him.
Yeah, and I'm glad they shot down the DeMarcus Lawrence fatigue thing. I'm glad they thought that was, they wanted to distance themselves. You could tell from that terrible.
There was an eye roll, and absolute
Hope you saw him on the
frustration.
cam.
Yeah, they did not like that.
Not at all.
Quote, I don't know what that was about.
And then we asked Gilmore about, as older veterans here, professionals, do you look at the rest of your roster as being prepared to focus through the noise? And they said there's room for improvement on that as well. So, I think they know the task at hand. I think this could be the greatest offseason of work and improvement from the Cowboys we've seen in a long time, because the level of disappointment and the volume is going to create an expectation and hopefully some standards in that organization as far as, increasing the toughness and the mental toughness as well. Both those things very important. You guys placed any bets in Las Vegas?
Yeah, yesterday we walked over to the Bellagio, and so I went into the sports book there. I was considering it, but didn't. I was trying to put a parlay together. It wouldn't let me do everything that I wanted, so I decided, I'm going to bail out of this.
I think they might be putting a halt on some of these Travis Kelce bets. Remember when they sat down with us and said, like, the Kelce anytime touchdown and some of the Kelce overs? I don't know if they're willing to play along with some of those bets anymore.
Yeah, I couldn't get the Kelce anytime touchdown.
But the Bellagio, man. The Bellagio's the real deal.
I was like, Eric, dude, before you leave Vegas, to me, like, that was my first Vegas experience, going into the Bellagio for my buddy Jared's 21st birthday. I was like, dude, that's Vegas. You got to go check it out.
Yeah.
He loved it.
Yeah, it's epic when you get on this side of the strip, for sure. Just some of the new architecture is absolutely outstanding.
You can stay at the Wind. The Wind's another one that's really, really good.
I was playing some blackjack last night with Chop. He pulled some Benjis out of there, and I had the same plan. Shortly after he left, I get dealt 11 or 10, and I had a $100 bet on the table, right? I started with $100. I was up to $350, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to make this $450, and if I can get over 5, I'm going to take my $400 or $500 or whatever and leave. So dealer showing a 17. I don't know if I should double there, but I was feeling risky, so I did. And dealer had a face underneath for 17, and my card was a 4.
Damn it.
So I swung and missed on that. That was my big move. And then I was still there, 250. I was up, and dealer got hot. Old Mike cleaned me out shortly thereafter. So that was
the guy that there was the lady that you started
with. The lady,
with.
Nikki, we were on fire with.
She was good.
Yes.
She was good. She was kind of helping a little bit.
And Chop hit those little bonus things like 3 or 4 times, and he was just like, holy cow. So I tried that a couple of times. Didn't quite work out for me. And then my other bad beat story on the way out here, actually, Monday night, I'm playing in a poker tournament online in the hotel or in the airport gate there. And right before we took off, I won so many hands in a row. You start with 100,000 chips. I had 2.5 million.
Wow.
I was 7th with 109 players to go, and we started with 300. It was a $50 buy-in. I had to rebuy at one point, but there was a lot of money. The winner would have got $6,000, and I'm like, okay, I'm in good shape. Need to get up in the air, get my Wi-Fi hooked up. Happened plenty of times on American Airlines, but some of these airlines are blocking the online gambling clients. When I got in the air, it blocked me. So luckily I had enough chips. They just blinded me out, and I still made a little bit of money, but that was a big opportunity. It's been a while since I've accumulated that many chips going into the money. So that was kind of a disappointment.
I tried to follow Ruben's footsteps with the slot machines, but I don't know. Ruben's got the magic touch. All I did was put money in, and it just ate it, and I'll never see it
never
again.
Worked for me.
Nah,
the poker machines, the slot machines. I have buddies that'll sit down and pull $2,000 out in 20 minutes. I'm like, what? Why do you keep doing this?
Ruben found the one because he circled back to the same slot last night and made a few extra $100.
My goodness.
So he had the eye of the tiger, man.
Yeah, I want to bankroll Ruben in the slot game.
Seriously,
don't let me hit the buttons. Just we'll split the winnings.
Yeah, be my eyes, ears, and hands on that slot.
We're breaking down Zimmer's scheme coming up at 4. What do you want to do next, Chief?
Well, generally we would do biggest L, biggest dub, but we got a huge dub. I just laid eyes on the fake Andy Reid.
Yes.
So we might need to go toe-to-toe. We had a great interaction last year. Maybe we can I
love his waddle.
Yeah,
his smile.
Oh, he looks just like
he's
him.
so into character.
So amazing.
He's a thespian. I'd like to think he's fake Andy Reid all the time. He doesn't just bust this out for Super Bowl week.
We need to see if the mustache is different colors like Andy's now is.
I think it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
He went total detail with the mustache. That's incredible.
He's looking good. I think he's only put on probably 5 or 10 pounds since the last time we saw him. He's killing it.
Better pick it up, or he's going to lose the likeness.
Yeah,
get him to rank his top 3 cheeseburgers. See if he nails it.
We'll get a chance to hopefully catch up with fake Andy Reid. We'll see what Radio Row's talking about.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
We're in February, the month of hearts.
best for you. CBD you can trust. Use code FAN for an extra 20% off your first purchase, thetrustedlab.com.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Darts a pass near side. Caught by Kelsey. Wrapped to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With a comeback for the ages. The 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are this Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Our coverage from Las Vegas all week leading up to Sunday is presented by Solo Stove. Feel the heat of the world's most popular smokeless fire pit, solostove.com. It's time to run it back. 105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We're back on Radio Row, G-Bag Nation. Our coverage brought to you by
Low T Center
and Best Buy Windows and Siding. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo, who is on a wireless mic. Buddy, take it away.
Boys, we found the man, the myth, the legend, the sexiest man on Radio Row. We weren't sure he was going to have the stamina to go back-to-back, but by God, he is here looking better than ever. The fake Andy Reid, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right, baby. Back-to-back, just like I like my cheeseburgers.
Oh, my gosh. Have you been on a cheeseburger hunt here since you got to town, Andy?
I'll tell you what, Vegas is the best place to eat. I love it.
Are you tearing up that buffet?
I am, absolutely, man. They got everything from ribs to scallop potato. I mean, everything. I just love it all. You put it in front of me, I'm going to eat it.
I know you are, Andy. Now, what's the perfect patty number on a burger? Are you a double guy? I kind of lean triple as sort of like the bare minimum.
My favorite patty number is 15.
Oh, that's a good call. Good call, Patty Mahomes. We feel like, like teams sort of take on the personality of their head coach. It feels like Pat Mahomes has taken on sort of the body of his head coach. Do you like that? You like a little thicker man?
This year you finally saw the real Krabby Patty. That's on the sidelines.
I like
he
that.
got on him a little bit.
I heard you're into the lobster pot pies as well.
That's
the rumors
right,
going around.
Oh man, I love it. I'll take anything.
Okay, so have you been to the Bacchanal? I believe I said that right.
Yeah, the Bacchanal buffet.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's right. That was first on my list.
Did I see your face? They got a face of you in there. They got a picture.
They might, man. I can't wait. I've been trying to get them to put a cheeseburger out there in that sphere. If they see that out there, baby, that's my motivation to win on Sunday.
Cheeseburger on the sphere would be incredible.
Top three?
Okay, top three cheeseburgers. You see my guy over there.
You might see me climb the sphere if they put a cheeseburger out.
Oh, my dear God, Andy.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to see that. All right, top three cheeseburgers. Where are you going? If you have one place in all of the world to get your cheeseburger, where are you going to go?
Okay, well, down here in Vegas, it's going to be In-N-Out because I like my animal style. And then in Kansas City, it's Town Topic. That's right. And then, of course, there's some of those fast food joints. I like Culver's cheeseburger, those butter burgers. Man, that's a great cheeseburger right there.
Okay, we hear good things about the Culver's.
They get up in my mustache. They're so juicy. It's like a scratch and sniff for later.
I saw you had a little cheese in there right now.
That's right,
scratch
baby.
And sniff. The old save for later situation.
Yeah.
Fake Andy Reid with us here on Radio Row. Okay, what do you think about the old excuse machine? Feels like it's getting cranked up by these Niners. All fire alarms. They're worried about the fields. They're already ready to accept defeat and point the finger as to why you kicked their ass.
They should call them the 40 whiners. I'm telling you, man. I tell you.
Damn right.
These guys, the good thing about them, though, is they've got a lot of team players from Denver. And you see how well we take care of Denver. It was all the plan. All part of the NFL script, right?
I believe it. I believe it.
Right?
How torqued are you for your little Usher halftime?
Hey, who?
Usher?
I heard Reba McEntire was going to be there.
I believe she's doing the national anthem.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm ready for that. That's going to be exciting.
Reba McEntire is your headliner, Fake Andy?
Big Red and Big Red? Are you kidding me?
I guess that's a good point.
Big Red and Big Red.
All right, so you couldn't name me an Usher song right now.
I can't. He's a good-looking guy, and I know he sings well, but I certainly don't know any songs from him. I had to learn Taylor Swift songs this summer. I got time for Usher.
That's true. Taylor, she's really hitting this thing off right now.
Yeah.
You and her seem like you have a great relationship.
Yeah, we do. She sent me a friendship bracelet. It said, Coach, I love you, but if you don't throw Travis the ball, watch out.
So we should hammer the Travis Kelce
He's
overs.
a player, man. You got to watch out, man. Kelsey's going to get a lot of play this time.
All right,
before and after the game.
All right, you take that sausage finger, your championship finger, put that ring. Look at that championship ring right there. Now our guy Broadus over there has a Super Bowl championship ring as well. Yours looks much better than his. I'm curious, what is your ring size?
Well, mine's probably 25 years newer, though, huh?
That's true. It's very shiny. it is very, very shiny.
That's right. Broadus? My ring size. Well, they keep getting bigger, so I'm right now a 14.
14 ring size.
Yeah.
That's actually bigger than the Woolly Bully over there.
Right, baby.
I got
these Aunt Deweys.
Do you remember Brian Broadus? He used to make you the red beans and rice when you worked together with the Packers.
Golly, man.
But you remember him being like one of the worst scouts in football history?
Well, we've had worse.
You've often said you won the Super Bowl in spite of him in '96.
Yeah, that's right, but it takes a team, and he's part of the team, and so that's all we got to care about.
Thanks, Coach. I love you. I love you.
Like
Thank
family.
you. Thank you.
That family we never talk about.
It was It's definitely Kadarius Toney who got bit by that coyote, right?
Oh man, Kadarius Toney. This is the last time you're going to see him on the sideline. He's going to be holding my cables, making sure that I'm taking care of that.
Are you going to make sure you have Pat Mahomes' father, Mr. Senior, put up in a good place here and not making a fool of himself?
When it comes to the Mahomes family, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Who's more annoying, the wife or the brother?
Well, have you seen the new Sports Illustrated going to be coming out with Brittany? I don't care how annoying she is. She looks great in that suit.
Hey, to each his own, man. Very gummy in that teeth. But yeah, she's doing her thing right there.
Very
gummy right there.
Yep.
All right, what's your score prediction? How much are you guys winning by?
Well, I don't know if I can count that high, but I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be a close game. I really look forward to the challenge of playing the 49ers. They do have a great coach there, a lot of good talent, but we've got a lot of heart on Kansas City. As you see, we the game that we started dancing on the sideline to the swag, that's when we started putting things together, and this team is really clicking emotionally, and I think that's going to have a great part to play in this game.
Can we get a big man TD? You used to feed Don Terry Poe. We love a big man TD.
Oh,
maybe get a truffle shuffle,
good?
touchdown
celebration. Yeah, that's right. Pull up the shirt.
Yeah, pull it up, Coach.
Truffle shuffle.
Yeah.
And you know that he's a Kansas City Chiefs fan, don't you? From
100%.
the Goonies.
Oh, Chunk?
Chunk is a Kansas City Chiefs fan.
Hell yeah,
that's right, baby. So when you say truffle shuffle, hey man, I'm not just talking the chocolate.
How long did it take?
Hey, so let's get old Chris Jones out there and pound him through the center.
Oh, Chris Jones and the pounder. What'd you say, Walchuk?
Hey, Coach, how long did it take the mustache to go ahead and thaw out after that Miami game?
Well, it took a little bit of while, but, I'm always prepared. So I had him sprinkle a little Gatorade powder in there before we got out there, so I stayed hydrated. You see me licking the mustache once in a while, and I take care of myself, guys.
All right, cheeseburgers on 3, Fake Andy. 1, 2, 3.
Cheeseburgers, baby.
Thank you, Andy Reid. Thank you, Eric Chiafalo, once again dominating the wireless mic for you here on Radio Row, and that was Fake Andy Reid on the #1 air hot seat. You can look for pictures on our socials and the video of that interview. That was hilarious, man. This guy's talented.
His one-liners
is
great.
Yeah, he's freaking hilarious.
And the way he talked S on Broadus was my favorite.
Jeez, man, that was exceptional.
The
okay,
family we don't talk about.
We got 2 down, 2 to go. We're only going 4 hours tonight. 6 o'clock, we got a shove off for the airport. So the Get Right with Reggie and Company is going to jump in there 1 hour early this evening. Special treat for you there. 5 hours of the Get Right. We're breaking down Zim's scheme. Does this get a shoot, yeah, boy, or a WTF from you? It's next to the nation.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented.
sacks, and he talked to us and sung Mike Zimmer's praises. We have a story going on, though, that broke for us at the top of the show. Not so sure Mike Zimmer's deal is going to get done because it's not done yet, although it's been reported that he's coming aboard. There are contract negotiations that could continue, and if there's more on that story, we'll update you as the information basically comes into Brian's inbox. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, let's talk about the strengths of Mike Zimmer's scheme, what made him successful, and what made him a coveted choice here for the Cowboys. Well, Chuck, before you take it away, I do want to say that this could be Mike McCarthy, Mike Nolan, Mike Zimmer, as coaches that other teams don't want to hire. Okay, that's the only complaint I want to lob. Like, we're going to say a lot of great stuff about him. Okay, for people that aren't sold, I'm kind of with you. I need to see the proof be in the pudding come up this fall to buy in. Because I think there's probably a good reason when guys don't get hired from the rest of the league and the Cowboys are like, oh, an old guy we know, that's our guy. Nobody wanted to hire Mike McCarthy. He was out of football, and he sold Jerry Jones. I think some untruths happened that were revealed in the week after that he was hired. So I'm just kind of there. I'm cautiously very optimistic, and for more on that optimism, here's your Wooly Bully.
So Mike Zimmer, we've talked to some of the former players, as you alluded to, and they have had tremendous responses to how Mike Zimmer is as a coach. It was interesting listening to Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore talk about kind of the new era of players and how they're not as equipped to handle some of the hard coaching. I think we need to shock the system a little bit. I think there's different ways to do this, but certainly this defense, I think, is lacking that. And you were able to see, I think, from some of the frustration, body language, specifically the question about Tank's comments that Brandon and Stephon had when we had him on. And I think this is going to be a welcome change. Now, credit Blogging the Boys. They did an excellent job of breaking down some of what Mike Zimmer does as a defensive coordinator. And then I've got some audio of John Gruden that I'd like to play as well.
Yeah, if I could just say something about Zim, when I first worked with Tom Coughlin in 1998, that era, he was really a hard A coach. He was not a player's coach. He was not, and then when he went to the Giants, something flipped, and he became a little bit more adaptable to his players. He still coached hard, but not to maybe what he was doing in Jacksonville. I'll be interested to see. Mike is that type of guy. His players talk about him in a tough kind of manner, the way, but Mike's a teacher first and foremost. His attention to detail. That's what I want from my coach. I don't want like, I was just sitting there, with Gilmore. I felt so sorry for him because I know what type of player he is.
Yeah.
And how important communication is and where you need to be and all that. And they're giving up big plays. See, I just don't think, with Mike, it's that attention to detail, and that's all I ever wanted from my coach. Mm-hmm. I don't care if he's a hard A guy, but if he makes players accountable, but he's also teaching them and they don't bust.
Yes.
They don't give up huge plays.
Accountability.
That's what I want. And he might not be able to stop Shanahan or McVay or any of these guys. And if that happens, then we're going to have a whole new group of coaches we're going to be talking about in New Orleans next year at the Super Bowl.
So here's some things to talk about in terms of coverage and what he likes to do in his coverage schemes. That is Mike Zimmer, the potential new Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator, once that deal does officially get done. You better be able to play man coverage. And there's an awesome quote from the NFL Network where Mike Zimmer said, you can find a cover 2 corner anywhere. I can go down to the 7-Eleven in Bloomington and get one, when he was mic'd up coaching. Zimmer's coverage schemes, they're built on versatility. But the key is always to get a guy that can play press man coverage.
Amen.
Zim loves to run press man coverage behind a creative pressure look, and it makes things that much harder for quarterbacks to diagnose. So the preference of Zimmer is a huge reason I think you can get excited about this return when reuniting with him and the Cowboys.
All of that, dude. I mean, when you talk about the best defenses in the league right now, a common theme is they like to bring pressure. They like to simulate the pressure, disguise the heck out of it. But like the Chiefs, #1 in the league in terms of press coverage, how often they ran that. I think you need that, especially with these teams that are trying, you got to disrupt the timing.
And it's the strength of your two best corners, Diggs and Bland. That when they had to play off and they're playing zone, you saw it in the playoff game against Green Bay. Gilmore, if he's back, he's linked into that as well. They're at their best.
I'm sorry. Who do you guys think is the player that benefits the most from being in this? Because I think it is Bland.
It's Bland.
I think Bland being in the nickel,
Bland.
assuming health, and he gets to go back to his nickel spot and all the different blitzing. Like, Bland is physical, man. Bland's ready to get up in there and help you in the run game. He's ready to go blitz and make a tackle. Like, I think he is going to thrive.
Yeah, I think Bland, absolutely. He's much better when it comes to press man than it is in zone coverage. That's where you start to see the double move kind of get him. I think it's the same thing with the Trayvon Diggs. When he was able to play up, and when you look at his size as well at the line of scrimmage, I think both of those corners are going to benefit from that style of scheme.
Yeah, and now you're seeing like guys who are playing that nickel spot. Like Detroit had the Alabama Branch kid, right? I mean, these guys are getting creative. The Ravens with Kyle Hamilton. I mean, even with the Chiefs with McDuffie, he's a great slot corner who gets super physical with you. These great teams, they have that, and you get creative with a player like that with the blitzing and the different stuff when they're physical, and that's Deron Bland to me.
The importance of safety play is also something that Zim has always emphasized. Darren Woodson, Roy Williams in his time with the Cowboys. In Cincinnati, he had Reggie Nelson, who they took early from Florida. George Iloka as well. But he gets the job with the Vikings. What do? They get Harrison Smith from Notre Dame. He ends up going to multiple All-Pros. To me, I wonder now, safety in the draft, I think that is a room that needs to be improved. You talked last year about Malik Hooker. Maybe Malik Hooker can benefit some with a Mike Zimmer. I think that's a safety you can improve upon. I don't like Donovan Wilson as a coverage player whatsoever. That is not his strength. You can use him as a different type of chess piece maybe when it comes to blitzing, which is something that he will do, Mike Zimmer, with his safeties, but I think that he can be a liability in coverage. You might need to look for a cover type of safety. We might need to pay more attention to some of these names, like a Tyler Nubin from Minnesota. My guy Javon Bullard from Georgia, who I think has some Brian Branch capability, can play some slot for you like a Darren Woodson used to do. Also is really, really good when it comes to playing the run in coverage as well.
I would love that.
I'm not sure about
safety needs to be improved.
I think it might need to be overhauled because, in that article they talk about how he uses his safeties interchangeably, and the defense doesn't know who's rushing, who's covering. So I think Malik Hooker is the only one out of the three that's a candidate. And then you have to find, another one if he wants to stay with that kind of defense. And he typically uses just two safeties instead of three.
Yeah, and he's going to keep them back. Usually, your double safety back high. He's going to keep them back in the back end of the defense there, and then he's kind of work some different quarters coverage, pattern matching concepts, that type of stuff as well. Because he does disguise the coverages very well.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the most important things, and that's what I like about Zimmer. I'm most optimistic about Zim is you're doing a lot of the same things, but perhaps with more aggressiveness. So you can kind of, have the same personnel, have the same style, but there's some tweaks to it that I think give it a real chance to be more successful.
I wonder if Marquise Bell has a little opportunity to move back to more of a safety player.
He will
thrive.
He's not going to stay a linebacker. Yeah, Marquise Bell is one of those guys that I think certainly when you look at what Zimmer can do, he can do that.
Yeah,
because he can cover.
Yeah,
and he definitely was out of position there, linebacker.
He's brilliant because, just to add to it, as a coach, you want to put the other team in thinking mode instead of reaction mode, and he's constantly making the quarterback think and having to pick up keys that are going to change immediately after the snap. This is what you and Eric were talking about 3 or 4 weeks ago as far as the trends that have allowed defensive coordinators, and it's not sitting in this shell and trying to react. It's actually throwing multiple things at the quarterback so he doesn't know what the hell you're doing snap to snap. There's no predictability.
Okay, so the simulated pressures. This is something that we had heard about Mike Zimmer, and he's so good at this, and it's not always just blitzing. So simulated pressures when it comes to Zimmer, a multitude of coaches will do this. It was very prevalent with the Ravens team in 2000 as well. You basically have, the most basic definition of it is you have a non-traditional pass rusher go after the quarterback while dropping a traditional pass rusher into coverage.
Fire zone.
Yes. So the NFL has become more positionless, and you'll probably see this with Micah Parsons as well. But the application can often be applied to take any look at the bluffs that you would with a blitz when you actually send 4 rushers. So I'm coming at you, and I've got 4 guys stacked to the left side, 4 guys stacked to the right side. How many guys are coming? You're not really going to send 8 players, right? Maybe I get 6 coming out of that look. Maybe I have 5. Maybe I go basic 4, and I got 4 more dropping back into coverage. But the whole point of this is I don't know where this pressure is coming from, and now I've got to go ahead and also diagnose post-snap as a quarterback. I'm trying to process that while going through my reads. Next thing you know, I didn't account for this nickel blitzer, and now I'm getting sacked from the backside. So he's very good at confusing those simulated pressure looks. And I think John Gruden 6 years ago, when he was still with ESPN, this was brought up. I think Brandon Laurie, who does a good job, tweeted this out. Here's John Gruden talking about the double A package. This is when Zim was still with Minnesota as a head coach, kind of breaking down some of the stuff he likes to do.
What really makes the Vikings special is Mike Zimmer's double A package. And what he does is he takes his two inside linebackers, Barr and Kendricks, and instead of lining them up in a normal alignment, he puts them in the A gap between the center and the guard. Then he takes his free safety, Harrison Smith, and he lines him up on the line of scrimmage. Then he takes his nickel corner and he puts him on the line of scrimmage on the strong side. So now they got 4 defenders on one side of the center, and they got 4 defenders on the other side of the center. It's Mike Zimmer's double A package. He did it in Cincinnati, he's doing it in Minnesota, and he's ripping people. A lot of the times, his 2 inside linebackers, they act like they're blitzing, but they bluff, and they run out of here and they play coverage. The free safety's acting like he's blitzing, and he bluffs, and he runs and covers the flat. The nickel is acting like he's blitzing, and he drops into the flat. Well, the next time you think they're bluffing, they bring them both. Or they bring one, and they bring him, and they bring 4 to his side.
It's amazing. I think that breakdown from Gruden. The other thing here is the bigger bodies when it comes to stopping the run. Mm-hmm. That's something he looked for in Minnesota as well. And while we talk about the premium pressure that he wants, stopping the run is probably number one. The goal is basically to make the offense one-dimensional, thus allowing his pass rushers to pin their ears back and get after the quarterback. So number one is we are going to set the tone. We're stopping the run. He also, of course, has linebackers going back throughout his entire career. What he was able to do with Dat Wynn and Dexter Coakley, yes, with Eric Kendricks and Anthony Barr in Minnesota as well. He wants 245 to 255 kind of heavier set linebackers as well. So I think the run defense should improve under Mike Zimmer as well.
I would be surprised if Hankins continues his career and it's somewhere else, knowing the kind of salary you've been able to get to and how effective he is. I think that's line one. And then also, what do you go at linebacker? And is Overshown a fit? Where is Overshown too small for Zimmer, or is he just so dang good you're going to find a spot for him?
I think you find a spot. I've always said this. Parcells asked him to play with Dat Wynn and Dexter Coakley in the 3-4. And Parcells was like, you can't do this, Mike. You cannot do it. Mike goes, I will figure it out. And by the end of that, it was like Parcells is like, you figured it out. So, yeah, I think that the adaptability, there's some really good linebackers in this draft, inside linebackers. We'll give you one, Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State, 6'2", 239 pounds. There's some guys with some size, but we got to get through some of these medical questions that we're going to answer when we get to the big board reports in March.
I also wanted to ask a question about the secondary. Sorry, did you want to get in on that one before?
No, I just think that the size really needs to be the focal point of the line. I think your linebackers, you're seeing Fred Warner's not some huge guy. Dre Greenlaw's not some huge guy. Roquan Smith's not some huge guy. You just need real linebackers that know how to diagnose and know where to be, having the instincts. Yeah, Sean Lee wasn't a huge guy. You can get by, and I still want a guy who can play 3 downs. I don't want just a run-stopping only linebacker, and now we're getting bleeped in coverage. So you need to have just a real linebacker, not a Marquise Bell, did an admirable job or whatever. You need a guy who understands what's going on, and if you got beef in front of him, I think you let him play sideline to sideline, let him help you in coverage as well. I think that is important. I think Overshown, as long as he bounces back from the injury, should have no problem.
Just be good. You just don't necessarily worry about the size. And then the other thing was a tweet or a quote that somebody on Twitter pulled. You can find a cover 2 corner anywhere. I can go down to the 7-Eleven in Bloomington and get one. So how if he has that mindset, are we good at corner? He wants a tackler? What's that mean exactly? Break that down, Brian. Why is it so easy to find a cover 2 corner, and how will that affect their personnel decisions?
A cover 2 corner will play up and just turn and funnel.
Yeah.
It's like you're never, if you're playing man, of course, it's very easy that you're going to have to jam, turn, and run and carry.
So both those guys are back there so much that you got help.
Yeah, you've always got somebody playing in the middle of the field. You can find a way to funnel all the routes to the middle. You got linebackers on drop, and you got safeties on drop. So those guys, like some of these guys that they've made a living, though, being cover 2 corners because they can't really run, but they can jam and they can funnel.
Oh, and I wanted to ask about defensive tackle as well. Could Mozzie Smith's college technique
that's the question.
Work better with Zim?
The question that Mike Zimmer needs to ask when he goes in, and I guarantee you what Zimmer's done, he's looked at Dallas's defense. He knows what he's going to be. His first question when he walks through the door is, what was, and the coaches that are still there, the coaches that he's going to work with that were on Dan Quinn's staff that aren't going anywhere, Schlereth Floyd. Mike's going to have to go up to Schlereth Floyd and say, wait a minute. When he was playing at Michigan, he was a 329-pound guy. Why is he 293 pounds now?
Yeah.
And Schlereth Floyd's going to have to be able to say, well, you think he's a better 3 technique than he is a 1 technique. And so Mike's going to go, okay, why did you think that? He was a 329-pound guy at Michigan.
Right.
So Mike, they're going to have to explain to him what the plan is for that.
Yeah.
Mike did a great job with, we took Leroy Glover. I mean, I got him to the Cowboys to sign Leroy Glover, smaller 3 technique type of a player. Mike had a great plan for him, how to use him, and he made he's made Pro Bowls that way.
Yes,
so Mike will know what to do with the players. You just got to tell him what was the initial thought about what we were going to do. What were you planning on doing with this guy?
Right on.
Yeah.
Anything else, Wolchuk?
I think Mozzie does fit that style from Michigan more so with Zim. I don't think he cares much about him being a 3 tech and getting up the field and rushing the passer. I think he's going to look at Mozzie and say, I need you to stop the run and keep my linebackers clean, which is exactly what you drafted him for.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the huge things, and I just don't know how all the pieces fit together, and everybody's job is important, how it reflects on one another, but he was really good at that in college.
Yeah. But
and
see, that's the problem. That's the problem. Now, Mozzie Smith at 293 pounds is not going to keep offensive linemen off linebackers.
I want him to put that weight back on.
No.
Yeah,
and his lack of burst, he doesn't have the twitch. He doesn't have the twitch to get through
That's
anyway.
Not the strength of his game.
No.
I mean, maybe he went through like a life change and decided to get vegan and super healthy or something, but this offseason would be all about packing on lean muscle, maybe trying to be a leaner version of what he was, but you're going to have to get quite a bit of that weight back, I think, if you're going to be one of those big defensive tackles that just clogs up the run. And at both of his last 2 stops, that's one of the first things he did. We need the big son of a gun in the middle who can highly deter people from running it straight up, so we can worry about everything else. Great stuff, Wolchuk. Excellent job covering that story. You can read more about that today on Blogging the Boys. Salute to those guys for organizing all that information in that research project. Okay, coming up next, it's the top 10 at 420. What's the subject?
We are doing our annual Super Bowl foods. Top 10 Super Bowl foods. What are you going to be doing for your spread? That's next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you, though, because if you've been putting off symptoms of what can be low testosterone, you should know Men's T Clinic here in North Texas have been helping thousands of Tolos over the years, myself included. You want to get your edge back? Men's T Clinic. If you're unable to shed some extra pounds, maybe losing muscle mass, fighting brain. When we return right here, it's time now for the Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And it is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel. Go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. You or a loved one's been in an accident? Contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Now here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What's your top Super Bowl food? What are you having for your Super Bowl game day spread? We'll get to that in just a moment. We did have the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024 revealed at the honors. It'll be Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, Andre Johnson, Julius Peppers, Patrick Willis, and the two senior nominees are Randy Gradishar and Steve McMichael. Unfortunately, yet again, Darren Woodson is not getting the respect that he deserves. It is long overdue, and it is another disappointing year in which we are not able to celebrate Darren Woodson. He deserves to be in there. Brian, I know you've talked a lot about you were with him and Leroy Butler. Leroy Butler got in. Yep. Darren Woodson was a better player than John Lynch. John Lynch is in. A lot would say was better
Brian
than
Dawkins.
Steve Water. Steve Water is in. Yes, absolutely. Darren Woodson needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Congratulations to everybody that did make it. I think very deserving. I know Bobby and I last night at the Italian restaurant were going back and forth about who is the best returner of all time. He thinks it is of the human joystick, and I went with Devin Hester.
Yeah, and you were 100% right about that. We were clowning Bobby at dinner last night. I think that could be worse than his perpetual love with Dak Prescott, is his take that Dante Hall is the better return man than Devin Hester. I couldn't believe how many returns for a touchdown, how many punt returns for a touchdown do you think Devin Hester had in his career? If you just had to guess, punt returns for a touchdown.
12.
Okay.
That's what I was going to say.
He had 14. Dante Hall had 6. In terms of kickoff returns for a touchdown, Devin Hester had like at least 5, and Dante Hall had like 3 or 4 maybe. But the difference in amount of touchdowns is through the roof. Devin Hester by a mile compared to Dante Hall.
And I mean, I get Bobby's point in terms of Dante Hall had some unbelievable jaw-dropping returns. No doubt. I mean, hell, Woody Dantzler has one of the best punt returns I've ever seen in my life at a Cowboys 49ers game, making people miss. But the whole point of being a returner is, can I score with the ball in my hands? Devin Hester did it better than anybody else, and he has the only kickoff return for a touchdown in Super Bowl history when he opened it up against the Colts. Yeah. So, I mean, to me, I think it is Devin Hester. If you want to say I'm not putting either of those guys in, I'm cool with that too. I'd slide Darren Woodson in. There's no way in hell Devin Hester's more deserving than Darren Woodson. Give me the safety. They can also line up and play slot receivers and cover them over Devin Hester as a kick returner. But still, congratulations to everybody that made it in.
Hey, facts are, it's time for the NFL to do this thing different because you have so many more teams in the NFL than when this system was established. There's just too many good players that are getting left out, and I get you wanted to be exclusive, but golly, this is horrible. Did Darren Woodson go home early because he just knew?
No, I think he was just here for the day.
He was just here for the day anyway?
I asked Christy about that, actually, and she said that was pre-planned.
Yeah, he was here for
So I don't think that was the reason, but, man, it's a bummer.
Well, I know it's highly, highly frustrating for these guys, and they cover it well, and they're humble, and they're going to do everything with class because that is who they are. That's why they're up for the Hall of Fame for the most part. But I can sense how big of a deal it is for them and the massive disappointment. Him and Sean Alexander.
Yeah, and Sean Alexander, another guy that deserves to get in there. Spain is going to host an NFL regular season game in 2025. That will be in Madrid as the National Football League looks to continue to expand into Europe. And
I asked Brian this morning. Sorry to keep cutting you off, Will Chuck.
You're good, man.
I asked Brian this morning, what is more popular, because he worked in the NFL Europe. What's more popular, football in Europe, tackle football, the NFL, or soccer in America, which has exploded? And your answer?
My answer was, I think the NFL in Europe is.
That's huge.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
See,
I wanted it in context.
Yeah, this is where the NFL is. They realize it now. You know, when we went over there in 1990 and Stan Gelbaugh was the quarterback for the London Monarchs, and you could fool those fans over there with players. You know, today they know who all the great players are. You know, they do a great job, whether Sky Sports, BBC, they do a super job. And you've got a fan base. How about a fan base, like you say, even in the Middle East and stuff with my friends, our friend Prince Faisal, in Saudi Arabia. They sit up at 1, 2 in the morning getting ready for a Cowboy game.
Yeah.
And they do it every week.
That must be fun.
And they do their work schedules around it and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think that to me, and soccer is really big over here. Don't get me wrong, but you go when we went over there to London in 2014 to play that game, and the number of fans that were filing into Wembley with the different jerseys on and the gear and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the NFL is realizing where their next big. You watch expansion.
Yeah.
It's not going to be, I don't think, in the United States. We're going to be talking about European expansion for one of these teams. They're going to figure that how to do that next.
It's going to be incredible. Maybe end up just getting a whole division.
Yeah, they could use a division. That would cut down on the travel a lot. That's a great idea, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
Some of the most fun I've had watching sports over the years is waking up in the middle of the night to watch soccer games. And there's just something different about it, especially if you get a cold beer after waking up from 6 hours of sleep at 3:30 in the morning to watch your team play with your buddies, like you've all woken up and got. It's just neat.
It is. It's fun. It's an event.
Is that the beer you miss the most? The soccer game day breakfast beer?
Yeah, because it would wake you up.
Yeah.
Woo, let's go. Let's party.
Yeah, a lot of people like to start with like eggs and bacon or ice water, coffee in the morning, but it's all about that cold.
Give me a breakfast beer.
You're dehydrated, and you need some sustenance. What's wrong with the coldie?
Nothing.
Right, let's slide into our top 10, the top 10 best Super Bowl foods as we get ready for the big game on Sunday. 877-881-1053. What is your must-have, go-to Super Bowl game day food for your spread? Let's throw things back to the Pim Cup. Lucius, where are we going with the game day food for Sunday?
Yo. Hey, so yeah, we used to watch the NFL football games about 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning on that Navy ship sometimes.
Nice.
On the Armed Forces Network.
I bet you guys were having a time.
Yeah. Shh, be quiet. I'll be hating.
Nobody cares about the Cowboys, man.
Yeah. Real game come on at 6, like 6 a.m. Wow. Yeah. I like the Swedish meatballs.
Oh, yeah.
I do like the Swedish meatballs and those little weenies that you stick the stuff in. What is that?
Beaner wieners?
No.
Pigs in a blanket?
No.
You just have them like sitting in the barbecue
The beanie
sauce.
weenies.
I know what you're talking about. Little Smokies.
Yeah, the little Smokies.
The Little Smokies.
Okay.
That's what they
With
are.
the toothpicks. That's the word I was trying to find.
Toothpicks.
Yeah. Okay.
Those things are fire. What about you guys? I know wings, of course.
Orange Magic. Batches coming. I think chopped brisket sandwiches, sliders.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Some chopped brisket sliders.
Yeah, I think to me it's always been gumbo.
Dude.
Because I always, the gumbo, I kind of feel like I cover everybody's taste. And then maybe you do something with, with the dips, you can do it a little bit. Maybe if somebody likes, you do a seafood meal, but then your dips have something to do with brisket or pulled pork or something like that.
Like a brisket queso?
Brisket queso, yeah.
Oof.
Oh, that sounds so good.
I like that breakfast sausage in the queso as well. I do think you need to have, to make it a little bit heartier. Let's not just do cheese and, whatever, the rotel or whatever. Put some level of meat in there.
Maybe some chorizo.
Now, all of a sudden, I could
Chorizo's
turn this into a nacho plate, and now that's a full-on meal ski.
I kind of feel like, though, with the people that do the queso, if you do with the meat, don't pour that grease off. If you do your meat, if you're frying it, you're getting either the hamburger, whatever you're using, the chorizo, whatever you're using, just go ahead and pour that grease into the cheese with it and stir that thing up and let it incorporate in there. A lot of people pour that grease off and you're like, that's all that flavor.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose that flavor.
Man, I think if you're doing a Texas Twinkie, if you're getting one of those, the jalapeno, then you stuff it with the brisket, the cream cheese,
barbecue,
wrap it in that bacon or something.
I'll give you a pro tip on that too. If you're doing the Texas Twinkie thing, use thick cut bacon. Don't go thin, and try and get it a little bit longer because you want to make sure you get it all the way around.
Full 360.
Yeah, you get the full
maybe
coverage.
A double lap if possible.
But go with thick cut bacon there too, and get you some sturdy. And by the way, soak your toothpicks before you put them in the fire. Say if you get them wet, the toothpicks won't burn. But if you just put the toothpick and throw them in the fire, they catch on fire and you lose your toothpick.
Interesting.
So soak them a little bit before you put them through your Twinkies there.
Or just go to Hutchins.
Or just go, no doubt.
That What-A-Wing situation. The 72 What-A-Wings.
Oh, and those wings were so good. I even had to stop when we went to the airport going out of Love Field. I got another batch of the honey barbecue or the honey butter ones.
Yes.
They're so freaking delicious, dude.
Yeah.
They absolutely are.
That's the best sauce in food.
Buffalo chicken dip being texted in. That's a heavy favorite.
That's huge. That's a must-have.
That's fantastic.
It's a staple.
Sausage balls being texted in. 229, nothing exotic, but we were having chicken wings, garlic parm, lemon pepper, dry rubs, fantastic homemade pizza, steak, fajita nachos, and guac.
Dude, this guy's
that's a hell of a
This guy's
run
winning.
right
I'll
there.
come to his place. I'll bring the buffalo chicken dip, and now we have a well-rounded situation.
You can, of course, Google Gavin Dawson Orange Magic. Find it on YouTube. Find it at 105throughthefan.com. Overnight in Frank's. Holy Gospel from Meat Church Rub. Smoke them for an hour and a half at 250. Pull them. Put some breakfast syrup on them and some extra Frank's. And then put them back on like a grill to finish them. Get a little crispy skin there. You'll be good to go, and you'll have a new favorite there. It's the three ingredient Orange Magic wing.
Some of the honorable mentions, we've got subs, like a sub sandwich.
I was going to say, has anybody ever done like the 6-foot sub?
I have not, but I've seen people do it.
Yeah, I like when they do. It's like a
You just cut it
10-footer.
yourself, yeah.
And then everybody just
Everyone
goes
just
and
comes, grabs a bit.
Yeah.
I'm going with Zimmerman's advice yesterday. Let everybody make their own.
Yeah. It's fun. He was right on
the
ball with
emotional
that.
connection. Man.
Yep.
It's stronger that way.
Chicken tendies. I don't think that's ever a bad idea.
Nope.
Meatballs, jalapeno poppers, and cookies. Those are your honorable mentions on the outside looking in. Number 10 is the like pigs in a blanket.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If you're going to do the cookies or dessert, do you kind of scoff at the person that went to Tom Thumb and bought the cookies?
Yes.
Yeah, they show up with you could see the label on the top.
If they're the Nestle Toll House, I'm okay.
I don't.
Those
Some
ones
of-
in the deli, in
some of
little
those are
clear
really
plastic,
good, dude.
those are amazing.
I
I'm
think
not going to
if
say.
you're going to do that, if you want to fake people out, don't bring them in the Tom Thumb bag.
There you go.
Take that out and put it in your own container, and then bring it in. Act like you made them.
Now you're outing people here, because now I do this.
Oh, is this you?
I got to bring a pie or something, for these Friendsgivings. What I am doing is going and getting the apple pie or the pumpkin pie or the pecan. I'm taking it out of that, then putting my own foil on it and saying, "Look, I've brought this pie for
here
you."
we go.
And they don't know. They don't know that I bought this store bought.
That's fine if you're coming over to somebody's place and that's what you're bringing. But I think as a host, it's on you. 5 minutes left in quarter number 2. You got to get a fresh baked cookie or brownie situation going on in that oven.
Yes.
So by halftime, fresh baked cookies, dude.
I mean, everybody would love that, but
It's the
I'm
smell
not
in
going
the
to
house.
Some of those
That would
Smell in the
store-boughts are
house,
pretty
yes.
damn good.
And then I get that hot cookie. I got that cold ice cream. It's a beautiful marriage at halftime while I'm watching Usher.
Number 9 is brownies. That comes in at 9.
Not hard to make.
The corners, please.
And Lucius is right. Put the nuts and stuff in them too.
Oh, we got to have some nutty brownies. Number 8 is tacos.
Yeah, little taco bar.
Taco would be, and that's
Never
another.
bad.
People can make it themselves.
Some
There's
fajita
connection with
chicken
the
over
food.
there.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
Never make it. Yeah.
7 is chili.
Yeah.
And I liked what
Big
Andrew
winner.
said yesterday with give me a warm bowl of something.
White beans.
Yeah, and also give your folks an opportunity. Put some Fritos out there.
Yeah.
The
Got
original
to.
Fritos,
Cheese, sour cream,
because that'll help you with the
onions.
salt and the crunch. And then make sure some diced up onion, not a bad thing, and a lot of cheese. Grate your own cheese if you can do it. Don't buy it out of the pack. Grate it if you can. Makes it a little bit better for you.
6 will be your sliders. They can be burgers. They can be pulled pork, brisket.
I'll tell you what, people have taken those Hawaiian rolls and you
Yes,
stack them and then
dude.
you cut them in half and
Yeah.
then dress them and then put the top back on and bake them.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Holy
It's a
moly.
cheat-
Yeah, I mean,
cheat code.
You got to have some level of handheld, I think, if
Yeah.
you're doing it 100%.
Number 5 is mozzarella sticks. I think that's always a good game day idea.
Oh my God, I need to get the folks at Globe Life Field to come over and set up
Yeah.
a little Mott's stand.
That's one that you bring out when they're fresh, though. It's Mott
you have
stick
to-
time.
Gotta go.
Mott
Yeah.
stick time's not going to last more than 5 minutes.
Nope.
Yeah, the fried foods for sure. You got to get that hot and ready. Number 4 is chips and dip. No matter what kind of dip you like, chips. It's a
Dips.
go-to winning combination.
Man, a lot of recipes out there. Make it yourself. Don't go and buy, again, I'm sorry, Tom Thumb and all these
The
places.
dips
you know,
I'll make.
Yeah, go and try and make it. Get the
Daisy it
recipes,
up.
just stir them up.
I'll
use
get that
your-
daisy French onion, put it in a
There
bowl.
you
Yeah,
I
there
make
you
it
go.
myself.
There you go.
You know?
Make it
Got a
yourself.
whole great section on do it yourself. Number 3 is pizza on National Pizza Day, by the way. Number 3 is pizza.
Fitting.
Third best game day food. Number 2, nachos. That's another one people can do themselves. We found that out yesterday when we wanted to try and go to Guy Fieri's. She's like, ask for it all individual, make it yourself. I'm like, no, I wanted to come here and get the trash can nachos. You're telling me it's not worth it. I'm going to take my money elsewhere. That's exactly what we did.
Make sure that every chips has some kind of coverage on it, though. Don't leave bare chips.
I think that's a make it your own situation. I think, hey, listen, I got the queso here. It's all ready for you. You go bring your plate and you do up your nachos how
Okay.
you want to do your nachos. I think that's the best strategy.
But number 1, most popular Super Bowl food is indeed the chicken wing.
The chicken wingy
Undefeated.
thingy. I am seeing here in terms of
I do chili dogs
this year in
chili
lead
dogs
up.
would be good.
Yeah, it's a good call. If you're going to do chili, why not?
Yeah.
Why not accompany
you have
it
the
with
you have the
dogs?
hot dog like you're at the game.
Yeah.
Even do kind of hot dogs with all the toppings.
Sure. I see deviled eggs getting hit a lot.
That's a 4th and
Deviled
6
eggs,
punt
huh?
punt 4th and 6.
I think the deviled egg is going to be making many an appearance at the Super Bowl parties across the United States
I
this
might
year,
not
based on
invite
the
you back.
metrics I'm seeing it. These might be
people
blind
love,
metrics.
People love deviled
Might
eggs.
not bite you back.
I know you don't, but people
Ugh.
do.
Thank you,
There's your
Chuck.
top 10. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, what's the Mavs' outlook as far as improving their team from here? We'll take a look at the remaining assets and how they might be able to finish the build towards a championship this summer before they hopefully make a run with this retooled roster. It's Mavs Talk with you next in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we are back home in DFW with a Super Bowl champ, and we need the review of the halftime show and the best and worst commercials. It's a Monday morning on The Fan.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how's business?
Babe, it's never been better. We're still celebrating finishing 2023 as the #1 Chevrolet dealership in the world.
Can I say I wasn't surprised? This is a world-class dealership in every way.
That's our goal every day. Provide more value for a service that can't be beat.
I hear you have some big savings available all month long. What can customers expect?
President's Day savings are only once a year. That makes now the best time to upgrade your business fleet or commercial vehicles.
What type of fleet and commercial vehicles are on sale?
Well, babe, we have the largest selection of Silverados in America, box trucks, medium-duty trucks, cargo vans, and so much more.
And you can customize these?
We can outfit all of them to your business needs with President's Day savings.
Don't miss your chance. Upgrade today before President's Day offers are history. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet.
win again last night against New York. I want to know from you, truckwreck.com fan text, and you guys at this table here, Lucius and the Pimp Cup, where are you with the Mavs' expectations? How much have they risen here in recent days? Now, Kid says, I would just like to ask everyone to have some patience. Anytime you add 2 new pieces, maybe 3, it takes time to get a rhythm and to understand each other. But we're very excited to have those two talking about Washington and Gafford, yesterday's acquisitions. We will talk about what trade chips they have remaining that they could deal this summer to add another piece. Not many more bullets left to fire, so that one has got to be done right. You know, I think they were kind of fortunate they were able to get off the Grant Williams contract and bring in a player who's very more than likely better than Grant. But first, what do you guys think we're about to see? Have they turned a corner here?
I do think that they are definitely a better basketball team. Hopefully they can sort of hit the ground running. I know Jason Kidd is trying to temper expectations, as he likes to do. But I do expect it to be not too long before these guys are starting to fit in pretty seamlessly. And I think especially offensively, both of their jobs become easier. Playing around Kyrie and Luka, your opportunities are going to be endless there. So I think that'll be pretty smooth. And the big question for me is mostly just health. I don't believe this is a championship team, but I do think this is a team that can make some playoff noise in terms of at least winning a series, but the health is going to be the main thing here.
Yeah, as far as them winning a series, I think you look at the top 4 teams right now in the West and you're like, I don't know about that right now. We'll maybe reevaluate that in 3 or 4 weeks, see how healthy they are, see how much better they are. But I don't know if we know for sure. I don't think we've gotten a good look at what this team is capable of, because I was looking at the roster yesterday. I mean, if you get Dinwiddie here, I could see as many of 11 their players being good enough to be on a finals rotation. You know, they really have some quality depth now.
I think this is the team is much better than it was when they made their conference finals run 2 years ago. I think adding guys like P.J. Washington and Gafford are perfect fits. The question, of course, will be health. Like, Kyrie and Luka have to be healthy. Derek Lively's got to be healthy. But if they are, I mean, guys, Minnesota's been amazing this year. But how much trust do you have in a T-Wolf team in a series when you've got a healthy Luka and a Kyrie? I think the Mavericks could upset a Minnesota in the postseason, or an Oklahoma City, these young teams that haven't proven they've got that championship mindset just yet. I mean, you've got 2 of the best players in the world, and I think now the supporting cast really is coming together. I'm with you. I don't think they're winning the NBA Finals by any means, but it wouldn't shock me based on what we saw 2 years ago, depending on the matchups and how the seeding goes, if they end up making another awesome run to a conference finals. I think that's probably the peak.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say for now, although even with the Clippers, I think they could match up well with them. I think Denver has had injury issues with Murray, with Aaron Gordon, with Michael Porter Jr. over the years, and they have had postseasons cut short by nothing but injury. So I would say it's a very slight chance, but if things come together perfectly, I could see them actually making it to the finals. And once you're there, probably, you know, not being able to get past, Giannis and the Bucks, assuming that would be the team there. I just, think that would be a little bit too much. But I'm really excited about where this team is and where they are headed. Now, again, Thunder tomorrow at 2. Wizards, Spurs, Suns. Okay. But we need to hope that there's something that can fall together for them coming up this summer. And the picks that they are going to have available to deal with, 2027 first, 2025 second, 2028 second. They'll get their 2030 pick available, or their 2031 pick available starting on draft night, but that is 7 years out. And then you have the pick 3 years out as far as your other one. That's going to be tough to entice a team to give you up a significant asset. That's got to be more like a distressed asset that a team's looking to get off of. So I don't know, like what you see right now might be kind of what you get, and then it would switch to, okay, well, what would you get if you combine Josh Green and Jaden Hardy in a trade, or would you rather hang on to those guys and see where they develop? Guys, thoughts on that? Because that's really your next best asset when you look at those draft picks.
I don't see really playing time for Jaden Hardy as currently constructed with this roster, especially if you added Spencer Dinwiddie. I just think you've got enough guards. You've got Kyrie, you've got Luka. They're your main ball handlers. Hardy's only playing in a reserve off the bench role or due to injury. And I think he's a guy that does have upside, and if he wants to flourish and take the next step in his career, he's going to have to go do that somewhere else. I think he ends up being probably the chip that's most tradable.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Josh Green is the better in terms of what you could get for him, but it seems like the Mavericks absolutely want nothing to do with moving on from him. And I know, I mean, reading in The Athletic, it's like the Hornets were saying the whole time in lead up to the deadline, we're not giving you P.J. Washington without getting a Josh Green in return. And the Mavericks obviously stood strong on that and were able to get the deal done, and they were more willing to part with the draft asset than punting on Josh Green. So I think you could get something. He clearly is an asset. Teams want him, and the Mavs are reluctant to give up on him. But I think the Mavericks, it's got to be the perfect scenario of who you're getting in return if they're going to move on from Josh Green. Seems like they really like him quite a bit.
And I would trade him. I mean, if the right player's out there, I'm moving Josh Green. I just think that the inconsistency that you're getting night in and night out, it's not there for me with him.
I think they have the right approach, though. I mean, and the fact that they wouldn't let him go for Washington, I think, is because looking at this roster, other than Derek Jones Jr., I don't know that you have a guy with the defensive potential that he has. There was a game a couple of weeks ago where Josh Green looked all NBA defensive. And I think as he continues to grow and gets more aware and learns the tips and tricks of being an on-the-ball defender, he might be that rare guy in today's NBA that could actually help you go shut down. Like you get in a playoff series and, you know, anybody on the perimeter that's a problem from 1 through 4, Josh Green, as I see his progression, might give you a chance to go out there and, like, stop or slow down one of the, you know, best players on the perimeter in the game, and most of them are perimeter these days. I mean, you get into a series with the Clippers, those guys are going to give you problems. Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Russell Westbrook, Norman Powell. And the hottest guy, you're going to have to put Josh Green on him. And, you know, and Derek Jones Jr., obviously. But Green has the offensive game that would allow him, on the peak of his top side, to be one of the best two-way players in the game if he develops that way. Okay, we got 1 hour to go. Again, the Get Right is going to take over tonight at 6 o'clock as we're heading for the airport. We have our final hour of Radio Row when we return. And Chief, what do you have in store for us?
Football's finest for the final Football Friday of the season. Let's get you set for kickoff next year in the nation.
I want to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do that, though, because we're going into the weekend, and if you want or need a new vehicle, you definitely want to call D&M Leasing this afternoon on your ride home, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautoleasing.com. Now, there are a lot of reasons that I love D&M Leasing. Right now, the interest rates are so high. People are fleeing to the lease to save money on that monthly payment and avoid getting upside down on the loan. So I love that. I love knowing that I'm not going to get into that negative equity territory with the easy lease from D&M Leasing. And you know, these interest rates are so high that on a traditional purchase, you're looking at like 7 years and 84 months to get an affordable monthly payment for a lot of people. So that's the reason they're coming on over to the lease. Now, with the weather this weekend, I'm seeing rain in the forecast. You don't want to go walk around in a dealership and be outdoors and all that. Plus, it's the Super Bowl. You got a busy weekend, busy plan. So just call D&M Leasing. They'll put that dream vehicle in your driveway. They'll drive off with the old one after giving you the highest trade-in value possible. You're going to see why I love them and why I've trusted D&M Leasing for over a decade now to put new vehicles in my driveway. Again, 972 or 817-35-LEASE or just dmautoleasing.com. Salute.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3.
in Las Vegas. Stick around for those stories, but a lot of football stuff to talk about still, and we are still standing by for an official announcement that Mike Zimmer has completed his contract with the Cowboys, so stand by for that. Here's Eric Chiafalo, football's finest.
Yeah, a little bittersweet here at Radio Rose. We getting ready to say goodbye to Vegas and goodbye to football, man. The final Football Friday, the official Football Friday of the 2023 football season. It's been a great one. We still await the ink to hopefully be drying on that Mike Zimmer defensive coordinator contract for the Dallas Cowboys. And I mean, I don't know. I think he should send a message immediately once he signs that contract. I think he has Jerry Jones dial up that Papa John's pizza. Let's go meat lovers with it. Let's get it right to the doorstep of Mozzie Smith and let him know it's time to get back to being you, sir. Okay, it's not about being slim and trim. It's about being a giant freak show animal that we drafted you for. And it's time to go get after it. And there's going to be a lot of pizza. I hope you like pizza in the offseason, Mozzie, because you need to get on that thing. Let's carb load, my friend. It's bulk time.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, pizza rolls. I saw I think this is like an official, unofficial sort of prop bet. Over under 65.5 pizza rolls in an hour on Super Bowl Sunday. Now, this is Super Bowl Sunday, so it's game day. You're probably at your peak performance. You understand you're leaving everything out on the field. It's the final football that you really can appreciate for many, many months here. You've had all season to prep your body for Super Bowl Sunday and the consumption that is in store. And so I think, 65.5 pizza rolls in an hour. Does that feel like something, Walchuk, at the height of your powers would be a no-brainer?
Hell yeah, dude. I could absolutely punish that.
Obviously,
65 in an hour?
Slightly more than one pizza roll per minute over the course of 60.
Depends how hot they are, obviously.
It does.
Yeah, that's true.
But, I mean, you got enough time with an hour to let that cool down.
What you got to do in the beginning when they come out piping hot is you got to get the fork and you just poke them. You poke them with the fork, you let the air come out of there, let some of that heat out, and then you start hammering them home. I think we could go toe-to-toe and hit that over 65.5 on Super Bowl Sunday from a pizza roll standpoint. And if you got pizza rolls at your Super Bowl party, not going to be mad at you. I think that's a nice little finger food option that everybody's going to be able to appreciate. Now, a lot of people didn't appreciate what some of the jokes that were made last night at the NFL Honors. You had Michael Key from the Key and Peele show. He's a big football guy. Apparently, he's a Detroit Lions fan, so he was riling up the Detroit players that were out there. But he was cracking Jerry Jones jokes.
He was,
and he also made a joke about the Panthers. And he says, my understanding is that Taylor Swift is in Tokyo right now. The only people farther from the Super Bowl are the Carolina Panthers. And so he laid that one down.
That's good.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty solid joke there. That's going to garner some laughter, unless, of course, you're the brand new head coach of the Carolina Panthers, where you see that quote, and you quote tweet it. You're Dave Canales at the Coach Canales, and you put up the bulletin board material sort of emoji. So he's using that as fuel. Off-season fuel. Hey,
yes.
Okay, we are not going to be. We're not going to be the butt of these jokes. And I think that's one of those things that when training camp rolls around, hell, maybe even mini camp time, you run that back on the projector for the entire team.
Absolutely.
This is what Michael Key and the rest of the NFL world think of you. Taylor Swift's over there in Tokyo, and she's closer to a Super Bowl than you schmoes are. Let's get this thing together.
Man, I hate to admit this, but I will kind of tap into this motivation as well. This is a couple of years ago, but our first game select coming out of rec, we lost so bad the other team was like scoring goals and then running back giggling and laughing and like having a hard time. They're like holding each other. This is so easy.
Oh, no.
And I called the girls aside and I said, look at their faces. Remember this. Okay? Next time we play these girls, it's going to be a lot different. Next time we played them, it was 1-0 they won. But we had our chins up. A couple of parents were pissed off at me because I didn't play their kids that game, but we made it 1-0.
Well, sometimes you got to play the best.
Gosh, that has to be the most aggravating part about being a coach at any level that's not professional.
Yeah.
It's just, oh my gosh, just being inundated with my kid needs to play. Now, did you guys see the photo? I think this was a bad move by the PR team of the best tight end in the upcoming NFL draft, Brock Bowers.
We mentioned him and Gronky.
Yeah, we mentioned yesterday that he says he put his name on it. I want to go to the Titans. So we'll see if that can box out the rest of the teams that are interested in drafting him. He's a super beast at Georgia. I mean, I can't think of a college tight end that was just more dominant and badass as Brock Bowers was and is. But when you see the size difference, he's standing here. He must have been at Radio Row yesterday, and he's chopping it up with Gronk, legendary tight end, and the size difference was pretty large.
Really?
And
it is, because Brock Bowers is only like 6'2". He's not a huge, massive tight end, and Gronk is what, like 6'5", 6'7"?
Oh, yeah, he was sitting over here the other day, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's been doing all sorts of
stuff. He looks like
over
just a
here.
regular guy, kind of.
Yeah, Brock Bowers isn't overly giant.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's
talking to this New York podcaster guy back here that was loud, and he had the ability to talk nonstop. A couple of times at the break, I was like, "Holy cow! Get a look at this guy! Incredible talent, but just like, I don't think I could have worked with him."
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm bullish on the idea that Brock Bowers is going to be a monster, but yeah, he is definitely not the same type of size as you're used to. I mean, even Travis Kelce's at least 6'4", if not 6'5". Kittle, these guys are monsters. Even our own Jake Ferguson. Is a big dude. A lot of these tight ends you see, but Brock Bowers is not that dude. So he's going viral right now for being like, oh, God, should we stay away here? We want Gronk. Well, physically, this is not Gronk.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get the matchup advantage, but the lines are blurred in a lot of ways from tight end to slot player.
I see from BetMGM in regards to the Super Bowl, quote, there's been lopsided action on the Chiefs to win and cover the spread in the Super Bowl. BetMGM will be cheering for the 49ers. So everybody, I mean, the public seems to be, hey, man, we're just not going to bet against Mahomes here. And that is the way I feel, but I'm sort of scared that too many people feel that way, and now all of a sudden the ball's going to start bouncing Brock Purdy's way. But to me, are you guys in agreement that the most pressure to win, who's the person that you think feels that most for this particular Super Bowl game? Because I think there's a far and away one guy is feeling it
Kyle
more than
Shanahan.
anyone.
Yeah, it's Kyle Shanahan.
It's Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle
For
Shanahan,
sure.
dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's about to get that can't win the big one narrative, and it's going to be stamped on him, on his forehead, and you won't even be able to talk about his greatness as a play caller and play designer and all these different things, because it will be the leader. It's the coach who can't win the big one.
Let me tell you what Kyle Shanahan needs to do. The first time that he was in a situation where he could have killed a game when it was 28-3, he didn't run the football.
Bingo.
He is going to Christian McCaffrey the Chiefs to death is what he's going to do. He's going to say, we didn't run the football the first time when we lost 28-3. He goes, watch me run the football. This is going to be a Christian McCaffrey game. And they are going to, because you're going to get light box from Kansas City. They're going to play those safeties back. They don't tackle particularly well after contact. They're one of the worst in the league when it comes to that. And they've had some problems where teams have been able to run the ball on them. This is going to be – he's going to try and punish – he's going to try and punish Kansas City with his running game. And then remind everybody, I can run the football. That's where I think his challenge is this weekend.
I mean, that's why when we ranked like the power rankings of most important players, I think McCaffrey is for the 49ers, because I think that is going to be the missing piece if they're going to win this football game. Because with Kyle Shanahan, I've never denied the offensive genius. The pushback has been the in-game management and some of the decision-making that's cost him Super Bowls in the past, and he's going to have to find a way to overcorrect that. I mean, 2 years ago, when the Cowboys lost the wild card game at AT&T Stadium, they shouldn't have been in that game. Kyle Shanahan allowed them to stay in the game based on some of his in-game decision-making as a head coach. He's got a ton of pressure, as would, I would say, probably his quarterback, Brock Purdy. I mean, they're both kind of tied together on that one.
See, I think Purdy has less, because everybody knows the best quarterback in this matchup is in Kansas City.
But he gets absolutely no respect. And if he's able to win this football game, that's going to go a long way for him.
Yeah, well, especially if he has a poor game. Like, losing is one thing, but losing and being sort of the reason your team lost because you, Brock Purdy, weren't good, that is going to make so many people that are already loud about how he's not that good, they're going to feel even more right, and then they're just going to be even louder about it. So Purdy's definitely got some pressure, but Shanahan's the one seed, because then that's going to be it's like it starts to become your legacy. You're the guy who's all these awesome things, so many great stuff to say about
Levy,
but you can never win the big game.
Yeah, I mean, but Marv Levy had Jim Kelly. I think with Shanahan, his fans, and I'm one of them, will let him off the hook by saying you're up against Brady and Mahomes. You're in these games in the fourth quarter, and the other team is giving it to a guy who's best in that high pressure moment, where maybe the other team does have your number, and now it's time to interject risk into the equation because you need points. And the greats have an ability to put risk into the game plan, but come up with the winning play still. And while on the other sideline, it's a guy who is caving to the pressure and recognizes the same thing that he's always seen throughout his career. There's a better player in the other team's huddle. And, that's just the deciding factor in my mind. And that's why, sure, it's Shanahan. I'm sure he feels it internally. But I also think it's on Purdy to say, no, Coach, I got you. I might not be the toolsiest guy, but I'm going to elevate my game to get on this level. And if you're Brock Purdy, you can look in the mirror and you can tell yourself that time and time again, but it just ain't true. So if you win, it'll be because the rest of your team kicked so much ass that in the fourth quarter it didn't matter that there was a GOAT on the other team who could come back. And I don't know. I think that lead has to be probably over 14 points for me to be confident that those 49ers will be able to hold on.
Yeah, and I definitely I feel that same way, but I would be encouraged as a Niners fan after what happened with Green Bay, where he's playing poorly throughout most of the game, and then when it matters, he's willing to use his legs, make a couple of throws, buy some time, and it was like, okay, you didn't have a good game, but when it mattered, you made the 2 or 3 plays, couple through the air, couple on the ground with your legs, that put us over the top to victory here. So at least if you're a Niners fan, there's like, okay, we've seen him do that, even if he's not just dynamite for 4 quarters, he can kind of rise to the occasion in a moment, and all of a sudden, like, wow, a little bit faster than I thought you were, Brock Purdy. You took off there scrambling multiple times on the game-winning drive. Yeah, that's what I meant. I said
in the fourth quarter with his leg. Yeah. But he did that as well in the Green Bay game where they're struggling, they're not playing great. I mean, to me, if they don't win and Brock Purdy, they're going to use as the excuse for why they didn't, then they need to stop pretending that they can just get by and win a championship with an average show at quarterback.
Yeah.
They've got to go find their guy. And they tried with Trey Lance. Then they said Trey Lance isn't good enough. Let's go with Brock Purdy. They can't keep going with that same formula because they're not going to win a championship.
I mean, you're making plays in the fourth quarter, you get 10 points, but on the other sideline, the exact thing that I'm saying is played out. In that scenario, Brock Purdy has more experience. Brock Purdy believes in himself more. When you take away Jordan Love and you put, okay, we were up 17 and now Patrick Mahomes just threw an absolute dart 40 yards down the field to get a touchdown. Valdez-Scantling made a great catch. Now you're going onto the field like, holy crap, if we don't score here, Mahomes is going to get the ball back. Oh, we're 3 and out. Now you're panicking on the sideline.
Yeah.
You're not the dog.
That's
you're not
the aura.
him.
That's the aura of Mahomes, man. He's going to keep that pressure on you.
It's the Tiger roar.
Yeah.
That's what's coming for you in these situations, and most guys will melt down and be worse than they are in the regular season, right? Dak Prescott's one of those guys who's worse in the playoffs in the regular season. Mahomes' passer rating is 15 points greater than in the regular season.
Unreal.
So is Troikman's. Troikman was better in the playoffs than he was in the regular season.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because the way that Baltimore and that Chiefs game started, boom, Chiefs go right down and score. Baltimore goes right down and score. Chiefs again, they go right down and score. All of a sudden you're going, okay, if you're Baltimore, you're thinking, crap, we got a barn burner situation going here. We got to match Pat Mahomes. This is going to be one of those games.
Takes them out of their game plan. They're throwing the ball.
Yes, yeah, the game starts to slow down. And it's like, oh, you didn't necessarily have to get away from what you do best, running the football. And I do think there is something to that. If you get Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs starting fast, all of a sudden you're going, crap. As the Niners, you're thinking, man, we got to match score for score. Now, Brock Purdy, are you doing too much? Kyle Shanahan, are you getting away from that dominant running game in Christian McCaffrey? I think that's definitely recipe for success there, Chiefs. You get that fast start. And it seems like they're on the way to victory here as well. We got the breaking news from James Palmer of the NFL Network. Steve Spagnuolo has received video evidence from his wife, Maria, of her meatballs sitting in a pot in the sauce, and they're on their way to Chris Jones and the defense for the Chiefs.
Nice.
Apparently, the Italian man himself, Steve Spagnuolo, his wife must be dialed with the pastas, the meatballs. Maybe that's a weekly staple for the Chiefs. You know, it's all about routine, creatures of habits. Maybe they do a defensive team dinner before each game, and it's always Miss Spagnuolo's dominant pasta, meatballs. I mean, kudos, dude. That's getting it done. That's hashtag doing your part. Mrs. Spagnuolo. I hope Mrs. Zimmer has a little something up her sleeve for the Cowboys defense.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That's and I feel like maybe with Zimmer we finally got a chance to get a guy that can be as good as Spags. We'll see how this plays out. I was wondering what happens if Andy Reid leaves, Belichick goes to Kansas City. Is Spags out in that very, very long shot scenario? Would he be available?
Honestly, I think it would be one of those things where if you're Ben Johnson of the Lions, you go, you know what? I didn't want that Washington job, but I'll go ahead and put my hat in this one. Sorry, Dan Campbell. Sorry, Detroit, Motor City. Wanted to win one for you guys. I got an opportunity to go coach Pat Mahomes. We'll keep Steve in his place defensively. I mean, you just sub out Andy Reid for Ben Johnson. You keep it moving, baby.
I wonder if Eric Bieniemy would be back in the picture.
He's already been back with them. He was apparently with them before the AFC title game.
He spoke to the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask you guys because a new trend here, I'm seeing 2 breaking news stories today in the NFL involve former player linebackers becoming linebackers coaches. Former All-Pro linebacker for the Niners, Navarro Bowman, he's going to be the linebackers coach for the Chargers, playing with Jim Harbaugh, his coach when he was with the Niners.
Mentioned that.
You also have the Patriots hiring former linebacker Dante Hightower as their new linebackers coach.
Wow.
So you have a couple of relatively recent former linebackers getting linebacker jobs. I wonder, would Sean Lee be a man in play for the Cowboys?
There's a lot of fans that would love Sean Lee to do that. Sean Lee's kind of been quiet and off the radar a little bit.
I think he likes retirement.
He does.
Didn't you say he went to
California? Yeah, he went to California.
Yeah.
And him and his wife ride around on bicycles all day and look for the best fish taco places.
It's a good life.
Yeah, he's figured it out.
Pretty sweet. Do they have young kids? Maybe in a couple.
I don't think they have kids at all. They got dogs. They're like a dog
he's
family.
Really doing it right. I mean,
But
are you kidding me?
Another Cowboy linebacker that might be having a foot into retirement, potentially is Leighton Vander Esch. Maybe Leighton Vander Esch is a guy who wants to get into coaching.
Hey, listen, if he wants to be an assistant linebackers coach or whatever, no problem.
Yeah, work your way up from there.
Yeah, don't want you to be my guy.
All right, we good?
Yep, we're great.
Okay, I did see Amazon's going to get a playoff game next year, so the trend continues. The journey continues over to the streaming way of life. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We have had an excellent week here on Radio Row. We want to come back and tell you about anything that's been developing across all sports here. We'll get you updated on local and national headlines across the sporting world. And then we're going to tell some tales and look back on a tremendous week here in Las Vegas. I believe Chiafalo has coined it the goodbye to Vegas. And then LA Live coming up at 5:40 here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I have to chat Men's T Clinic with you, though, because we're going into the weekend. If you're exhausted, you'd rather not be. You heard that defensive end a couple of days ago talking about how they were exhausted at the end of the year. Not legal for football players to get this kind of help because it'll get them suspended. But you and me, buddy, we're first in line at Men's T Clinic to get that edge, to dominate life and to dominate the playing field no matter what it is. Maybe it's the bedroom, maybe it's the boardroom. I don't know. Maybe you're trying to hoop on the weekend still. You're old like me, but you think you can give these whippersnappers a thing or two out on the hardwood. Well, Men's T Clinic has what you need as far as shedding the pounds, adding muscle.